Hello guys, like this video, for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. What secrets are hidden in the last main hall of this Taoist temple? On top of a small hill, an old Taoist temple stands. The Taoist temple is not big, but not small either. On a huge rock at the foot of the mountain, there are 3 big characters of Yufeng temple written in a style of flying dragons and phoenixes. Follow the steps up the mountain. There are a total of 99 and 81 steps, which are euphemistically called for screening believers. Actually, it is just for the sake of peace and quiet without being disturbed. As you enter the Taoist temple, you can't help but feel a sense of dilapidated atmosphere. Only the plaque with the 3 big characters Yufeng temple engraved on it remains clean and bright. After crossing the gate, there is a large tripod and a gravel road. There were inhabited areas on both sides, but they were also desolate and deserted. At the end of the Taoist temple, there is a small main hall that looks dilapidated but cannot hide its former splendor. Outside the palace gate, a slender, tall, handsome man in Taoist robes was looking at the closed palace door in front of him and muttering to himself. Zhang Yufeng is not from this world. He was reincarnated into this world and became an orphan, taken in by the former master of Yufeng temple. 3 years ago, the abbot of the temple passed away, and he, who was still young, became the next abbot. And now, he is the only one left in this huge Yufeng temple. I must be 18 years old before I can open the door and officially become the master of Yufeng temple. Can I still get a chance? Zhang Yufeng looked around the small main hall in front of him curiously, with a hint of doubt on his face. Thinking of the mysterious smile of the old abbot before he passed away, I felt lost in thought. Speaking of which, ever since being brought back by the previous master, he has indeed never set foot in it until now. I don't know what treasures are hidden in this main hall. After carefully tidying up his sleeves, Zhang Yufeng adjusted his breathing, exuding a gentle and steady aura. Only then did he slowly stretch out his hand and push open the door of the main hall. It has been sealed for so long, yet it is still able to remain spotless. The imagined scene of dust settling and spider webs everywhere did not occur. On the contrary, it is clean and spotless. This made Zhang Yufeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little surprised. It has been 3 years since the old abbot passed away. During these 3 years, he has honestly followed the abbot's last words. The door to the main hall has never been opened. Don't even bother cleaning up ahead of time. When you step into the main hall, there are no extra objects around. There is only one offering in the center of the main hall, but the object of offering is not any statue of a god. Just a book and 3 golden candles that were still burning. The blazing golden candles illuminated the entire hall with brightness. What kind of candle can burn for 3 years? Zhang Yufeng was shocked and looked at the burning golden candle in disbelief. The various strange things in the main hall made him want to back off. Fortunately, although this hall is full of weirdness, but it doesn't feel weird or scary. However, after entering the main hall, Zhang Yufeng felt that his body was unusually light. Even my own heart is peaceful and gentle. There was no sign of panic. It's strange. Zhang Yufeng shook his head slightly, walked to the offering and bowed. Then he leaned forward, reached out, and took the book. He looked over with curiosity. The next moment, Zhang Yufeng felt an endless amount of information suddenly emerging in his mind. The sun and the moon alternate and time passes. In the main hall, a handsome young man is reading a book, like a sculpture. At some point, the young man's whole body shook, and vitality instantly burst out. So this is the opportunity that the old master mentioned. Looking at the golden book that appeared in his mind, Zhang Yufeng was shocked. No wonder. No wonder Yufeng temple is called Chongsheng temple. Every abbot of the temple passed away after 100 years. Even though the old master is 100 years old, he is still able to maintain the vigor and vitality of a teenager. It turns out that it's all because of this nameless heavenly book. Zhang Yufeng smiled and put the book in his hand back to its original place. This book now only has its shape, but has lost its form. The real nameless heavenly book has already appeared in his mind. The original effect of this nameless heavenly book was to allow every temple master to live a long life and be free from illness. But now that it is in the hands of Zhang Yufeng, it has undergone miraculous changes. In his mind, a trace of golden handwriting suddenly appeared on the cover of the nameless heavenly book. It was as if there was a pen writing its name on the cover. Merit chart. 3 large golden characters were outlined stroke by stroke, emitting a strange color. As the last stroke was written, the book seemed to have achieved some kind of sublimation. Predecessors plant trees, and future generations enjoy the shade. Thank you to the old masters of Qingfeng Temple. Zhang Yufeng turned around with a serious face and carefully straightened his sleeves. Then he bowed deeply towards a side hall. In that side hall are placed the spirit tablets of all the masters of Qingfeng Temple. After a long time, Zhang Yufeng slowly stood up and looked at the merit book in his mind again. The merit list, as the name suggests. Naturally, it is used to collect many merits. And when enough merits are accumulated, its name will be revealed. And the moment the name appears, it means that you can turn to the first page. Just having the merit chart will give you a long life. Zhang Yufeng's eyes flickered, and he murmured expectantly, I wonder what I'll get after I open it. The knowledge he acquired told him that there would be a big surprise when he opened it. But he really didn't know why. But there is one thing he is sure of, that there must be something extraordinary after opening it. This world is a super god world. And now, it's already 2014. Zhang Yufeng couldn't help but look up at the sky, a worried look on his face. Not long ago, he finally confirmed that this world is the Earth in the super god universe. Tianhe City, Juxia City, and the capital North Star. Obviously, this is most likely the super god world that he knows. If I remember correctly, the Tianhe battle started in October 2014, and countless people in Tianhe City were invaded and massacred by the alien Deity. And this year is 2014. I hope that after turning the first page, I can help myself to avoid the disaster that follows. Survive. Zhang Yufeng shook his head, calming himself down. If you don't have the ability, there is no point in thinking so much. Zhang Yufeng was not in a hurry to open it. Instead, he closed the door of the palace, took a bath and burned incense, and then sat cross-legged on his bed. Hey, whether I live or die in the future depends on this. Zhang Yufeng took a deep breath and looked at the merit list in his mind. Chapter 2. After bathing and burning incense, Zhang Yufeng took a few deep breaths to calm his still restless heart. Only then did he calm down and look at the merit list in his mind, which was emitting a gentle golden light. Just by looking at it, Zhang Yufeng felt peaceful and comfortable inside. It was as if my whole body was wrapped in a warm, white sphere. It is so warm, gentle, and soft. The future is dead or alive. It all depends on what the merits and virtues that Qingfeng Temple has accumulated over hundreds of years can bring to me. The super god world is a world where so-called gods exist. Even though he is a god of technology, his performance is sometimes disappointing. But that is also not what God is. So, this is a hell-level copy for novices. In the super god universe, there is more than just the earth and the people on earth. In this universe there are many forces including angels, demons, aliens, gluttons, and the god of death. Whether they are friends or enemies, they basically covet the earth or its genetic resources. In this way, war is naturally inevitable, and the mass deaths of ordinary people are inevitable. The open and covert struggles among various forces will ultimately cause ordinary people to suffer. As for why it is said to be a hell-level copy for novices, it is because there is no channel to improve and become stronger in this world. Practice? Magic? Fighting? These do not exist in this world. In this world, the genetic system is everything. Without the genetic system, you are just a mortal, the kind of mortal who will never become stronger. And not everyone is qualified to load the genetic system. Zhang Yufeng is an orphan. Where does he get the resources to load a powerful genetic system? As powerful as angels are, there are only tens of thousands of them in the angel nebula. It is conceivable how difficult it is to become a genetic warrior. Although the earth will have a strong army. But when the war comes, the Xianbinglian can only ensure the overall situation. It is impossible to protect every single person on earth. Some people are rescued, but of course some people die in a corner and no one cares about them. And he, Zhang Yufeng, is just an ordinary person. No system was loaded and no cheat codes were found. This means that he is most likely the so-called cannon fodder beyond the survivor bias, rather than the protagonist. Fortunately, the Taoist temple I inherited brought me hope. What can you gain from opening up the merits and virtues accumulated over hundreds of years? Zhang Yufeng is looking forward to it. In the mind. As Zhang Yufeng's mind moved, the merit list slowly opened and opened the first page. Like the cover of a book of merits and virtues, the first page is still blank. But the next moment, the strokes began to be written on the blank page. Conceptual level magical power, becoming a god through incense. As the last stroke was put down, the font seemed to come alive instantly. The next moment, golden font appeared on the merit list. Is this a golden body? Zhang Yufeng blinked and stared at the golden figure sitting cross-legged in the air that appeared after the font changed. Become a god through incense, gather incense, ascend to godhood, unlock supernatural powers, endless mysteries. In an instant, Zhang Yufeng understood the secret of this magical power. He immediately stopped hesitating and waved his hand. I saw the golden body that appeared in my mind appear directly outside my body. Then it stretched out and slowly fell down. I don't know how long it took. Zhang Yufeng opened his eyes again, and a golden light flashed in his black eyes. He was already handsome and now he was climbing up to a tower. Now I have condensed the body of incense and fire and achieved the god of incense and fire. Zhang Yufeng stood up and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Although he has not yet mastered other powerful abilities, he has now left his mortal body behind. As long as the incense burns, I will be immortal. This is the greatest benefit brought by the incense body. As long as I have even a trace of incense, I will not die. There are two ways to obtain incense. The first one is to receive offerings from any species, and then you can get incense. The second is to cultivate oneself. The magical power of becoming a god through incense can allow one to directly achieve an incense body and escape from the mortal body. Moreover, he could create something out of nothing, and with the continuous operation of his magical powers, he could obtain a trace of incense. The power of incense can be understood as divine power. That is to say, even if you don't expand your own believers, you can still gain worship from them. He can also continue to become stronger. Thinking of this, Zhang Yufeng immediately activated his magical power, the incense and fire magical power. But after a moment, he felt as if a weak power was surging in his body, constantly nourishing his incense body. It really works. Zhang Yufeng was overjoyed and immediately concentrated on using his magical powers. Every time he used his magical power, he could feel the warm current in his body growing stronger. Although there are only a few strands as thin as spider silk. But he could indeed feel that the incense power in his body was growing stronger and stronger. His physical body also showed some improvement under the nourishment of the incense power. Not only that, but he could clearly feel that the incense body in his body was becoming more and more stable and solid. I don't know how I compare to those so-called Lord gods now. Zhang Yufeng was practicing his magical powers while he fell into deep thought. Although he has now gained immortality, even if the physical body is destroyed, one can rely on the incense body to rebuild the physical body. But he does not dare to claim to be invincible and fearless to the gods. The incense body still has considerable drawbacks. Without believers and the power of incense, I will die completely. How to spread believers is something that needs to be carefully considered. Moreover, in this universe, the power of the Lord God is unquestionable. In the near future, in the global war instigated by aliens, the Earth's population will experience a cliff-like decline. This is not conducive to collecting incense. If you manage to spread your faith with great difficulty, you will receive the power of incense. As a result, all the believers were killed by aliens, and there was no fun anymore. Moreover, the probability of this happening in the future is not low. After all, that was 6 billion people, which has been reduced sharply to 3 billion. The population has been reduced by half. Thinking of this, Zhang Yufeng looked at the list of merits in his mind. When he opened the first page, he obtained the conceptual level magical power, becoming a god through incense. The light of the merit list has dimmed a lot, and the fonts look a little dim. Page 2, cannot be opened. Zhang Yufeng looked at the motionless merit list with regret. Without enough merit points, there is no way to open the next page. There were so many previous masters of the temple, but they could only get the blessing of longevity and immunity to all diseases. I couldn't even open the first page. Chapter 3. The merit list was dim and there was no sign of opening the second page. I am too greedy. Zhang Yufeng smiled faintly. It took hundreds of years to open the first page, how can I be so anxious to open the second page? Although he was about to face a terrible crisis, at least he had the ability to protect himself. And for me, isn't the arrival of those aliens a good opportunity to gain merit? That Deity believes in the god of death. All the Deity in the fleet have the blood of countless lives in their hands. It must be normal that killing them can gain merit, right? What's more, there are those demons who have slaughtered countless civilizations. Eliminating evil is what righteous people should do. After all, he is the abbot of Qingfeng Temple, and he is an orthodox Taoist. If it were before, he would have been no match for those aliens as he only knew a little bit of fighting and kicking. But now? Although I don't know how strong I am now, I think it won't be difficult to deal with those Deity monsters. Not to mention, I now have an immortal body, and my safety is greatly guaranteed. Ding! The Wanja Mutual Aid chat group has been activated successfully. Ding! Congratulations to Zhang Yufeng for becoming the chat group leader and unlocking the leader privileges. Ding! I can see you joining the chat group. Ding! Big Sister Butterfly House has joined the chat group. Ding! The eldest daughter of the Sifang family has joined the chat group. Ding! Purple-haired senior joins the chat group. I am worried about how to develop my own believers and collect the power of incense. And how to obtain a large amount of merit to unlock Zhang Yufeng on the second page of the merit spectrum. Suddenly, his black eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Can I see it? It's Yotsuya Maiko, right? Zhang Yufeng pondered for a moment. In that world, there are countless evil spirits. And killing evil spirits will surely earn you merits. The world where Yotsuya Maiko lives is a world where there are as many evil spirits as humans. Although there are some subtle manifestations of the extraordinary. For example, the old witch, but she shouldn't be a concern for me. But there are the two little foxes on the shrine and the so-called god. Need to be a little careful. After all, he had just become the god of incense, and the incense power in his body was pitifully small. It's better to play it safe. But if I wave my hand to destroy the evil spirits and save Jianzi or something? Zhang Yufeng's eyes turned, and he whispered, is there a chance that I can develop him into my believer? It's not impossible. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can go to the world where Yotsuya Maiko is. As for the true identities of the following people, Zhang Yufeng also had some guesses in his mind. Group function. Zhang Yufeng's mind moved, and the light blue panel in front of him changed. True self, informationized self attributes. Trade, group members can trade non-living things. Group chat of all worlds, barrier-free communication across worlds and dimensions. The functions of the chat group are plain and simple. But the most important thing is that these functions are not available to all group members. But it is the privilege of the group owner, offering sacrifices. Offering, all the worlds can be offered to you. To put it simply, it is a world where you are selected by the chat group. Anyone can worship Zhang Yufeng, the group leader. This function immediately caught Zhang Yufeng's attention. At the same time, new messages popped up on the chat group interface. I can see the world. In the classroom, students exude youthful vitality. And in a seat in a corner, a pretty girl was lying on the table with a decadent look on her face. This is in stark contrast to the state of the boys and girls around them. Hey, do you think Yotsuya-san is out doing that? That's very possible. It's been like being sucked dry for several days now. Yes. I heard that it would be very comfortable. I don't know if it's true. Why don't you just go and ask? Don't talk nonsense. Yotsuya-san is not that kind of person. That's right, maybe he didn't get enough rest because he was sick. Yotsuya Miko was too weak to refute the whispers that came into her ears. Good or bad, it's all like this. After all, in Sakura, it's hard not to arouse suspicion with my appearance. Again. The depressed Yotsuya Miko suddenly shuddered, and his eyes became a little panicked. I saw a pitch-black monster crawling in from the first row of tables by the window. It looked expectantly at the energetic boys and girls one after another, and uttered a sinister voice, "Can you see me?" But the people around it turned a blind eye to its appearance. It's as if there is no world or dimension. Seeing this, the monster that exuded a dark aura and looked like a soul showed a look of regret visibly. Leave. Yotsuya Kenko prayed silently in his heart and dared not look over there again. After a few days of exploration, she has confirmed one thing. As long as no one can see these monsters, they will not attack. He will leave, mumbling something with regret on his face. After a while, Yotsuya Miko no longer heard the question, "Can you see me?" He heaved a sigh of relief and raised his head slightly. The next moment, the big one and the small one looked at each other. The air froze, Yotsuya Kenko's breathing paused, and his heart skipped a beat. "Zayahua, have you gone to buy food again?" Suddenly, Yotsuya Miko smiled and waved her hand. The monster turned slightly to the side and saw the girl approaching from behind him. Its surprised expression froze for a moment, and then it left with a look of regret. Yotsuya Miko seemed to hear a sigh vaguely. "See you, what's wrong with you?" The girl with blonde hair and surprising heaviness looked at Yotsuya Miko, who breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately tapped his lower lip in confusion. He looked so relieved. What happened? Yotsuya Miko opened her mouth slightly and was about to say something. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang in my ears. Ding! The Wanja Mutual Aid Group invites you to join. Ding! Big Sister Butterfly House has joined the chat group. Ding! The eldest daughter of the Sifang family has joined the chat group. Ding! Purple-haired senior joins the chat group. Ding! Little Incense God joins the chat group. A light blue panel unfolded before my eyes, with pieces of information flashing continuously. A big question mark appeared on Yotsuya Miko's little head. The Mutual Aid Chat Group of All Worlds, what the hell is this? Is this another strange trick of some monster? As he thought this, the panel in front of him automatically sent this message. The next moment, Yotsuya Kenko's pupil shrank. Little Incense God? God. Chapter 4. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. I can see it. What kind of monster's ability is this? I can see it. Incense God? God. Yotsuya Miko looked at the panel in front of her with a confused look on her face. What did she see? She didn't think the other people were a big problem. But is this little incense god at the end the incense god that I imagined? Big Sister Butterfly House, eh? Is this a blood ghost technique of some cannibal? In the butterfly house, Kane Butterfly, who was making tea, paused. After a night of ghost hunting, she was now preparing to take a break with some tea. But he found a light blue panel popping up in front of him, which he couldn't get rid of. At the same time, pieces of information appeared on the panel. Such a strange scene made her face tighten suddenly. Apart from vampire magic, she couldn't think of how to do it for a moment. Big Sister Butterfly House, are you talking about me? Coco Kane's smiling face faded slightly as she looked at the last group member. Is the little incense god really the legendary deity? Purple-haired senior, what a strange title. Fujimai Academy, balcony of a teaching building. A girl with long purple hair slightly lifted the hair from the corners of her eyes and tucked it behind her ears. He looked at the light blue panel sticking out in front of him, thoughtfully. Monster. Vampires and vampire magic. Busujima Psycho frowned slightly, a term that only appears before light novels. Also attracting Busujima Psycho's attention was the group leader named Little Incense God. Somewhere in Xianjinyi. The girl who was secretly eating cookies paused, thinking she was discovered. But he found that a series of information appeared on the light blue panel that popped up in front of him. Hey! Sifangchuan Icarus looked at the panel that had been in front of him with a look of surprise. Monster? Could it be the monsters that were wreaking havoc outside Xianjin Post House? Cannibals, vampire magic, what are they? Mutual assistance chat group of all worlds. Yotsuya Maiko, it turns out that we are all from different worlds. What appeared in the light novel actually happened to me. After some general communication, she confirmed that everyone came from different worlds. Kane Butterfly comes from a world where there are cannibals who eat people. Busujima Psycho comes from a modern world of similar era to her own. Shijao Chuan Ayam comes from a world where there are monsters called Cabane. This kind of plot that only appears in light novels actually happened to me. Busujima Psycho, we are from different worlds, so my world is the only safe one. Busujima Psycho, or maybe I haven't touched the crisis of my own world yet. She also knew clearly that the worlds of the other people were not safe. Butterfly Kane, at the moment, yes, I'm really envious. A safe and happy world. She was indeed envious. If there were no cannibals in the world I live in. Coco Kane slowly took a sip of hot tea and sighed inwardly. If there were no cannibals, she would probably have a perfect home and life now. It wouldn't be like it is now. When I was young, my parents were killed by cannibals who broke into the house. She and her sister also went through numerous hardships to become members of the Demon Slayer Corps. With such a delicate body, he has reached the current pillar position. One can imagine the hardships and sweat involved. She Fangchuan Icarus, I envy, a safe world or something. Although she is the eldest daughter of the Sifang family, she still needs to endure the desire for food. Since the Cabane crisis broke out, the survivors have been able to stay alive in the castle. Use the iron-armored city to travel back and forth between the post stations to exchange needed supplies. But the meager supplies they received in return were simply not enough to support everyone's enjoyment. It can only sustain people's basic life needs and prevent them from starving to death. Busujima Psycho, if you need basic supplies, I might be able to provide some help. Busujima Psycho, the chat group has a trading function, we can trade. Being smart, she quickly figured out the function of the chat group. As the eldest daughter of a famous kendo family, it should not be a problem for her to provide some basic supplies. Certainly. I won't give it away for free. She Fangchuan Icarus, really? That's great. Butterfly Kane, what a kind person. Yotsuya Maiko, everyone, please take a look at your own and other group members' dashboards. The group leader is truly a god. In class, Yotsuya Maiko's eyes flickered and her face looked shocked. The chat group function is open to all group members. She can also see her own status clearly through the true self function of the chat group. Name, Yotsuya Maiko. Gender, female. Age, 16. The world I am in, I can see, a sad world full of evil spirits and without a true God, I can see it myself. Level, ordinary, 5%. Ability, yin-yang eyes, can see things that mortals cannot see. Evaluation, he has awakened his yin-yang eyes and can see things that ordinary people cannot see, but he is a poor wretch who is weak in combat. Through her true self, she finally understood what abilities she suddenly possessed. Yin-yang eyes, a useless ability that can only see but cannot provide any other help. Of course, the most important thing is not her own true self. It is the true self of the group leader, the little incense god. Busujima Psycho, my level is ordinary, but the group leader's level is god. Butterfly Kane, is he really a god? Shi Fangchuan Icarus, sir, god. After Yotsuya Maiko's reminder, all the girls turned on the true self function. Everyone saw their own property panel. Out of curiosity, I naturally couldn't help but check out the real me of the group leader. Other information is invisible. But everyone can see the level. Finally you noticed it. At Qingfeng Temple, Zhang Yufeng smiled slightly. As a group owner, you can naturally make minor adjustments to certain functions. For example, group members can view each other's information. As for the level, Zhang Yufeng chose to open it. In the local world, it is not easy to develop believers. The existence of the chat group gave Zhang Yufeng another possibility. The privileged function of the group owner, offering sacrifices. But it can allow Zhang Yufeng to transcend time and space to receive offerings from the world where group members are. The true self feature is really helpful. If he jumps out and says he is God or something. Everyone, come and believe in me and worship me. I'm afraid that I will be treated like a fool by group members. The nicknames automatically generated by the chat group include TrueMe. Although it would not require several group members to kneel down and worship directly, it would save Zhang Yufeng a lot of trouble. Chapter 5. Seeing that the time was ripe, the girl's curiosity about him reached an unprecedented high. Zhang Yufeng then slowly inputted leisurely. Little incense god, I am indeed a god, a incense god. Yotsuya Maiko, sir, could you please save me? I am willing to serve you. Seeing the person come out to respond, Yotsuya Maiko decisively chose to curry favor with him. Busujima Psycho, so fast. Busujima Psycho raised her eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. Butterfly Kane, seeing a ghost or something, it must be very uncomfortable. She knew the peculiarities of the world where Yotsuya Maiko lived. As a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, he hunts down man-eating demons. She understood very well the feeling of powerlessness and despair of being able to only watch but not have the slightest power to resist. Over the years, she had seen and experienced ghosts firsthand. If there is anyone who can strongly empathize with Yotsuya Maiko, it must be Kane Koko. When she was still young, she witnessed her parents being brutally murdered by invading cannibals. She was also praying in her heart that there was a god who could hear her prayers and respond to them. Pity. At that time, I didn't get any response from the gods. Little incense god, save you? Do you mean to make you invisible to those evil spirits, or to give you the ability to kill them? Looking at the subtitles in front of her, Yotsuya Maiko's body trembled suddenly. The other party actually knew about the abnormalities in the world he was in, and also knew about his current predicament. Yotsuya Maiko, do you know my situation? Little incense god, of course I know. I know the general situation of each of you. Psycho Busujima, sir, the other worlds are all extremely dangerous. I wonder if there are also dangers in my world that I am not aware of. This mutual aid group of all worlds currently has a total of 5 members. The world these 3 people live in is not an ordinary world. Either cannibals, or evil spirits, there is also the Cabane crisis that is similar to the zombies in movies and TV shows sweeping the world. And the group owner. It's actually a god? No matter how you look at it, it's unlikely that the world you live in is really safe and reliable, right? After Busujima Psycho asked, her pretty face couldn't help but tense up. Her heart couldn't help but tense up. But there was also a hint of excitement and a little anticipation that was hard to conceal. Little incense god, well, very smart, you guessed right, your world will also experience a corpse crisis in the future. Zhang Yufeng did not have the slightest intention of being mysterious and gave a straightforward response. Looking at the reply appearing before her eyes, Busujima Psycho's body trembled suddenly. Busujima Psycho, death crisis? Lord Kami, does it mean the body of death? Little incense god, Busujima Psycho, you are indeed very smart and you understand everything at once. Little incense god, yes, it is a global corpse crisis where humans are infected by a virus and turned into zombies, attacking humans. Sifangchuan Icarus, oh my god, isn't that similar to the world I live in? The world she lives in is the one where the terrible Cabane crisis breaks out. This is also a global crisis. A large number of living people were infected and turned into the terrifying Cabane. Then it continued to attack living people, eating and infecting them. Little incense god, almost the same, but the corpses in Psycho Busujima's world are much weaker than the Cabane in your world. Busujima Psycho, it's a global crisis. On the balcony of the teaching building, Busujima Psycho had a strange look on her face as her hair was blown by the wind. The breeze was cool, but she felt her body becoming restless involuntarily. A strange blush appeared on Keely's face, and her blood started to rush. If an ordinary person knew that a zombie crisis similar to that in movies and TV shows would break out, I'm afraid I'll be afraid and terrified. But she is Busujima Psycho. Moreover, the gods themselves have bluntly stated that they will be very weak. And I am very strong. Butterfly Kane, everyone's world is very dangerous. If you need, I can try to teach you swordsmanship. She is kind-hearted and is already thinking about how to help others. Even though these people come from different worlds. Moreover, this is the first time we meet. Little incense god, how gentle, what a pity. Yatsuya Maiko, swordsmanship? What kind of swordsmanship? Can it be used to deal with these evil spirits? Busujima Psycho, my swordsmanship is pretty good too. Shifangchuan Icarus, sir, why do you say it's a pity? Yatsuya Maiko, yes, Lord God, is something going to happen? As Zhang Yufeng's reply appeared, the girls suddenly became nervous. Butterfly Kane's heart trembled, and she had a bad premonition. Zhang Yufeng, my name is Zhang Yufeng, you don't have to call me Lord Spirit. As for why it's a pity, it's because Butterfly Kane will die at the hands of the cannibal ghost. Butterfly House. Looking at the accurate response given by Zhang Yufeng, Butterfly Kane sighed slightly. Coco Kane, is that so? I was already prepared for this when I became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. She was mentally prepared for this outcome. Although I just heard it, I still can't help but feel a little. Yatsuya Maiko, God, your name, is it the god from Huaxia? If I remember correctly, most of the gods there are called True Lords. I will call you True Lord Yufeng. Zhang Yufeng, yes. The title of Yufeng Zhenjun was quite what he wanted. When he nodded in agreement, he was suddenly stunned, and then smiled silently. Zhang Yufeng didn't expect that his name as a god would be determined like this. From now on, his divine name is Yufeng Zhenjun. Yatsuya Maiko, what should I do? Zhang Yufeng, it's very simple. Make a statue of the god, worship it, perform sacrifices, light incense, and then call my name and burn incense. Yatsuya Maiko, are we in the same world? Zhang Yufeng, not here, but I can receive offerings from any world. Yatsuya Maiko, I understand. I'll go and prepare now. Zhenjun, wait for me. I will make a sincere offering. She had originally planned to try burning incense and praying to Buddha to seek the protection of the gods. And now, there is a god who can respond to me. So what are you waiting for? Not caring that the class was still going on, Yotsuya Miko, a model student, skipped class for a rare occasion. Compared with your own life, attending classes and the like don't seem that important. Sifangchuan Icarus, really, will it work? It sounds very metaphysical to think that offering sacrifices can solve one's own problems. Yotsuya Miko, it doesn't cost money anyway, why don't you trust me a little bit? Sifangchuan Icarus, well, that makes sense. Butterfly Kane, this, Jitsi is really interesting. Is it really useful to worship Yufeng Zhenjun? This is the same question in the minds of several women. Chapter 6. The management of the college is quite strict. But Yotsuya saw that his son was extremely anxious and didn't want to delay any longer. Naturally, he successfully left the college and went directly to a processing shop. If you want to offer sacrifices, you naturally have to make a statue first. The difficulty of making a statue of a god is not too difficult. Not long after, Yotsuya Miko left the processing shop holding the statue wrapped in a piece of cloth. The Yotsuya family home is not located in the city center, it is a small one-family house. Sakura's single-family house is actually Huaxia's self-built house. It consists of a small courtyard, a parking lot, and a 2- and 3-story wooden building. At this time, most adults are working. Most of the students are in school at this moment, and the surroundings are very quiet. When he opened the door, his mother was not at home. But in her field of vision, she could clearly see an evil spirit hiding in a dark corner. It was this damn evil spirit that had been hovering over his home. This caused her to suffer from insomnia for several days in a row and she didn't get a good rest. Seeing his return, he attracted the other party's attention. Yotsuya Kenko hurriedly ran upstairs and returned to his room. Not surprisingly, the evil spirit followed. Even though the door was closed, it was still difficult to stop the evil spirit from breaking through the wall. Whether it works or not depends on what happens next. Yotsuya Kenko remained calm and ignored the evil spirit's surveillance of him. The package was opened, and a statue of a handsome god dressed in Taoist robes was taken out. In addition, there are some sacrificial items. Seeing this, the evil spirit beside him couldn't help but sneer. When it saw the statue, it had no fear at all. Because of Yotsuya Miko, people even started to worship statues of gods. He came up to Yotsuya Miko expectantly and kept asking, "Can you see me?" Don't be fooled by the fact that Yotsuya Miko is a delicate JK who exudes a calm feeling. In reality, she was able to suppress the fear and the instinct to scream in her heart. No matter what happens, I will never waver. He is a hero with a heart of steel who remains calm even when facing swords and axes. She ignored the evil spirit that was jumping around and testing her in front of her, and carried out the sacrifice in an orderly manner. Cleared a space and placed the statue there carefully. Then burned 3 incense sticks and bow respectfully again and again. Master Yufeng is above. According to the sacrificial prayer words she had found not long ago, Yotsuya Miko began her first sacrifice in a serious manner. Super Divine Universe, Qingfeng Temple. A young man in a Taoist robe and with an extraordinary temperament stood on the top of the mountain like a javelin, his bright eyes looking into the distance. I don't know if it will succeed. Yotsuya Miko has already gone to prepare for the sacrifice. And whether one can receive the other party's sacrifice and take the opportunity to give God's protection. Zhang Yufeng had no idea either. After all, he had just obtained the magical power of incense and fire, forged an incense and fire body, and achieved a god with an incense and fire body. But the power of incense in his body was only a few strands. After all, I am just a low-ranking wild god now. Zhang Yufeng sighed inwardly and looked at his panel. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world in which you are, Super God World, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, God, 0.6%. Magic Power, Incense Magic Power, Conceptual Level. Evaluation, a king among mortals, a rookie among immortals, but he also has incredible power. Zhang Yufeng was not at all surprised by the star after the divine longevity. After becoming the god of incense and fire, his lifespan is theoretically infinite. As long as the incense is not extinguished, the incense body will not be destroyed. Then he is immortal. Zhang Yufeng also highly agrees with the system's evaluation of this world. This super god world is indeed a world where all life is worthless. During the Tang dynasty, the old man Pan Zhen brought the Yungxiao heavenly court to Daxia. He blew up 7 cities and killed the people in them. The war between angels and demons in the universe has destroyed countless nebulae with life. In this world, human life can be said to be the least valuable. But it is also the most valuable. Thank you, I am offended. Zhang Yufeng's mouth twitched slightly, but he had nothing to say. After all, this evaluation is indeed very fair. Ding! Yotsuya Miko is offering you a sacrifice. It really worked. Zhang Yufeng's eyes lit up. As the chat group system's prompt sounded, he also vaguely heard a gentle voice ringing in his ears. At the same time, the incense power in Zhang Yufeng's body also suddenly increased by 4 strands. Combined with the incense power obtained by using supernatural powers, the incense power has reached the same level as 10 strands of hair. It turns out that as the power of incense increases, I can also comprehend the minor magical powers that go along with the conceptual level magical powers. Zhang Yufeng was stunned for a moment, then looked surprised. As the power of incense in his body increased, he just comprehended a new minor magical power. Divine power, the gods radiate their own might, believers are impressed by them, and enemies are afraid of them. This little magical power is still not an offensive magical power. But it can help Zhang Yufeng gain more believers. And for mortals, with the power of God, Zhang Yufeng will most likely be able to defeat the enemy without fighting. Once the divine power is revealed, all living beings will submit to it. Isn't that wonderful? However, the strength of divine power is determined by one's own strength, divine nature, and the recognition of heaven and earth. But for Ruhuo, he wants to improve his godhood and gain recognition from heaven and earth. Zhang Yufeng was still confused at the moment. I have successfully established a channel of faith between Yotsuya Miko and I. Zhang Yufeng concentrated for a moment and then smiled. With Yotsuya Miko's success in performing his own sacrifice, a connection had been established between him and the statue. A channel of faith has also been built between him and Yotsuya Miko. Unfortunately, the strength is still too weak to descend directly to the statue. Zhang Yufeng closed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head regretfully. As a god, it is also a basic ability to descend upon one's own statue. It's a pity, after all, it's across the world. Although he successfully received offerings from other worlds with the help of the chat group. But if he wanted to cross the world directly, he felt that he couldn't do it even if he was drained dry. But when I become stronger in the future, there will still be opportunities. But, people can't get over it. But he can still help his believers. As he is my only believer at the moment, nothing can go wrong. Thinking of this, Zhang Yufeng immediately mobilized a trace of incense power in his body. Through the connection with Yotsuya Miko and the statue, this trace of incense power was directly sent over. Chapter 7. I can see the world. The Yotsuya family bedroom. As the prayer came to an end, Yotsuya Miko respectfully placed the 3 incense sticks in her hand firmly into the incense burner in front of the statue. Thin wisps of smoke slowly rose, obscuring the face of the statue. Looking at the statue he had brought back, Yotsuya Miko suddenly blinked in surprise. I don't know why. The face of the statue before him was hidden by wisps of smoke. It seems that there have been some inexplicable changes, and things have become a little blurry. What's even more bizarre is, as Yotsuya Maiko gazed at the statue, she could also smell the faint scent of incense. I also sensed a faint aura of grandeur emanating from the statue. Is it an illusion? Yotsuya Kenko murmured, then looked to the side, stunned. He saw that the evil spirit had been staying in his house and often came to scare him in various ways. At this moment, he was huddled in the corner, shivering. It can be seen that the other party is in extreme fear at this moment. Even at this moment, I am staring at it so blatantly. They all turned a blind eye to it. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Yotsuya Maiko, Saint Yufeng, is this successful? Picture. Using the chat group's built-in shooting function, Yotsuya Maiko took pictures of the statue of the god and the evil spirit shivering in the corner. They all took photos and uploaded them to the live broadcast room. Busujima Psycho, even from the picture you can tell this statue is special. Shi Fangchuan Ayam, eh? Is this the evil spirit from Jianzi's world? Why does it look so pitiful? The evil spirit in the picture was curled up into a ball and trembling. It doesn't look very powerful. Instead, he gives off an aura that makes him easy to bully. Butterfly Kane, it's afraid of something, a statue. Yotsuya Maiko, Ayam, don't be fooled by its current appearance. It was very scary and fierce before. I have been unable to sleep for several days because of it. If I wasn't extreme enough, you probably wouldn't have the chance to see me. Yotsuya Maiko, it should be. After I finished offering it, it huddled in the corner like this. Zhang Yufeng, you worship me, the statue will naturally have my faint breath, and the evil spirits will naturally be afraid of it. Although he is a rookie among the gods. But even if he is a rookie, he is still a god. How could a mere evil spirit endure this? Ding! Group activity reaches a certain level, unlock new function, Group Live Broadcast. Group Live Broadcast, group members can start live broadcast, and other group members can enter the live broadcast room by projection. Butterfly Kane, what is live streaming? Shiokawa Ayam, same question. Busujima Psycho, live streaming in modern times means using some kind of technology to show yourself to the audience on the internet, and it can bring people together from far away to chat. Zhang Yufeng, Yitsugu Jianzi, start the live broadcast. It just so happens that I want to give you an opportunity. Yotsuya Maiko, good. Yotsuya Kenko didn't hesitate at all and didn't say anything more. Decisively opened the live broadcast room. Yotani Maiko opens live broadcast room. Bukujima Psycho joins the live broadcast room. Sifang Chuanke joins the live broadcast room. Kane Koko joins the live broadcast room. I can see the world. Yotsuya Maiko blinked and found that one beautiful girl after another appeared in her small room. Everyone really comes from different worlds. What a magical power! Butterfly Kane, dressed in a butterfly dress, looked around and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. The difference in eras can be seen from the clothes worn by the people. The environment at Yotsuya Maiko's home looks very similar to her own. But I can still see many small objects that I don't recognize. What's here is just a projection. Butterfly Kane tried to touch herself, but found that her palm went straight through. Ah, hi, I'm Yotsuya Maiko, everyone is welcome to my home. Everyone, please introduce yourselves. We don't even know who is who. Yotsuya Kenko smiled and waved his hand, greeting several people. As modern people, our ability to accept things is obviously stronger. Bukujima Psycho. Butterfly Kane. Four-way river irises. Several women spoke up one after another, and finally everyone knew who was who. Hey! Suddenly, Yotsuya Maiko smelled a strong scent of incense. It is very similar to the sound of burning incense. But it is more pure and light, with a kind of charm. She couldn't help but sniff, inhaling the inexplicable fragrance that appeared at the tip of her nose. Yatsuya Maiko only felt a coolness rushing to his brain, making him extremely clear-headed. For a moment, she couldn't help but let out a moan that was very suggestive. Her face turned red instantly and she shyly covered her slightly parted red lips. But the slight warmth flowing through her body made her unable to help but show a look of pleasure. The ladies looked so comfortable that even the otakus would probably moan with excitement. They looked at each other in surprise. Haha, it's very cute. Zhang Yufeng, dressed in a Taoist robe, also appeared here and said with a faint smile. As the only male in the chat group, he is also a god. Zhang Yufeng's appearance immediately attracted the attention of all the girls. Zhang Yufeng, dressed in a Taoist robe, looking handsome and exuding a divine aura, made the girls' eyes sparkle. Saint Lord Yufeng, what just happened was? Yatsuya Jianzi blinked and looked at Zhang Yufeng. Some guess emerged in her mind. Yes, that is the small opportunity I give you. Zhang Yufeng nodded calmly, then pointed at the evil spirit in the corner and said, I'll use this evil spirit for you to practice with. Evil spirit? Yatsuya Maiko looked at the evil spirit in the corner, then looked at Zhang Yufeng, her mouth slightly opened with a look of surprise. Yes, it's you. Zhang Yufeng nodded affirmatively, you now have a little spiritual power in your body, which can exorcise demons. Zhang Yufeng was actually quite surprised by this. He also didn't expect that the power of incense that he gave would be great. It was able to actually create a strange energy within Yatsuya Maiko's body. This power is a natural nemesis for evil spirits. And spiritual power is the name given to it by Zhang Yufeng. Spiritual power? To exorcise demons. Yatsuya Kenko was shocked, and then carefully felt the changes in his body. Sure enough, I discovered that a strange energy had appeared in my body. And her level column has now been upgraded to ordinary, 20%. Master Yufeng, can I really do this? Yatsuya Maiko looked at Zhang Yufeng and swallowed nervously. She just wanted to hold on to someone's thigh for safety. Unexpectedly, he now possesses the legendary spiritual power. It can even exorcise demons and monsters. Chapter 8. I am a god of faith, not a god of lies, so I will not lie. Zhang Yufeng still said calmly. What he wants is the women's faith and worship in him. But it is not enough for Yatsuya Maiko to just talk about her own changes. He wants to let all the women know that believing in them has its benefits. And Yatsuya Maiko was his first attempt. So far, the results are very good. He obtained 4 strands of incense power, and the strand of incense power given by him could also cause some amazing transformation in Yatsuya Maiko. Since it can bring a lot of improvements to a weakling. What about Shijao Chuan Icarus and Busujima Psycho? Even Kane Chako, who has now become a powerful pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. What changes will occur? Zhang Yufeng is looking forward to it. No, I didn't mean to say that the Holy Lord lied. Yatsuya Maiko hurriedly waved her hands and explained, it's just. I understand. Zhang Yufeng interrupted with a faint smile, from a victim who can only be harassed by evil spirits and live in fear. It does take some time to adjust to the change in mentality from having the power of entrusting extraordinary powers. Such a considerate and handsome god. This immediately made Yatsuya's eyes sparkle. The other girls also had flickering eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking about. But, as the light retreated, darkness came. Evil spirits exist between heaven and earth, and countless lives have been left to die tragically with hatred. And you? Zhang Yufeng's tone changed and he instantly became serious, as my believer, as the only one favored by God in this world. As the only person in this world who has the ability to do something. Upon hearing this, Yatsuya Kenko's expression suddenly changed. Yes. These evil spirits are always looking for opportunities to harm humans. I am one of the people who have suffered greatly from it. But now, he has been blessed by the gods and has the power to slay demons. Do I really want to retreat? Looking at Yotsuya Maiko, whose eyes gradually became determined, Zhang Yufeng suddenly smiled inwardly. It's settled. Now, my god-favored one, Yotsuya Maiko. Zhang Yufeng said with a serious look, now, tell me what your choice is. Don't worry, Saint. Yotsuya Jian's eyes gradually became firm as he looked at the evil spirit. Now that I have received your favor and gained the ability to exorcise demons, I naturally cannot be a coward and retreat. She is not a timid person. She just needs to be sure of her heart. No matter what happens in front of you, you will never waver. He is a hero with a heart of steel who remains calm even when facing swords and axes. After confirming his inner thoughts, Yotsuya Maiko immediately clenched his fists and looked at the evil spirit. Sir, what should I do? Although she possessed spiritual powers, she had no combat experience or skills. I don't know how to get rid of this evil spirit. I'll help you first. Zhang Yufeng smiled faintly and waved his clothes. Look, this is Shenwei. As soon as the words fell, a majestic, heavy, and awe-inspiring pressure. It seems like the power of heaven, majestic and magnificent. The pressure suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire room. It also enveloped Yotsuya Maiko and others in the room, as well as the evil spirit shivering in the corner. Yotsuya Maiko suddenly felt as if she was facing the Almighty God and wanted to kneel down and kowtow to him. Yotsuya Maiko did kneel down. It's not just her. The evil spirit in the corner, faced with the shocking pressure, instinctively knelt down, its body shaking continuously. I didn't dare to raise my head or even look at the statue. Even the projections of Kane Koko and the others, who had no physical body, knelt down as expected. Feeling that terrifying pressure, they also felt an incomparable shock in their hearts. It was clear that the person standing in front of them was just a projection. But they seemed to see the gods right before their eyes. He looked down upon them with condescending eyes. Stand up, Yotsuya Maiko. Zhang Yufeng's cold voice sounded, clench your fists, concentrate your mind, and feel the power that belongs to you. Then, punch. The divine power was originally intended to be released on a single evil spirit, but due to lack of proficiency, it became a range-based one. This resulted in Yotsuya Maiko and the others being within the range of influence. How could Zhang Yufeng panic? Naturally, he just went with the flow and gave the girls a little shock. And now it seems that the goal has been achieved. Zhang Yufeng also quickly mastered some of the key points and weakened the divine power that the women had to endure. Increased the divine power and oppression on evil spirits. Yes. Yotsuya Kenko gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty. Looking at the evil spirit that was pressed to the ground, even the negative energy around it was pressed to death on the ground. Yotsuya Jianzi let out a long breath, calmed his mind, and clenched his fists. What a terrifying pressure! Butterfly Kane slowly stood up and felt her heart beating violently. Faced with this kind of pressure, she didn't have the slightest thought of resisting. Her intuition told her that she would really die. Just the pressure from the coercion made me feel the breath of death. Coco Kane's eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. Instead it was Busujima Psycho. After she stood up, a suspicious blush appeared on her pretty face. Her eyes were shining as she stared straight at Zhang Yufeng's tall back. Jianzi, come on! Shi Fangchuan Ayam clenched her fists nervously and couldn't help but whisper encouragement to Yotsuya Maiko. I can do it, I definitely can do it. Under the faint pressure, Yotsuya Maiko became more focused. Unconsciously, she seemed to see the spiritual power in her body flowing through her body. She tried to transfer, again and again. After failing countless times, Yotsuya Kenko's eyes flashed and she raised her little pink fist high. Boom! With one punch, the little pink fist destroyed the evil spirit like a hot knife through butter. Then it slammed heavily on the floor. Looking at the fist marks left on the floor, and the evil spirits that turned into black gas and dissipated between heaven and earth, Yotsuya Maiko blinked, a look of disbelief on her face. Not long ago, she was just a weak woman who was powerless. Now, he can kill the evil spirit with one punch. You can even leave a fist mark on the floor, and your little pink fist doesn't feel any pain at all. Although this punch seemed to be drained of energy. But this terrifying improvement still made Yotsuya Maiko a little confused and it felt unreal. Swish! A golden light suddenly shot out from Zhang Yufeng's hand and landed straight on her. Yotsuya Maiko, enveloped in golden light, had a look of confusion on her face. My body, which had been a little weak, suddenly became full of energy as if I had taken a tonic. Even the spiritual power that had been consumed by himself was restored in an instant. It even skyrocketed several times. Chapter 9. Holy Lord, this is... Yotsuya Maiko looked at Zhang Yufeng with surprise. Under the cover of golden light, the spiritual power in her body instantly increased several times. It reached as many as 5 strands. This is a merit. Zhang Yufeng smiled faintly and said, I am in charge of the merit chart. Anyone who brings order to the chaos caused by demons can be granted merit. Hearing this, the women were shocked. Is it the legendary merit? Thank you, Saint Lord. Yotsuya Jianzi immediately smiled and thanked him happily. This kind of hugging someone's thigh makes you feel truly stronger. It's really wonderful. You have to work harder in the future to slay demons and monsters. Zhang Yufeng smiled faintly and said, those with deep merits will enter the 6 realms of reincarnation after death, and can enter the upper 3 realms. The so-called 6 paths are divided into 3 good paths and 3 evil paths. The 3 good paths are, the path of gods, the path of humans, and the path of asuras. The 3 evil paths are, hell, hungry ghosts, and animals. Now that you have entered the practice, this merit is like a tonic for you. It can directly improve your cultivation level without any side effects. Zhang Yufeng continued, if in the future, you have enough merits, you can even create a golden body of merits and avoid falling into the 6 realms of reincarnation. In Huaxia mythology, all living things in the world will enter the 6 realms of reincarnation after death. If you don't fall into the 6 realms of reincarnation, won't you be able to live forever? Busujima Saiko said in surprise. That's right. Zhang Yufeng nodded in affirmation. This merit is of great benefit even to gods. If mortals can gain enough merit, immortality is not impossible. Please rest assured, Saint. Yotsuya Kenko promised with a serious face, from today on, I will work hard to subdue the demons. After getting rid of an evil spirit, his spiritual power increased several times. If you kill more evil spirits, won't you become stronger quickly? Naturally, Yotsuya Maiko would not refuse such a good thing. Good. Zhang Yufeng smiled and nodded, then disappeared. Without the presence of the god Zhang Yufeng, the women suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. After all, the gods are ahead. Every move I make has an inexplicable sense of oppression. Jianzi, you are so lucky. Sifang Chuan Changpu said with emotion, not only has the crisis been resolved, you will even have a chance to live forever in the future. Live in a safe city without having to worry about eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. Now, even the threat posed by evil spirits was eliminated. Also gained the power to grow. There may even be a chance to touch eternal life in the future. This made her, a young lady who was still in the midst of the Cabane crisis and had to worry about food every day. How can I not feel emotional? Jianzi, your use of strength is still a little too rough. Butterfly Kane said softly, let's make a deal. I will trade my sword skills to you. Kane Koko initiates a transaction with you. A prompt popped up in front of Yotsuya Maiko. What Koko Kane submitted was the swordsmanship that she knew. And the price that Yotsuya Maiko had to pay was just a bag of food? Sister Kane, you. Yotsuya was stunned and very surprised. All the hard work of Coco Kane can be obtained with just a random bag of food? As long as it can help you, it's good. Butterfly Kanawuru smiled and said, hurry up and agree. Try to improve yourself, but don't die. Wow! Sister Kane, you are so nice. Yotsuya Maiko was moved and agreed to the other party's deal. The content of the transaction was Coco Kane's swordsmanship. It even includes his understanding of the swordsmanship. When Shiku saw Zi, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to digest what he had obtained. Coco Kane smiled, then looked at Busujima Saiko and Yohogawa Ayam. Saiko, Ayam, do you have any training methods to become stronger? Hearing this, Busujima Saiko and Yohogawa Ayam shook their heads slightly. In their world, there is no such thing as any kind of cultivation method. Busujima Saiko relies on her own talent and hard work to possess strong fighting power. But Sifang Chuan Changpu only learned archery. But she is still just a weak woman. I can trade my breathing techniques and swordsmanship to you. Butterfly Kanawuru smiled and said, let's do the deal too. Busujima Saiko and Yohogawa Ayam both received deals initiated by Coco Kane. For a small price, you can gain both breathing techniques and swordsmanship. Thanks. Sifangchuan Icarus said gratefully, agreed to the deal, and then quickly left the live broadcast room. She needed to calm down and digest the sword skills and breathing techniques she had acquired through the trade. If you need anything, just tell me. Busujima Saiko was silent for a while before she spoke slowly. Yes, I will. Butterfly Kane smiled and nodded. Busujima Saiko nodded and agreed to the deal. Zhang Yufeng bluntly stated that the world she lives in will experience a global corpse crisis. Although my strength is not weak, there is certainly no harm in becoming stronger. How lucky! He looked at Yotsuya Maiko who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and then glanced at the blurry statue. Butterfly Kane couldn't help but sigh and left the live broadcast room. Super God World, Qingfeng Temple. After disconnecting from the live broadcast room, Zhang Yufeng looked intently at the merit chart in his mind. The dull and dim merit spectrum now emitted a faint golden light. And on that blank page, 2 lines of golden numbers also appeared, 1, 0.8. Just as Yotsuya Kenko smashed the evil spirit with one punch, a ray of golden light fell from the sky and poured into Zhang Yufeng's body. The number 1 also appeared on the merit chart. It represents a bit of merit. The reason why only 0.8 is left is naturally because Zhang Yufeng gave 0.2 to Yotsuya Maiko. What Zhang Yufeng just said was not empty talk. As the deity in charge of the merit chart, whether it is himself or his believers, as long as he can subdue demons and eliminate evil, he will gain merit. The reason why 0.2 was given to Yotsuya Maiko was naturally to make her more motivated. In the world you live in, try your best to kill the evil spirits. Zhang Yufeng is not an insatiable god. He clearly knows that there is gain and loss in a virtuous cycle. They only give believers sweet treats and paint a visible pie. The other party should try hard to kill the evil spirit. The one who ultimately made the most profit could only be Zhang Yufeng. Merit value minus 0.8. As the merit value entered his body, the incense power in Zhang Yufeng's body suddenly skyrocketed. The power of 10 strands of incense has now directly increased to 50 strands. After checking the changes in the body, Zhang Yufeng nodded with satisfaction. Merit is also of great benefit to him, the newborn god of incense and worship. Moreover, the accumulation of merit spectrum will not be reset to 0 as the merit points are consumed. Chapter 10. 2 golden lines now appeared on the first page of the merit chart. The first line is the progress, now it is 1. It means that Zhang Yufeng gained some merit points. As long as this amount reaches a certain level, you can turn to the second page of the merit list. As for the glaring duck egg in the second row, this means that Zhang Yufeng currently has no available merit points. Zhang Yufeng is still very weak today. Naturally, this merit value will be used to improve your cultivation first. The only way is to convert merit points into your own hard power. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world in which you are, Super God World, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, God, 5%. Magic power, Incense magic power, Concept level, Divine power, Minor magic power, Entering dreams, Minor magic power. Evaluation, the incense faith is weak and the strength is meager. As the power of incense in Zhang Yufeng's body increased, he once again gained a new little magical power. Enter dream, allows you to enter the dreams of living beings. Note, do not enter the dreams of living beings with higher cultivation than yourself, as this may backfire. With this magical power, Zhang Yufeng can do the legendary dream telling. Zhang Yufeng can enter his dreams as any ordinary person. This is beneficial for developing believers or delivering messages. God. Only by maintaining a certain sense of mystery can it be easier to develop believers. It can also be more awe-inspiring. Now that the trend is positive, it's time for me to go down the mountain. Zhang Yufeng looked into the distance and murmured softly. Now, I already have a believer. And the merit value has also improved. My own strength has also improved significantly in this short period of time. I have mastered 2 small magical powers. Calculating the time, it's almost time for the Deity invasion. The troubled times are coming, and it's time for me to go down the mountain. Looking at Qingfeng Temple where he had stayed for more than 10 years, Zhang Yufeng still felt reluctant to leave. But he is the god of incense and fire, the only orthodox god on this earth. How can we sit back and watch and allow the Deity to harm the lives of Huaxia people? Not to mention, you also need faith and merit to make yourself stronger. Although Qingfeng Temple is small, it still enshrines a statue of the god. Zhang Yufeng stepped into the hall and looked at the statue. It's just a dead thing, without any charm. As the god of incense, Zhang Yufeng saw the faint power of incense on the statue. That was produced by successive masters of Qingfeng Temple and offerings from a small number of believers. But statues are dead objects after all, and have no spiritual connection with gods. The incense aroma lingers on the statue for a while. It will completely dissipate. This ready-made statue can be used to look after Qingfeng Temple. Zhang Yufeng's mind moved, and a trace of the power of incense connected with the statue in front of him. Just a moment. Zhang Yufeng then refined it into his own statue. From now on, anyone who offers sacrifices to the statue can gain the power of incense. And there is a statue of himself in this Qingfeng Temple. You can also check the changes in Qingfeng Temple at any time. Even when necessary, he can use the statue to exert divine power to protect Qingfeng Temple. After all, this is my hometown where I have lived for more than 10 years. It still needs to be well cared for and protected. After arranging everything, Zhang Yufeng finally sold the door. I saw his figure crossing dozens of steps in the blink of an eye and quickly going down the mountain. It's been more than 10 years since I felt such a strong atmosphere of fireworks. On the busy street, a young man in Taoist robes felt a little emotional. I was reborn as a baby and grew up in Qingfeng Temple. Even now, at the age of 18, I have hardly ever left Qingfeng Temple too far. After getting used to the quietness in the mountains, I am now back in this bustling city. It's a different feeling. Let's go to the Juxia City Bureau first and take a look at Kailan. Zhang Yufeng glanced at the map opened on the phone of the person next to him, chuckled and continued forward. He took one step and was more than 10 meters away. However, the people coming and going around did not react at all. What's that smell? The person whose phone was peeked at by Zhang Yufeng shrugged his nose in surprise. In this bustling street, I could actually smell the scent of incense that can only be found in temples? Is it an illusion? Looking around, I didn't see anyone carrying incense. It seems that he is hallucinating because he is too tired from work. After finishing this business, I will go back and have a good rest." The man scratched his head and continued to look at the map. He had no idea that a deity had been right beside him not long ago. Juxia City, outside the gate of the Public Security Bureau. Zhang Yufeng sat on the windowsill on the second floor, squinting his eyes and enjoying the sunshine. The hall below was bustling with people. But no one would look up at the windowsill on the second floor. Strange, how come I can always smell a faint scent of incense? You smelled it too? I thought there was something wrong with my sense of smell. No one is lighting incense here, where does this smell come from? I don't know. Have no idea. You know what, this smell is light and quite pleasant. I don't know which family's incense it comes from. Hearing the conversation of people in the hall, Zhang Yufeng smiled faintly. Although he has a physical body, he can cover his physical body with the incense body. In this way, ordinary people cannot see him. He even ran closer to the monitoring room and found that the electronic equipment could not record his presence. The reason why I came to the Public Security Bureau was, of course, to wait for someone. After a while, a police car drove into the compound and stopped. A slim and capable female police officer walked out of the car. She is blessed with good fortune, so she must be Kailan. Zhang Yufeng instantly perked up. He saw a hint of luck from the policewoman in front of him. This is a fortune that only the protagonist of a world or an era can possess. Since he was sure that the person in front of him was the one he was looking for, Zhang Yufeng immediately planted a mark for him. With this mark, he can enter his dream at any time. The same thing. There's no harm in maintaining a certain sense of mystery. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. The alarm suddenly sounded in the hall and someone quickly answered the phone. Kailan. The man stopped the policewoman who had just returned and said, "Someone call the police. There is a group fight on Tianhe Road. It might be a bit serious. Find someone to go and take a look." Hearing that there was something important to discuss, Kailan paused, nodded, and agreed. He turned around and walked towards the police car with another comrade. After a while, the police car that had just returned drove out of the public security gate again. Gathering to fight, and the fight was very intense. Zhang Yufeng pondered for a moment and roughly understood what it was. Chapter 11. It must be Ge Xiaolun and Lu Juang, those two idiots who did this. It seems that it is the right time for me to go down the mountain. At this time, the story of the super god world has just begun. Follow them and see for yourself. This is a good opportunity for me to see what a so-called super soldier is like. Thinking of this, Zhang Yufeng stood up and stepped on the air. After taking a look at the police car speeding away, he quickly followed. But in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yufeng flew to the police car and then sat down on it. As a god, it's very beaver-like to be able to fly, right? Kailan, do you smell anything? The police officer driving the car sniffed and smelled something suspicious. Smell? Kailan frowned slightly, sniffed, and asked in surprise, "You brought incense in the car?" "No, I don't believe in that stuff." The police officer shook his head and denied it. "So where does this smell come from?" Kailan looked around in confusion. The windows were closed and there was no temple nearby. "It smells pretty good though." Indeed. This faint smell of incense smells very pleasant. Moreover, it seems a bit refreshing. She was a little tired, but after smelling the incense, she felt much more energetic. Tianhe Road is not far from the Public Security Bureau, and we arrived at our destination in a short while. In a small alley, two idiots were holding the air conditioner outdoor unit and hitting each other. On the ground, you can see a circular hole caused by smashing. It must be the mark left by Ge Xiaolun's head being smashed. Stop it! Kailan got into working mode, took out her pistol, rushed into the street with a determined look and shouted. Inside the alley, two people who were swinging two air conditioning units at each other subconsciously stopped what they were doing. When he saw the symbol of equality in Kylan's hands, he immediately raised his hands in panic. The black muzzle of a gun is pointed at you, and everyone has to follow their heart. Bang! Looking at the two air conditioning units that fell to the ground, Kylan's eyelids jumped. Nowadays, this thing is used in fights? Comrade police officer, I am acting bravely. Ge Xiaolun immediately said, Isn't this illegal? Whether it is a heroic act or not is not up to you to decide. The male police officer said coldly, Stand still. They were holding the air conditioner outdoor unit and hitting each other. It doesn't seem like they were ordinary people. You have to be careful and cautious. Very weak. Zhang Yufeng, who came with them, looked at the two people's condition curiously and murmured in a low voice. He had a feeling that he could kill this so-called galactic force with a single slap. There is also the Noxing god of war and so on. Perhaps, it's because they have just activated the genetic system in their bodies. However, the protagonist is the protagonist, this luck is not to be underestimated. Zhang Yufeng glanced over the heads of the two men. Compared to Kylan, they have a lot more luck. Among them, Ge Xiaolun has the most luck. Unfortunately, he is just a loser at the moment. The other one was ABD who was ruined by Dokeo. However, although they have super genes in their bodies. But the genes of Hawaii are still dominant, and we are still Hawaii people. Without any surprise, Ge Xiaolun and Lu Juang were escorted back to the Public Security Bureau. He was taken into custody directly. Night falls. After a tiring day, Kylan dragged her tired body back to her room. Grassroots police officers are like this, they are almost always busy every day. After a simple wash, Kylan lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Outside the window, Zhang Yufeng, who witnessed everything, narrowed his eyes and had to say that Kylan had a really good figure. However, now is not the time to talk about this. Looking at Kylan who had fallen asleep, Zhang Yufeng immediately used his magical power, entering a dream. Asterisk. Kylan regained consciousness and opened her eyes, only to find herself in a grey, empty space. Above, below, left and right, there was only thick white fog, indistinguishable from heaven and earth. The silence was eerie. Where is this? Kylan was stunned for a moment, blinking with a confused look on her face. Didn't you go back home and lie in bed to rest? How did you get here? Just as Kylan was wondering, she found that the thick fog in front of her suddenly dissipated. A 6-foot-tall figure slowly walked out of the thick fog. After walking in, Kylan saw that the man was wearing a green shirt and black hair, and had an elegant temperament. She had a white jade hairpin on her head, and looked like a fairy from otherworldly clothes. But, Kylan couldn't see his face clearly. A light mist obscured his face. This actually made him look even more divine. Who are you? Kylan reached for her waist out of habit, but found nothing. Zhang Yufeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Kylan's mind was unusually strong. The first reaction is to draw your gun, not to be afraid. To be honest. In this world, Zhang Yufeng's favorite is the heroic Kylan. Although she is a weak woman, she is able to carry the banner. No matter what enemy we face, we will never give up our determination to defend the country and the people. It's a pity that her super gene is too weak. I am Yufeng. Zhang Yufeng said bluntly, I came to your dream today to find you because I have something to tell you. I? Dream. When she put these words together, Kylan frowned immediately. Why are you still playing tricks on me? Is this place my dream? How is this possible? Who can do this? Zhang Yufeng was not surprised by Kylan's reaction. Given her personality, it is absolutely impossible for her to kneel down and kowtow. In the near future, Filiu District Airport Road will encounter an evil invasion. I hope you can prepare early to reduce casualties. Zhang Yufeng said this calmly, and then his magical powers dissipated. Who the hell are you? Kailan asked with a frown, still not believing that this was a dream. I am Yufeng, just a small incense god. Zhang Yufeng chuckled and dissipated his magical powers. Kailan wanted to ask something else, but her will fell into darkness again. Asterisk. Zhang Yufeng dissipated his dream, entering magical power, and appeared outside the window again. After glancing at Kailan, who was gradually waking up, he waved and turned away. As Zhang Yufeng left, Kailan suddenly woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the familiar ceiling and the white round bedroom lamp. Kailan quickly stood up, looked around, and even opened the window to look out. What was that just now? Was it a dream? Kailan sat back on the bed and fell into deep thought. The scenes she had just seen in that white fog space replayed in her mind. It's so real. Glancing at the clock beside him, he saw that it was only a few minutes before he was due to fall asleep. His clothes were clean and tidy, and he didn't look like he had been carried away by anyone. Yufeng, the god of incense. Did I really dream about a fairy? Chapter 12. This is the angel group? It's built quite luxuriously. After a busy night, Zhang Yufeng also came to the angel group in Huaxia Tianhe City according to the map. Now, at the top of Angel International Building, many elites are holding a cultural industry investment meeting. Didn't make Zhang Yufeng wait any longer. A white light invisible to the naked eye descended from the sky and headed towards Angel International. Boom! The sturdy windows and walls were blown open, and thick white fog filled the entire conference room. When the white mist dissipated, a blonde woman wearing armor and a small leather skirt that revealed her white and slender thighs and a pair of white wings. With his legs folded, he leaned on the main seat and looked at everyone. Okay. Today's meeting ends here. The female president of Angel Group, who had just been talking about acquiring something, saw the legendary angel appear in front of her. She immediately waved her hand and said, "Everyone go back first, go back first." The already panicked crowd quickly left the meeting room as if they were escaping. This is the first time I've seen a real angel. The female president knelt on one knee and spoke with her eyes lowered. Although it has been passed down orally in the family, there is indeed a portrait of an angel enshrined. But it was the first time for her to see a real angel. I remember that 2000 years ago, your ancestors said that the faith of angels should dominate the earth. After taking a look at the female president, Angel Yan's cold voice rang out. With the super seminary here, we have changed our ways. The female president explained helplessly. The super seminary came to earth, but she was unable to fulfill the promise her ancestors made to the angels. What? Giving money? Invest? Haha, investment, you are really capable. Angel Yan smiled, then said coldly, your earth is about to face a disaster. Looking at Angel Yan, who stood up and walked to the window, the female president asked, what happened? Evil has erupted, darkness is coming, justice, et. Angel Yan paused and shook his head, after all, you are just an earthling, not an angel. It is difficult for people on earth to understand the just order. The Styx galaxy is coming to invade you. Angel Yan used a method that was easier for earthlings to understand, and the female president's face suddenly changed. Angel Yan deployed her reconnaissance eyes to check the progress of the Earth's technological development. Yo, has the Earth reached the pre-nuclear era? This surprised Angel Yan a little. The technological progress of this planet is much faster than I imagined. Who are you? Angel, Hiko. Is it really okay to destroy public property so casually? Zhang Yufeng shook his head and glanced at the ground. Fortunately, Angel Yan still knows her limits. Although the walls and windows were smashed, no rubble fell to the ground. While Angel Yan was talking to the female president, Zhang Yufeng also curiously glanced at the legendary north of the Milky Way, Wu Yan's most beautiful angel Yan. I have to say, as an angel, Tianxi Yan indeed has a devilish figure and an angelic face. Especially that proud, condescending, and cold attitude. It adds a bit of charm to it. As the left-wing guard of Holy Keisha, he is indeed very powerful. At least, Zhang Yufeng didn't have the feeling that he could kill the other person with just a slap. But Zhang Yufeng did not show any fear. He is just a third-generation super soldier, he shouldn't be so insignificant. Juxia City Public Security Bureau. Hey, have you heard? Many people called the police early this morning, saying that they dreamed of gods yesterday. Hey, don't mention it. I just came back from taking notes. That guy said it with details, saying that God had told him in his dream. Is this true or false? As soon as Kylan arrived at the Public Security Bureau, she heard many colleagues talking there. She paused for a moment and turned to walk towards them. You just said that many people dreamed of gods. Kylan asked after getting closer. Hey, I'm going to Kylan. One of them waved his hand and said hello, then said, yes, when I went to take the statement, people nearby also said that they dreamed of God. They said some god told them that this place would soon be invaded by evil or something. At first he thought the other party was joking and warned him that it was illegal to make a false report to the police. But the residents of that area actually said that they also dreamed of God. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that something big was going to happen. Where do they live? Kylan asked, frowning. Oh, it's near Airport Road in Liuyun District. Liuyun District, Airport Road. Isn't that the location that the person in my dream told me yesterday? What's the matter, Kylan? You don't think there are really gods, do you? He Walan on the side said with a smile. I just think this matter is not simple. Kylan frowned and asked, how did the other party do it and affect so many people at the same time? Could it be that the legendary gods really had foreseen the crisis? Is this why the spirit appeared to them in their dreams? Don't worry, Kylan. He Walan pounded his chest proudly and said, I will protect you. Although she is a girl, her movements and behaviors are really like a man. Yes, it's up to you to protect me. Kylan smiled, waved her hand and left. She also has to help deal with matters concerning Ge Xiaolun and Lu Juang. As for what she had dreamed about last night, she planned to talk to her leader later. So many people had the same dream at the same time, so we must take it seriously. Just in case. Is what the other party said true? Just at this moment, a car that looked expensive stopped at the door. A red-haired woman and a man wearing sunglasses got out of the car. The woman's expression seemed very indifferent, but there was a hint of helplessness between her brows. Lao Du asked me to deal with these people, but I'm not good at lobbying. It's okay, Rose. The man said, don't say anything. I'm good at this kind of thing. Qiang Gui nodded, twisting her hips and walking towards the door step by step. After entering the hall, Ajia took out the ID from his pocket. He stated his purpose directly and took Ge Xiaolun out smoothly. As for Lu Juang, Ajia decided to let him stay in the detention center for a few days to temper his temper. And you're brave enough to do what's right, ah. The surveillance camera is watching. Ajia said, let's take you out first, and go home to have a good rest. Who knows, maybe we will meet again in a few days. Hearing this, Ge Xiaolun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the two people sitting back in the car curiously and asked, hey, what are you doing? I deal with people like you. People like us? The Bureau of Divine Stupidity. Ajia smiled and drove away. Chapter 13. In real life, it really looks pretty good. Above the Public Security Bureau. After seeing the angel Tianxi Yan, Zhang Yufeng went straight back to the Juxia City Public Security Bureau. He happened to see Qiang Gui and Aja's grandson, and came to rescue Ge Xiaolun. This little girl Qiang Gui is indeed the best in the universe. But that red hair and that rebellious attitude. If you don't know, you might think she is a social delinquent girl who came out of nowhere. A Huaxia soldier actually has red hair. Could it be that he was born with red hair? Shaking his head, Zhang Yufeng marked the rows. He returned to the gate of Juxia City Public Security Bureau and sat down again. If I remember correctly, the Deity vanguard will invade the vicinity of Airport Road today. Zhang Yufeng glanced sideways into the hall. Kailan is still dealing with Lu Juang, and he won't be able to get out unless he stays in the detention center for a few days. Other police officers were also organized and headed for the vicinity of Airport Road. Prepare to evacuate all nearby residents. If it were just 1 or 2 people, it probably wouldn't be worth making such a big fuss. But people in the entire area all said that they had the same dream. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. The Public Security Bureau still made the decision to evacuate residents in the area. This is wonderful. It's worth my hard work all night. Zhang Yufeng smiled with satisfaction. Last night, he warned everyone near Airport Road. He also left his own name. As long as the Deity vanguard invades, there will always be someone among these people who will add incense to themselves. The next step is to wait. Zhang Yufeng swung his feet leisurely and looked at the Wanja Mutual Aid chat group. Shi Fangchuan Ayam, thank you for the supplies, Maiko and Psycho. In the resource-scarce Xianjin post house, Sifangchuan Changpu looked at the goods received in the trade with a look of excitement on his face. With these, it is called a transaction, but in fact, the other party is just giving you supplies for free. Sifangchuan Icarus was full of gratitude towards the two of them. Busujima Psycho, it's just a small amount of supplies, just don't mind it. Busujima Psycho, who comes from a famous kendo family, has no shortage of supplies to buy with this little money. But for Icarus Calamus, this can save lives. Yatsuya Maiko, hey, we are all members of the mutual aid group, so it's only right that we help each other. Because of the gentleness of Butterfly Kane, the women also started trading with each other again and again. Everyone tries their best to help other group members. After all, we are all kind people. Coco Kane made a good start, and the rest will naturally follow. Psycho Busujima, Kane, I still don't understand some things about the breathing method. Can we discuss it? Butterfly Chini, of course you can. Shi Fangchuan Ayam, thanks to Kane's breathing method, I can clearly feel myself getting stronger. Butterfly Kane, it seems that everyone has good talents. To be honest, it was amazing that the girls were able to get their breathing techniques on track so quickly. Butterfly Kane was sincerely amazed. There are countless people who cannot even step into the door of breathing techniques. And Busujima Psycho, Yahagawa Ayam, and Yatsuya Maiko and the others. Yet they have all made considerable progress in a very short period of time. Shi Fangchuan Ayam, thanks to Kane's insights and experience, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get started so quickly. If it was just a simple breathing method transaction, Sifangchuan Changpu had no doubt that it would take him a long time to comprehend. But with Coco Kane's many years of experience and insights, they are packaged together for the deal. This allowed her to avoid many detours and save a lot of time. Busujima Psycho, indeed, this breathing method is very mysterious. It's all thanks to Kane's experience pack. Butterfly Kane, I'm glad I can help you. The breathing method that I have learned can help others. Butterfly Kane was also very happy. Busujima Psycho, the one who has improved the most is still Maiko. Sifangchuan Icarus, indeed, Jian's strength has improved so fast recently, I envy him. Now, Yatsuya Maiko's level column has been upgraded to ordinary, 30%. As for her, Sifangchuan Changpu, she has only improved to the level of Lao Fan, 9%, so far. if it weren't for the breathing method and swordsmanship given by Kane Koko. Her level is just ordinary, 5%, so it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a worthless person. Yotsuya Maiko, hehe, Lord Saint is really generous. Every time you kill an evil spirit, you can gain merit. I can see the world. Yotsuya Mitsuko felt the tremendous power in his body and smiled triumphantly. So far, she has discovered several evil spirits and successfully killed them. After killing each evil spirit, she could feel a golden light entering her body. She knows. That was the meritorious gift Zhang Yufeng gave to himself. Every time merit enters her body, the spiritual power in her body will increase several times. Now, there are already more than 30 strands of spiritual energy in Yotsuya Kenko's body. In addition to exorcising demons, the spiritual power can also continuously cleanse her body. Under the cleansing of spiritual power, Yotsuya Maiko can clearly feel the improvement in her physical body and strength. Yotsuya Maiko, Kane's swordsmanship also helped me a lot. Although she cannot use a sword to fight, she can still benefit from it in terms of her agility and skills. Before, she fought without any strategy. To put it bluntly, it's a turtle punch. But now, it also has a certain technical beauty. Butterfly Kane, killing evil spirits gives you merits, but I didn't get any when I killed the cannibal ghost yesterday. Shikata Kawana, Kabane are a scourge to humanity. I tried to kill one today, but there was no merit. Busujima Psycho, maybe, it's because Maiko is a person favored by God. Yotsuya Maiko, everyone, you can actually try to offer sacrifices to the Holy Lord. Maybe you can kill the ogre or Kabane and gain merit. Demon Slayer, World of Demons, Butterfly House. Are you worshipping Saint Yufeng? Looking at the subtitles on the panel in front of her, Koko Kane fell into deep thought. She also saw how quickly Yotsuya Maiko was growing stronger. As long as she kills more evil spirits, she will be able to become stronger quickly. And aren't the cannibals in our own world also a kind of monster? If I worship Saint Yufeng, can I also kill cannibals to gain merit? To be honest, Butterfly Kane is really moved. Only by eliminating more cannibals can people live and work in peace and contentment. There wouldn't be so many tragedies happening all the time. Ironclad City World. Sifangchuan Icarus also fell into deep thought, thinking about the pros and cons of worshipping Saint Yufeng. For a moment, the chat group fell into silence. Chapter 14. Zhang Yufeng, who was diving, saw Si Gujianzi encouraging everyone to come and offer sacrifices to him. I couldn't help but smile. In this kind of situation, if I always come forward and let them worship me, it's too cheap. After gaining a believer in Yotsu Gujianzi, Zhang Yufeng no longer planned to take the initiative to ask others to offer him sacrifices. There is the benchmark of Yotsuya Maiko. They will naturally be moved. After all, the world where Kane Koko and Ayam Shijayaka live is not safe. Without paying any price, you can get a way to become stronger. It's hard for them not to be moved. As for Busujima Psycho, she is a person who admires the strong. Faced with the temptation to become stronger, I believe that with just some time, she won't be able to hold back. Merit +1. It was obvious that Yotsuya Maiko had killed another evil spirit. Zhang Yufeng was in a good mood and casually marked 0.4 to give to his believer Yotsuya Maiko. The remaining 0.6 was directly injected into his body. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world in which you are, Super God World, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, God, 10%. Magic power, Incense magic power, Concept level, Divine power, Minor magical power, Dreaming, Minor magical power, Summoning the Divine Scroll, Magic secret method. Evaluation, the incense faith is weak and the strength is meager. Merit chart. Accumulation, 5. Available, 0. As the merit entered his body, the power of incense in Zhang Yufeng's body suddenly surged. But in the blink of an eye, the incense power in his body finally reached as many as 100 strands. Although I did practice diligently, but most of the power of incense is obtained by adding points to deep blue. There's no other way, it smells so good just by adding a little bit. And along with its strength improvement, Zhang Yufeng also comprehended a secret method of supernatural power, summoning the divine talisman. Invitation scroll. The gods can give believers invitation scrolls. When believers use the scrolls, the gods can choose to descend to help or borrow the power of the believers. What a magical power! Zhang Yufeng's eyes lit up. Although he can also grant believers the power of incense, allowing them to have powerful strength. But the prerequisite is that the other party must worship you and establish a channel of faith with you. And forcibly infusing too much incense power will cause irreversible damage to believers. This is also the reason why Zhang Yufeng shared his merits with Sigu Jianzi in the later period, instead of continuing to infuse the power of incense. But with the talisman for summoning gods, things are different. If you are immortal, you can ask the gods to come, but you cannot borrow the power of the gods. Because the mortal body cannot withstand Zhang Yufeng's divine power, practitioners can choose to borrow the power of gods or ask gods to descend. But how much you can borrow will determine how much your own strength can be increased. It depends on how much divine power you can bear and how much divine power Zhang Yufeng is willing to lend. Although this magical secret technique has some limitations, but it's pretty good. And Zhang Yufeng can also retrieve the summoning talisman that has been injected into the target person's body at any time. He immediately circulated the power of the incense in his body and began to outline the talisman for summoning the gods. In just half a breath, the summoning talisman was completely formed. The white talisman floated quietly in Zhang Yufeng's palm. The aura it exudes is ethereal and mysterious, as if there are infinite mysteries contained within it. You just need to inject the talisman into the target's body, and then use the accompanying prayers to invite the gods. You can ask the gods to come, or borrow the power of gods. Certainly. Whether it is the arrival of the gods or borrowing power depends on Zhang Yufeng. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Zhang Yufeng, Jianzi, I am ready to grant you the divine talisman. Yatsuya Maiko, invoking the divine talisman? Master Zhenjun is going to give me a stronger cheat again. I am so happy to be your believer. He had just digested the merit points fed to him by Zhang Yufeng, and his strength had greatly increased. The person you hold close to you wants to give you good things. Yatsuya Maiko further strengthened his belief. If it weren't for Zhang Yufeng, I would probably still be trembling under the threat of the evil spirit. Not like it is now. You can punch and kick the evil spirits that want to hurt you. Psycho Busujima, summoning the divine scroll, what is this? Please enlighten me, Lord Saint. Shiokawa Ayam, same question. Butterfly Kane, please enlighten me, Master Zhenjun. Zhang Yufeng, I have granted you the divine scroll. Believers can recite the sacrificial words and pray for my help, or borrow my divine power to exorcise demons. Yatsuya Maiko, hiss. If you encounter someone you can't defeat, you can directly borrow the power of Master Zhenjun, or even directly shake the god. I want it, I want it. Master Zhenjun, please grant me your most loyal believer. Isn't this equivalent to having a divine grandfather within yourself? This cheat is really big. With the protection of the gods, Yatsuya Maiko feels that she can walk freely in this world. Busujima Psycho, this, a 3-second silence for the evil spirits of Maiko's world. Sifangchuan Icarus, Jianzi, a girl's modesty is a problem. You are really in trouble for doing this. Yatsuya Maiko, reserved? What is that? Can it be eaten? Only a fool would be reserved at this time. Sifangchuan Icarus, I feel offended. Busujima Psycho, +1. Butterfly Kane, +1. Yotsuya Maiko, ahem, no, no. Yotsuya Maiko finally realized that she seemed to have upset Kane and the others again. Yotsuya Maiko, Master Genjun, what should I do? Zhang Yufeng, just stand still. Yotsuya Maiko, good. Asterisk. Super God Universe. Zhang Yufeng swung his right hand and threw the summoning talisman in his palm away. Through the channel of faith between her and Yotsuya Maiko. This talisman for summoning the gods was successfully injected into Yotsuya Maiko's body. Asterisk. I can see the world. Yotsuya Maiko, who had a look of anticipation on her face, suddenly let out a strange moan. Then she quickly covered her face with a blushing face. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Fortunately, there was no one else around. This way no one saw this embarrassing scene of his. But when I think back to that moment of warmth and the comfort it brought, Yotsuya Maiko couldn't help but reminisce a little. Is this the talisman for summoning gods? It really exudes an aura similar to that of Master Yufeng. Yotsuya Jianzi calmed his mind and felt the talisman floating in his body. The white talisman for summoning gods exudes a gentle and mysterious aura. Yotsuya Kenko suddenly became excited and bowed down to the statue in the direction of his home. With this talisman for summoning gods, she felt her back instantly became much stronger. All Worlds Chat Group. Busujima Psycho, Jianzi, what does it feel like to invite the divine talisman into your body? Yotsuya Maiko, it's very comfortable. Sifangchuan Icarus, hey. Butterfly Chini, hey. Busujima Psycho, bad Maiko, bad words. Chapter 15. Maybe it's because I've been suppressing it for too long. Or maybe it's because of the confidence that comes with growing strength. Or maybe it's because we don't know each other and are not in the same world. It is obvious that Yotsuya Maiko's personality has become a lot more unusual. But this is not bad. Compared to Yotsuya Maiko who has been holding back, Zhang Yufeng feels that Maiko who is jumping out now is also very good. Looking at the mutual aid chat group of all worlds which exudes a joyful and colorful atmosphere, Zhang Yufeng couldn't help but smile. I have to say that this feeling of peeking at the screen can be quite interesting sometimes. Before I knew it, the sky gradually darkened. Kylan and another police officer also got on the car and started their next patrol mission. According to the time, the Deity Vanguard army should be arriving soon, right? Zhang Yufeng glanced at the sky, floated up, and landed on the police car where Kylan was. Follow the police car on patrol. The smell of this incense is a little stronger. Kylan in the police car sniffed and frowned slightly. This smell of incense often appears. Sometimes it is light, sometimes it is strong. This made her involuntarily think of the dream she had last night. Now thinking back, I did smell this faint scent of incense after I woke up with a start. No way. Gods really exist and they are near us. But because the other person doesn't want to see you, you can't see the other person? According to legend, if the gods do not wish to be seen, it is impossible for mortals to see it. But do gods really exist in this world? While he was thinking, the police car approached the area near Airport Road. There was almost no light in the nearby residential buildings. Cordons were set up everywhere, and patrolling police officers and auxiliary police officers could be seen. It seems that the bureau takes it very seriously. Almost all the people living nearby were evacuated. Hey Kylan, do you think the dream they had was real? The police officer driving the car said, the gods came to me in a dream and said something evil was invading the area near Airport Road. Who knows? Kylan said slowly, maybe the gods are really around us. Although there are indeed many legends about gods, I have lived for decades and have never seen one. The police officer smiled and said, I don't know if I can see him today. Kylan looked out the window quietly, lost in thought. High in the sky, a huge blue mecha appeared silently. Command ship, I have arrived above the earth. The huge mecha's electronic eyes flickered and contacted the vanguard fleet still outside the earth. Follow the plan. Yes. After taking a calm look at the bustling city underground, the huge blue mecha slowly descended. As an advance team, he has prepared himself to return to the arms of death. His role is to test the strength of this civilization for the vanguard fleet. Arriving above a city called Juxia City, the giant mecha launched an attack without hesitation. Boom! A huge energy bomb was fired and hit a parked plane in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The next moment, the air raid sirens quickly sounded at the airport. Enemy attack! Looking at the piercing alarm below, the huge mecha slowly descended calmly. Destroy the airport here first, so that the Earth's army will arrive. You can gather the strength of this civilization yourself. As soon as he said it, the huge mecha raised the laser gun in his hand. One shot after another, the surrounding buildings were destroyed crazily. There is an army stationed near the airport. Upon receiving the news that the airport was attacked, troops were quickly dispatched to provide support. What the hell is this thing? Looking at the huge mecha in the air, the soldiers were stunned. They had never seen an enemy like this before. Car number 143, emergency at Airport Road, Philia District. Unidentified terrorists have attacked the airport. Please send number 143 to the scene immediately to provide support. The sudden call brought Kylan back to her senses instantly. What? Terrorists attacked the airport. Kylan was shocked and looked at the other police officer. This is Juxia City. What kind of terrorists are so bold? Everyone be careful, the military has intervened and the special forces are on the way. The SWAT team is ready to go. All supporting police vehicles, please pay attention, isolate the crowd and protect the people. Kylan was no longer listening to what the channel said. She thought of the dream she had not long ago, of an evil invasion. Was it terrorists? Her intuition told her that things were not that simple. Hold on tight. The police officer gave a reminder and quickly increased the speed of the police car. They were not far from the airport and soon arrived near their destination. Looking around, you can see countless flames flickering in the darkness. The cordon has been put up and soldiers with live ammunition are guarding the surroundings. Nearby, you can see tanks driving in and piles of sandbags built by the army. Even in the air, armed helicopters were approaching. Is this really just a terrorist attack? Kylan's inner alarm bells were ringing and she felt very uneasy. What kind of terrorists would require such a terrifying armed force to be mobilized to suppress them? Here they come. Everyone be careful. Scatter, scatter, there is only one target, be careful. Damn it, we failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. Where's the cannon? Bomb it. After getting out of the car, Kylan heard intensive gunfire and artillery fire. There were also sounds of cursing. But as flashes of blue lasers appeared one after another, violent explosions continued to sound. One position after another was taken down in an instant. Even tanks and armed helicopters in the sky. They were all instantly shattered by the blue laser. Looking at the huge blue mecha that appeared in the sky, Kylan's eyes widened suddenly. What happened to this magical world? Is this Gundam? At the same time, he stared at the huge mecha in the sky in amazement, not knowing what to do for a moment. A scene that only appears in science fiction movies is right in front of him. The blue laser can even destroy tanks and armed helicopters. It's simply not something that police officers like them, who only have a small pistol, can contend with. A hole. Kylan came to her senses and raised her weapon without hesitation. He aimed at the head of the giant mecha that was laughing wildly in the air and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet from the pistol flew through the chamber, through the air, and hit the huge mecha directly on its head. Dang! A crisp sound was heard, and the bullet fell weakly to the ground. The huge mecha, which was still laughing wildly, looked blankly at the female police officer holding a pistol below. Chapter 16. The huge mecha's blue electronic eyes flashed, and a hint of surprise clearly flashed across its face. He was actually hit in the head by a female Shenhe body with a small toy like a pistol. The almost imperceptible impact made the giant mecha unsure whether it should praise the female Shenhe body in front of it, or mock her ignorance. Faced with a self like this, he actually chose to attack with a toy like a gun? This gave him, who had been mechanically ascending for many years, a very funny feeling in his heart. Kylan, who was being stared at by Doughty, suddenly felt as if she was standing on the edge of an icy cave. That's the smell of death. Buzz. After a shot of minimum power laser, the Doughty mecha no longer paid attention. For a Shenhe body like this, a laser cannon with the lowest power is enough. Are you going to die? A trace of unwillingness emerged in Kylan's eyes, and her delicate body fell backwards due to inertia. She had only joined the police force not long ago and had not had time to make any achievements. I haven't even had the chance to have a boyfriend, and haven't enjoyed the beautiful love. Am I going to die at the hands of this robot? I really can't accept this. Are you unwilling? A cold voice sounded behind him, accompanied by an extremely strong smell of incense. Kylan blinked and found herself standing there intact. Doughty mecha, the sparks from the explosion, the destroyed but still burning tank. Everything seemed to be suspended. There's someone behind me. Kylan keenly noticed someone behind her and turned around abruptly. A tall man in a green shirt and black hair had his back to him. Are you willing to watch your companions die like this? The man looked back, but his face was still covered by the mist and it was impossible to see clearly what he looked like. He exudes an ethereal aura, like a god or an immortal. She even had an urge to kneel down and kowtow. I won't give up, Kylan said in a sonorous voice. Of course she was unwilling to die at the hands of a robot. What's even more unwilling is to just watch everyone being killed by that robot. Then chant with me. Zhang Yufeng flicked his clothes and said slowly, Master Yufeng is here. Master Yufeng is above. Kylan didn't hesitate at all and followed the other party's recitation exactly. Heaven is my witness. Kylan, the believer, has a sincere faith and praise to Master Yufeng for divine power. Heaven is my witness. Kylan, the believer, has a sincere faith and praise to Master Yufeng for divine power. As soon as she finished speaking, Kylan felt a white talisman appear in her body without her knowing. As he finished reciting his sacrificial words, the divine talisman then emitted a white light, as if in response to her prayer. The next moment, a vast and heavy strange energy began to spread and irrigate into all the cells in his body. In reality, Kylan was shot in the chest and died. Suddenly, a strong aura emanated. The fatal injury he suffered was repaired in the blink of an eye. The next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. Feeling the tremendous power coming from her body, Kylan immediately stood up with a somersault. Looking at the chest covered by the mist, she couldn't help but smile knowingly. This god is quite interesting. But when she saw the Doughty mecha laughing wildly while harvesting the army, she immediately chased after it with an angry look on her face. Warning! Warning! Just when Kylan accepted Zhang Yufeng's divine power and activated her own super gene, suddenly, the alarm sounded in the control room of the giant canyon. On the huge screen, the words "Unknown Super Soldier" kept flashing. General, the signal of an unknown super soldier was found near Airport Road in Liuyun District, Juxia City. The moment the alarm sounded, Yufeng, dressed in a red uniform, quickly operated the computer to look up information. At the same time, he reported to Dokeo on the side. Airport Road? Wasn't there a terrorist attack there? Dokeo frowned and said decisively, turn the picture to the big screen. Also, confirm the other party's identity as quickly as possible. Find a way to invite him to our super seminary. Super warriors have a future only if they join their super seminary. And the next plan also requires the assistance of a large number of super soldiers. Yes. Soon, all the surveillance cameras in the vicinity were called up. Is this Deity? Looking at the displayed image, Yufeng's face suddenly changed. Although I heard that a major terrorist attack occurred there. But I didn't expect that it was actually the Deity mecha. Damn it! The Deity have actually invaded. We didn't even notice. Dokeo hammered the table angrily. Looking at the mess on the ground, Dokeo was filled with heartache. They are all good comrades of Huaxia. However, due to the difference in weapons, they were slaughtered wantonly by the enemy. General, the enemy is too close to the ground to ensure that they will not accidentally harm nearby residents. Yufeng continued to calculate, and finally said helplessly. The Juxia fleet can indeed defeat the Deity mecha. But at such a close distance, it is very easy to accidentally injure nearby residents and soldiers. And it is absolutely not allowed to open fire on cities or the locations of our own people. I hope this super warrior named Kylan can win. Dokeo sighed helplessly after taking a look at the information about Kylan that was retrieved nearby. With the current thermal weapons on Earth, it is difficult to pose much threat to that mecha. And if we mobilize the fleet to bomb. Although, Dokeo was confident that he could kill the opponent. But innocent residents nearby will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. This is also absolutely not allowed. But now it is too late to dispatch the only super soldier in the super seminary to provide support. We must win. At this moment, everyone in the control room of the giant canyon prayed silently. Looking at the mess all over the ground. Their fists were clenched and their faces were filled with anger. They are all their comrades. Airport Road. Stop right there, UBD. Kylan pointed at the Deity mecha in the air and shouted loudly. The Deity mecha stopped in the air and looked at the ground in confusion. You're not dead. A single laser cannon shot failed to kill this female Shenhe body? Get down, right here. Kylan roared, and terrible energy gathered on his fist. The next moment. Blast out suddenly. This. He is clearly a sniper, so why is his style so strange under the blessing of his own divine power? Holy crap, a super soldier. The Deity mecha was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground. Behind him, he looked at the female Shenhe body in front of him with a look of surprise. Before coming here, Commander Feng Lei said that it is possible for super soldiers to exist on Earth. I didn't expect that it actually exists. Chapter 17. I am Kuang Kun, the vanguard of the Deity Legion in the Styx Galaxy. Kuang Kun stared at the female Shenhe body in front of him and said, Earthling, tell me your name. People's Police, Kylan. Okay, Kylan. Kuang Kun drew out a big sword and said, if you can't kill me, then I will destroy this place completely. Believe me, I have the ability to do this. He wanted to find out thoroughly how powerful this civilization was. In this way, when the army arrives, they can completely destroy this civilization and create killing and death. To please the god you believe in. As for whether one will die during temptation, this was not even within his consideration, and he didn't care about his own life or death at all. And after his mechanical ascension, his strength has reached the level of a second-generation super soldier. Ordinary super soldiers would never be his opponents. More importantly, he is not afraid of death. As a member of the Styx Galaxy civilization, he had long since disregarded life and death. Hearing this, Kylan didn't say anything nonsense. She quickly mobilized the energy in her body and gathered it into her fist. Then he punched towards the Deity mecha. Is that all your strength? Rookie. The Deity mecha easily blocked the punch and started to sneer. Hearing this, Kylan did not show any emotion at all. She quickly jumped back, avoiding the swinging sword. Then he quickly moved forward, using his fists and feet to launch continuous attacks. This style of painting is getting weirder and weirder. Zhang Yufeng smiled helplessly and watched the fight quietly. I have to say that Kailan is indeed an excellent fighter. Although she is positioned as a sniper, she still has strong melee capabilities. It's a pity that she only has the super genes of a first-generation Kamigawa sniper. Innately weaker than other super soldiers. But now it's different. Zhang Yufeng's divine power completely activated the Shenhe sniper's super gene in her body. It has not yet provided tremendous energy. This makes their physical bodies no less powerful than the second-generation super warriors. This allowed her to use her super high fighting ability to fight the Doughty mecha. And as time went on, Kailan's power grew stronger with each punch. There were actually some cracks appearing on the exterior of the Doughty's mecha. Seeing this, Kailan was delighted. But it will probably take a lot of time to completely defeat the opponent. True Lord, please lend me more strength. Kailan became a little anxious. She could sense that this borrowed power was time-limited. If the time is up and I still haven't defeated the opponent, by then, I'm afraid I'll be the one to die. And this mecha that came from nowhere will bring greater damage to this city. My divine power cannot be carried by mortals. Although you have the super gene of the Kamigawa sniper, it is only one generation. If you continue to increase your divine power, your body may not be able to bear it. Ben was just trying. But when the clear, yet aloof and indifferent divine voice reached her ears, Kailan immediately became excited. She also understood. No wonder this god came to me and gave me divine power to fight against the evil that was invading me. I can do it. Kailan bit her silver teeth and said firmly. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Kuang Kun swung his sword in displeasure, and the concrete floor was easily cut open like tofu. Looking at the female Shenhe body that dodged flexibly, Kuang Kun looked displeased. He hated this kind of flexible and powerful enemy. Nothing else, it's just disgusting. You only have a short time, seize the opportunity. After a sigh, the voice of the gods sounded in my ears. Kailan nodded and concentrated. The next moment, an even more terrifying divine power burst out from the divine talisman in his body. Snort! Kailan snorted and clenched her teeth. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of sweat appeared on her forehead. The more terrifying divine power brings about a more astonishing increase in strength. But her body has reached the limit of what it can bear. Your ability is sniping. Try using a pistol to launch your next attack. Listening to the divine voice ringing in my ears and the pistol floating beside me, Kailan nodded and quickly held it in her hand. This horrible breath! Alarm bells suddenly rang in Kuang Kun's heart, and he immediately activated his power to get himself into the air. What a scary guy! I didn't expect that this Earth civilization actually has such a powerful super warrior. Fortunately, I came here this time and forced it out. The test is over, fall into fear, humans. As Kuang Kun ascended into the air, he laughed wildly and said, soon, you will know what despair is. Walk. Can you get away? Kailan sneered and poured all her energy into the gun in her hand. The next moment, boom! An astonishing, railgun-like attack burst out. What? Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations behind him, Kuang Kun looked over with disdain. I saw a beam of energy as tall as myself coming towards me. In this energy beam, he actually felt a sacred and solemn aura contained within it. While he was distracted, he was heavily irrigated by this beam of energy. Hoo! Looking at the large mecha that exploded in the air, a smile appeared on Kailan's pale face. She couldn't hold on any longer and fell down weakly. Instead of falling on the hard concrete ground as imagined, it was as if I fell into the clouds. I am very satisfied with your performance. The genes in your body are about to collapse, so let me help you. A cold divine voice sounded, and then a golden light poured into his body. Golden light entered her body, and Kylan's genes were about to collapse due to bearing the ultimate divine power. It began to instinctively and greedily absorb the golden light to obtain energy to repair itself. But in the blink of an eye, Kylan was seriously injured and dying, and the situation where her genes were almost collapsed was reversed in an instant. Her pale cheeks also became rosy. "I'm now resurrected with full health." Kylan looked at her hands and blinked. Just now, she really thought she was going to die. Result: is it so easy to revive with full health? "Thank you, Lord Yufeng." Kylan bowed towards a certain place with a respectful look on her face. "Hee hee." After a light laugh, there was no further response. At this moment, there was no trace of the incense smell. Looking at the soldiers who were emitting faint golden light all around and who were standing up again after falling down, Kylan couldn't help but laugh. What a compassionate god! Chapter 18. We won. Looking at the huge mecha exploding in the air and breaking into pieces, the soldiers in the distance looked at this scene in disbelief, and then cheered. "We won! We won! Great! We finally defeated that horrible monster! Who is that guy? He's really good at fighting. And that cannon shot from behind, is it some high-tech weapon we don't know about?" "No, I don't know." Taizu, weren't you shot just now? How did you survive? Do you really want me to die? To be honest, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it has something to do with that policewoman. I saw that all those who had just died or were injured were successfully pulled up." Zhang Yufeng then smiled with satisfaction. "It's not in vain, the merit points I consumed are well spent. Merit is omnipotent." He tried to divide some of the merits and add them to his own divine power. Finally, everyone was successfully rescued. After leaving, Zhang Yufeng looked at the merit book in his sea of consciousness. Merit chart. Accumulation, 1-5. Available, 5. When Kylan killed the Deity mecha, Zhang Yufeng obtained a full 4 merit points without any surprise. And the other 6 merit points? It was because Kylan stopped the Deity from killing and protected the people and warriors in this area. There are also rewards for saving the lives of warriors who were killed or injured by Deity. After all, many of the warriors have some slight merits. If I remember correctly, these soldiers should have participated in flood relief efforts 10 years ago. Resisting natural disasters and saving the people will naturally bring you merits. Pity. They are just ordinary people and are unable to make good use of the merits they have accumulated. After all, ordinary people cannot actively utilize merits. Only Zhang Yufeng has mastered the mysterious treasure merit chart. Only in this way can you continuously and actively acquire a large amount of merit points and use the merit points. Repairing Kylan's gene system, which was about to collapse, cost me several points of merit. It took a lot to save all the soldiers. But it's all worth it. Zhang Yufeng is not greedy and does not regret anything he has done. Even if you lose your merit points, you can still earn them. But if a life is lost, it is truly gone. And this series of actions of mine will surely add a lot of popularity to myself. Let's not talk about anything else for now. The little girl Kylan will definitely become his devout believer. Do your part to continue to gain the power of incense. And those rescued civilians and soldiers may also be able to offer incense to themselves. The most important thing. Zhang Yufeng looked at Kylan, who was surrounded by the crowd, and smiled faintly. I have a certain understanding of my own strength. With about 80% of her divine power, Kylan successfully killed the second-generation super soldier Deity with a single shot. This also means Kylan became a third-generation super warrior in an instant. In addition, there is Angel Yan, who he had observed closely. The 3 generations of super soldiers posed almost no threat to him. As for the higher-level third-generation gods, they are even the main gods. More observation is needed. And Zhang Yufeng looked at the list of merits in his mind with a smile. But there are still a lot of merit points, which I can use to add points to Deep Blue. Inside the control room of Juxia City. Looking at the huge mecha that was exploded by a direct hit. The crowd suddenly burst into cheers. Phew, fortunately, the loss is not too great, and this guy was also killed. Tokyo also breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, Yufeng, get ready, use your ability to heal those injured warriors. The super gene in Yufeng's body belongs to the healing type. It can be said that she has almost no combat ability, but she is able to do so with the help of the Denner 3 system. To provide remote healing assistance to warriors in need. General. Yufeng paused for a moment and said, maybe, I won't have to do anything. Tokyo looked at the big screen and found that every soldier had stood up again. He immediately replayed the footage, but still found nothing. Tokyo suddenly frowned and watched the replay of the video repeatedly. Finally, he knocked on the table and said, Yufeng, go meet this policewoman in person. She must have a big secret. After analyzing frame by frame, he saw a lot of things. Maybe I was able to pick up a big treasure. Yes. Yufeng was also full of curiosity about this policewoman. Powerful melee combat capabilities, as well as long-range attack capabilities. Even it is also suspected to have powerful healing abilities. What kind of super genes does this policewoman have? Okay, I'm going to go out and smoke a cigarette. Tokyo waved his hand and called out, Old Lu, would you like to have one together? I have to go. I was so nervous just now. The adjutant on the side responded with a smile. There was a joyful atmosphere in the control room of the giant gorge. The female warriors have already started discussing what delicious food to eat later. Comrade, I'm glad you're here, comrade. The squad leader pulled aside the soldier and said with gratitude, if it weren't for you, all of us brothers would have died here. Given how terrifying that guy is, they'll have to flee. Otherwise, being wiped out is only a matter of time. But it is impossible to escape, the only solution is to be wiped out. It wasn't me who really saved you. Kailan shook her head and said, it was Master Yufeng who rescued you from the hands of the King of Hell. If it wasn't her own achievement, she couldn't take it for herself. Not to mention, if that adult hadn't given me powerful strength and saved me at the last moment, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago. After all that she has been through, she is no longer the atheist she used to be. Kailan. I will be a loyal fan of Master Yufeng. Master Yufeng? Who is that? I've never heard of him. Was there anyone else here just now? Everyone looked at each other and started whispering. From beginning to end, wasn't it this heroic female police officer in front of me who was working with that big mecha? He is a god that belongs to our Huaxia. Kailan said solemnly, it was him who gave me the power to destroy evil. Since he is the god of incense, legend has it that he likes incense offerings from mortals the most. She planned to go back and ask for the statue and worship it. At the same time, I also hope that these warriors who were saved by him can worship him together. This. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Chapter 19. His second believer also praised him in this way. Zhang Yufeng is happy. The more believers there are, the more power of incense you can gain. As for myself, the power of incense is the foundation. As long as the incense is burning, he will be able to live forever. Certainly. Even if the incense is exhausted, he will not truly die. As long as there is still one person in this world who remembers him and can worship him again, he will be able to wake up again. That's going off topic. Things here have been completed. Zhang Yufeng did not expose himself, and got what he wanted. He also roughly confirmed his current strength. He waved his clothes, turned around and left Juxia City. He also did not take back the summoning talisman from Kailan's body. In this way, he can also know Kylan's condition at any time through the summoning talisman. If necessary, Zhang Yufeng can also appear by his side at any time to provide assistance. It was already late at night when we returned to Qingfeng Temple. The mountains are quiet and the breeze is blowing. The gate of the temple was wide open, but even ants didn't dare to get close. Zhang Yufeng has refined the statue enshrined in Qingfeng Temple into his main statue. The statue contains divine charm. The faint pressure it exudes makes the animals instinctively dare not approach and disturb it. Returning to Qingfeng Temple is like returning home. Zhang Yufeng felt a lot more relaxed. Although he has become a god now, he has been a human for several decades and 2 lifetimes after all. Merit +1. Merit +1. When Zhang Yufeng cleaned Qingfeng Temple inside and out, he once again gained 2 merit points. Jianzi, this girl, it's so late and she doesn't even go to rest. Zhang Yufeng paused and shook his head helplessly. It was the middle of the night and Yotsuya Maiko was still busy under the cover of darkness. So, he found 2 evil spirits and killed them. Since believers are so hard-working, how can I be stingy? Zhang Yufeng immediately waved his hand and distributed 0.4 of the merit, which was sent to Yotsuya Maiko's body through the channel of faith. Asterisk. I can see the world. Thank you, Master Zhenjun, for the reward. Yotsuya Maiko chuckled and looked comfortable. Enjoy the ultimate comfort brought by the merits entering your body. There is also a surge in spiritual power in the body, and a sense of satisfaction brought by increased strength. Jianzi, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, a doubtful voice came from behind. This voice sounds very familiar. Yotsuya Maiko looked back and saw that it was indeed her good friend Yurikawaka. Are you okay, Jianzi? I noticed something was wrong with you these past few days. The blonde girl trotted over to Yotsuya Maiko and looked her up and down nervously. Look closely at the long sword in his hand. The blade is the same blue as Yotsuya Maiko's hair. In the night, a strange light flashes. It's Xiahua, I'm fine. Yotsuya Maiko scratched his head and hid his long sword behind his back with one hand. But it was too late, Yurikawa Hana had already seen the long sword in his hand. Jianzi, when did you start liking something so dangerous? Yurikawa squatted down and touched the handle of the knife curiously. It's icy cold, but there's a slight warmth to it. Very strange. A friend gave it to me. It's pretty nice, so I kept it. Yotsuya stuck out her tongue, then diverted her attention and said, It's you, Xiahua, why haven't you gone home yet? Of course I'm worried about you. Lily Chuanhua said naturally, although you are in good spirits these days, your behavior has become even more strange. You haven't been contaminated by anything dirty, have you? Dirty things? That's not the case. Hearing this, Yotsuya Kenko was touched. But as for dirty things, it's not like the other party is looking for trouble with me now. Instead, you are looking for trouble with the other party. Besides, is that dirty stuff? That is a lovely virtue. Real. Lily Kawaka looked suspicious. If you haven't offended any bad guys, why are you hiding all the time? I even rushed into the men's restroom today. You're not sleeping late at night and you're still waving a knife at the air. Jitsi, I know a shrine that is very effective. Yurikawa Hana hugged Yotsuya Maiko's arm and suggested, You don't have to go to class tomorrow, why don't you go with me? Looking at the arm that was cruelly devoured, Yotsuya Kenko's mouth twitched slightly. This kind of weight is really enviable. At a shrine. Suddenly, Yotsuya Maiko focused on what Yurikawa Hana was talking about. A shrine, isn't that a place to worship gods? Speaking of which, should I rebuild a statue for Master Yufeng? Or, why not try to repair a shrine for it? The statue in her house is made of the simplest and cheapest plastic. How could this be worthy of his noble status? This is a real god. Jianzi, did you hear what I was saying, Jianzi? Feel the shaking and the soft squeezing and collision. Only then did Yotsuya Kenko come to his senses. Ah? Oh, okay, let's go then. Yotsuya Kenko nodded and agreed. It just so happened that she was thinking about how to build a shrine to worship Yufeng Zhenjun. Let's go to the shrine first to see how it was built and laid out. Yeah, it's a deal then. Jianzi, you should go home early too, it's getting late. Yurikawawa nodded happily, then left with the two jumping big white rabbits. Looking at her best friends departing back, Yotsuya Miko shook her head helplessly. Then he followed quietly. This little white rabbit appeared on the cherry blossom street late at night. Yotsuya Miko was really worried that she was eaten by some big bad wolf. That's not good. Super Divine Universe, Qingfeng Temple. Next, it's time to continue practicing hard. Zhang Yufeng sat cross-legged on the roof, looking at the list of merits in his mind. Deep blue, add some more. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world in which you are, Super God World, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, God, 23%. Magic power, Incense and Fire magic power, Conceptual level, Divine might, Minor magic power, Entering dreams, Minor magic power, Summoning God scroll, Magic power secret method, Incense and Fire sword, Magic power secret method. Evaluation, the incense faith is weak and the strength is meager. Merit chart. Accumulation, 1/7. Available, 0. The remaining 6 points of merit are directly poured into the body. The next moment, the incense power in Zhang Yufeng's body began to boil. But in the blink of an eye, the incense power in his body increased from more than 100 strands to 200 strands. At the same time, Zhang Yufeng also once again comprehended a magical secret technique, the incense sword. Incense sword, a sword of the gods, existing between reality and illusion, capable of cutting through space. Note, its power and duration of existence depend on the amount of divine power infused into it. Chapter 20. Above the earth. A streak of light rose rapidly from somewhere on the ground and then penetrated the atmosphere. When the light faded, only a person wearing armor and a super short anti-gravity leather skirt was seen. The woman, revealing a pair of white and slender thighs, stopped in mid-air. The wings behind it spread out and trembled slightly. Sister Yan, you're back. Aside. Always keeping an eye on the ground, the angel with his slicked back hair came up to us. Angel Yan nodded, then asked, how is it, have you found any traces of the devil? The purpose of their coming was to find traces of the resurrected demon that was defeated by the angel. Sister Yan, I have already scouted the entire earth. Angel Chase shook his head and said with regret, still no trace of the devil has occurred. Although it was a bit regrettable, Angel Yan was mentally prepared. The devil is best at hiding from people. If it could be found so easily, Angel Yan would suspect that it was a trap set by the devil. By the way, Sister Yan. Angel Chase seemed to remember something and said, I found a very interesting super soldier. Oh? An interesting super soldier. Angel Yan teased, it can't be a boy, could it be that you fell in love at first sight and have a favorite male god? Looking at Angel Yan who looked like a spectator. Sister Yan, please stop teasing me. Angel Zui couldn't help but roll her eyes, compared to me, you should find a man of your dreams. I'm only over 7,000 years old. There's no rush. Angel Yan waved her hands, but the words that came out of her mouth made people feel helpless. More than 7,000 years old, but that's not 7 years old, and certainly not 7,700. More than 7,000 years were just spoken of so lightly. If what Angel Yan said is true, then wouldn't I, who am thousands of years younger than Angel Yan, still be a baby? Forget it, now is not the time to complain. Sister Yan, I won't tell you if you do this. Angel Chase threatened helplessly. Upon hearing this, Angel Yan immediately raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I won't say anything. Angel Yan asked curiously, tell me, what kind of warrior did you find? A warrior who can make Angel Chase feel interesting must not be a cannon fodder level super warrior. What kind of special super soldiers can be born on an Earth that has entered a pre-nuclear civilization? That's a very strange warrior. Recalling Kylan's appearance, Angel Zui said solemnly, the white energy she used was filled with a sacred and mysterious aura. In close combat, she and the doughty vanguard were evenly matched. Then he used a weapon called a pistol from Earth and fired a terrifying energy beam attack. With one strike, the doughty mecha exploded. Oh! Hearing this, Angel Yan stopped smiling and squinted his eyes and asked, did you defeat that big mecha? Doughty sneaked into the Earth, and the Earth itself could not detect it. But she had already discovered the other party's trace when the other party entered the atmosphere. But at that time it was not confirmed that the Earth was under justice and was not protected by angels. So he did not intervene, but went to Angel International. Didn't expect that he would be killed by Earth's native super soldiers so quickly? The water on this planet is indeed very deep. That's right. After all, the super seminary had already relocated to this planet. How could the water not be deep? Send me the video. Angel Yan thought about it and spoke. Yes. Angel Zui nodded and packaged up all the information he had seen before and transmitted it. The genetic engine system in her body had already recorded everything she saw and heard. Feel free to share it with other nearby angels whenever needed. Or you can upload it directly to the database for all angels to download and view. After receiving the shared information, Angel Yan carefully looked at all the information about the battle. What on earth happened to her? That's why her strength can be improved so quickly. After watching and analyzing it frame by frame, Angel Yan quickly understood all the dynamics. She was sure that this policewoman was a super soldier who had just awakened. But as soon as he awakens, he can fight on par with a doughty who is a second-generation super soldier. It can even explode and blow up the doughty vanguard that is trying to escape with a long-range attack. This is weird no matter how you look at it. Could it be that the super gene in her body is a powerful super gene that has not been recorded? Once awakened, one can quickly possess the strength of a third-generation super soldier? How is this possible? Even a god-level super gene can't do this. Angel Yan murmured softly, lost in thought. Even for them, the angels, it would take a lot of resources and time to train a third-generation super soldier. Once awakened, they will have the level of a third-generation super soldier. And how could this gene appear on this barren earth? Thinking of this, Angel Yan once again watched the video from beginning to end frame by frame. Etc. Angel Yan's pupil shrank, as if she had discovered something unbelievable. Angel Zui, who was also watching the video frame by frame, also showed an expression of disbelief. You noticed that too? Angel Yan blinked. Angel Chase nodded, looking shocked. This man can actually use his power to heal himself and others' injuries. The two girls looked at each other in silence. No wonder they looked so shocked. In the known universe, super soldiers with healing abilities are extremely rare. At least. Now they only know the one about super seminary. What's more, it has such a wide range of healing abilities. But generally speaking, the combat effectiveness of a healing super soldier should be very poor. They usually hide in the rear. But this woman. I feel the need to report this to the Queen. Angel Zui said seriously, we angels also need this kind of talent. Indeed, this is an all-round talent. Angel Yan nodded in agreement. This is no ordinary super soldier. As soon as he awakens, he can engage in close combat with the mechanical doughty. Even slightly better. At the same time, he also mastered powerful long-range attack capabilities. The Deity can kill a second-generation super soldier with one blow, and its power is equivalent to that of a third-generation super soldier. What's even more outrageous is that it actually has the ability to heal a large area. There is no such all-round talent even among angels. So, it's better to let the Queen know. What to do next will be decided by Queen Keisha. Chapter 21. When Kylan returned home, she had no idea that she had been targeted by two beautiful angels. Lock the door. Kylan opened the bed with a serious look on her face. He took out the box hidden under the bed. Open the box. A crystal-clear jade stone flickered faintly in the dim room. This was left to her by her parents. And now, she already has a plan on what to carve this piece of jade into. Flip a tactical dagger. Kylan leaned back on the bed and began to carve the jade carefully, bit by bit. Her body coordination is excellent. After activating the super gene in the body, his strength became extraordinary and his hands did not shake at all. And she is also very patient. Rather than using this piece of jade, give it to someone else to carve. After much consideration, Kylan decided to complete the first sculpture in her life by herself. Under her nimble 5 fingers, the dagger flew quickly. The jade surface was peeled off bit by bit. Over time, the jade was gradually carved into the shape of a person. I can see the world. Only after secretly escorting Yurikawa Hana back home did Yotsuya Miko breathe a sigh of relief. What if my best friend goes out at night because she is worried about me and something goes wrong? Then she will never forgive herself. Come to think of it, I don't know how to convince Xiahua to also worship Master Zhenjun. Can I also be rewarded and become a person like me? Now I am no longer a weak woman. With just this one punch and one kick, Yotsuya Miko can unleash extremely powerful strength. Ordinary men would not be his match. If he adds his own spiritual power, he can perform swordsmanship while holding the Nichiren sword given to him by Koko Kane. To be honest, Yotsuya Mikoto was doubting whether there was really anyone in this world who could defeat him alone. But Yurikawa is still a weak woman. Moreover, she is innocent and bright, and has almost no scheming. If someone is targeting you and you are not around. Before she knew it, Yotsuya Miko had returned to her doorstep. Looking at the lights downstairs that had not yet been turned off, Yotsuya Miko gritted her teeth. She knew that it was because her mother was still busy working. As far as I can remember, my mother raised me alone. Over the years, she had no idea how much injustice and hardship she had endured. And now, even though he possessed considerable strength, he still couldn't make his mother feel at ease. Mom, I will definitely work hard to make sure you have a good life. After taking a deep look at the lights downstairs, Yotsuya Miko jumped up to the second floor silently. He returned to his room through the window. Master Yufeng is above. I, a believer, have found a son in Sigu. Before falling asleep, Yotsuya Miko took out a handful of incense and lit it. Worship the statue of Zhang Yufeng that he worships. From now on, you can worship on the 1st and 15th day of every month. A cold divine voice suddenly sounded. It was the voice of Lord Zhenjun. Yes, Master Zhenjun. Yotsuya Kenko agreed immediately without asking any further questions. Super Divine Universe, Qingfeng Temple. Zhang Yufeng, who had been playing with the incense sword for a while, heard Yotsuya Miko's worship of him. Pity. In addition to the first time, believers also celebrate on the 1st and 15th days of every month. No matter how you worship yourself, you will not be able to gain the power of incense. Zhang Yufeng simply set a time to worship himself. First, there is no need to be disturbed by believers worshipping. Secondly, it allows believers to rest more and have more time for themselves. Seeing that Si Gujianzi was so well behaved, Zhang Yufeng nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to break the connection with the statue, he noticed the struggle and hesitation on Yotsuya Miko's face. This is my first believer, how can I not pay attention to him? See you, son, but you can say whatever you want. Zhang Yufeng spoke in a gentle voice, which was heard by Yotsuya Maiko through the statue. Master Zhenjun actually pays so much attention to me. Yotsuya saw that his face lit up with joy. It is the greatest honor to be cared for by the gods you believe in. Unlike those gods who only eat incense and don't give any response. Master Zhenjun, I have a best friend named Lily Kawaka. Yotsuya Maiko no longer hesitated and immediately told everyone his plan. Then, she waited for Zhang Yufeng's response nervously. I thought it was something else. It turns out that his followers are trying to attract more followers for him. Zhang Yufeng smiled silently. The more he looked at Si Gujianzi, the more he liked him. Where can I find such a good believer? Even though he is still in school, he still takes out his spare time to find evil spirits and kill them. He is also thinking about finding more believers for his god. Increasing the number of believers can increase one's own popularity. So what's there to hesitate about? When the divine sound reached his ears, Yotsuya Kenko immediately smiled. I immediately kowtowed devoutly to express my gratitude. After noticing that the statue was indeed motionless, Yotsuya Maiko stood up and excitedly waved her little pink fist. But Yotsugujian's face fell a little. Master Zhenjun has agreed, but how can we convince Xiahua to worship Master Zhenjun as well? If we go up directly and say let's worship Master Yufeng together. This deity is very powerful. I'm afraid people will mistakenly think that I've been brainwashed by some evil cult. After all, in Sakura, there are so many cults, and they are varied. From time to time, evil cults emerge and do things that go against the will of heaven. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll talk about it after I meet up with Xiahua tomorrow. Yotsuya Maiko frowned and crawled into the bed, and soon fell asleep. Ever since he acquired the ability to slay demons and eliminate evil, no evil spirit dared to harass him anymore. Every day, she sleeps very sweetly and peacefully. Super Divine Universe, Qingfeng Temple. After breaking the connection with the statue, Zhang Yufeng began his own practice. Supernatural power, the incense becomes a god and rotates slowly, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and the moon and transforming them into the power of incense. He has several small magical powers that he now possesses. There are also 2 insights into magical secrets. It is also slowly improving. All in all, he had only just begun to learn about these magical powers and secret techniques. If you want to unleash more power, you need to meditate and practice more. And he had no idea. Due to his meddling with Kailan, the butterfly's wings have begun to flutter. In the distant angel nebula, the 2 angel kings stole more attention from the earth. And at a certain boundary of the universe, a certain old silver coin also cast its curious, evil, and exploratory eyes towards the earth. And it is in the small village not far from Qingfeng Temple. An evil gene was inexplicably activated, and the devil was born. Chapter 22. When the afterglow of the early morning sun shone on Qingfeng Temple, Zhang Yufeng finished his practice and slowly opened his eyes. It's only increased by a little bit of incense power. It's really foolish to rely solely on cultivation. If you improve your strength through self-cultivation. Zhang Yufeng estimated that sooner or later he would have to play ball with the earth. Really? You still need to find a way to gain more believers to provide yourself with the power of faith. And you need to gain more merit. Help! Help! Suddenly, a scream came from halfway up the mountain. If he had not become a god of incense and worship, he would probably not have noticed the cry for help coming from halfway up the mountain. What happens? Zhang Yufeng hurriedly stood up and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the viewing gate and went down the mountain. Ha 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 ha! Scream, scream! The more you scream, the more excited I get. Ha 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 ha! The shrill laughter sounded, as piercing as if there was glass stuck in the throat. Halfway up the mountain, a pitch-black monster with a pair of fleshy wings was laughing wildly in the air. On the steps, a young man, dressed simply but now in a messy state, sat down on the steps with a pale face. Monster! Monster! Help! Someone save me! The young man's legs were shaking and he sat down with a look of despair on his face. Although he is from the countryside, he is very strong. But he ran all the way from the fields to the Qingfeng temple, and ran up the stairs at full speed. Coupled with the extreme fear in my heart, he felt as if all his strength had been drained away at this moment, and he could only pray in despair for a miracle to happen. But this dark monster is not even afraid of a pistol. He even killed a policeman who happened to meet him. In a panic, he even went up Qingfeng mountain. How could any miracle happen? Unless the gods enshrined on Qingfeng mountain appear. Is that all? This is so boring. The devil raised his hand with a look of regret, then go to hell. A dark ball of energy condensed in his palm. The young man looked at the dark energy ball that was gradually forming, and his face was suddenly filled with despair. This energy ball has such terrifying power that it can even blow up a car. If I were hit, I would probably be completely destroyed. Presumptuous! A loud bang suddenly sounded, like a bolt of thunder from a clear sky. Just as the young man and the devil were wondering who it was. A majestic, heavy, and awe-inspiring pressure, like the power of heaven, suddenly appeared with great momentum. It enveloped the entire Qingfeng mountain. It also enveloped the young villagers halfway up the mountain and the demon in the air. The young man suddenly felt as if he was facing a high and mighty god and wanted to kneel down and kowtow to him. He actually knelt down. It's not just him. When the demon in the air suddenly faced the astonishing pressure, it screamed and fell from the sky. He fell heavily on the stairs. Who is it? The demon that fell to the ground looked around in panic, looking for traces of the enemy. How would he know? Just a few dozen meters above him, a handsome young man in Taoist robes was glaring at him. This person was Zhang Yufeng, who came rushing over after hearing the cry for help. In the spirit state, villagers and demons cannot see its trace at all. How dare you, little devil, enter my territory and try to harm lives? He deserves death for his crime. The thunder-like explosion sounded again. Suddenly, above the demon's head, a slightly transparent, unreal, white, ancient sword appeared. The next moment, the long sword slashed down. On the stairs. Under the might of God, the demon struggled to get up and escape. His beast instinct told him that he would die if he didn't leave here. But he had no idea that murder was hanging over his head. The ancient white sword appeared out of nowhere and chopped down the demon silently. In the eyes of young people, that solid body that even bullets couldn't penetrate was like tofu under the long sword that appeared out of thin air. It was cut in two easily. Before the demon could react, his body was split into two. It wasn't until he noticed the change in his vision that he realized what was happening. But it's too late now. After the ancient long sword chopped down, it turned around and slashed horizontally again. But in the blink of an eye, the demon's body was cut into pieces before it was completely separated, and it was deader than dead. All that was left was the ancient, white sword and the cracks in the space. The young man was stunned, completely dumbfounded for a moment. He teased himself for miles, easily taking bullets along the way and blowing up a police car with a flick of his hand. A devil who can fly and has a body of steel. How could it be cut into pieces so easily right in front of my eyes? Such a dreamlike scene still makes the young man feel unbelievable. First, the pitch-black devil was born. Now a being that looks like a god has taken action again. This world is becoming more and more dreamy. Young man, tell me what happened. After taking back the incense sword, Zhang Yufeng came up to the young man and asked. If I'm not mistaken, the demon just now was one of Morgana's subordinates. How could he appear here and tease a villager so unscrupulously? The evil god Morgana should be very clear that there are still two angels in heaven. Even though she arrived earlier than she expected, she successfully completed the demon transformation and revived her own demon army. But it will never be allowed. The devil flew around so arrogantly and even teased the villagers. Isn't this providing coordinates and intelligence to the angels? He was wearing a green shirt and had black hair, and he had a tall figure, but his face could not be seen clearly. In this dim mountain area, such a person suddenly appeared before my eyes. Logically speaking, we should be afraid. But the young man did not feel the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, I felt an ethereal sound from the figure in front of me, like that of a god or an immortal. There is no eerie intention at all. Instead, it made him want to kneel down and kowtow subconsciously. And he really did it from the heart. He moved his knees and knelt down directly in front of Zhang Yufeng. "Goddess, please save us." The young man immediately started telling the story with tears and snot. The young man came from Qingshui village at the foot of the mountain, a small village with no more than a few dozen people. At 3 or 4 in the morning today, 3 guys dressed in black suddenly appeared from somewhere in the village. They rounded up the entire village and oppressed them. He even kidnapped several women from the village, and no one knows what happened to them now. He found an opportunity and escaped from the village. But he was soon caught up by a devil and teased for several miles. I was in a panic and had no idea where to go, so I accidentally went up Qingfeng Mountain. Chapter 23. Qingshui Village. Zhang Yufeng frowned slightly and thought of the village. Qingfeng Temple has been on this hill for a long time. The history of Qingshui Village is not much less than that of Qingfeng Temple. Most importantly, Qingshui Village has always contributed to the incense offerings to Qingfeng Temple. However, with the development of the times, people no longer believe in God. In addition, the old abbot and the old village chief are both old, and they visit each other less often. This also leads to the younger generation hardly ever comes to worship and offer incense. So Zhang Yufeng didn't know the young man in front of him, and the young man in front of him definitely didn't know Zhang Yufeng. Even the old village chief, Zhang Yufeng, had only met him once when he was 3 years old. How can I ignore the evil spirits causing chaos? Zhang Yufeng waved his hand, and a thick old tree collapsed. A piece of wood with a woody scent appeared in his hand. The power of the incense spread out, covering the entire piece of wood. In just a few moments, a statue was carved. Take this statue and this incense and return to Qingshui village. Zhang Yufeng warned, remember, when you are outside the village, burn incense and pray to the gods, chant my name, Yufeng, and I will help you to eliminate the evil spirits. Looking at the statues and incense floating before my eyes, emitting the scent of wood. The young man was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. Yes, immortal, thank you very much, thank you very much. I'll make a note of it. Although he always considered himself an atheist. But from this moment on, he will be the most devout believer of this deity. I'm helping you, go quickly. Zhang Yufeng waved the corner of his clothes, and a faint scent of incense penetrated into the young man's body. In just a moment, the young man felt full of strength. His pale cheeks were now extremely rosy. Yes, I remember immortal Yufeng. I'll go right away. The young man kowtowed several times, bang bang bang, and you could tell from the sound that he had a good head. Then he hugged the statue and incense. Go down the mountain quickly. Qingshui village is not far from Qingfeng Temple, and the young man is in better condition than ever before. In just an incense stick of time, he had already rushed back to the vicinity of his village. Dad, Mom, hold on. The young man immediately knelt outside the village and took out the statue and placed it. The incense is then lit. We respectfully invite the immortal Yufeng to send down divine will to slay the demons and exorcise the evil spirits. After the sacrificial words were spoken, the young man quickly inserted the lit incense in his hand into the incense burner. In fact, as long as Zhang Yufeng wanted, he could use the statue as his eyes at any time. You can also locate the statue at any time and directly release the divine power or other magical powers. Initially, he lived in the Yotsuya Miko household. He used the statue to release the divine power in Yotsuya Miko's room. Not to mention, he is now coming with the young man. The reason why the process of burning incense and inviting the gods is to make it appear that the god is not so casual. Seeing that the young man had completed the process, Zhang Yufeng immediately chose to face the entire village in front of him. Release a range of divine power. Feeling the familiar pressure descending upon the entire village, the young man was overjoyed. The immortal Yufeng really appeared and came down the mountain to save their Qingshui village. And at this time, in Chimizu village, one demon was brutally torturing a young girl, while the other was guarding the remaining survivors of the entire village. For the devil, what they want is indulgence, freedom, and depravity. It is impossible for me to do anything that has anything to do with positive energy. Buzz. A terrifying pressure suddenly covered the entire village. The villagers who were huddled together and praying for help from the gods suddenly knelt down and kowtowed subconsciously. The two demons were also suppressed by this divine power and could not get up. What happened? What is this? The demon was terrified and didn't know what had happened to him. You're going to die. You're going to die. The other demon looked terrified. His instinct told him that if he couldn't escape, he would die. He struggled to get up. However, he found that the pressure was getting heavier and heavier, and he couldn't get up at all. On the contrary, the blood food that was curled up on the side actually slowly regained its mobility. Father, Mother! I've brought the immortals to rescue you. Familiar shouts came from outside the village, getting closer and closer. It's a king is not dead. Great, a king is still alive. Among the villagers, an old couple who looked honest and kind burst into tears of joy. They saw with their own eyes that the terrible demon chased out. But now. But he is back. Damn it, how did Akun do this? How could he let this human live? Akun, that BD, what kind of terrifying and powerful person has he attracted? I can't even stand up. The two demons were filled with indignation, and had already cursed that BD 800 times in their hearts. If that BD hadn't been careless for a moment, how could anyone have escaped? Just escape. He insisted on playing tricks on the other party instead of killing him. That's better. I must be cheating, and I even pooped a big pile for my brother and me. The crime of slaughtering and killing living beings should be punished. A loud bang like thunder was heard. When Zhang Yufeng entered the village, he saw several villagers who had been brutally tortured to death. There was also a little girl who was almost dying. His inner anger instantly reached its peak. Everyone felt the pressure on their bodies eased, and the urge to kneel down dissipated a lot. The two pitch-black demons instantly slammed heavily to the ground. Terrible pressure. Inflicted harshly on them. I can't breathe anymore. Mercy, mercy. Faced with the devil's plea for mercy, Zhang Yufeng remained unmoved. The divine power is concentrated on these two demons, and the power is still increasing. Dad, Mom. I'm so glad you're all right. The young man returned to the group of villagers, hugging his elderly parents with a look of relief on his face. If I hadn't been in such a panic that I hadn't chosen the right path, I would have climbed up Qingfeng Mountain. I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Not to mention, now he can bring the immortal back to save his parents and fellow villagers. Bang! Bang! Under the continued pressure of divine might, the two demons could no longer hold on. Their bodies exploded one after another, turning into a pool of blood foam that was invisible to the naked eye. Good. Good death. Thank you so much for saving my life. Thank you so much for saving my life. The remaining 30 or so people were not afraid at all, and looked at the demons that died in the explosion with a look of relief on their faces. So many lives, they are all their loved ones. But they were all brutally killed by these demons. And now, the great revenge has been achieved. Old village chief. The young man respectfully held the statue of the deity, walked up to the old village chief and said, "Village chief, I hope that everyone in our village can worship the immortal Yufeng." "I agree. I agree." The villagers raised their hands in agreement. Chapter 24. Only after experiencing pain do you realize how perfect it would be to have a thigh to hug. Bearing the heartache and sadness of losing a loved one. Under the leadership of the village chief who is over 100 years old. The remaining living people knelt down before the statue. With trembling hands, the old village chief took out the cup divination sticks that had been sealed in dust for decades. It also has another name, the Holy Grail. Village Chief Zhou and others obviously wanted to use the method of tossing the Holy Grail. To ask Zhang Yufeng whether he is willing to accept offerings from their Qing village. This is also one of the traditional procedures for asking for divine will. If they followed the normal procedure, they should throw the Holy Grail to ask for God's will. After the statue is completed, a special ceremony to invite the deity will be held. Please invite Zhang Yufeng to enter the temple in Qing village. Generally speaking, clan sacrifices or inviting gods to perform the same are performed by respected elders. And in Qing village, there is no other suitable candidate except the old village chief. The old village chief gritted his teeth and dragged his aging body around the incense burner 3 times. Then he knelt down before the statue, looking at it devoutly with his cloudy eyes. Is immortal Yufeng in office? After the old village chief finished speaking, he threw the Holy Grail in his hand. Zhang Yufeng was standing by, and he could control the thrown Holy Grail. After a slight sound, the Holy Grail fell to the ground. It shows 1 yin and 1 yang, which is a holy hexagram. It means being in office. The old village chief immediately felt relieved, and the people behind him also looked happy. Picking up the Holy Grail on the ground, the old village chief's expression became more serious. Qing village in Fenghe County, Zihu, reveres the divine appearance of Yufeng immortal and waits for him with piety. I beg immortal Yufeng to come to Qing village, build a statue for him, build a temple for him, and offer incense to him every year. I pray that he will agree. After saying that, the old village chief held the Holy Grail and tapped the edge of the incense burner. Then he clasped the Holy Grail with both hands and gently threw it out. Everyone held their breath and followed the Holy Grail falling from the sky. Under Zhang Yufeng's intentional control, the Holy Grail successfully threw the holy hexagram. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The old village chief picked up the Holy Grail again and repeated the process. It is still a holy hexagram. Suddenly, there were more smiles on everyone's faces. The old village chief picked up the Holy Grail again and threw it one last time. It is still a holy hexagram. After 3 holy divinations, immortal Yufeng fully agreed that Qing village could enshrine it in the village. Of course, this was all the result of Zhang Yufeng's manipulation. Naturally, he was happy to see Qing village want to worship him. Although there are only dozens of people, it adds up to a lot of incense. And this is the first time that the entire village has worshipped him. After throwing the holy hexagram 3 times in succession, the old village chief picked up the Holy Grail on the ground and held it in his palm. I couldn't help but laugh. The laughter was a little hoarse, but it seemed very relaxed. Although the gods helped, they strangled the rebellious demon. But the old village chief was not sure whether he could invite it directly to the village to be worshipped. Fortunately, everything is moving in the right direction. Village chief, tomorrow is the first day of the new year. What should we do next? Another old man nearby asked. If we can't offer it tomorrow, we'll have to wait another 15 days. Another old man worriedly said, if something goes wrong during the journey. After experiencing the tragic situation of the demon's resurrection, they didn't want to delay any longer. We must invite the gods into the village as soon as possible. Yes, I see. The old village chief looked around and saw that everyone nodded. He immediately threw the Holy Grail again to ask for God's will. Without any surprise, Zhang Yufeng also hoped that they could worship him as soon as possible. Naturally, there is no reason to disagree. Finally, a consensus was reached. The statue carved by Zhang Yufeng himself was left in the village as the main statue. The village had previously planned to build a small temple, but it was left vacant. It became the home of Zhang Yufeng and his statue. Thank you, immortal Yufeng, for saving my life. You are so merciful. We will definitely build a brand new and magnificent temple for you in the future. There were more than 30 people, each holding a stick of incense. Bow respectfully to the statue of Zhang Yufeng. Incense power +1. Incense power +1. Incense power +1. With more than 30 people worshipping devoutly, Zhang Yufeng successfully collected more than 30 strands of incense power. Ordinary people's worship only has the power of a wisp of incense. Zhang Yufeng has not forgotten his first believer, Yatsuya Miko. But it adds a full 4 strands of incense power to myself. And his second believer, Kailan, has not yet worshipped him. Therefore, the power of incense offerings was not collected. But from the worship of more than 30 people, it can be seen that the power of incense and fire that ordinary people can provide to themselves is limited. But, no matter which world it is, ordinary people are the majority. Zhang Yufeng shook his head, but he was not greedy. And tomorrow is the first day of the new year. After these 30 or so people pray to the gods tomorrow, they will surely be able to add more than 30 strands of incense power to themselves. With this twice a month, the accumulated power of the stable incense is over 70 strands. It can speed up your process of becoming stronger. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world in which you are, Super God World, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, God, 29.5%. Magic power, incense and fire magic power, conceptual level, divine might, minor magic power, entering dreams, minor magic power, summoning God scroll, magic power secret method, incense and fire sword, magic power secret method. Evaluation, the incense faith is weak and the strength is meager. Merit chart. Accumulation, 27. Available, 10. With the power of more than 30 strands of incense, his progress bar was pushed to 29.5%. He killed 3 demons and gained 5 merit points. And saved the lives of more than 30 people. Then he gained a full 5 points of merit. Adding it all up, that's a total of 10 merit points. After Qing Shui village completed the memorial service, it soon fell silent in the pain of losing its loved ones. Outside the village, a dripping sound was soon heard. Those are the police officers in this area, rushing towards this side. Zhang Yufeng did not stay and turned back to his Taoist temple. Luckily I returned to my own Taoist temple, otherwise how could I have obtained so many merit points? Looking at his 10 points of available merit, Zhang Yufeng was very happy. I have never fought such a rich battle. I actually have 7 points of merit in my hand. Last time. It's just 6 merit points. Then there's nothing to hesitate about. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand with a serious face, Deep Blue, give me some. Chapter 25. Invest 10 points of merit into him. The rich golden light enveloped Zhang Yufeng. It was dawn and the Taoist temple was still a little dim. It was immediately illuminated by the dazzling golden light, as bright as day. When the golden light faded, Zhang Yufeng opened his eyes, and a captivating light flashed across them. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world in which you are, Super God World, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, God, 50.09%. Magic powers: incense magic power, conceptual level, divine might, beginner, entering dreams, beginner, inviting gods, beginner, incense magic sword, beginner, merging with gods, beginner. Evaluation: with the power of a little incense, he is no longer a rootless duckweed, a scumbag among the gods. 10 merit points are added to your body. Zhang Yufeng's cultivation suddenly skyrocketed, directly increasing to 50%. Feel the tremendous divine power in your body. Zhang Yufeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Right now, he had a feeling that he could blow up the Qingfeng mountain beneath his feet with one punch. And he felt that he had a lot of new understanding and insights into the minor supernatural powers and secret techniques he currently possessed. The strength that can be exerted. It has also improved a lot. And changes did appear on the True Self panel. Behind every magical power that one possesses, there is an added level of proficiency. I feel like I can break mountains and stop rivers, but I'm just a rookie. Zhang Yufeng's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked helpless. 2. If my current combat power were placed in a place with higher combat power, I guess they will all be treated as novice monsters. But I have only been a god for a few days. It is not easy to have the current level of cultivation. Zhang Yufeng smiled with satisfaction. It's all thanks to my hard work in cultivation. Merit chart. As his cultivation progress broke through 50%, Zhang Yufeng also comprehended a new magical power, the fusion of gods. Merge with God, the god descends upon your own statue, during which the statue and the god become one, and the combat power is enhanced. This magical power is amazing. Zhang Yufeng was delighted. Although this introduction does not tell the details of the increase. But the previous few magical powers are all very useful and powerful. Take the secret attacking magic skill, Incense Sword for example. That is quite useful. Hidden between reality and illusion, its whereabouts are mysterious and difficult to detect. It is so sharp that it can even cut through space. And this? Or is it the strength that can be exerted by the introductory understanding of this magical secret technique? To sum up, this magical power will surely bring about an objective increase. And if in the future I have many believers and many statues of gods, wouldn't it be possible for me to reach the location of my statue at any time in an instant? Isn't this equivalent to a portal with infinite distance? If there is a chance, we must give it a try. Zhang Yufeng is looking forward to whether the first try will bring him a surprise. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Butterfly Kane, good morning, everyone. Busujima Psycho, good morning, Kane, have you stayed up late again to hunt cannibals? Sifangchuan Icarus, good morning, you all got up so early. Shifangchuan Ayam, Sister Kane stayed up late to kill the cannibals again? It must be hard work. Butterfly Chini, there's nothing we can do. Cannibals are afraid of the sun and only appear at night. We can't find any trace of them during the day. Butterfly Kane, who had just returned to the butterfly house, walked towards her room while yawning. Nearby, several men in Demon Slayer uniforms can be seen lying on the beds. They were injured while hunting the cannibal. Now, he is receiving treatment and recuperation at the butterfly house. This kind of scene has been seen many times by Kane Coco over the years. After all, to cannibals, humans are just lambs that can be slaughtered at will. Even the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who have practiced breathing techniques. During battles, they would also be killed by ogres weaker than themselves. Their bodies are incredibly hard and their recovery abilities are amazing. However, if humans are hurt, it takes a long time to recover. The Butterfly House. It is specially used to treat those members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were injured while hunting man-eating demons. If our Demon Slayer Corps were to collectively worship Master Yufeng. Looking at the ward filled with groans, Kane Coco suddenly thought this in her heart. If so, it is the same as Yotsugu Jianzi. Growing rapidly like a rocket. Would it be much easier for the Demon Slayer Corps to deal with the cannibal demons then? Whether can it reduce the sacrifice of many team members? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Kane Koko couldn't help but think about it more and more. Yotsuya Maiko, good morning, everyone. Kane has been working so hard. I didn't get home to rest until 3 AM yesterday, and now I feel a little tired. Busujima Saiko, aren't we supposed to have a day off today? You don't have to get up so early to go to school. The time in her world is almost the same as that in Yotsuya Maiko. Right now, Busujima Saiko was in the basement of her home. He practiced his swordsmanship and breathing techniques madly. And next to the basement, there were a large amount of supplies piled up. Since she knew that there would be a corpse crisis in the future, she naturally had to be prepared. And enough food, water, and daily necessities. Naturally, you need to prepare gradually as a priority. Yotsuya Maiko, I can't help it. My best friend Zayahua insisted on waking me up early in the morning and taking me to the shrine. Shi Fangchuan Ayam, shrine? Maiko, do you need to worship other gods? Busujima Saiko, Master Shin-kun, you are watching in the group. Butterfly Kane, husband, former, offender. Yotsuya Maiko, ah. Kane, where did you learn such a terrible word? Yotsuya Maiko, of course I can't worship any other gods besides Master Yufeng. I am a loyal believer of Master Yufeng, commonly known as a crazy fan of gods. I absolutely can't worship any other gods. Never. Zhang Yufeng, you're going to the shrine. Yotsuya Maiko, Master Zhenjun, it's just that my best friend wants to go, I'm just accompanying her. And I'm also planning to let Zayahua join us in offering sacrifices to Master Zhenjun. Serious face. Busujima Saiko, sure enough, Master Shin-kun saw it, so, is Jianzi anxious? Sifangchuan Icarus, yes, I must be anxious. Butterfly Kane, ah, can't this word be used in this place? Zhang Yufeng, I'm not that stingy, but the shrine in your world is not a good place. If you want to go, bring my statue with you. Chapter 26. The world of Yotsuya Maiko is a deep one. There are many evil spirits, but there seems to be a thin film and special rules between them and the human world. Just don't see them. Just don't give any response. They will not be able to attack and harm humans. There are countless shrines of all sizes within the cherry blossom area. But the gods occupying the shrine are not kind ones. They are all evil, powerful, and more intelligent evil gods. Just like the two fox gods, and the evil god behind them who eats evil spirits. If I remember correctly. After helping Yotsuya Maiko resolve life and death crises 3 times, he will come and devour Yotsuya Maiko. Although I don't know which shrine they went to this time. But I'm afraid that there is either no god in the shrine, or there is an evil god. Is there something strange about the shrine? Yotsuya Kenko was stunned. Isn't that the place where gods exist in legends? But the true Lord would definitely not lie to me. He even allowed himself to carry his idol. This made Yotsuya Maiko a little worried. Could it be that there was some powerful evil spirit? Zayahua. Yotsuya Maiko hesitated for a long time, but couldn't help but say, how about we not go to the shrine at all? I know a place that has delicious bread. Can I take you there? If it is your own belief, then the gods will warn you. Yotsuya Maiko was still scared. No, Jianzi. We made an agreement last night. Yurikawaka shook her head seriously. Yotsuya Kenko's behavior of changing her mind made her think that she must have encountered some evil spirit. Otherwise, why have you been behaving so strangely these days? Jitsi must have been affected by an evil spirit. That shrine is very effective. Yurikawaka thought to herself, I must bring Jianzi over there and bring back the original Jianzi. Upon hearing this, Yotsuya Kenko's mouth twitched slightly. If she had known the shrine was so dangerous, she would never have agreed last night. But my best friend knows that once a decision is made, it is difficult to change it. Okay, okay. Yotsuya Jianzi waved his hands helplessly. Wait for me, I'll pack a little and come right away. Yeah, you need to hurry up. Hi. Yotsuya Miko ran upstairs and returned to her room. When the door of the cabinet was opened, a strange statue appeared before his eyes. Excuse me, Master Zhenjun. Yotsuya Jianzi earnestly lit a stick of incense and bowed respectfully. Then he took down the statue, put it in a small box and carried it on his back. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Busujima Psycho, are we going to the shrine in the end? Yotsuya Miko, yes, there's nothing I can do about it. I promised Xiahua last night. Butterfly Kane, ah, you are so gentle, you don't want your friends to be disappointed. Shi Fangchuan Icarus, I really envy this kind of friendship. As a member of a wealthy family in Sifangchuan, she has never had such a deep friendship. This is due to my identity and also due to my environment. In a world where everyone is just barely surviving, this kind of friendship is hard to come by. Yotsuya Miko, hehe, don't worry, everyone. I brought the statue of Master Zhenjun here, and I'm carrying it on my back. Busujima Psycho, yeah, that's pretty clever. Kane Koko, if we have the statue of Master Shinkun, there shouldn't be any problem. Sifangchuan Icarus, you must be careful, you can be warned by Master Zhenjun. Busujima Psycho, I agree. Be careful. Butterfly Kane, ah, it's already this late, I'm going to go take a rest first, bye everyone. The sun gradually rose and shone into the butterfly house. After fighting all night, the fatigue on Kane Koko's face became more and more obvious. Sister, you haven't rested yet. The door was pushed open and a little kid walked in. Ah, it's Shinobu. Koko Kane reached out, rubbed Koko Shinobu's little head and said softly, I was just communicating with a few friends. I will take a break soon. Friend. I looked around the empty room and it seemed like there was no one else there. But she didn't ask any more questions. I can see the world. In the mountain forest full of cherry blossoms, the blonde girl is climbing with the blue-haired girl. When did Jianzi's physical strength become so good? Yurikawa Hana wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Yotsuya Miko, whose face was flushed, with some confusion. Obviously. We are all weaklings, right? Whenever you exercise for a period of time, your physical strength will not be very good. But now, Yotsuya Miko was carrying a huge backpack and helping to carry her own small bag. Yet, climbing the mountain was still as easy as walking on flat ground, extremely relaxed. Hey! Yotsuya Jianzi said calmly, Xiahua also needs to increase the amount of exercise. You can't keep being such a weakling. What? Lily Kawana helplessly supported the two white rabbits, there's nothing I can do. I'm also very distressed. If only I could be as small as Jianzi, I wouldn't be so tired. As Yurikawa Hana spoke, she pounded her shoulders. Its eyes. Staring at Yotsuya Miko's chest. Yotsuya Miko's face turned dark, she was really hurt. I'm younger than you, I'm really sorry. Hey. We're finally here. Yurikawa put her hands on her hips and smiled, I am still very powerful. Hi. Yotsuya Miko agreed perfunctorily, looking around constantly. When passing through the mountain gate, she deliberately took another look at it. I discovered that this place is called Sankatani Shrine. The eaves of the temple on the top of the mountain were covered with cobwebs, and the donation box was also in a very dilapidated state. The fox statues on both sides of the temple are also covered with moss. This kind of place doesn't look like a place where there are so-called gods. See you, here. Yurikawa Hwa smiled and waved to everyone. She was curious about everything here. And at the same time, at the foot of the mountain, there was a hunchbacked old man and a man. And meet at the foot of this mountain. The barrier was actually opened just now. After the old man performed his trick, he noticed the signs that the barrier had been opened, and his face suddenly changed. Master, could it be that the one who escaped and went down the mountain? The man next to him frowned, looking worried. Probably not. The old man shook his head and led the man through the barrier towards the mountain. Super Divine Universe, Qingfeng Temple. It's so unbearable. I ended up at this shrine after all these twists and turns. Through the statue, Zhang Yufeng saw the two women accidentally pass through the barrier and reach the Sanhu Valley shrine that suppressed the evil spirits. With her own intervention and changes, Yotsuya Maiko has completely changed the trajectory of her life. But in the end, I still came to this shrine. Is it possible? Is this fate? Chapter 27. Ding Dong. Yurikawaka took out 5 yen and threw it in. Yotsuya Kenko, who was pulled over, looked helpless and threw 5 yen into the donation box. Looking at Yurikawa Hana, who put her hands together and started to make a wish. Yotsuya Mikoto frowned and looked around. I don't know why. The moment she dropped the coin into the donation box, she felt an inexplicable change taking place. Faintly, she could even sense a subtle sense of being watched. This made her unable to help but touch the box behind her. I felt a slight tremor inside the box, and a faint warm current emanating from it. When Yotsuya saw him, he felt relieved. With the real god Yufeng Zhenjun around, what else do I have to worry about? My Lord God, I hope there will be lots and lots of delicious food. Lily Kawana made a wish, also, please let my good friend Jianzi remove any evil spirits that may exist in her body. That's right. The huge changes in Yotsuya Maiko in recent days made her think that she had encountered a dirty thing. If I can only achieve one, then let the dirt that may exist in my best friend be removed. After hesitating for a moment, Yurikawaka added. Although she is very greedy and likes to eat a lot of delicious food. But in her heart, Yotsuya Maiko is obviously much more important than delicious food. Yoshi, the wish is complete. Yurikawa Hana opened her eyes and looked at Yotsuya Maiko with a smile. Maiko, do you have a wish? Just as Yotsuya Maiko was about to say something, a divine voice rang in his ears. Jianzi, be careful behind you. Zhang Yufeng reminded, they are coming. Upon hearing this, Yotsuya Kenko's body stiffened and he mechanically turned his head to look behind him. 2 girls wearing masks, emitting golden aura and wearing shrine maiden costumes appeared under the gate of the shrine. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Yotsuya Maiko, something really appeared at the shrine. Picture. Busujima Psycho, She exudes a golden aura and is wearing a shrine maiden outfit. Is she the shrine maiden who serves the gods here? Sifangchuan Icarus, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a human, does it? Butterfly Kane, he doesn't look like a bad person. Looking at the clear photos uploaded by Yotsuya Maiko, the girls responded one after another. The shrine maiden's costume, the fox mask, and the faint golden color emanating from her body. This picture. But it is much better than the evil spirit that Yotsuya Maiko encountered before. After watching that too much, I feel like my san value is dropping very quickly. Zhang Yufeng, according to the original storyline, Jianzi's best friend Yurikawaka would encounter a terrible evil spirit. In order to help her best friend drive away the evil spirit, it was Jianzi herself who suggested going to the shrine. In this Sankodani shrine, there are 2 fox gods and a great mountain god. They helped Yotsuya Maiko to deal with the terrible glutton. Busujima Psycho, is he a kind and compassionate god like Shinsama? Shifangchuan Ayam, it sounds like combining the other party's painting style should be a good idea. Butterfly Kane, it doesn't seem that simple. Yotsuya Maiko, is that so? And then what? It felt quite novel to hear about my original trajectory from the mouth of the gods. Did I catch up with myself in chasing the drama? Zhang Yufeng, the mountain god, unilaterally reached a contract with Yotsuya Maiko. After helping Yotsuya Maiko eliminate the crises brought by evil spirits 3 times, he planned to turn her into a little fox god that he would sit on. Shi Fangchuan Icarus, is this possible? It can also be a unilateral contract. Busujima Psycho, could it be that these two were also human beings in the past? Butterfly Kane, a god who can make such a unilateral contract is definitely not a kind and merciful god like Master Zhenjun. Yotsuya Maiko, damn it, are you trying to deprive me of my rights as a human being? I'm going to be her slave for the rest of my life. Zhang Yufeng, isn't this normal? The 8 million gods you call Yinghua are all these mountain spirits and wild monsters. There are very few real gods. What 8 million gods? They are obviously a bunch of monsters and demons. When a monster becomes powerful enough, the ignorant Sakura people will worship it as a god. The man-eating evil monster was forcibly sent to the throne of God. We will continue to offer incense to it. It's ridiculous to think about it. Zhang Yufeng, these 2 little foxes were once human beings, and one of them was a demon slayer. But now they have become puppets in the hands of the mountain god, and their minds have been sealed. Yotsuya Maiko, as expected. What a bullshit mountain god! How can a real god use such a despicable method? She thought that being transformed into a little fox god and working like a slave for him was outrageous enough. I didn't expect that this mountain god was even more cruel. Directly sealed away the original consciousness. What's the difference between this and being dead? Busujima Psycho, this kind of existence is not worthy of being called a god. Sifangchuan Icarus, only someone like Yufeng Zhenjun can be called a true god. Butterfly Kane, the one who saves the world with mercy is the true god. Compared with the mountain god in front of him, Zhang Yufeng's image instantly became much more majestic. Ah, this! Zhang Yufeng was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, he would end up highlighting himself. Judging from the situation, it might not be long before he becomes an idol to me. For a moment, Zhang Yufeng's eyes softened as he looked at the mountain god of the shrine. This assist was really great. *% number at. One of the 2 little fox gods opened his mouth and said something. But Yotsuya Maiko couldn't understand what this person was saying at all. If an ordinary evil spirit dared to show up, she would have already rushed over with her sun wheel sword and slashed it. But these 2 seem very difficult to deal with. She chose to turn a blind eye from the bottom of her heart. Seeing that Yotsuya Kenko was pretending to be stupid and didn't respond to his meaning. The 2 fox gods looked at each other, then slowly walked towards Yotsuya Maiko. Yotsuya Maiko, Master Zhenjun, they were talking in a babble and now they are walking towards me. What should I do? Zhang Yufeng, did you see the bells on their wrists? Take them off and they will regain their senses. Busujima Psycho, is it okay to see you? Although they are not real gods, these 2 don't look like they are easy to mess with. Although Yotsuya Maiko has made rapid progress recently, she is still just a mortal. Can you really win? Zhang Yufeng, you can try it. I will take action when necessary. Yotsuya Maiko, okay, I'll do it then. Yotsuya Maiko untied the backpack behind her and took out the Nichiren sword. Then he gently placed the backpack next to Yurikawaka. Chapter 28. Yotani Maiko starts live broadcast. Kane Butterfly joins the live broadcast room. Bukujima Psycho joins the live broadcast room. Sifangchuan Changpu joins the live broadcast room. Zhang Yufeng joins the live broadcast room. In front of the shrine, one figure after another suddenly appeared and scattered around. Hey! Yurikawaka tilted her head in confusion, her golden hair falling naturally and resting on her amazing peaks. Jianzi, what are you going to do? You go to the shrine to pray to the gods, why do you bring a knife with you? Besides, what is that thing placed under your feet? Stand here and don't go away. Yotsuya Maiko did not explain much. After bowing to the statue in the backpack, he drew his sword and looked at the two approaching fox gods. Seeing that Yotsuya Kenko actually drew his sword, the fox god's face showed visibly anger. Yotsuya was stunned when he saw him. She thought these were just masks, but it turned out that these were their real faces. The thought of following my original path and becoming something like this makes me feel weird. The anger in her heart suddenly surged. If she could become a beautiful and charming fox god, Yotsuya Maiko would feel better. The result is just this. Feel the majestic spiritual power in your body, and feel the presence of Master Yufeng who has been silently watching over you. Yotsuya Kenko no longer hesitated and attacked with the Nichiren sword in hand. Halfway up the mountain. Oh no! There's a fight on the mountain. The old lady, who was exhausted from climbing the mountain, paused and looked at the chaotic breath on the top of the mountain. Her face changed. Could it be that some senior came in? The man next to him murmured in a low voice, with a puzzled look on his face. Those are the only famous ones. I haven't heard of anyone coming to this town recently. Ram, we have to hurry. I know, I know. The young man waved his hand and quickly headed up the mountain. Hey, you little brat, I am your master after all. The old lady cursed, don't you know how to carry me on your back? Ex-master, please, we have already parted ways. Roma rolled his eyes, but still returned and carried the old lady on his back. Quickly rushed towards the top of the mountain. What happened? Yurikawa held her hands in front of her chest and looked at the scene in front of her with a nervous look on her face. Her good friend Yotsuya Maiko drew her sword for no apparent reason. Then he flew forward, swinging his sword one after another. And the sharp blade was actually intercepted in mid-air? Yurikawa looked left and right, but couldn't tell what was under the knife. Over time, the clothes on Yotsuya Maiko were suddenly torn for unknown reasons. Jianzi, what happened? Are you okay? Yurikawa shouted nervously. She wanted to go forward, but then she remembered Jianzi's instructions. After hesitating for a long time, he still didn't move forward. So as not to cause unnecessary trouble to Jianzi. I'm fine. Yotsuya Maiko shook his head and looked seriously at the fox god that he could see in front of him. You guys are not as powerful as I thought. Next, it's my turn. After saying this in a low voice, Yotsuya Maiko then tightly grasped the Nichiren sword in her hand. The next moment, a faint white light emanated from this blue sun wheel sword. That was Yotsuya Maiko mobilizing the spiritual power in her body and attaching it to the sun blade. No, no way. Lily Kawana blinked, with a look of disbelief, am I not awake yet? The blue knife actually glowed. Come again. Yotsuya Mitsuko shouted with full energy, swung the Nichiren sword in his hand and killed the fox god. For a while. 1-on-2, Yotsuya is not at a disadvantage. Jianzi's swordsmanship is becoming more and more proficient. Busujima Saiko, who was watching the fight from the side, couldn't help but exclaim. Amazing! Sifangchuan Icarus exclaimed, is Jianzi so powerful now? Jianzi's mastery of this sword technique is almost catching up with me. Butterfly Kane spoke with a gentle smile, a hint of amazement in her tone. After all, I have been practicing for many years to get to where I am today. And what about Yotsuya Maiko? In just a few short days, I felt like I had gone through several years of spiritual practice. Merit points do more than just improve your cultivation. Zhang Yufeng said calmly, every time the merit enters the body, one can gain a short-term enlightenment blessing. It is for this reason that Yotsuya Maiko has a high level of proficiency and understanding in the swordsmanship taught by Koko Kane. Talent can improve so quickly. I see. Butterfly Kane nodded in understanding. Thank you, Master, for clearing up my confusion. As expected, it is better not to compare yourself with players who use cheats. That would seriously undermine your self-confidence. The meeting was successful. Sifangchuan Icarus suddenly exclaimed. During the fight, Yotsuya Maiko took the opportunity to cut the rope on the bell with his sword. Then, the bell fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The fox god paused, his angry expression frozen. The mask on her face slowly faded away. The face of an innocent girl was revealed, filled with a look of doubt. Yotsuya Kenko didn't hesitate at all and decisively focused on attacking the other fox god. Just a moment. He also successfully cut off the bell on its body. Hey, I finally succeeded. Seeing that the fox god had regained consciousness, Yotsuya Maiko breathed a sigh of relief. There is not much spiritual energy left in her body. Her face turned pale. If the fight continues, she will really be doomed. Master, Master! At the foot of the mountain gate, an elderly man's exclamation suddenly came. You are, Takeda. One of the fox gods turned his head and looked, then said in surprise. Master, it's really you. Takeda Sanji, the old lady, looked excited. I didn't expect that after so many years, I could still see my master again. Master's master. It's really you. Roma, who was standing by, looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face so close to him, and for a moment, he felt a mixture of emotions. Yes, it's me. The little fox god, their master Yuanzi, nodded gently. It's great that you're still alive. Rom changed his previous cold attitude towards his master and spoke excitedly. Yeah, still alive. Yuanzi nodded and looked at the two people in front of her with a gentle smile. Takeda Sanji is her apprentice. And Rom was the little apprentice accepted by his own apprentice. You guys have changed so much. Yuanzi spoke slowly with a complicated tone. When Roma was still a child, he was brought to this shrine by the bewitching voice. A hand handed a bell to Rom. Takeda Sanji rushed over in a hurry and knocked him to the ground and saved him. And he took the bell that was handed to him. Eventually he was captured by the mountain god and turned into a fox god. Chapter 29. Let's talk about the past later. Yotsuya Maiko said with a heavy face, let's think about how to deal with this big guy first. When the old lady and the young fox god met each other with excitement. Under the mountain gate. A mountain god, whose size is several times larger than that of the fox god, appeared. What? Takeda Sanji looked back, but found that he saw nothing. Oh no, the mountain god is coming. The two fox gods' faces changed and they looked at the huge mountain god with vigilance. The mountain god slowly straightened his huge body, and the 9 tails behind him swayed slowly. The two fox gods looked at each other, stretched out their hands and suddenly clenched them into fists. The next moment. Boom! Terrifying columns of air fell from the mountain god's head. The 4 gases were like a cage, trapping the mountain god inside. A powerful force was exerted on the mountain god in an attempt to suppress him. Roar! The mountain god roared and suddenly straightened his body. The next moment. The two fox gods fell to the ground as if they were struck by lightning. A light golden liquid also flowed out of his mouth. Although they regained consciousness, they had been transformed into fox gods after all. The blood that is vomited out when injured is naturally not the bright red blood that humans spit out. Master! Takeda Sanja hurried forward to support him, with a worried look on his face. Rom, on the other hand, looked warily at the mountain god who had broken free from his restraints. He possessed the power of a genuine psychic and saw the face of the mountain god clearly. The power of Takeda level 3 is much weaker, and he can only see some relatively weak evil spirits. She couldn't even see this terrifying mountain god. Join forces. Yotsuya Maiko tightly grasped the long sword in his hand and spoke. Good. Rom nodded. It cannot leave this shrine. Yuanzi said faintly, as long as you can run out, you will be safe. This mountain god itself exists as a seal. There is no way for it to leave this shrine. As long as they can escape, they will be safe. Don't think about it. What this mountain god likes most is to attract people with strong spiritual power to come and bewitch him. Yotsuya Maiko said coldly, it will never let us leave here safely. Instead of being defeated one by one, it is better to join forces and fight. Fighting alone, it is certain that no one can be a match for the mountain god in front of him. If we disperse, we will end up dead. Then, let's go. Everyone looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Since I can't escape, I'll just have to fight for my life. Ram released a large number of drones to interfere. The goddess used a substitute doll to confuse the mountain god. The two fox gods immediately used their abilities to attack the mountain god. Yotsuya Kenko followed closely behind with a sword in hand. Although they did slow down the mountain god, they were still unable to cause any real harm to him. Master Zhenjun, I need your help. After being beaten back once again, Yotsuya Maiko looked at Zhang Yufeng who was watching the fight on the side. Zhang Yufeng nodded and agreed to the other party's request. Master Yufeng is above, and the heavens are our witness. The believer Si Gujianzi has a sincere faith and prays to Master Yufeng to grant him divine power. As the sacrificial speech came to an end, Yotsuya Maiko's aura suddenly surged. Such a scene! The fox god immediately looked back in surprise. Even the mountain god showed a rare change in expression. Cut! Yotsuya Maiko mobilized the tremendous divine power in her body and attached it to the Nichiren sword in her hand. Then he jumped up and slashed at the mountain god fiercely. Puff! Unlike the initial situation where the defense was difficult to break, the opponent's arm that was raised to block was instantly cut off by the sun blade. Looking at the mountain god's arm fallen to the ground and the angry roaring mountain god, several people's eyes suddenly lit up and they saw hope. Is this the power that Jianzi borrowed from the divine talisman? Busujima Saiko's eyes lit up, very strong. Terribly powerful. At this moment, there was the aura emanating from Yotsuya Maiko, and the strange blood flowing from the severed arm. Two strange blushes appeared on her cheeks. This terrifying aura is no less terrifying than that of the upper moon among the 12 demon moons. Koko Kane's eyes also brightened up. She saw an opportunity to fulfill her 1000-year-old wish in Yotsuya Maiko, the queen who had summoned the gods. At this time, there is a high probability that Yotsuya Maiko can completely defeat her. Even the terrifying upper moon of the 12 demon moons is not impossible to defeat. You know, Yotsuya Maiko has only been on the path of cultivation for a week. Can we win? Shi Fangchuan Ayam clenched her hands nervously and prayed for Yotsuya Maiko in her heart. Not enough. Zhang Yufeng shook his head slightly. The next moment, the mountain god opened his big mouth that was like a flower petal and had sharp teeth. Slender black arms stretched out from its mouth and then clasped together. Countless copper bells emerged and were embraced by countless hands. His long black hair fell down, but it could not hide his hideous face. It looked like a fox god just now, but now it has turned into a huge and terrifying evil ghost. This. Looking at the indescribable monster in front of them, everyone was suddenly terrified. Originally, he looked like a big fox. But his true face is something that is hard to describe. Its face is particularly scary and hideous, and its eyes are two copper bells. Many hands stretched out from the belly, and many copper bells filled the entire body. And as the other party's complete form appeared, a terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire shrine. Sure enough, this is the horrible evil spirit, not a god at all. Looking at the other party's true form, Busujima Saiko could not hide the disgust in her eyes. Although Yotsuya Maiko borrowed the divine power of Zhang Yufeng, he was still in front of this evil ghost that had been worshipped for who knows how long. In the end, he was defeated. In the end, I still need to take action myself. Zhang Yufeng's faint voice sounded in his ears, and Yotsuya Jianzi suddenly looked ashamed. If I were stronger, why would I bother the gods to take action personally? I'm sorry, Master Zhenjun, I disappoint you. Yotsuya Miko spoke with a look of shame on her face. Looking at Yotsuya Miko, who seemed to be talking to something, Master Okatomoko and the fortune teller looked at each other in confusion. In their eyes, there was nothing else nearby. That's not necessary, you've done very well. Zhang Yufeng rarely showed a warm smile and soothed her softly. Looking at the smile that was as bright and warm as the sun, Yotsuya Miko felt even more pious in her heart. Really? Only Yufeng Zhenjun, who possesses a compassionate and kind heart, is worthy of the great title of deity. Chapter 30. Looking at Zhang Yufeng, who has a handsome appearance, a mysterious aura, and a warm smile on his face. He looked again at the evil ghost who had taken off his disguise, revealing a hideous face that was too frightening to look at directly. Really? Only people like Zhang Yufeng can be called true gods. Under the sharp contrast, the women became more and more convinced of Zhang Yufeng's identity as a god. The idea of worshipping this deity became more and more profound. Especially Busujima Psycho. I wish I could build a statue right now and worship Zhang Yufeng in my home. But the gods themselves took action. Such a rare scene should not be missed. Think of this. Only then did Busujima Psycho suppress her restless heart and wait quietly for the gods to take action personally. Jianzi, what on earth happened? Yurikawa couldn't see anything, but she knew something terrible must have happened. It's just like Yotsuya Miko, the old woman and the young boy. They are joining forces to fight against a very powerful being. And there are also invisible beings that are helping Yotsuya Miko and the others. But at the moment, Yotsuya Miko is not the opponent. Looking at Yotsuya Miko, who was knocked to the ground, Yurikawa Hana's face was suddenly filled with heartache. But in order not to cause trouble to them, he just stood there motionless. Xiahua, open the box. While parrying, Yotsuya called out as he saw his son rising higher. A box? Although she didn't know why, Yurikawa still opened it obediently. A small statue emitting a strange aura appeared in front of everyone. Also appeared in front of the evil ghost. Light the incense. Put it in the incense burner. Quick! Yotsuya Miko urged anxiously. The moment the evil ghost saw the statue of Zhang Yufeng, it ignored them. Instead, he headed towards the statue. Seeing this, Yotsuya Kenko hurriedly drew his sword and blocked it. Together. Although I don't know the origin of that statue, I guess it must be the true lord that the girl mentioned? But it looks like this evil ghost reacted strongly to that statue. That means that this statue may contain some means or ability to deal with it. Master Oka Yuanzi and his companions hurriedly tried their best to hold back this terrifying evil spirit. Okay, what should we do next? Yurikawa Hwa completed everything with swift hands and feet, and can be considered a very good teammate. At least he is not the kind of stupid teammate who would make things worse at this time. Hold the incense in your hands and chant with me. Yotsuya Jianzi blocked the evil ghost's attack with a knife and said breathlessly, please respectfully invite Master Yufeng. Good. Lily Chuan Hua raised the incense in her hand and said to the statue, please welcome Master Yufeng. God's will. God's will. Kill the evil spirit. Kill the evil spirit. There is no need for Miko Yotsuya to say too much. Yurikawa Hwa bowed respectfully, then inserted the lit incense in her hand into the incense burner. At the same time, whether it is the little fox god or Yotsuya Miko. At this moment, they are all in a life and death crisis. If they delay any longer, one of them will probably die first. Master Zhenjun. Butterfly Kane and the others looked at Zhang Yufeng nervously. But I found that the other party had disappeared without knowing when. And at the same time, the statue placed inside the box also made strange noises. Just after Lily Chuanhua completed the entire process, Zhang Yufeng immediately chose to use his magical power, the fusion of gods. Magic power, god of combination. The gods can descend upon their own statues, during which the statues and gods become one, and their combat power is enhanced. The next moment, Zhang Yufeng opened his eyes. And in the wooden box, the plastic sculpture of the god also opened his eyes. The statue, which was simply made and had a blurry appearance, became clearer and clearer. Even the hair on the temples gradually became clearly visible. Immediately following, the paint on the statue faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the color became brighter. The long black hair hung down, and the white jade hairpin sparkled in the sunlight. A long green robe swayed in the breeze. Even the skin looks just like a real person. Looking at the changes that happened in front of her eyes in an instant, Yurikawa Hwa suddenly widened her eyes and covered her mouth in disbelief. The people who were also paying attention to the changes in the statue had different expressions. Yotsuya Michael looked surprised. Master Okayuanzi and others were all shocked. The mountain god, who revealed his true form as an evil ghost, showed a complex expression of anger mixed with a hint of fear. In the eyes of everyone, the statue just looked alive. And in its eyes. At this moment, the statue was like a giant holding up the sky, bringing him endless pressure. Is this Hessian? It's really interesting. Feeling the body of the statue that he could use as easily as his own arms, Zhang Yufeng smiled faintly and walked out of the box. The moment his feet touched the ground, the statue, which was originally only about 30 centimeters high, has been enlarged to a height of about 1.8 meters. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a real person. Master Yufeng, your power really appeared. Looking at the handsome guy in front of her, Yurikawa Hwa murmured. He ignored Yurikawa, who looked a little demented. Zhang Yufeng took a step forward and instantly appeared high in the sky. The next moment, a thrilling aura wave instantly enveloped the entire shrine. God's mighty power is so great that it cannot be offended. Except for that evil ghost. All the others knelt down and kowtowed voluntarily or involuntarily under this divine power. The evil ghost was indeed very powerful. Even facing the might of Zhang Yufeng, it was not suppressed and lying on the ground. But at this moment, the evil ghost was indeed finding it difficult to maintain swift movement. So, you are also part of the seal. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand slightly and released his magical power. A temple suddenly appeared in an open space not far away. Looking at the temple whose door opened automatically, the evil ghost suddenly showed a look of horror. He struggled hard, but still couldn't break free from the suppression of this mighty divine power. This evil ghost is quite powerful. Zhang Yufeng raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. If it weren't for the fact that he had merged with the gods, his strength would have greatly increased. It is probably impossible to suppress this evil ghost by relying solely on divine power. Fortunately, the power of Hessian's magical power did not disappoint him. Break this and you will die completely. Am I right? Zhang Yufeng waved his hand, and an object covered with white cloth flew out of the temple and hovered in front of the evil ghost. The evil ghost's face suddenly became even more panicked. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately understood that what this adult said was true. Once this white cloth is destroyed, the terrifying evil spirit in front of you can be completely killed. But why would I go to so much trouble to kill you? Zhang Yufeng made a sword gesture and swept towards the evil ghost. The next moment, the evil ghost's body was split into two, and even the space was cut apart. Chapter 31. There was a gentle breeze, and the corners of Zhang Yufeng's clothes and long hair fluttered slightly as he stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His beautiful face looks even more sacred under the scorching sun. And the ground. The body of that horrible evil ghost was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Even the space was cut into dark cracks. That is the gap in space that appears after the space is cut. Quick! It's really too fast. They could only vaguely see the ancient white sword flashing. The evil ghost was chopped into pieces. Just a few seconds. The little fox god stared blankly at the corpse of the evil ghost that fell to the ground, and it turned into black smoke and slowly dissipated with the breeze. Although he lost his mind. But after regaining consciousness, he knew everything that had happened over the years. She was very clear about the strength of the terrifying evil ghost in front of her. She teamed up with another fox god and also joined forces with several exorcists. They were all easily defeated by the evil spirits in their complete forms. Only by sacrificing one's life can one hold back this evil ghost for a short period of time. But in front of this person, the transformed deity named Yufeng Zhenjun. But she blinked in confusion, which made her look even more adorable. This is the real god. Okatoko, who used to be a demon slayer and is now a fox demon, widened her eyes. Looking at Zhang Yufeng walking high in the sky, his eyes were full of admiration. In the other person, she truly felt what a true god was. That ethereal and mysterious breath, that sacred and gentle breath. This is the god. Instead of the previous one, who appeared to be a god but was actually an evil ghost. Success. Master Zhenjun is so majestic and powerful. Sifangchuan Icarus raised his hands and cheered. Busujima Saiko and Koko Kane looked at each other and both saw the meaning in each other's eyes. The matter of building statues, constructing temples, and worshipping Yufeng Zhenjun. There is no time to lose. Thank you, Master Zhenjun, for your help. Si Gujianzi knelt down and kowtowed respectfully towards Zhang Yufeng in the air. Under her leadership, the others did the same, kneeling one after another to kowtow and express gratitude to Zhang Yufeng. However, Zhang Yufeng did not pay too much attention to the people who were kneeling, but instead looked towards the temple. I saw the temple door opened, and suddenly a pair of white little hands stretched out. Could there be any evil spirits? Busujima Saiko saw something strange about the temple and immediately frowned. Yotsuya Kenko suddenly looked up and saw a girl in white walking out of the temple. Zhang Yufeng slowly descended and came in front of the girl. You killed the ancient god, and the thing sealed underneath is about to come out. The girl sighed, took out a copper bell and said, "Take it." The copper bell in the girl's hand was exactly the same as the pupils of the ancient god and evil ghost before. Hee hee. Zhang Yufeng chuckled and spoke slowly, there is a severe drought and famine. You were sent to the mountain for sacrifice. It's time to leave. Before the girl could say anything more, Zhang Yufeng's divine power shook. The opponent disappeared in an instant. Boom. Suddenly, a terrible sound was heard from underground. Inside the temple, countless talismans danced without wind, making rustling sounds. The ropes and bells in the temple were also vibrating continuously. Legend has it that an ancient evil spirit is suppressed beneath this shrine. And the ancient gods and fox fairies are responsible for suppressing this place. The witch was shocked and asked, could it be that these legends are all true? The ancient god is dead, the seal is broken, and the sealed evil spirit is about to revive. Hearing this, several people immediately looked at the two fox girls beside them. Aren't they the ones who worked with the ancient gods to suppress the fox fairies here? I don't know either. The fox girl shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. After all, after becoming fox demons, they lost their minds. And in the final analysis, they are just the thugs of the ancient gods. The ancient gods were restricted by the barrier and could not leave this place, but they, the fox fairies, could walk out of the barrier. It's just that the power will be weakened a lot. Zhang Yufeng's eyes dropped, as if he could see through the ground and see something deep underground. He saw the endless evil spirits and ghosts suppressed underground. They are all extremely vicious and cruel. There's also a big guy. He had an intuition. If I let them all out, I'm afraid even I would find it difficult. And everyone in this shrine may die. No problem, I will suppress it myself. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand indifferently. The divine sound lingered in their ears, and the nervous and panicked people suddenly felt at ease. Zhang Yufeng walked straight into the temple, transformed into a statue and fell onto the altar. The next moment, the shrine, which seemed like it was about to burst into flames, suddenly became quiet. The ground that was about to collapse finally returned to normal. Everything seems like a dream. Master, what's wrong with you, Master? An old man exclaimed. The two fox girls began to emit a faint golden light. It looks like they seem to be slowly disappearing. Don't panic. You are already so old and still acting like this. Master Okayuanzi smiled and shook his head, somewhat helplessly. The root of our survival lies in that ancient god. Now that the ancient god is dead, we are like rootless duckweed, and will naturally disappear with him. The other fox girl beside her nodded and looked up at the sky with deep eyes. Back then, she was also a girl with powerful spiritual powers. Eventually, he was bewitched and brought to this temple, where he lost his human form and turned into a fox fairy. Don't panic, don't panic. Yatsuya Jianzi suddenly said, Master Zhenjun said that as long as you two worship Master Zhenjun, you can survive. Very good. The witch excitedly clenched her master's hands, which were about to disappear. Master, go and worship the true Lord, Master. Looking at the expectant eyes of his disciples and grandchildren, Master Okayuanzi hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Thank you for your kindness, Master Zhenjun, but I have lived for a very long time. The other fox fairy shook her head, and it was obvious that she didn't want to live anymore. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. As the other party deliberately accelerated, the fox fairy quickly turned into golden light and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The figure of Master Okayuanzi also became illusory. Master, give it to me. The witch put the lit incense into her master's hands, then held the incense burner in one hand and held her master's hand with the other. It was quickly pulled into the temple. Master Yufeng is above. Master Okayuanzi smiled silently. Then he shook his head helplessly, took the incense and knelt down to kowtow before the statue. The next moment, a faint scent of incense permeated the entire shrine. The figure of Master Okayuanzi, which was about to disappear, stabilized and solidified in the blink of an eye. Chapter 32. The evil spirits were killed. The restless seal was also suppressed again by Zhang Yufeng's statue. The witches and their companions all left the shrine satisfied. It can be clearly seen that the spiritual power in their bodies has increased. In the blink of an eye, the noisy shrine returned to its former tranquility. Inside the temple, the fox girl sat cross-legged on the ground, guarding by the side. Not only did her body regain its solidity, but even the aura she exuded was strengthened. See you, son. Are we still best friends? Yurikawa Hua pouted her lips and looked angry, just like a little hamster. Xia Hua, I have just become a follower of Master Zhenjun. Yatsuya Jianzi said helplessly, I have been busy recently, getting rid of those evil spirits that disgust and scare me every day. Besides, I'm worried that you won't be able to accept it right away, and I'm still thinking about how to tell you. Wait until everyone leaves. Yurikawa Hua pulled herself to a corner and then performed a set of smooth little combos. Looking at the adorable Yurikawa Hana, Yatsuya Maiko could only coax her softly. Why can't you accept it? He's so handsome. Lily Chuanhua held her little face in her hands, her eyes sparkling as she said, that's a god, a real god, and he's so handsome. Such a scary monster, but it was killed with just a few swipes. And more. Looking at Yurikawa Hana who kept on talking without showing any fear at all. Yatsuya Maiko's mouth twitched slightly. I still underestimated Yurikawaka's big heart. Even I felt a tremor in my heart when I saw that scary evil ghost. Yurikawa is fine. After Zhang Yufeng was invited out, everyone could see everything clearly under the divine power. Looking at the hideous and terrifying monster, Yurikawa Hana not only did not show any fear, she even thought that Jianzi should have told her earlier. Make yourself a believer of Zhang Yufeng. In this way, wouldn't it be possible for me to see those evil spirits as well? Isn't it exciting? In response to this, Yotsuya Kenko's mouth twitched slightly and he looked helpless. Do you know how I have been these days? The food was licked by the monsters with their tongues and was completely unpalatable. Even when going to the locker room to get a bag, I was frightened by the evil spirit with only one head left. And many more. If he hadn't met Zhang Yufeng and become his follower, he wouldn't have gained power. She felt that she was about to collapse at this moment. All right, stop. Yotsuya Miko raised her hand and said, I will go talk to Master Shinjun and try to get you to become a priestess serving Master Shinjun. It also grants power. Yurikawa Hwa chuckled and reminded. I know. All guests who believe in you will receive gifts. Yotsuya Kenko waved her hand, turned around and went back to the shrine. A Miko who serves the gods. To be honest, Zhang Yufeng was surprised by Lily Chuanhua's suggestion. After all, for Sakura, the meaning of becoming a shrine maiden serving the gods is to devote oneself wholeheartedly to the gods. All living beings will not marry, but will remain pure to serve the gods. And if the gods need them, they would even happily offer themselves up. No matter what kind of eating it is, the gods are allowed to do it. As long as you are willing, I can do anything. Anyway, such a large shrine is dirty and really needs manpower to take care of it. We can't let the fox girl do this every day, right? That would be a bit of a waste of talent. Then can I? Sure. After responding to the believers' wishes, Zhang Yufeng soon received incense offerings from Lily Chuanhua. Regaining his composure, he began to review his gains for the day. I have to say, today is really a great harvest. Nowadays, the number of his believers has greatly increased, reaching dozens. Yotsuya Miko was the first believer. Kailan is still carving his own statue and has not yet worshipped it, so he is not counted for now. Then more than 30 people in Qingshui village became his believers. At this moment, the temple is being cleaned and repaired. As long as everything is prepared, I will place my statue in the temple and worship it today. This also means I will have a stable source of offerings in the future. And this is the world where Jianzi is. Zhang Yufeng also added 4 new characters, Master Oka Yuanzi, referred to as Yuanzi from now on, the fortune teller, Roma, and Yuri Kawanaka. The witch and Roma agreed that they would come to worship them on the 1st and 15th day of every month. And Yuanzi can continue to provide him with a stable supply of incense. This means that he now has another stable source of incense power. More importantly, the incense power provided to him by these people was as high as about 30 strands. After Yuanzi offered sacrifices to himself, he gained the most power from incense. There are a total of 15 strands. The witch, Roma, and Yurikawaka also provided him with about 7 points of incense power. The more powerful and lucky the believers are, the more incense power they can provide for me. And Zhang Yufeng glanced at Yotsuya Miko. Her first offering provided herself with 4 strands of incense power. And today's offering has been raised to 7 silks. Obviously, as the strength of your believers increases, more incense power can be brought when offering sacrifices. It seems that I can't be stingy in the future. Zhang Yufeng smiled. Only when the believers are strong can they better slay demons and gain merit for themselves. Moreover, when believers become stronger, they can provide more incense power for themselves. He is not a stingy god. Now that I know there are such benefits, I will naturally not miss the opportunity to fatten up my believers and benefit myself. This is exactly what was confirmed. Only then did Zhang Yufeng share a little bit of the power of incense with every believer. It's not that he's stingy. But for the witch, Roma, and Yurikawaka, I was already full after eating just a little. If you give it a little more, it might explode and die. But the biggest gain today is not just the increase in believers and the power of incense. But, merit, and other changes. Zhang Yufeng's mind moved and he opened his own panel. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world in which you are, Super God world, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, God, 54%. Magic powers, Incense magic power, conceptual level, divine might, beginner, entering dreams, beginner, inviting gods, beginner, incense magic sword, beginner, merging with gods, beginner. Jurisdiction, Sanhu Valley Shrine, provides 10 points of incense power every day, Guardian, Yuanzi, 1/3. Evaluation, he has weak popularity, but he is stable and has his own territory. He is no longer a wild god. Chapter 33. That's right. Zhang Yufeng now owns his first territory. When he turned into a statue again and sat on the altar where the skull was originally placed, he automatically became the lord of the shrine's jurisdiction. The entire shrine is under his jurisdiction. Every day, the territories under his jurisdiction can provide him with a stable supply of 10 points of incense power. I finally have a safety net. And the jurisdiction can also bring a slight increase in combat power, which is the so-called home advantage. Within the jurisdiction, Zhang Yufeng's strength will also increase to a certain extent. And they can also enfeff a living being to become the patron saint of the territory. As a fox girl, Yuanzi became the first guardian god of this place. As long as he stays in this jurisdiction, Yuanzi will have endless power. At the same time, you can also gain a certain combat power improvement. This also means that Zhang Yufeng can focus his energy on other things, instead of always paying attention to changes in your jurisdiction. Let Yuanzi guard this shrine. This is also an unexpected surprise. Certainly. The most important thing is naturally the final change in merit value. Kill the ancient god that is causing trouble, merit +10. Save lives, merit +2. Suppress evil spirits, protect one side, merit value +10. Merit chart. Accumulation, 49. Available, 21. A full 22 merit points. Zhang Yufeng inexplicably felt like he had become a nouveau riche. I actually had a chance to earn 22 points of merit at one time. He was so happy that he became very generous. Since Yotsuya Miko had made great contributions, he directly allocated 0.7 merit points to her. As Yuanzi is his first patron saint, everything in this territory in the future depends on her. Zhang Yufeng allocated 0.3 to her. This moved Yuanzi so much that he immediately knelt down devoutly in front of his statue. After all, for her, I should have disappeared into the world like that companion. But now, not only has she not disappeared, but she has been entrusted with an important task and has become the patron saint of this place. He even received the legendary reward for merit. The demonic power, bones, and changes in her understanding made her obsessed. Yotsuya Miko was also very sensible and deliberately told the fortune teller and Roma. If you kill more demons and monsters in the future, you will also be rewarded by Master Yufeng for your merits. It can also prolong life, reverse aging, and maintain eternal youth. He witnessed with his own eyes the virtues of Yotsuya Miko and Toko entering their bodies, and their cultivation level greatly increased. Coupled with the powerful fighting power demonstrated by Zhang Yufeng's appearance. How could they not believe it? The witch had originally planned to retire and return to the countryside to enjoy her old age, but she immediately decided to work hard as an exorcist for another 20 years. He also changed his attitude of being reluctant to leave his master. He ran down the mountain in a flash. It looks like he's going to pick up his weapons and fight the evil spirits. Ram followed closely behind, still complaining wildly about how this day would come for a useless master like him. It seems. Rejuvenation, eternal youth. It is a fatal temptation for women at any stage. They are full of motivation, and Zhang Yufeng is naturally extremely satisfied. Past days. Only Yotsuya Kenko went to hunt down evil spirits and contribute merit points to himself. And now. However, there are a few people who have the power to kill evil spirits. In this way, the speed at which you gain merit can also greatly increase. But in the final analysis, it is because of my strong strength today. If I hadn't gained supernatural powers, how could I have taken down this evil ghost so easily? Because there was no fight at all, he was killed instantly. He then used his divine power to suppress the seal that was about to be broken. I'm afraid that will be a big trouble. Naturally, there would not be such a rich harvest. To be a blacksmith, you must be strong yourself. Thinking of this, Zhang Yufeng no longer hesitated. Merit points -22. Unprecedented golden light enveloped Zhang Yufeng. The dazzling golden light even made the entire Qingfeng temple look as if it was covered in gold. It's the immortal, it must be the immortal appearing. In Chimizu village, the villagers, who were ready for the ceremony to summon the gods, discovered something strange about Qingfeng mountain. Looking at the golden light that seemed to illuminate the sky, they immediately thought of the gods that everyone was about to invite. If it weren't for that god, they would probably all be dead. Hurry! We must speed up and complete the ceremony of summoning the gods today. The aged village chief seemed to be energized at this moment. He urged everyone to speed up with full energy. Yes. What happened in that place? Leina had just arrived on Earth and was about to go to the secret meeting room for a meeting. He looked in a certain direction with a frown. The fleeting pressure made her feel a little nervous. I am the Lord of the Blazing Sun, the goddess Leina. Leina said depressedly, is it possible that a great god can emerge from the earth? This kind of thing is unlikely no matter how you think about it, right? Given the resources and technological means available on Earth, it's hard to believe that Leina has the ability to do this. Leina, come on, I've been waiting for you. Tokyo, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Leina finally coming. He immediately waved and invited him into the meeting room. Here I come. Leina's main character is a carefree person, so she didn't think too much about it. Walk towards the meeting room. Sister Yan. Just now. Outside the atmosphere. The angel Zui, who was still carrying out the order to find the devil, suddenly changed his expression. It's the breath of God. Angel Yan looked at the ground with a heavy face and spoke in a low voice. That fleeting breath was definitely the breath of God. Moreover, he is an absolutely powerful god. There are gods on earth? How is that possible? Angel Chase spoke in disbelief. With the current level of technology on earth, she does not think it is capable of creating a god. How could she know that the other party's system was completely different from hers? It looks like we have to contact Queen Keisha immediately again. Angel Yan said in a deep voice, if it is related to God, we must contact Queen Keisha again. They had just communicated with Keisha not long ago. The information observed about Kylan was transmitted to the Queen's sacred treasure house of knowledge. I didn't expect that after such a short time, I would have to contact the Queen again. This earth is really becoming more and more incomprehensible. Somewhere in the Chaiwu star system, a wormhole suddenly opened, and then a long leg stepped out. Ahem, I'm so tired. Pa, pa, pa. A leather jacket tightly wraps around her proud and hot figure. The astonishing abyss turned upside down with the slightest movement. Behind it, a pair of black wings with a strong sense of technology spread out. She is the king of the demon civilization. Demon Queen, Morgana. She also came to the Chaiwu star system. Chapter 34. Note, I would like to point out in advance that the following magical powers do not belong to clones. They can be understood as some kind of puppets. They do not have self-awareness and can only simply execute orders. The golden light was completely absorbed into his body, and Zhang Yufeng slowly opened his eyes. The pitch-black pupils now turned golden. Fortunately, it returned to its original black color after a while. And the aura of Zhang Yufeng became more mysterious and ethereal at this moment. Finally, I broke through the first stage. Zhang Yufeng looked at his panel with joy. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world in which you are, Super God World, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, Spirit God, 1%. Magic powers, Incense magic power, conceptual level, divine might, beginner, entering dreams, beginner, inviting gods, beginner, incense magic sword, beginner, combining gods, beginner, small dividing gods, beginner. Jurisdiction, Sanhu Valley Shrine, provides 10 strands of incense power every day, guardian deity, Yuanzi, 1/3. Evaluation, a small god with low incense and faith, only 1 jurisdiction, and weak power. In terms of level, it changes from a god to a spiritual god. And the progress bar is now only 1%. Zhang Yufeng could feel the 1,000 strands of incense power filling his body. Now it has been compressed and only a trace is left. But this strand is more solemn than the 1,000 strands at the beginning. The merits that had entered his body before caused the incense power in his body to surge to 1,000 strands. But it is like duckweed, ethereal and uncondensed. But now, these thousands of threads have condensed into this one strand, and the ethereal and superficial feeling has finally dissipated. There is a sense of solidity and stability. And Zhang Yufeng's aura also became much more solid and solemn. As for supernatural powers, he still comprehended a new one. Small dispersion, separate a wisp of divine consciousness and refine it into one's own divine statue, which can give it a small amount of one's own strength and execute orders to guard a place. This magical power is very useful to Zhang Yufeng. After separating a wisp of divine consciousness and refining it into one's own statue, a trace of spirituality can be born from the gods. If demons and monsters appear near the statue, it will be automatically activated to slay the demons. And if a believer is in danger, they will warn Zhang Yufeng immediately. If necessary, Zhang Yufeng can also activate it remotely and go directly to help. The statue that is refined by splitting the spirit can possess up to 1/4 of the strength of its original body. As for how many strands of divine consciousness can be separated to refine the statue, it depends on one's own cultivation. Zhang Yufeng pondered it carefully and understood it instantly. With his current cultivation level, he can only allocate about 4 strands of divine consciousness to refine the statue. Now, as the number of Zhang Yufeng's followers increased dramatically, the number of these statues also grew. If they were in danger at the same time, Zhang Yufeng would be overwhelmed for a while. But with this magical power, he can feel a lot more relaxed. Even if the believers are attacked at the same time, the statue can activate simple tasks of protection and attack. Protect these precious things of yours. There is no time to lose, let's start refining it now. Zhang Yufeng immediately made hand gestures, mobilized his mind and began to display his magical powers. After all, he had just started to learn this magical power, and this was the first time he had used it. After a long time, a wisp of divine consciousness was finally separated. Next, you just need to send this divine thought into your own statue and refine it. This will give the statue a touch of spirituality and at the same time allow it to possess 1/4 of its own power. The shrine has the guardian deity Yuanzi and a barrier, so there is no need for the statue to serve as a fighting force. As for Qingfeng Temple, I will stay in it now. There is no need to worry for now. Qingshui village is inviting gods today, and has just been invaded by demons. Let's refine this statue first. After much deliberation, Zhang Yufeng decided on the statue. He immediately used his magical powers to send his separated spiritual consciousness into the statue in Qingshui village. Next to the ancestral home in Qingshui village, inside the temple. The statue carved by Zhang Yufeng himself was now enshrined on the table in the temple. 3 extremely thick incense sticks have been inserted into the huge incense burner on the ground. In front of the incense burner, many people knelt in unison. Looking around, those are all the respected elders in the village. There are hardly any faces that are too young. The statue of the deity has appeared, the deity has appeared. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked up at the statue and found that it was actually emitting a faint light. We will worship Yufeng Immortal with a pious heart for generations, pray for Yufeng Immortal's protection. The old village chief did not hesitate and quickly began to recite the prepared sacrificial words. Zhang Yufeng had no intention of listening and was only concentrating on displaying his magical powers. He separated a trace of his divine consciousness and refined it into one with the statue. When the old village chief finally finished reading the entire sacrificial speech, Zhang Yufeng's refining was nearing completion. As the sound of firecrackers rang out, the statue suddenly burst out with a brilliant golden light. Immortal Yufeng, it's Immortal Yufeng who has appeared. Great! Immortal Yufeng really responded to our offerings. The villagers did not show any fear, but were extremely excited. This statue of God does not produce any visions either early or late. Such a strange phenomenon happened when the gods were being invited into the temple. If this isn't a response to their offerings, then what is? Finally it worked. Zhang Yufeng smiled with relief, then looked through the statue. He looked at the villagers who were smiling from ear to ear with some doubt. Is this some happy event? Why are everyone so happy? But that doesn't matter. As Zhang Yufeng finished refining, the statue was also dotted with a touch of spirituality. But this spirituality was not what Zhang Yufeng imagined. The spirituality of the statue can only simply execute some of Zhang Yufeng's instructions. For example, protecting villagers, killing monsters, fighting and so on. There is no autonomous consciousness of its own. It is like a robot created by humans that can only act according to the input instructions. He would not react or respond to anything other than instructions. That's enough. Zhang Yufeng smiled and said that was fine. If it had autonomous consciousness, wouldn't that be a huge poison point? I'm afraid all the readers will run away. Moreover, the warning range of this statue is quite wide. Not only is the entire Qing Shui village within its surveillance range, but even several neighboring villages are included. If any abnormality occurs within the range, the statue will automatically warn Zhang Yufeng. Or directly trigger attack, guard, and other commands. Act automatically. It is equivalent to adding a passive firewall, and Zhang Yufeng no longer needs to actively check the statue to know the situation. And Zhang Yufeng can also use his magical power at any time, merging gods. Become one with the spiritual idol to fight. Unfortunately, the consumption is too great. Refining this one has consumed half of my divine power. Zhang Yufeng shook his head helplessly. But if I think about the hardship now, the future will be much easier. He immediately prepared to refine the second statue. Chapter 35. The entire Qing Shui village worships you, and your territory is +1. When the entire process of Qing Shui village was completed, all the villagers finally came to the temple. After worshipping and offering sacrifices to Zhang Yufeng's statue one by one, Zhang Yufeng's expression paused, then he was overjoyed. You know, a jurisdiction represents a stable and guaranteed minimum wage. It's the kind that is paid on a daily basis, so you can get it every day. Jurisdiction, Sanudani Shrine, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. Guardian, Toko, 1/3, Qing Shui Village, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. 2 territories mean that he can get a guaranteed 20 silks every day. It can be said that you can become stronger just by lying down. If it weren't for the impending full-scale invasion of the Deity, the earth would be transformed into a battlefield for the gods. Zhang Yufeng can really just lie down and become stronger by relying on the guarantee. Anyway, after becoming a god, his lifespan is unknown. Time? It was no longer a problem for him to consider. Pity. The world will soon be in chaos, and the people will suffer. Leave time for Zhang Yufeng. Not much left. At this time, Reina's explosive pack should have reached the earth. According to the time, they should be holding a secret meeting. According to the original trajectory, it was the fiery sun star that helped the earth. This activated the super genes of the super soldiers on earth. It's really funny to say. Tokyo has brought the super gene to earth for so many years, but he is unable to activate the super gene in their bodies? After all, I really don't have the resources and the ability. Or do you have any other plans that you don't plan to start so early? Conspiracies and intrigues are not something a god like me should consider. Zhang Yufeng stood up, put his hands behind his back and looked towards the horizon. I just need to protect my believers and the earth. In the secret meeting room of Super Seminary in Juxia City. The following is highly confidential. Apart from Central Command, no one else knows about it. Seeing that everyone was present, Lian Feng under the projector said, "Yesterday at 8:45 in the morning, an alien in silver armor appeared. Break into the Angel International building in Tianhe City. After investigation, it was revealed that it was a female alien from the Angel Nebula. In the information of the Super Seminary, they call themselves the Angel Civilization and call themselves angels. Angels have been chasing for 30,000 years, and they are all made up of beautiful women. It has been 1,392 years since the last recorded visit to Earth." When Lian Feng finished her story, Tokyo looked at the man in the Zhongshan suit. Seeing that the other party just nodded and didn't speak, he then continued, "We on Earth have very limited knowledge of angelic civilization. If we judge purely based on the angelic scriptures, they should call themselves the kings of the gods. Translated, it means the highest civilization in the universe." Tokyo paused and continued, "In my personal memory, there have been many wars between angels and demons. But there has been no direct contact. Angel civilization pursues justice in their philosophy. I don't know what this arrival means. So, if possible, we try to establish communication with the angels. In addition, neither Earth's technology nor Denner 3 can track their whereabouts. They have surpassed Denner civilization. This is not good news for them. This means that the other party can browse the Earth like browsing the back garden. If the angel wanted to, I'm afraid no secret could be kept. But let's not talk about resistance. Maybe your true colors have been seen through, and you don't even know how many times the other party has been in and out of the database. Okay, let's not talk about this for now." Tokyo said, "The Deity that attacked the airport last night. Reina, what do you think?" "Deity civilization." Reina frowned and continued, "It belongs to the Styx galaxy, where there is a supreme god named Karl, the god of death. They like to study death, so all the intelligent creatures in the galaxy like to kill each other. To please that god." "God?" Huang Lao asked in confusion. "It needs creatures to kill each other to please itself, so it is an evil god. In Huaxia, gods are supposed to be there to protect the common people. As for those who cause killings, they will be classified as monsters and killed." "Well..." Reina was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and said, "Should it be considered an evil god? For the fiery sun star, there is really no distinction between evil gods and non-evil gods. Come to think of it, I am also a god." Reina added, "Sun goddess. For us at Huaxia, only those who are kind and compassionate to the people are qualified to be called gods." Huang Lao said with a smile, "But different civilizations have different names for it." "Sun goddess, please continue." No, Uncle Huang, just call me Ziona." Reina rubbed her head and said, "You calling me the sun goddess makes me feel uncomfortable. Then, I will be so arrogant as to call you Ziona. I hope our friendship with Liang will last forever." Mr. Huang responded with a smile. Even when facing a god-level civilization like the Liang civilization, he did not show any fear. But the respect that should be given has not been neglected at all. I love the earth, we will definitely become good friends. Reina smiled and continued, since Doughty is here, he must be focusing on killing. My suggestion is to activate the Black Great Wall plan that General Pan Zhen once mentioned to you. Tokyo nodded, then looked at Mr. Huang. Commander, what do you think? The headquarters has given me full authority for this matter. Mr. Huang said slowly, Old Du, I'll leave this project to you to carry out. After all, you have been with this plan for so many years. No one is more suitable than you. Hearing this, Tokyo immediately stood up, saluted solemnly and assured, Please rest assured, Chief. Aja, go organize it. Reina, I'll leave the Black Armor Company's affairs to you. Hearing this, Reina nodded and agreed. This was one of the reasons why she came to Earth. Black Armor Company. Huang Lao suggested, why not change it to Xiangbinglian? I hope that every soldier in the hero company can become a true hero. And a strong company of soldiers can defeat an army of 1,000,000. Yes. In this way, the name of the Black Armor Company was also decided. After everyone left, Mr. Huang looked at the projector which was still playing with a dim gaze. The Denner civilization has not yet been fully integrated into Huaxia. Another Liang has arrived, and there is also Doughty. Mr. Huang sighed and said, Where will our Huaxia and the Earth go in the future? Chapter 36. Juxia City Public Security Bureau. Juxia City is much quieter today, perhaps because of the big case on Airport Road not long ago. You can even see quite a few soldiers with real guns and live ammunition on the streets. Troublemakers may dare to mess with the police. But soldiers would not dare to cause trouble even if they were given 100 courage. After all, the police will warn you several times, and these are obviously soldiers who are on duty. They will really give you a gun butt and take you away directly. Kylin, Kylin! A shout was heard, and it was Hewalan who had finished his duty. Kylin, I heard that you showed your might and killed the terrorists yesterday. Hewalan naturally put his arm around Kylin's shoulders and asked curiously, When did you become so skilled? I heard that special police, the army, and other forces have been dispatched. In the end, Kylin was the one who got the great credit? What's even more outrageous is those special police officers who usually act so arrogantly. I heard that when they saw Kylin today, they directly called her sister Kylin. You don't understand the confidentiality agreement? Kylin stopped carving and said helplessly, If I could tell you, I would have told you long ago. I know. I know. Hewalan nodded, then looked at the lifelike statue curiously, Hey Kylin, isn't this the heirloom your family left for you? Didn't you say you were going to carve it into the image of your husband after you got married? Hewalan's eyes suddenly lit up, could it be? When did I ever say that? Kylin couldn't hold it in any longer, her pretty face turned red, Don't talk nonsense, I'm carving a statue. A statue? Hewalan looked at the shy Kylin, and then looked at the unfinished statue wearing a Taoist robe with long flowing hair and distinct sideburns. Do people in the city play so extravagantly? Hewalan. Kylin was immediately angry. Okay, I was wrong, I was wrong. Hewalan raised his hands in surrender, but in his heart he was convinced that Kylin was angry and embarrassed because he had hit the nail on the head. Snort. Kylin snorted softly and continued to carve the statue seriously. I have to say, her 5 fingers are extremely flexible. The knife skills are also quite good. This piece of jade kept falling off under Kylin's knife. Now, Zhang Yufeng's figure can be vaguely seen. Kylin, the leader is here. Director. Hewalan was extremely surprised when she saw that it was the director of the Public Security Bureau who came personally to call people. Yes, Chief. Kylin nodded, carefully put the jade away, and handed the dagger to Hewalan. Meeting with the leaders. Don't bring any stuff in there. The director is here to call someone. Which leader wants to see Kylan? He Walan played with the dagger, thinking about something. It seems that what happened yesterday was not ordinary big. And Kylan will probably be promoted soon. This was Kylan's first time entering the conference room with the highest level of confidentiality. Generally speaking, grassroots police officers like her are not qualified to enter meeting rooms of this level. Did the central government send someone here? Kylan had some guesses in her mind. We're here, just go in. Yes, Chief. Nodding, Kylan walked straight into the meeting room. Even the director is not qualified to be an escort, so it seems that the person coming is not an ordinary central government official. You are the one who can suppress the Deity in close combat, and you can also attack from a distance and fire cannons. A super soldier who even has the ability to heal in an area of effect. He looked at the girl who came up to him and looked at him like a curious baby. Kylan's mouth twitched slightly. He looked so unstable. Was he really from the central government? Reina, stop it. Aja coughed dryly and said to Kylan coldly, Kylan, I guess the genetic system has already told you everything, right? Genetic system. Kylan was stunned and asked, what is that? You don't know? Then how did you come back to life, and how did you master such a powerful force? Aja was confused, Reina was confused, and Qiang Gui who came with her was also confused. To master such comprehensive and powerful energy, one must be at least a third-generation person. How is it possible that there is no genetic engine system? If not, how did he resurrect? The bullet went straight through the chest. Even for an awakened super soldier, it would take a long time to fully recover. It was Master Yufeng who saved me and told me that I was a super warrior of the Shenhe generation. Kylan did not hide anything and reported truthfully. Although these people in front of me look a little strange, they were sent down by the higher UPS after all. What? Reina was surprised and asked, you are just a super warrior of the Kamigawa generation. The super warriors of Shenhe civilization are recorded in our Liang database. I've never heard of someone with such a perverted super gene as yours. As soon as he awakens, he can fight back and forth with the second-generation super soldier Deity Vanguard in close combat. He also has powerful long-range attack capabilities. It can even kill a second-generation super soldier with one shot. He also mastered such a perverted and powerful treatment method that can bring a person back to life before he is completely dead. Just a generation of super warriors of Shenhe civilization? Reina was the first one who didn't believe it. Stand here and let me analyze you. Leina's eyes lit up, and she activated the super gene engine in her body to analyze Kylan in front of her. Gene engine system activated, command received, analyzing. Comparing databases. Analysis is over. Kylan has the first generation super gene of Shenhe. Due to unknown reasons, the super gene in her body has undergone strange changes. There is a certain probability that she can be developed into a third-generation super soldier in the future. Damn, it really is the super gene of the Kamigawa generation. Reina was confused now, and she had to believe it even if she didn't want to. Really a generation? Aja was also confused. How could the first generation be so perverted? Who is the Saint Yufeng you are talking about? Qiang Gui noticed Yufeng mentioned by Kylan and asked. Who are you? What on earth do you want to see me for? Kylan frowned slightly and asked back. National Security Bureau, Aja, this is Qiang Gui, my colleague. Aja took out his ID and said, this is Reina from Liang who came to help our Earth Huaxia. As for the one who came looking for you, you also saw that Deity, that big mecha. That was just the vanguard of the Deity. There will be even more terrifying enemies coming to Earth next. We are here this time to invite you to join a higher level department and continue to serve in a higher level security department. His eyes scanned the documents in front of Aja. Then he looked at the red-haired Rose and the so-called helper from Liang. A silly girl. Kylan hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded and agreed. Although these people seem a little unreliable. But Kylan was naturally willing to go to a higher level security department to defend the country. Chapter 37. A few hours later, Kylan left the meeting room and went to make preparations. As Kylan left, the conference room fell into silence. You said. Aja slowly said, what on earth is this Yufeng Zhenjun who lent her power? Kylan did not hide anything and told everyone everything she knew. Including being dreamed of, a large number of residents being dreamed of. There is also the matter of lending yourself strength. Why does it sound like the dark plane of a certain main god? Reina asked in confusion, but I haven't heard of anyone being able to temporarily give strength. It always takes a long time to debug and adapt. Today, the technology of the god-level civilization has developed to the third generation of divine bodies. The development of the dark plane has also become extremely complicated. The development directions are also different. For example, angel civilization and demon civilization. The approach is to develop a dark plane and directly increase the number of troops. Use the power of all civilization to build the dark plane of angel civilization and a treasure trove of sacred knowledge. Then the treasure house of divine knowledge will be connected to all the little angels. With the support of the sacred treasure house of knowledge, they were able to quickly gain considerable combat power. And what Kylan described sounded a lot like an angel connected to the treasure house of divine knowledge. Could it be that there is an undiscovered Lord God standing behind Kylan? Aja frowned in thought, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. If there was a main god behind Kylan, the meaning would be completely different. And at present, the other party is also very disgusted with Deity. Moreover, they also attach great importance to the people of Huaxia. Otherwise, there would be no early warning. He even lent his strength to Kylan to kill the Deity. In our Huaxia mythology, there are indeed countless gods. Rose frowned, paused, and said, but the Denner civilization has been on Earth for so many years, and has never discovered that there are real gods on Earth. The incense god that Kylan mentioned only appears in mythological stories. The conference room suddenly fell into silence again. Speaking of the Huaxia myth, Reina looked at Aja and said, isn't your monkey a product of the Huaxia myth? You mean, Sun Wukong? Aja frowned, indeed, Sun Wukong was created by Shenhe scholar Mr. Wu based on Huaxia mythology. Could it be that this person named Yufeng Zhenjun was also created by a great god based on the Huaxia mythology? There is the precedent of Sun Wukong. This possibility cannot be ruled out. But Monkey Brother is a third-generation Kamigawa beast, and he can't reach the level of the main god that Reina mentioned. Qiang Gui shook her head and said, besides, that is a suspected existence of the Lord God. The resources required to create it are countless. It's impossible that there is no record at all. They knew the origin of Sun Wukong. However, there is no trace of this true Lord Yufeng's origins. Yes, that's right. Reina nodded in agreement and said, the god-building project is difficult even with our current abilities. What's more, he is the main god who can grant super warriors the power of 3 generations of super warriors. Perhaps the main god of some unknown divine civilization is watching over the earth. Or is it a civilization from outside the universe? Either way, it's a good thing for the planet. Aja smiled and said, at least, that true Lord Yufeng favors Huaxia, and the one he chose, Kylan, did not refuse to serve the country. Who knows, maybe we'll fight side by side in the future. From the currently known information, it can be analyzed that the one who is kind is definitely caring for Huaxia. And they regard Deity as evil and want to destroy it. I hope so. Qiang Gui sighed and could only hope that things would develop in a good direction. Otherwise, the earth will be in danger. After leaving the meeting room, Kylan quickly packed up her personal belongings. After saying goodbye to her good friend Hewalan, she picked up her things and returned home alone. Tomorrow, The police car in the bureau will take you to the so-called higher-level security department. Since we have some time to rest, let's carve the statue of Yufeng Zhenjun first. Kailan took out the warm statue from her arms. The overall shape has been almost carved. Next, you just need to polish some of the details. As for the face, to be honest, Kailan didn't see the other person's face clearly. But judging from her body shape, hands, and voice, she must be very good looking. Time passes. Kailan worked day and night to carve carefully, and finally completed all the details. It was just the face, she didn't know where to start. After all, I have never seen the other person's true appearance, but I can't just carve one randomly, right? But after spending a lot of time, Kailan was unable to find any information or records about Saint Lord Yufeng. Among the incense gods recorded in Huaxia mythology, Kailan also didn't find any relevant information. What do you look like? Kailan sighed helplessly and decided not to carve the statue's face for now. He placed it directly on the table and lit incense to worship it devoutly. Follower Kailan offers sacrifices, incense power +8. Qingfeng Temple. Zhang Yufeng, who had just separated a trace of spiritual consciousness, paused. As one of the protagonists, Kailan, who has awakened the super gene, can indeed provide me with a lot of incense power. Zhang Yufeng smiled and glanced at the divine consciousness that had just been separated. In this case, the second divine consciousness will refine Kailan's statue. Kailan is about to join the super seminary and become a member of the heroic army. There will be many dangers in the future. And having a statue of one's own will surely protect him. And this statue follows Kailan around, so she can also obtain information about the super seminary, dinner, angels, and demons. It can be regarded as a source of information channel. In the room, Kailan lay back on her bed, looking at the small jade statue that was worshipped with incense. Soon I fell asleep. And the faceless statue was flickering with a faint light. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shine into the room. Kailan got up dazedly and opened her eyes. The next moment, she stared blankly at the statue not far away. The faceless statue actually has its own face at this moment. Although it still looks a little blurry. But Kailan could tell that it was the true face of Master Yufeng. Master Yufeng, did you come here last night? Kailan was delighted and felt valued. Looking at the lifelike statue that exudes a mysterious and strange aura, Kailan smiled. Chapter 38. Super Seminary. A police car drove up to the gate and stopped. The door opened, and a beautiful leg as white as jade stepped out in high heels. Is this the higher-level security department? After getting off the car, the incredibly beautiful Kailan silently glanced around. The man standing guard at the door was obviously an excellent soldier. And not far away, the figures of other warriors can also be vaguely seen. It is obvious that the defense of this place is not weak. We're already here, let's go in and take a look first. Kailan shook her head and took off her suitcase. I touched the statue hidden under the mezzanine and felt at ease. Not long after, a military vehicle also drove up to the gate. Brother, you need real comrades. The old soldier at the side smiled and said, go ahead. Lu Juang, who had been in the detention center for several days, took a look at the so-called super seminary. He died that day and then came back to life. And now, the man in a suit and glasses told himself that he was qualified and capable of defending his country. He didn't know whether he should agree or not. But now he has come to the place where he can defend his country. Maybe it's because of my envy and desire for soldiers. Xin Zhao, Rui Meng Meng, Ge Xiaolun, Jarvan, Kailan, Yi, Lu Juang. All gathered at this super seminary on the same day. Desert, pyramids. A masked man in black, accompanied by two dowdy wearing small blue and white mechas, walked into one of the pyramids. Is this the evil god Sodin? A Doubty looked at the stone painting on the wall and asked curiously. My god Karl has been here since the Styx civilization. Snow said calmly, here, a third-generation super soldier was created, but was later conquered by the angel Zui Ku Zhan. The angels made peace with my god Karl, and Thornton became the sacrifice. He was beaten to pieces by the angel chasing that girl. Not even a piece of flesh and blood was left. He was deader than dead. But Snow spread his hands and said in a high voice, I, God Karl, have recorded all of Thornton's genetic data in this temple through my quasi-void ability. Today, my god Karl will help you recast it. Subdue him while he is just waking up. When Thornton was in his prime, he even killed the angel chase once. Not to mention the rookies behind him. But after being sealed for so long, Sodden will be the weakest after his resurrection. Yes. The two Doubty nodded. But you must remember this. Snow warned, once you have fought with angels, it means, it is easy to be implanted with certain stereotypes. So whether he is loyal to my god Karl or not, we don't know. Snow had said everything that needed to be said, and he said no more. He spread out his hands, and a golden Bagua diagram appeared and rotated. Snow quickly clicked on the rotating Bagua diagram in front of him and entered a long and extremely complicated password. Then, a golden light shot up into the sky. After a while, a figure appeared in the golden light. After several consecutive jumps in the air, it disappeared into the horizon. What are you still standing there for? Snow said in a deep voice, find him and subdue him. Yes. Inside the super seminary. We share a dormitory. After Kylan arrived at her dormitory, she opened the door and found that someone was already there. And they? It was the Rose who met him yesterday, and Reina from the Fiery Sunday. Yes, we will be in the same dormitory from now on. Reina smiled and waved her hand to welcome him. She was also very curious about this special guy. It's great to have the opportunity to observe it up close. Rose was much colder, busy with her own business and no one knew what she was doing. After putting away the suitcase, Kylan also took out the statue. What is this? It's so beautiful. The statue is carved from jade and has been refined by Zhang Yufeng to have a spiritual quality. No matter where you are, there seems to be a faint light illuminating the darkness. Immediately, it attracted the attention of Rose and Reina. The carefree Leina leaned over Kylan's shoulder and came closer. Feeling the heavy weight on her shoulders, Kylan's mouth twitched slightly. Have to. Another carefree girl. This is a statue that I carved with my own hands. As Kylan spoke, she took out the small incense burner that she had prepared long ago. Placed in front of the statue. Kylan was worried about keeping it as a sacrifice at home. So he took it with him and also bought a small incense burner and incense sticks. A statue. Reina frowned and looked at the statue carefully. The carvings are lifelike, just like real people. But his face seemed to be covered by a layer of mist. Blinking, Reina was a little surprised. Even I, the main god, can't see the face of this statue clearly? Isn't this the Yufeng master you mentioned? Rose came over at some point and looked at the table with an incense burner and small incense sticks on it. I couldn't help but ask. Yes, this is the statue of Master Yufeng. Kylan nodded and respectfully inserted the small incense stick into the incense burner. Then he turned around and looked at the two people behind him. Can you tell me what a super soldier is? Of course, this is what you will learn in your future knowledge classes. Reina nodded, sat back on the bed, crossed her legs and said, super warriors are divided into first, second, and third generations. But no matter which generation of super soldier you are, you still need to consume energy by eating and drinking. And the difference between generations in this regard is just the storage limit and the speed of replenishment. According to your human understanding, a first-generation super soldier can live for hundreds of years. This means that as a first-generation super soldier of Kamigawa, you can live for hundreds of years at least. The second generation of super soldiers can live for thousands of years. And the third generation of super soldiers can live for tens of thousands of years. Hearing this, Kylan's heart felt like an earthquake. Ever since I was shown the dream not long ago, this world has become increasingly weird and strange. Her worldview over the years has almost collapsed. Human. Kylan frowned slightly. You are from Liang, what place is that? You are not human. Human? I am not human. Reina shook her head and said, I come from the Fiery Sun civilization, a god-level civilization. As for me, I belong to the Shenhe body. By the way, you humans also belong to the Shenhe body. Kylan nodded and asked curiously, what generation of super warrior are you? The third generation. Third generation. Reina smiled and said, I am the main god of the Liang civilization, the sun goddess Reina. I am not a super soldier. Goddess, I am a divine body, much more powerful than a super soldier. Seeing Kylan's puzzled look, Reina took the initiative to continue to popularize the basic knowledge for her. Chapter 39. The divine body, like my sunlight divine body, is a special, very powerful body. This body has broken away from the basic concept of ordinary biology and has enhanced its overall quality from the atomic level. I've just said that no matter if you are a first-generation super soldier, or a second or third generation, you need to consume energy by eating and drinking. But the divine body is different. The divine body doesn't even need to eat or drink. The atoms in the body will automatically absorb cosmic energy to replenish its own consumption. Even if you are fatally injured, as long as you don't die further, you can slowly recover from your injuries. If you can replenish your energy in time, you can even recover immediately. Having said that, Leina paused for a moment to allow Kylan to digest the thought. It's amazing. After thinking for a long time, Kylan slowly said 3 words. It is indeed amazing, which is why I say that the divine body has already departed from the basic concept of ordinary creatures. Reina smiled and continued, I just said that the first generation can live for hundreds of years, and the second generation can live for thousands of years without any problem. 3 generations can live for tens of thousands of years. As long as the divine body has energy, it will be immortal. Cells only replace, they never age. This is the divine body. It is different from the super gene warrior. Super genes can be 1, 2, or 3 generations, but they are definitely not divine bodies. And with the divine body, it is the first generation divine body, the second generation divine body, the third generation divine body. That's the difference between the two. That is to say. Kylan couldn't help but ask, can you be immortal and have an infinite lifespan? Yes, theoretically it is infinitely long. Reina nodded, but up to now, there are gods who are tens of thousands of years old, but it is still unclear whether there are gods who are hundreds of thousands of years old. Tens of thousands of years old. Kylan thought it was outrageous. For humans with a lifespan of 100 years, living tens of thousands of years is simply unimaginable. How long has human civilization existed since records began? That is to say, such a great god can witness the birth and demise of countless civilizations. It's incredible just to think about it. The universe is so huge that there are many things that even our god-level civilization cannot know. Reina pointed to the statue and said, for example, the Yufeng Zhenjun you mentioned. In our Liang civilization's database, there is no record of this person. After learning the information about true Lord Yufeng from Kylan, she searched the database of Liang civilization. The result is self-evident, no such person exists. How would she know? Even the sacred knowledge repository of the angelic civilization did not match any similar records. Holy Keisha was amazed by the abilities displayed by Kylan. Even the images uploaded by the angels were recorded in the treasure house of sacred knowledge. I have told you everything I know. Kylan saw Reina looking at her, shook her head and said, I only know that he calls himself the god of incense and fire. He also saved me from my genetic collapse. If you really count it. Master Yufeng saved her twice. Etc. Reina looked at Kylan in surprise. You said that the super gene in your body almost collapsed, and then he saved you. Kylan nodded and said, my body can't bear too much force, but I can't smash that turtle shell if I continue. I pray to the gods to give me more strength to beat that BD to pieces. But that powerful force also caused all the genes in my body to begin to collapse, and I was on the verge of death. It was Master Yufeng who pulled me back from the brink of death. Hearing this, Rose and Reina looked at each other in bewilderment. Genetic collapse means certain death. If it is just a simple injury, even if it is a fatal injury, as long as the energy is replenished in time, even a super soldier will not die so easily. But if the genes in the body collapse, even a god will die. But what's wrong? Kylan looked at the shocked two in confusion and asked, is there a problem? Kylan, is what you said true? Reina confirmed after swallowing her saliva. Of course it's true. I won't deceive my companions. Kylan shook her head and said seriously. Then the true Lord Yufeng you mentioned is really amazing. Reina said with a look of emotion, so far, it seems that no super soldier has been found who can repair all genetic damage. If the super gene in the body collapses, then all you can do is wait for death. Kylan was stunned and asked, even God can't do that. Even God can't do it. At least I can't do it. Reina shook her head and said, even if it's me, if all the genes in my body collapse, I won't be able to survive. If only some of the genes are collapsed and damaged, they can still be saved. But what if all the genes in the body collapse? It's better to find a good feng shui location as soon as possible and wait for death in a posture you like. Hearing this, Kylan glanced sideways at the statue that she had carved with her own hands. And Reina and Qiangwei also set their sights on the statue. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. They are finally starting to play their roles. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand and distributed 1/10 of the merit points. See the world, a dark corner. The witch tapped her back and quietly watched the evil spirit begin to dissipate before her eyes. The next moment, a golden light suddenly poured into the body. There really is a reward, there really is. The witch paused, then her face turned very happy. It didn't take long for this old lady to come back and start destroying evil spirits. As the golden light entered her body, the witch felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Not only did the spiritual power in the body increase slightly, but even the skin seemed to be a little tighter. Master Yufeng, I will definitely work hard to eliminate more evil spirits. The witch made a vow devoutly, and she felt unprecedented motivation. See you. What is this, see you? On a certain street, an evil spirit is slowly dissipating. And right next to her was a girl with blonde hair and a proud chest. At this moment, it emits a golden light. What a merit, stupid Xiahua! Yatsuya Jianzi said helplessly, if you kill the demons and eliminate the monsters, you will gain the merits rewarded by Master Yufeng. And merit can greatly increase the spiritual power in your body. How else do you think I became so powerful so quickly? Looking at Yurikawa Hana who was shouting and screaming. Yatsuya Miko covered her face with a helpless look on her face. Why did she feel a little embarrassed? Chapter 40. Super Seminary, in the classroom. Tonight. They are about to start their first lesson after arriving at the Super Seminary. At this moment, the projector in the classroom was playing the news broadcast. There is no other content yet. And in the classroom, Lu Juang, Cheng Yaoan, Rui Mengmeng, and others had arrived first. After Ge Xiaolun came in, he found a seat and sat down. Let me share the latest news. UFOs and giant animals suddenly appeared in Juxia City. Citizens in the area are requested to hide indoors as soon as possible and do not stay on the streets to avoid danger. At this time, the latest news from the news broadcast appeared on the screen. Everyone turned their heads to look. I saw a huge reddish-brown crocodile running wildly in the city streets. Immediately following. Then there were alien-like creatures driving flying vehicles, rapidly chasing the crocodiles. It seems like they want to capture the other party. After a while, the two sides fought in the city, destroying public facilities. The car was easily lifted up by the giant crocodile like a toy. It was like throwing a brick, and it hit the alien effortlessly. Finally, the aircraft surrounded the giant crocodile and finally captured it. As the aircraft quickly disappeared into the air with the giant crocodile. The news ended there. Did you see that? That big crocodile. And those people, are they aliens? The moment the news ended, a young man in a red jacket ran in and started shouting. He was the Zhao Xian who arrived first with a hint of cold light. At this point, the first generation of the Xiangbing company is complete. Aliens? What the hell? Lu Juang, who was in the last row, said with an unhappy look on his face, "When I came here, no one told me that I was here to fight aliens." "I, fight aliens?" Rui Meng, who has white hair, said unconfidently, "Can I fight? How do we fight the aliens? Just us." Ji Xiaolun was also very uneasy and felt greatly shocked. "What's wrong with aliens? Are you planning to give up just because they are aliens?" Reina chuckled, "I am also an alien. I come from the fiery sun star. Reina, the lord of the fiery sun, is your goddess and the captain of your super god squad. Do you think I, an alien, will kill you, or just stand here and talk to you about this useless stuff?" Compared to the nervousness of others, Leina was quite relaxed as she put her pair of beautiful black legs on the stool. She didn't take that kind of cannon fodder role seriously at all. "You? Aliens? Still want to be our captain?" Lu Juang was holding a stool with an unhappy look on his face. "In my eyes, you are just a girl, you know. Girls are meant to be conquered." Seeing that he still had a gangster attitude, Kailan stood up and looked at Lu Juang. "Lu Juang, it seems that the time you spent in the detention center was too short." Kailan said coldly, "If you like that environment, I can consider helping you and let you stay in there for 10 days or half a month." Kailan also has a headache about the frequent visitors to this detention center. Fortunately, the other party is still in the gangster stage and has not done anything that crosses the red line. Otherwise, Kailan didn't try to reason with him, but just took action. "Conquer me? Sure." Leina put down her black legs, put her hands in her pockets and walked towards Lu Juang. "As long as you can conquer me, I have no objection to being a good girl." "Hey, I won't be polite then." Lu Juang immediately raised the stool in his hand and was about to smash it towards Leina. "Lu Juang, stop it!" Kailan shouted immediately and prepared to go forward to help. The next moment, boom! A dazzling light flashed by, and a big hole was blasted directly into the wall. As for Lu Juang, at this moment, he was directly blasted downstairs. "Damn, this is the 3rd floor." Looking at Lu Juang with his face on the ground, Ji Xiaolun's mouth twitched slightly. "Is there anyone else who wants to conquer this goddess?" Leina tilted her head slightly and looked at the remaining super soldiers. "Ji Xiaolun, you go first." "Ah, this." Ji Xiaolun's face froze and he looked hesitant. "I, Zhao Xian, go first." "Goddess, here I come." Zhao Xian walked towards Leina with his chest held high. The next moment, a tough guy appeared on the 3rd floor with his face on the ground. "Why, is this all you can do? You earthlings are really too weak." Reina said mockingly, "If this is all you can do, you should go home and farm. When the Deity invades, you can still hide in your mother's arms and call her mother." "FK, how can I tolerate this?" Ji Xiaolun immediately shouted, "Silence! FK, what kind of ability is this? I almost had a short circuit. Reina let out a cry of surprise, but that was all. Ge Xiaolun directly inserted his head into the ground, doing a dry land planting operation. Let's not do that. Seeing Leina looking at them, Kylan and the others twitched their lips slightly. The result is self-evident, everyone was beaten up. Looking at the people on the ground, Reina jumped directly from the third floor. On the way to the ground, pieces of black armor appeared from the void. It was automatically assembled on Reina's body. When she landed, she was already wearing her own black armor. After getting dressed, Reina lost her cynical attitude. Finally, there was some majesty of the Lord of the Sunday. I am Reina, the main god of the fiery sun civilization. For the sake of friendship, I am here to protect you. As Leina walked towards Lu Juang, she said, but it seems that you still lack some education. Education? Lu Juang, who was originally surprised that he survived being knocked down from the third floor, suddenly felt a surge of anger rising in his heart. Aliens are teaching Earthlings a lesson. Lu Juang punched Leina hard, his face full of anger. The faces of the others were not much better. Oh! Reina laughed mockingly, and a black armor shield appeared in her hand. Clang! Lu Juang punched the shield, making a sound like steel colliding with steel. Rubbing his arm that felt like it was about to break, Lu Juang stood up again in defiance. Swish! A sharp blade stopped in front of his eyes. Quiet! Ge Xiaolun shouted anxiously, and Leina paused. If you dare to touch him, I will fight you. Count me in as the one who believes in you. And me, Cheng Yaoan. Kylan. Then I will fight too, and so will Rui Meng Meng. Seeing this, Lu Juang looked at everyone who stood up for him with a touched face. Are you really trying hard? Leina asked, looking back. You can try. Oh. Reina smiled, put away her weapon and shield, then raised her hand and pointed. The next moment, a strange noise was heard in the air. I saw a set of pitch-black armor appear in the sky. The next moment. Swish, swish, swish. The black armor automatically split into countless pieces and fell towards Ge Xiaolun on the ground. Before he could react, he was already covered in pitch-black armor. The terrifying impact force knocked it directly to the ground. Galactic power. Before Ge Xiaolun could come to his senses, a huge sword was deeply inserted into the ground in front of him. Ge Xiaolun, right. Reina put her hands on her hips and said, come on, let's fight. I won't fight anymore. Ge Xiaolun grasped the hilt of the giant sword and said obediently, study, study. Holy crap, that's fine bro. Zhao Xin looked envious. He was wearing armor and a giant sword already? I'll fight. I'll fight. Lu Juang no longer had any anger left and he approached Leina with an apologetic smile and tried to please her. No. Reina looked back and said sweetly, so adorable. Big sister, not, goddess, goddess. Lu Juang immediately turned into a dog licker, I am that too, Nyo. Nyo star god of war. Are there any for me? Are there any for me? And me and me. Everyone was envious, and the solemn scene suddenly disappeared. Although you can stand up for your fellow Earthlings, with whom you may share life and death in the future. But when the brothers put on black armor and picked up a sci-fi giant sword, I was immediately envious. Chapter 41. The sun and the moon alternate and time passes. Ever since Reina successfully established her authority last time, the team has suddenly become much easier to lead. Even with an extremely high intensity of 50,000 meters, everyone managed to persevere. And everyone's strengths were finally revealed. Xin Zhao, fast as lightning. Mountains and rivers will no longer be obstacles in front of him. Rose, changes space, currently can transport non-living things and herself through wormholes. Defined as a tactical core. Cheng Yaoan, the heart of the earth, has the ability to manipulate the power of the earth element to fight. While being a warrior, he also possesses strong restrictive control capabilities. Kylan, a Shenhe sniper, can use the God Killer No. 1 armor-piercing bullet to conduct beyond visual range combat. And due to a genetic mutation, his physical fitness is even comparable to that of a warrior like Zhao Xin. If you think Kylan is a sniper, you will think she is easy to bully. That will definitely lead to an extremely surprising result. Ge Xiaolun is a tanky guy who can't be killed no matter how hard you hit him. Lu Juang, with the power to kill gods, is a steady melee fighter. There are also Rui Mengmeng and Wu Ji. Everyone has found their own position. There are also positions to be held in the team and responsibilities to be assumed. The progress is still very gratifying. And Zhang Yufeng has not been idle these days. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world in which you are, Super God World, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, Spirit God, 1.05%. Magic powers, Incense magic power, Conceptual level, Divine might, Beginner, Entering dreams, Beginner, Inviting gods, Beginner, Incense magic sword, Beginner, Combining gods, Beginner, Small dividing gods, Beginner. Jurisdiction, Sanhu Valley Shrine, provides 10 strands of incense power every day, Guardian Deity, Yuanzi, 1/3. Evaluation, a small god with low incense and faith, 2 territories and weak power. This is outrageous. I have been practicing on my own for so long, but I have only improved by a few tenths. Looking at the improvement of just a few tenths, Zhang Yufeng's mouth twitched slightly. This 0.5 increase in strength was largely due to offerings from new believers. Otherwise, it will only get lower. Some time has passed since the battle on Airport Road. Many of the people whose lives were saved by Zhang Yufeng's dreams placed statues of the deity in their homes for worship. After all, the world is becoming more and more chaotic. First, the gods appeared in my dream, and then traffic was restricted near the airport road. Many of them also believe that the government is wasting their talents. As a result, when I heard the dense bombing sounds coming from the other side in the middle of the night, there were also a large number of helicopters, tanks, and other things driving over. I was stunned for a moment. And not long ago, the news broadcast directly released a story about a giant brown-red crocodile being captured by a creature suspected to be an alien. For a time, people were in panic. Instead, it intensified their determination to pray to the gods and provided Zhang Yufeng with a small amount of power of faith. Sure enough, if you want to become stronger quickly, you still need to rely on merit points. Zhang Yufeng shook his head helplessly and looked at his merit chart. Merit chart. Accumulation, 9-2. Available, 3-6. These days, Yatsuya Kenko and the others have been busy too. Every day I am on my way to find and kill evil spirits. Among them, the old lady who is a fortune teller is the most motivated, and spends almost half of her time looking for and killing evil spirits. Yatsuya Maiko and Yurikawa Hana. After all, I am still a student. Most of the time needs to be spent on studies. However, the evil spirits in the academy were almost eliminated by the two of them working together. And Zhang Yufeng was not stingy at all and shared quite a few merit points with them. The strength of several people has been greatly improved. I have accumulated more than 90 merit points. Why can't I open the second page? Zhang Yufeng sighed helplessly. Could it be that it requires 100 merit points? Although it was regrettable, he couldn't do anything about the merit chart. Fortunately, there are 36 merits that can be used. I believe it will also help improve my cultivation a lot. Add some dark blue. As soon as Zhang Yufeng's mind moved, a rich golden light of merit enveloped his entire body. The power of the incense in his body also surged once again. After a long time, the golden light dissipated. And the power of incense in Zhang Yufeng's body. After continuous condensation, it turned into a new wisp. 36 points of merit. And it only increased the power of incense by 1 ray. Zhang Yufeng's mouth twitched slightly. The difficulty of upgrading was increasing. Now, there were only 2 strands of condensed incense power in his body, and some scattered incense power like hair. Fortunately, the standards for unlocking magical powers have been lowered a lot. The progress bar has reached 2%, and I have once again comprehended a magical power. But true. This is 36 points of merit. If calculated based on the power of incense, which is as strong as a strand of hair, this time I have at least increased it by 1,000 strands. Call for rain. You can mobilize the natural forces within an area to call for rain, or you can mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to call for spiritual rain. The size of the rain and the area covered depend on the caster's cultivation. It seems like another non-combat magical power. Zhang Yufeng felt a little regretful, but having one more magical power is better than having none at all. And you never know when it might come in handy. And I have a lot of combat powers in my hands, but as a god I can't be too greedy. If in the future there are believers who worship me and pray for rain, can't I do the same? This is in line with his identity as a deity. Qing Shui Village. After the demon invasion, there were many casualties. Fortunately, the prayer to the gods went smoothly and provided protection for the village. It slightly alleviated the sadness in my heart. On this day, the villagers went out to farm as usual. At the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, there are large tracts of cultivated fields. That was the source of food for many people. Although growing crops does not make money, at least it can provide enough food and clothing and avoid starving to death. Buzz. The space suddenly fluctuated, and a woman with a hot body wearing a black leather jacket walked out. BCH, you miscalculated again. It's all Keisha's fault. Morgana, who was wearing heavy makeup, looked around and started cursing angrily with an unhappy look on her face. It has become her habit to scold Keisha no matter what. Hello. Morgana waved her hand to stop the villagers who had been looking at her curiously. Huangkan, how far is it from your village? Huangkan. The villagers pointed enthusiastically and said, we'll soon arrive if we go south. It's not far from our village. Okay, got it. Thank you. Morgana waved her hand and walked in the fields, twisting her waist. Walk in the direction the villagers pointed. Chapter 42. Qingshui Village, Yufeng Zhenjun Temple. Since the temple was cleaned and the statue of Zhang Yufeng was placed in. When the old village chief has nothing to do, he will come here to meditate and worship. He could feel that his end was approaching. Before the deadline approaches, he plans to offer as much incense and power as possible to Master Yufeng. After all, in mythology, what the god of incense values most is incense. And after staying in this temple for a long time, he always felt that his heart was a lot more relaxed. Presumably, it is the statue of Lord Zhenjun that brings peace and tranquility to the temple. The statue opened its eyes. The old village chief, who was reciting the sacrificial prayer, looked at the statue on the altar with a look of astonishment. The statue with an unclear face suddenly emitted a faint light. Then, the statue slowly opened its eyes. Master Yufeng, do you have any instructions? With just one glance, the old village chief knelt down and kowtowed. It was the faint divine power emanating from the statue that made this believer surrender instantly. An evil aura appears within the warning range. I heard a groan and saw the statue stand up and walk out of the shrine step by step. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a tall figure about 6 feet tall. It looks like it has some human appearance. But if you look closely, you can still see that it is essentially wood. Protect Qingshui Village and eliminate evil. The gigantic statue slowly spoke. What? Evil has invaded our Qing Shui village again. The old village chief was shocked, and immediately prostrated himself on the ground more devoutly. Immortal Yufeng, please save Qing Shui village. The last demon invasion had already caused heavy losses to Qing Shui village. If it happens again, I'm afraid Qing Shui village will be removed from the list in the future. The statue did not respond at all, but flashed away from the temple. He just instinctively issued a warning. Then activated and go to the destination to eliminate evil and protect Qing Shui village. As for giving the villagers a response? Sorry, he's not that smart yet. On a narrow path outside Qing Shui village, a hot beauty in leather clothes passed by, twisting her waist. Sudden. She paused and looked up at the sky. I saw a figure suddenly falling towards me in the air. The fist, as big as a sandbag, really scared Morgana. FK, UBCH, what the hell are you? After passing through the wormhole to create distance, Morgana couldn't help but curse. I was just passing by, okay? Why did you attack me? And what the hell is this non-human thing? How dare you invade my sanctuary? Die! The sound of the statue was like thunder, spreading far and wide. What? Another evil invasion. This voice is the voice of the immortal. The immortal has appeared to save us. The villagers who heard the sound hurried back to the village. The people who were still in the village looked at each other in confusion. They saw with their own eyes that the idol walked out of the temple. Then he jumped up and disappeared into the horizon. When he learned that it was the god's spirit appearing, he stepped down from the altar to eliminate evil. Some of the brave ones immediately picked up their weapons and headed towards the direction where the sound came from. UBCH, I'm the Demon King, Morgana. Morgana said coldly, you should call me Queen. Die. The statue made no response and made sword gestures with its hands. The next moment, a slightly smaller, pure white, ancient sword appeared silently above Morgana's head. Then it fell down suddenly. FK, what the hell is this thing of yours? It can even cut open my 4th generation divine body. At the critical moment, Morgana left her original position through the wormhole. But her arm was still inevitably cut by the ancient sword. What's even more terrifying is, the space where she was just now was actually cut open. Looking at the dark space crack, Morgana's mouth twitched slightly. The statue did not respond at all, but continued to control the ancient sword to chase Morgana. What kind of weapon is this? Why does it look so weird? Moreover, it's so sharp that it can even cut through my newly upgraded 4th generation divine body. My database can't even calculate what material is used. Morgana continued to use wormholes to escape while mobilizing data for calculation and analysis. In the end, I didn't get the result I wanted. Behind her, an ancient long sword kept slashing down. It tore through the space, leaving behind a series of spatial cracks. Where's that damn thing? Morgana looked back and found that the strange being had disappeared. The next moment, a terrifying force came from his abdomen. It's that damn thing. Under the pursuit of the ancient long sword, he was unable to notice the opponent's movements. At some point, he appeared in front of him and punched him. Damn, this guy's power is so terrifying. Morgana was knocked flying backwards, and then appeared in the air through a wormhole. Did I provoke you, UBCH? Morgana cursed, are you sick? You just came after me and attacked me. Pity. She was facing a statue with only a faint spirituality. He did not have complete wisdom and could not respond to Morgana's words at all. Monster. It really is a monster coming. The villagers were so frightened when they saw the leather-clad beauty flying in the air that they quickly turned around and ran away. After the last demon invasion, they had a stress reaction to this black guy with a pair of black wings on its back. It's the statue of the immortal Yufeng, fighting with that monster. Fortunately, we did not hesitate and directly brought the statue of Yufeng immortal into the village temple for worship. Yes, otherwise we might not be so lucky to escape from this monster. This moment, the villagers of Qing Shui village were very grateful. If we wait until the 15th to pray to the gods, I'm afraid the village will be destroyed today. BCH, how come there is something like this on this lousy planet? Morgana frowned, feeling a little unbelievable inside. How could such a strange monster be born from such a small broken ball? Not only can he cut his own 4th-generation divine body, he can even cut wormholes and space. And that terrible punch! At least he is a 3rd-generation super warrior, or even a god. Morgana felt incredible when she thought of this possibility. Could it be that the super seminary created this? Morgana looked at her divine body, which was gradually recovering. There is also an ancient long sword still chasing him from behind. If he continued to fight, he might be discovered by the 2 roast chickens in the sky. It's better to leave first. Chapter 43. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Psycho Busujima, Master Shin-kun, your statue has been completed. Picture. Sifangchuan Icarus, hiss, so curious, is this made of pure gold? Yotsuya Maiko, oh my god, Psycho is so wealthy. Butterfly Kane, so luxurious. The photo uploaded by Busujima Psycho showed a golden statue. Busujima Psycho, it is indeed made of pure gold. My Busujima family is quite wealthy. After all, they are a family of famous kendo masters, so this amount of financial resources should not be a problem. Kane Koko, compared to Psycho's statue, my statue is really not as good as it seems. Picture. Busujima Psycho, it's very beautiful, Kane. It must have taken a lot of effort to design and make it. Sifangchuan K, my world is poor in resources, so I can only create statues like this. Picture. Yotsuya Maiko, finally we are all going to worship Master Zhenjun together. Yotsuya Maiko, Master Yufeng Zhenjun, you are not a deity who cares about this. The one I have is made of plastic, it is ridiculously simple. Yotsuya Maiko, Yufeng Zhenjun is a kind and compassionate god. As long as we can kill the demons and monsters, it will be fine. It was a wise decision for me to accept Yotsuya Maiko as a believer. Looking at the chat records of the girls in the chat group, Zhang Yufeng was very happy. It was worth it that I have always been generous to Yotsuya Maiko. She really knows herself. How is the statue made? Zhang Yufeng never cares. Speaking of large statues of gods, the one in Qingfeng Temple is big enough. It's gold-plated. What he wants is the faith of all living beings in him. In return, he will bless these believers. As for whether the believers are pious and whether the statues they make are beautiful and majestic, Zhang Yufeng didn't care at all. After waiting for so long, we are finally going to receive offerings from these people with great fortune. Judging from the experience of obtaining the power of incense in the past, whether it's Psycho Busujima, Kane Koko, or Ayam Shijayaka, they can all gain a lot of incense power from their offerings to themselves. And Cabane in the world where Shikata Ayam lives. There are also cannibals in the world where Butterfly Kane lives. If nothing goes wrong, your believers will also gain merit points by killing it. In this way, you can gain merit points faster. It can also improve a lot. Zhang Yufeng, just be sincere. After leaving the 4-character mantra, Zhang Yufeng frowned and looked towards the direction of Qing Shui village. Just now he was immersed in the chat group and did not notice that his statue was unusual. The statue that he left in Qing Shui village was actually activated at this moment. What happened? Zhang Yufeng's dark eyes narrowed, and he immediately connected with the statue to investigate. Through the eyes of the statue, he saw the woman who was being chased and hacked and exuded an evil aura. She passed through one wormhole after another, avoiding the attacks of the secret magic released by the statue, the incense sword. And on her arm, you can also see the scars that are about to recover. That was the damage left by the incense sword. It's you, Morgana. It is indeed a great evil. Through the vision of the statue, Zhang Yufeng immediately confirmed who this person was. She is the leader of the demon civilization, the fallen Queen Morgana. But how did she appear near Qingshui village? If it were her, it would be normal for her to activate the statue to attack. She exudes an endless evil aura. It is almost invisible to ordinary people. But as long as she enters the warning range, the statue can easily sense the evil in her. It would be very difficult to kill it. Zhang Yufeng carefully checked the memory of the statue, his eyes narrowed slightly. To be honest, if possible, he really wanted to suppress this huge evil. If Morgana was gone, at least more than half of the people on Earth would die less. But it's a pity. The opponent's superb wormhole ability is not something that I can limit. And Morgana obviously hadn't used her full strength yet, and her demon claws hadn't even appeared. And then there was the movement of looking up at the sky from time to time. In all likelihood, he was concerned about the two beautiful angels in heaven. The plan has not been implemented yet, and she certainly doesn't want to be found out too early. Ask for the location of Huangkan. Zhang Yufeng suddenly discovered an information point. After Morgana entered the statue's alert range, the statue automatically activated and located her. It also recorded the questions she asked the villagers. And if I remember correctly, Morgana was reincarnated as a demon in Huangkan. She implanted demonic genes into everyone in the village. Use these human bodies to carry the demon subordinates who have long been dead. At present, Morgana hasn't found Huangkan yet. Her demon subordinates have not yet been resurrected by her. If I rely solely on my own strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to completely defeat Morgana. After all, the other party is an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Plus, she had just upgraded to the 4th generation divine body. Most of today's god-level civilizations are still in the 3rd generation of divine bodies. Her 4th generation divine body can be said to stand at the top of the divine civilization. It is one of the top combat forces in the current super god universe. It's not appropriate for me to expose myself too much right now. Storing up food and slowly becoming king is the way to go. Before we have enough strength to intercept threats from outer space. Zhang Yufeng should not be too jumpy and attract too much attention from the main gods. Otherwise, I really have no choice but to give up this little broken ball and go to another world to develop believers. Boom! The sky was clear, but suddenly it turned cloudy. In the blink of an eye, a black cloud appeared in the sky. Crash! The rain came suddenly and soaked Morgana in an instant. BCH, why is the rain chasing me? Morgana, who was about to leave, was drenched by the sudden rain. What's even more outrageous is, even though she left through the wormhole, the dark cloud still caught up with her. Glancing at the mysterious man who seemed to be mocking her, Morgana cursed and put up a shield to block the heavy rain. Quickly left the place. Defeat the fallen Queen Morgana and protect the villagers of Qingshui village from persecution, merit +2. Zhang Yufeng, who was following Morgana in the form of incense, looked delighted. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. Although there are only 2 points. But when it comes to merit points, no amount is too much. Even a mosquito's legs are meat, a little bit of accumulation can add up to a lot. Chapter 44. The battle between the statue and Morgana was seen by all the villagers in the village. Looking at the crack in space that was cut open. There was also a scene where a bolt from the blue struck, and then the rain kept pouring down on the devil. The villagers were greatly impressed. This is not. The villagers immediately gathered together and waited obediently outside the temple. Even some. He knelt down and kowtowed. Why hasn't the statue of the immortal come back yet? Yet, where's the statue? It was there just now, but now it's gone. What? The statue couldn't have been broken. After offering sacrifices, the villagers waited and waited but the statue never returned. The villagers suddenly became anxious. If the statue is lost, won't the gods be displeased? There will even be divine punishment. At this moment, the statue strode towards the temple. The statue, which was more than 6 feet tall, gradually became smaller as the distance to the temple approached. Eventually it returned to its original size, leaped onto the altar and stopped moving. This made the villagers feel relieved. "Thank you, Immortal, for appearing and driving away the devil and protecting our Qing Shui village." The old village chief was the first to light the incense and kneel down to worship the statue respectfully. He kept repeating words of gratitude. Then insert the incense into the incense burner. Then one villager after another came forward and repeated the process. In the blink of an eye, the incense burner was filled with incense. The entire temple was filled with the faint scent of incense. Looking at the burning incense, Zhang Yufeng was very envious. Pity. Except for the first worship, the time is not considered. There are only 2 days in each month, the 1st and the 15th. Only then can Zhang Yufeng receive the power of incense offered by believers. On the other side, Super Seminary. Ge Xiaolun and his companions walked into the cafeteria staggeringly step by step like zombies. Zhao Xian even covered his waist, looking funny. "Master, can you give me some more meat?" Ge Xiaolun said with a weak face, "I ran 50,000 meters today." Okay, come on." The chef smiled and gave a big spoonful of food, and Parkinson's hands stopped shaking. "FK, I said this is not a game for humans." Zhao Xian complained, "Well, if I run 50,000 meters every day. I'm telling you, this is a test." Cheng Yaoan said in a very positive mood, "Look, didn't we run down here?" "Yes, it's amazing." As Ge Xiaolun wolfed down his food, he said, "I actually ran 50,000 meters. People, don't push yourself. I really don't know where my limits are. This is not. I thought it was absolutely impossible to do, and impossible to stick to running 50,000 meters a day. But I managed to persevere. Kailan, your gun skills are very good. In the future, you will be equipped with an extremely powerful sniper rifle equipped with God-killing No. 1 armored bullets." While enjoying the food leisurely, Reina arranged the next step of training. "You won't have to do physical training anymore. Practice your marksmanship. Even if I were to be hit by your continuous headshots, I would be seriously injured. The God Killer No. 1 armored bullet is specifically designed to target super soldiers. Even gods. Even a third-generation god like her would not be able to withstand multiple headshots." "Yeah, okay." Kailan ate gracefully and nodded slightly. Her marksmanship is pretty good, and after her genes were activated, she has super long-distance vision and hearing. And that person said that he was the Kamigawa sniper. You can't go wrong if you listen to Master Yufeng. Chief. Reina suddenly stood up and answered the vibrating communication device. "Reina, the situation has changed, gather the heroic core immediately. Leave for Liangshan immediately." Tokyo gave the task in a deep voice. "Yes, Chief." Reina nodded, then looked at everyone. "Our first mission is here." "Task?" Lu Juang asked doubtfully, "Are aliens attacking us?" After this period of military training, the gangster spirit in him was almost worn out. There was only a righteous air in his voice, and a hint of seriousness in his words. "Does Fighting Buddha know?" Reina said in a deep voice, "The super warrior sleeping in your myth has awakened." Hearing this, Kailan was stunned. "The deity that I know is Lord Yufeng. Could he also be the super warrior sleeping in the Huaxia myth?" But the other party's miraculous ability made her feel a little shaken. Is that really just super soldiers? Or say, even more powerful than Reina, a true god in Huaxia mythology? The Fighting Buddha she mentioned is. Lu Juang looked at Zhao Xian, his eyes widened and he confirmed, Sun Wukong. He was a little suspicious whether he had heard it wrong. Zhao Xian, Ge Xiaolun, and others also fell into deep thought. This world is getting more and more weird. Even fighting gods and Buddhas have appeared? The military asked us to act immediately. Reina said in a deep voice, "Get ready and set off immediately." Yes. Put on the black armor tailored for each person and take up your own weapon. The soldiers of the Xiangbing company took a transport plane and arrived at the airport near Liangshan in the southwestern mountainous area. Then we took a helicopter to a military base in the mountains. Finally, we got on a military off-road vehicle and headed towards the mountains. Kylan and the others looked solemn, with turbulent thoughts welling up in their hearts. After all, the next step is to deal with the mythical Monkey King. What? Suddenly, Kylan received a communication from Leina and stood up abruptly. What's wrong, Sister Kylan? Kylan, what happened? Qiang Gui and the others looked at Kylan worriedly, wondering what news she had received. What could cause Kylan, who has always been calm, to have such a big reaction? Yes, don't worry, I will concentrate on the mission. Yeah, okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, Kylan looked at everyone with a serious expression. My statue came to life and flew away. Although it seemed a little unbelievable, her statue did come alive and flew away. No, Sister Kylan. Lu Chuang was confused for a moment and asked, you mean, the statue came back to life and flew away by itself? FK, what's wrong with this world? Zhao Xian complained helplessly, Monkey Brother showed up, and now the statues are alive. FK, my worldview is completely shattered. Ge Xiaolun touched his forehead, not knowing what to say. The military district has already used military satellites to monitor the movements of the statue. Kylan returned to her seat and frowned, our most urgent task is to resolve Sun Wukong's issue first. The statue should be the work of Master Yufeng. Chapter 45. Oh my God! What did I see? Am I dazzled? Mom, look, the golden man is flying in the sky. Everyone in the villages and towns surrounding Qingfeng Temple looked up at the sky in astonishment. High in the sky, I saw a gigantic statue standing with its hands behind its back, riding on the wind. The internet is so developed nowadays that news can spread quickly. The whole Huaxia. No. It can be said that people all over the world have seen this huge statue flying in the sky. It's fake, right? Which special effects company made this? You bet it's so damn real. Is it necessary for a science fiction movie to use this special effect, and why is the box office so poor? That is. This is a screen recording. How can I make special effects with screen recording? You want to tell me this is real? Stop it. Don't forget, the news broadcast not long ago reported that a giant crocodile was captured by aliens. Could it be that Huaxia really bullied the aliens on the back of the moon, and is this their revenge? God damn, the back of the moon, this looks like our Huaxia-style statue, right? Could it be that someone's offering has manifested itself? At this moment, the internet was also in an uproar. It is rare that Huaxia officials did not control public opinion. The main thing is that they are now very confused and bewildered. Look, there's a little statue. Where is it? Where is it? Why does this statue look so similar to the big one? It's strange, why does the face of this statue seem to be covered with a layer of mist? Yet, I can't really tell what he looks like. In another direction, a smaller statue was also flying in the air. Apparently, it has the same destination as that of the giant statue. I'm from Qingshui village in Juxia city. We are the ones worshipping that little statue. The immortal Yufeng has appeared again. Where are the evil spirits coming from? He is going to slay them. The people above are just idiots. Huaxia has at least 1,000 statues of gods enshrined. How come there's never been any movement? You're just a clown trying to attract attention. If this is true, I'll eat shit right now. The guy upstairs is out again to get free food and drinks. What I said is true. A lot of people died in Qingshui village not long ago. I heard that it was caused by some demon, but it was destroyed by the appearance of the gods. I was at the scene. That person died horribly. Holy crap, is that true? A policeman was killed over there, and a police car was blown to pieces. Soon, the news about Qingshui village was dug out. For a while, it attracted more people to come. At the same time, a large number of brave media personnel directly carried cameras. He drove in the direction the statue was going. At the same time, on the Grand Canyon, Master Yufeng, who on earth are you and what are you going to do? Tokyo looked at the scene in front of him with a serious expression. The picture shows a statue of a god flying at a rapid speed. The glowing statue was the one carved by Kailan herself. Not long ago, a golden light flickered in the goddess dormitory of the super seminary. Then a statue was seen flying into the sky. The super seminary is the place where super soldiers are trained. I don't know how many military satellites are keeping an eye on this place. As soon as the statue was launched into the air, Huaxia became aware of it. But no one knows what is going on with the information about Master Yufeng. But not long ago, the other party did help Kailan and killed the Deity of Huaxia cholera. Even he was also merciful and revived the seriously injured soldiers. This is why the military did not use missiles directly to shoot it down. How long will it take for the fighter planes to arrive? Tokyo looked at Lian Feng beside him and asked. After knowing that several statues appeared and rose into the air, heading towards the same place, the fighter planes on the giant canyon quickly took off and rushed to their destination. It is expected to arrive at the destination in 30 seconds. Lian Feng reported quickly, and then said in a deep voice, "Commander, how should we respond?" Several statues of gods rose into the air, flying naked in the sky. Both Tokyo and Huaxia were shocked. Central command orders, just follow. Tokyo said in a deep voice, this true Lord Yufeng may also be a super warrior that exists in Huaxia mythology. Even, he is a main god. Headquarters, we hope to establish contact with them. The Earth's combat power is very weak today. If we can get this person's help, maybe we can better overcome this crisis. Huaxia. Understood. Lian Feng nodded, if we can get this person's help, Huaxia Earth should have a better chance of winning. As a member of the Shenhe civilization, she has a favorable impression of every Shenhe civilization. And she has been in this place for so long that she has fallen in love with it. Lian Feng didn't want to see the beauty of Huaxia being destroyed. Yes. Tokyo nodded, then asked, where is the Xiangbinglian? Have you seen Wukong? Lian Feng reported, the Xiangbing company has arrived near Liangshan. Tokyo nodded and fell into deep thought while looking at the flying statue in the sky. Soon, the three statues gathered together. Then it flew in one direction. Behind him, there were several fighter jets and helicopters circling nearby but not approaching. Now they can't distinguish between friend and foe, and they won't fire at random. One is made of gold, one is made of wood, and one is made of jade. They are all different sizes. A driver said helplessly, this is a damn world. I don't know what will happen next. At close range, he discovered that although these three statues looked extremely human, they were actually made of different materials. This is quite common. After all, what the statue looks like depends on the family that created it. But now that they are flying, it is no longer ordinary. Well, not bad, not bad, it has attracted so many people's attention. Huangkan. Zhang Yufeng, who was following Morgana, saw nearby helicopters and fighter jets through the statue. There are also cannons of different sizes. Those are all members of the camera crew. On the ground, there were people driving cars and broadcasting live. Zhang Yufeng smiled mysteriously and watched Morgana quietly start her performance. BCH, the rain finally stopped. Morgana slowly landed on the ground, cursed angrily, and raised her middle finger to the sky. The next moment, the sunny sky began to show signs of dark clouds gathering again. Morgana hurriedly put on a shield for herself again, looking a little embarrassed. Zhang Yufeng gave a wicked smile and withdrew his magical power. Along the way, he used his magical powers to summon rain and chase Morgana to water her. But it made her feel sick. We're finally here at Huangkan. Morgana confirmed the location and smiled. Chapter 46. At this time, Huangkan was peaceful. There was a faint smile on everyone's face. It is obvious that they are very satisfied with their current lives. This place is indeed very suitable as a hatching nest. Morgana took off and arrived above Huangkan. He glanced at the humans moving below and showed a satisfied look. The population was as expected, and it was far from human cities. Even if all the humans here are really dealt with, nor will it be discovered quickly. And there is also a gene of the Kamigawa body here, which is very suitable for resurrecting Atto. Genetic adaptation can minimize the energy required to revive the other party. There's nothing I can do, she's poor. It can be said that Morgana is the poorest god in the entire universe. Otherwise, she just found a suitable population and turned it into a hatchery. Why go through all this trouble and waste time? Attai, block this village for me first. Morgana knocked her head and said, I don't want those bee in the sky to ruin my plan before I can revive Achuo and the others. The angel's reconnaissance eyes could not detect her fourth-generation divine body. But he resurrected Atto's fluctuations by himself. It's still easy to be discovered by those two bee and come down to disturb them. In a corner of the Chaiwa star system, a flying object with a pair of huge devil wings slowly appeared. It is the celestial computer of the demon civilization, Demon Number 1. When Morgana passed through the wormhole and came to the Chaiwa star system, she brought Demon Number 1 with her. But only a few demons were left in her demon army. However, she did not bring Demon Number 1 and the remaining demons to Earth. Instead, he ordered the demon to control Demon Number 1 and hide in the Chaiwa star system. After all, there are two other bee outside the Earth. She has upgraded to the fourth generation of divine body and cannot be detected by angels. But not the demons. Moreover, she came here to revive her own legion. It's more convenient to be alone. Demon 1, Command Room. Received, Your Majesty. The demon named Attai quickly took action and began to mobilize the little remaining energy of Demon Number 1. Soon, a light curtain invisible to the naked eye covered the entire Huang village. Done. Attai smiled and said, My queen, you can now leisurely transform this village into a hatchery. Resurrected our compatriots. I promise, those two bee outside the atmosphere won't notice. Under the shielding of the Devil Number 1 celestial computer, even Angel Yan and the others couldn't see through it. Unless they came directly to the vicinity of Huangkan. Otherwise, it is impossible to see through the disguise set by Devil Number 1. Well, good job. Morgana nodded, then asked, By the way, have you figured out the analysis of that ghost thing I encountered before? That ghost thing broke his fourth-generation divine body with just one sword. But she couldn't understand the material of the ancient sword at all. It is not the god-killing weapon, nor is it made of dark silver. But he was able to easily cut open his fourth-generation divine body and even a wormhole in space. And the other party's condition is also very strange. I'm sorry, Queen. We didn't find any matching civilization information in the database. Our Taoist shook his head. The other party appeared for too short a time and disappeared very quickly. Unless we can obtain a portion of the other party's substance, it will probably be difficult to analyze it. After comparison, it was found that there was no information about the statue in the Devil's huge database. Even Devil Number 1 Nor is he omniscient and omnipotent. Unless, you can get part of the other party's genes. Only then can we conduct deeper analysis and solution. Well, let's talk about this later. Morgana was not surprised, nodded, and continued, now, let's revive my lovely subordinates first, ha 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 ha. She laughed wildly and fell to the ground. It also attracted the attention of everyone on the street. How come this person fell from the sky, and has wings? Hey, what is this? I don't know. Is this guy a monster? A monster? Is some crew filming in our village? I don't see any cameras. I haven't heard of it. It's so real, it looks just like the real thing. Woke, what a great evil. So beautiful. In their perception, this kind of style and dress has only been seen in film and television works. If it weren't for filming. If it appears in reality, wouldn't it be a monster? Although they felt a little scared because of this guess, their strong curiosity drove them to stay where they were and not leave. He looked at Morgana with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Who are you? The village policeman pretended to be calm and asked. Oh. Morgana turned around, opened her arms and said with a smile, I am Morgana, the fallen queen, you can just call me Her Majesty the Queen. While speaking, the black wings behind it spread out and fluttered twice. Just then, she saw a man carrying a hoe nearby. Long time no see, Achuo. Morgana twisted her waist and said with some nostalgia, you miss me so much. Ado. The young man was stunned when he saw Morgana walking towards him. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and denied, you got the wrong person. My name is not Achuo, my name is Yufeng. I've never heard of Achuo or anything like that. The next moment, a strange smell appeared around Yufeng. It smells so good. Yufeng only smelled the fragrance, and then he felt dizzy as if he was drunk. Morgana smiled proudly and looked at Yufeng in front of her with anticipation. You, what kind of monster are you? Seeing this, the police officer drew his gun and said, don't move. Stand there and don't move. Is this used for attack? Morgana glanced at the pistol in the other person's hand and asked curiously, similar to soldier ants. What use is this small weapon to me? Oh. Sorry. Morgana seemed to have thought of something and said, in the pre-nuclear era, this thing was very useful to you. But your understanding of the universe and civilization is still too shallow. She sneered and raised her right hand. The uncle's body stiffened suddenly, and then he slowly rose into the air. A thick black fog enveloped everything in the blink of an eye. I am here to bring you evolution. Morgana laughed and said, I won't tell you the truth, just experience it slowly. In the air, the man surrounded by black air roared like a wild beast. The black gas dissipated. And that human being, at this moment, turned into a shit yellow demon with wings on his back and small horns on his head. Feel the power within you. Morgana's bewitching voice sounded, yes, harness the power of nature. Harness the power of the sky. Yes, that's right, get up. The demon flapped its wings slightly and slowly rose into the air. I felt the powerful force within myself. And the ability to control the sky. It suddenly showed excitement and let out a roar of joy. Look, there's a beautiful girl over there. Morgana pointed at the graceful woman beside her and said in a seductive tone, do you feel it? Your desire for S**X. Go ahead and let her join you. Hearing this, the demon in the air flapped its wings and looked at the graceful girl. The only remaining humanity was quickly obliterated by the devilish nature. He stared at the graceful girl with a raging desire and couldn't help licking his lips. No, no, no. The woman shook her head in horror and couldn't help but take a few steps back. This seems to be a signal of weakness. The devil no longer hesitated and swooped down towards the woman. The people around the woman were frightened and fled in all directions. The next moment, presumptuous. A roar like thunder suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Then, a terrifying pressure that was invisible to the naked eye descended. It's like the wrath of heaven, it's like the majesty of heaven. The demon flew towards the woman with an obscene smile and an expectant look on his face. Under this divine power, he fell heavily to the ground. The black air surrounding Yu Baozheng also dissipated instantly under this divine power. The huge Huang village was shrouded in this divine power. The villagers in the village instinctively knelt on the ground and kowtowed when the divine power descended. Morgana staggered and almost fell to her knees. BCH! What the hell is this? Morgana was really angry. Why is this little broken ball so weirdly quiet? Almost able to revive Achuo. As a result, the fetus was strangled to death, wasting so much energy in vain. Although she can revive the demon army under her command, it will cost a lot of resources. The more powerful the gene, the more resources are needed for resurrection. And Achuo is the third-generation super warrior of the Demon Legion. In order to revive it, coughing requires a lot of energy. And just now, it was just a little bit short. Queen. Devil number 1, Atai, looked at the scene he had detected and warned with a heavy face, "You are surrounded." "What? I'm surrounded?" Morgana was stunned and confused. Chapter 47. What's wrong with me? Yu Baozheng opened his eyes in confusion, and then the horrific memory just now emerged in his mind. He immediately rolled and crawled away from Morgana. "Devil! You are the devil!" Yu Baozheng had a look of horror on his face, and he was still a little scared inside. Just now, he felt an extremely evil aura suddenly emerging from his body. That breath was like a fetus. With each beat, the fetus became more solid. If the other party had not been strangled to death suddenly, I would have been swallowed by that evil thing. The word possessing another's body instantly popped up in his mind. I am afraid. Just now, the other party wanted to let himself be possessed by another body, so as to revive the being named Achuo. At this moment, Morgana had no time to pay attention to this mere mortal. The invisible pressure became more and more dignified. She couldn't help but frown and looked around. She felt that the voice just now was somehow familiar. Could it be one of my old friends coming? Angels are ruled out first, because the current angel civilization only has female angels. And the voice just now was obviously a male voice. Queen. Atai looked at the transmitted image and his face froze. You are surrounded now. Devil number 1 detected that a lot of fighter jets and armed helicopters appeared near Huangkan ground. There were also a large number of people and vehicles rushing in. Besides, he also saw 3 statues of gods, surrounding Huangkan like horns. One of them was the statue that had just fought with the queen. BCH, it's you again. Morgana also saw the 3 statues floating in the sky. Looking at the medium-sized statue, Morgana suddenly became furious. I was just passing by and asking for directions, but I was attacked by the other party. Although he didn't catch up, I don't know what means he used. Let a dark cloud always follow over your head, and it keeps raining to make you sick. Now, I have finally arrived at the most suitable hatchery calculated. Just when Achuo was about to be resurrected, he was strangled to death in the stomach. Morgana was furious when she thought about the energy consumed in resurrecting Atto. I wish I could strangle this damn thing to death. Don't you know that I, the queen, am so poor that I have to sell my pants? The 3 statues quietly stared at the evil figure in the street. There was no response at all. Zhang Yufeng did not intervene, and they only acted according to the settings. Atai, besides these 3 ghosts, are there any other enemies? Seeing that the other party ignored her, Morgana frowned and contacted Taoist on the devil number 1. There are several fighter jets and attack helicopters belonging to Huaxia approaching in the air. Atai quickly replied, there are also a large number of people approaching on the ground, but they don't look like Huaxia's army. On the contrary, like a civilian. Looking at the thin clothes and the crowd without weapons, Taoist was a little confused. He also thought that the operation was exposed for some reason, which led to the encirclement and suppression by Huaxia troops. But only a few fighter jets and armed helicopters came. Those coming from the ground were all unarmed civilians. Their faces were filled with curiosity and excitement. Civilian. Morgana was also stunned when she heard this. In the pre-nuclear era, there were almost no weapons that could actually harm her. Even if it is a nuclear bomb, she can quickly leave through the wormhole before the explosion. As for other weapons, they can only harass her at most. But why did the civilians come here? To deliver food to themselves? Yes, Queen, it's a commoner. Tai nodded and said as he operated, everything is normal with the shielding force field. These earthlings won't be able to discover the changes in Huang village for the time being. The two sluts in the sky are in the northern hemisphere and haven't cast their gazes over here yet. Morgana didn't need to ask any more questions. He had already reported all the information the Queen wanted to know. Good job, Taoist. Morgana smiled with satisfaction, then looked at the three statues in the sky. That means I can use all my strength to kill these ghosts. The shielding force field is still there, so I don't have to worry about being exposed even if I use my full strength. Queen, you only have 5 minutes. Tai restrained the cracked corners of his mouth due to the Queen's praise, and said in a deep voice, those two sluts are expected to look here in 5 minutes. The crowds and fighter planes nearby will definitely attract the other side to come and check it out. If it is at a long distance, the opponent will not be able to see through the disguise of Devil Number 1. But if it takes a long time, or if it gets closer, it is difficult to guarantee that you will not be seen through. Morgana was not afraid at all of the two little angels alone. But if she attracted that BCH Keisha too early, she would be doomed. She is now. But even his own demon army has not been resurrected yet. 5 minutes? That's enough. Morgana sneered and looked at the three statues in the sky. No matter what kind of shit you are, I'm going to blow you up. Beside the two statues, the space began to fluctuate. The next moment, two huge black claws emerged from the wormhole and headed towards the statue. The two statues responded immediately to fight against the attacking demon's claws. The other statue went straight to Morgana herself. BCH, the majority is bullying the minority, right? Morgana cursed angrily and immediately drilled into the wormhole and left the place. The next moment, an ancient longsword suddenly slashed down, leaving a crack in space. The attack missed, and the ancient longsword turned and chased after Morgana who had just appeared. Your Majesty, let us help you too. Seeing that his queen was in a passive position for a moment and was bullied by the other side with more numbers, Atai immediately said, some are getting restless. 0145031222 follow 1112211561. The few elite demons left in the hall were sharpening their knives with anticipation on their faces. No, just stay on Devil No 1. Morgana shook her head and rejected Taoist's proposal. FK, UBCH, do you really think I'm easy to bully? After narrowly avoiding the ancient sword, Morgana looked at the statue that was chasing her. A chain was thrown out. At the same time, he controlled the pair of demon claws to increase the intensity of the attack on the two statues. The largest statue raised its hand to block the attacking demon's claws. Then he slapped out with his palm. The devil's claw was driven directly into the ground. Another small statue waved its hand to mobilize the divine power and condense it in its palm. Directly blasted against the devil's claw. For a while, the three statues and Morgana were fighting hard. No one can do anything to anyone. Juxia, Juxia, the three statues all disappeared after entering Huangkan. The fighter pilot in the air reported with a frown. After they followed the gods here, they found that the statues flashed a few times and then disappeared. Even the radar can't find any trace of them at this moment. What? Disappeared? Hearing this, Tokyo frowned and looked at the big screen in front of him. In the picture, all traces of the three statues disappeared. Yufeng, Denner 3 is also unable to find the trace of the statue. Tokyo looked aside and asked. Commander, the Denner 3 satellite cannot find any trace of the enemy. Yufeng quickly started to work, and finally shook his head helplessly and said, the other party is indeed gone. Hateful. Tokyo angrily punched the table in front of him. Have we fallen behind to this extent? After all, it was a great civilization back then. Now, he is frustrated everywhere. Whether facing angels or demons, they cannot detect their existence. Now, even this suspected local super soldier couldn't be found. This feeling made Tokyo feel unhappy. Commander, look! Suddenly, Yufeng let out a cry of surprise. I saw the scene in front of me change. The harmonious Huangkan suddenly became dilapidated. And at the edge of Huangkan, a large number of villagers suddenly appeared. The people were evacuated safely. Morgana, next, face my wrath. A divine voice resounded throughout the command room, and everyone felt peace in their hearts just by listening to it. It's as if everything is fine as long as the other person is there. Commander, that's a statue. Yufeng operated quickly, and finally 3 pictures appeared on the big screen. There were 3 statues of different sizes, fighting against 2 huge demon claws. As for Morgana, as a 4th generation divine body, she cannot be seen by backward satellites. UBCH, you're distracted while fighting me. Morgana looked around and found that the villagers who were kneeling and kowtowing were gone. In the entire Huang village, only I and the statue in front of me are left. They were clearly fighting with me, yet they were able to transport all the villagers out quietly. Atai, what's going on? Morgana waved her hand to mobilize the chains to attack the statue, dodging the attack of the ancient sword while angrily asking. If I don't allow you to help, can't you even supervise the battlefield? Queen, I don't know either. Atai looked blankly at the villagers who suddenly disappeared, also bewildered. Even though they were in the middle of a battle, the villagers were still kneeling on the ground unable to get up. How come all these villagers disappeared in the blink of an eye? Oh no, Queen, the shield has been broken. Atai was suddenly startled and hurriedly reminded, just now, the shielding force field was broken by an unknown force. The fighter jets and helicopter gunships hovering nearby are on their way. Those 2B have also noticed the unusual movement here. The shielding field was broken, and the satellite finally captured the changes in Huangkan again. Angel Yan and Angel Zui have just finished checking the northern hemisphere. Also cast your gaze over here. What? Those B are coming over. Morgana frowned and said to the statue, what exactly do you want to do? I didn't provoke you. She became furious when she talked about this. Who did I offend? Why is he chasing after me? Zhang Yufeng, who had just sent all the villagers out of Huangkan, smiled slightly and then used his magical power, He Shen. In the air, the closed eyes of the largest statue suddenly opened. The next moment, the blurry statue that had been explored for a long time became clearer and clearer. The police officer's hair gradually became clearly visible. Then, the golden color of the statue faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the color became brighter. The long black hair, the white jade hairpin, and the gold-plated coat also turned into a green robe. It flutters slightly as the breeze blows. Even the golden skin turned into snow white and delicate, looking no different from a real person. FK, this thing is really alive. Looking at the changes in front of her, even the knowledgeable Morgana was confused. Although this statue is strange, it is still clear that it is not a living person. Although it exudes a faint spirituality, it does not seem to have self-awareness. And now, this stone statue came to life. The statue is alive. Inside the command room of the giant gorge, everyone looked at the statue that seemed to come alive in an instant, and they all showed shocked expressions. They looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Such a strange scene. It's as if the myth has come into reality. Looking at the statue that is full of charm, but the face is still unclear. Tokeo's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Look, the statue has transformed. Oh my god, how come this looks so real? Is the statue alive? Outside Huangkan, the people who gathered also saw the statue in the sky. Looking at the immortal-like figure, the crowd was immediately filled with disgust. It is foreseeable. The scenes that the myths reflect in reality will make them remember it for a long time. Yufeng immortal, that's Yufeng immortal. A young man in the crowd exclaimed. He is the famous young man from Qingshui village, the only one who has ever seen Zhang Yufeng. The statue seemed to come alive again and walked out of the temple. Attracted their attention. A large number of villagers from Qingshui village also followed the crowd at this moment. After all, the statue that everyone worshipped had left Qingshui village, and they naturally worried that it would never return. There is no more idol to worship. They always felt that disaster was about to happen, and they would be killed as cruelly as their fellow villagers before them. What is Yufeng immortal? Who is Yufeng, the statue? Is there a god with this name? How did you know each other? Have you met before? Everyone looked at the villagers of Qingshui village curiously. They immediately started laughing and introduced to everyone the miracles performed by immortal Yufeng. Over Huangkan, Zhang Yufeng, who displayed his magical powers, slowly opened his eyes. Lowering his head slightly, he looked down at Morgana on the ground. Seeing this, Morgana immediately flew into the sky as if she was unwilling to admit defeat. He flew to a position parallel to the statue of King Qian, and looked coldly at the statue that had come back to life. And two huge demon claws also returned to her back through the wormhole. The other two statues also returned behind Zhang Yufeng. Now that you're alive, you should answer me, right? Morgana put her hands on her hips and spoke with an unhappy look on her face. Judging from appearance alone, whether it is Liang Bing or Morgana, they are all very good and outstanding women. But the woman in front of me, I don't know whether she has directly or indirectly destroyed one civilization after another. This alone was not enough to make Zhang Yufeng like her. Perhaps, it's because that's his nature. Or maybe it's because he became the god of incense, a real deity. He really couldn't like this kind of guy who caused so much suffering to the people. In his eyes, the Morgana in front of him exuded infinite karma. I am Yufeng, I receive offerings from the people and protect the people of Huaxia. Zhang Yufeng spoke calmly, his voice resounding through the sky like thunder. You, the demon king Morgana, are an evildoer who has slaughtered countless civilized creatures. I see the wronged souls of countless civilizations in you. I, Yufeng, swear here that you will never harm a single citizen in Huaxia. The sound traveled far, far away. The crowd gathered outside Huangkan fell into silence in an instant. It's really a god. The gods have appeared. Moreover, that evil woman was actually the demon king Morgana? According to what the gods said, the other party had slaughtered countless lives, and his crimes were extremely heinous and cruel. The Great Gorge. Morgana. The Demon King is really here. Listening to the audio transmitted back, Tokyo was stunned. Morgana, the Demon King who has been fighting angels for thousands of years, has come to Earth? Isn't one dowdy enough? Even Morgana is here. Tokyo frowned, looking worried. Since Morgana is here, the angel must be arriving on Earth soon. Where demons appear, angels will appear. Chapter 48. First, the dowdy invaded, and then the army was about to attack. Afterwards, angels descended upon Angel International. Now, even Morgana and the demons are here. The Earth is about to be in chaos. Denner has been rebuilt, and there are only a few Denner immigrants left on Earth. Tokyo frowned, looking worried. With the current combat power of the Earth, I'm afraid we can't resist the coming of Deity, angels, and demons. Although Ge Xiaolun and others have a bright future. But the future is the future, and the present is the present. Future potential does not represent current combat power. If we are killed now, what will be the future? Captain, should we notify Reina and the others to rush to Huangkan now? Lian Feng asked. Currently, Reina has gone to the agreed location with the angel, and the angel has not arrived yet. Ge Xiaolun and his men have already exchanged fire with Sun Wukong. Should we call a halt? Today is the day when Sun Wukong tests the Xiangbinglian. Liang Shan. Ge Xiaolun and his group have already reached the foot of the tower. The target is still on the tower and has not moved. Kailan hid in the woods, aiming at Sun Wukong in the distance with a sniper rifle. Provide other teammates with dynamic intelligence on the opponent. Once the opponent makes any unusual movement, she will shoot and attack the opponent immediately. Hey, do you think Brother Ho has already discovered us? Looking at Sun Wukong on the top of the tower, Zhao Xin said with some concern. The dark alloy armor we wear can effectively shield our own dark information. Qiang Gui walked naturally and explained, he can't detect our approach. The strength of this set of armor lies in the fact that it cannot be seen by abilities such as insight. It can achieve an effect similar to invisibility. This is also the reason why Qiang Gui chose to approach her goal slowly. But doesn't Sun Wukong have flaming eyes? Kailan asked curiously, can't the fiery eyes and golden pupils see us? Fire eyes and golden pupils, to put it simply, are dark energy analyzers. Rose said calmly, it's useless in front of the dark alloy armor. Ge Xiaolun asked curiously, what are the 72 transformations? The fiery eyes and golden pupils are dark energy analyzers, but what about the 72 transformations in mythology? So far, he has not seen the super soldier or the god like Reina. Has the ability to display abilities similar to the 72 transformations. Sun Wukong, the fighting Buddha, is a super warrior with Shenhe genes. Qiang Gui shook her head and said, according to Reina's database, the other party does not have this ability. No. Ge Xiaolun nodded. It seems that this Sun Wukong is not the Sun Wukong in the mythological stories they have heard since childhood. Or in other words, myths, when they are in the process of spreading, will be distorted. Reina's information. Lu Chuang complained, Leina knows everything, why doesn't she come herself? I thought it was a collective task. As a result, Captain Reina did not come, and the duties of captain were temporarily given to Qiang Gui. AQ. Reina, who had just arrived at a luxurious manor, couldn't help but sneeze. Could it be that those losers in the heroic army are talking about me behind my back again? Rubbing her nose, Reina looked towards the manor in front of her. What kind of treatment is this? I have to live in the school dormitory with Kailan and the others. Reina rolled her eyes and couldn't help but complain, so an angel lives in such a luxurious manner. Originally, she would have acted together with Kailan and the others. But since we have made contact with the angel, we should arrange for someone of importance to go and communicate with him, right? Although Ge Xiaolun is the power of the galaxy, he is just a loser now after all. A loser with divine powers. As for the others, they are not good choices no matter how you look at them. In the end, it all fell to Reina to be responsible for communicating with the angels. And convey the attitude of Earth Huaxia. You are the distinguished guest invited by the Lord, right? A fashionable woman came up to Reina and said politely, my lord, there is an emergency and I can't come over for the time being. You need to wait a moment. What? Reina said with an unhappy look on her face, they were the ones who were asked to come, but they didn't show up, right? Damn it! She was supposed to go on missions with her teammates and act in scenes or something. I came all the way here, and you told me that he wasn't there? I'm so sorry. The woman could only apologize helplessly. After all, the adult was not someone she could say much to. Okay, okay, got it. Reina waved her hand and contacted the Grand Canyon directly. Hello, Grand Canyon? Lao Du, can you hear me? The Great Gorge. Tokyo, who was hesitating about what to do next, also heard Reina's communication. Yes. Tokyo asked, did you see the angel? No. Reina leaned casually against the stone pillar. The people here said they encountered some problems and need to come to see me later. Something happened. Tokyo was stunned, then looked at the scene in front of him. With the current technology on Earth, we can discover the unusual movements in Huangcan and Morgana's traces. By the means of angels. It must also be observable. Could it be? Reina, I will immediately go to the Dawn to pick you up. Tokyo immediately ordered, you will board the Dawn 1 and head to Huang village outside Juxia city immediately. Morgana and Yufeng have both shown up. Lian Feng, who was standing by, immediately contacted them and arranged for Dawn 1 to prepare for takeoff. What? Morgana is here. Leina was shocked. Morgana's bad reputation was known to the whole universe. Moreover, that guy is an ancient god from the same era as Holy Keisha. Yufeng? Is that the one Kylan mentioned before? Reina was surprised and asked, is he and Morgana fighting again? Yes, he showed up and confronted Morgana. Tokyo said in a deep voice, I suspect that the angel has also discovered something strange over there. At this moment, I guess he's on his way there. Otherwise, there is no way the other party would stand Leina up. This is against the order of justice unless there is a higher order to enforce it. For example, discovering traces of demons or Morgana. Angels and demons have been fighting each other for tens of thousands of years, and destroying demons has long been the first goal of angel civilization. Well, your guess makes sense. Reina nodded, then asked, what should I do? Dawn 1 has taken off. Tokyo looked at him and said in a deep voice, if there is still time, help Yashao drive Morgana away. Understood. Reina nodded, I will. To be honest, I am also interested in his existence. The abilities demonstrated by the other party are all very good. Especially that move, which can directly transform the combat power of a super soldier. It was directly raised to the level of a third-generation super soldier. I just don't know if there are any other restrictions. Otherwise, the other side can easily mass-produce powerful super soldiers. UFG fart. Morgana cursed, I did that to bring them evolution and freedom. She never thought that what she did was wrong. It is difficult for a main god to shake his beliefs. Unless something really terrible happens. For example, ultimate fear. If we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together. Zhang Yufeng said coldly, there is no need for me and you to talk anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he put his hands together and then suddenly separated them. In both palms. A huge, white, simple long sword, for sale. The tremendous power of incense was poured into it, and this incense sword emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. Call. A fierce hurricane blew up with the appearance of the incense sword. That was the powerful aura of the divine sword, suppressing all the restlessness brought about by the wind. When we go all out, the consumption is really high. Zhang Yufeng frowned slightly, he couldn't maintain this state for too long. When the incense power in his body was exhausted, he could no longer maintain this terrifying incense sword. We need a quick and decisive battle. Zhang Yufeng stopped hesitating and pointed his sword forward. Cut! The incense sword suddenly stood up, and then slashed down fiercely at Morgana in the air. This sword seemed to be able to create the world. All the creatures nearby fell to their knees under the pressure of this sword. I can't even see straight. Morgana's inner alarm bells were also ringing at this moment. This sword seemed to be slashing down slowly, but in fact it was incredibly fast. But in the blink of an eye, the sword tip was already in front of him. The first to arrive was a terrifying hurricane phoenix. That was the terrifying airflow carried by the divine sword when it slashed down. This sword. Morgana inexplicably felt a fear of facing heaven and earth. Even vaguely, it reminded her of the ultimate fear she had observed at the beginning. Spy. Although it is still not comparable, but it has a vague feeling. Queen, get out of the way. The space fluctuated, and a pitch-black demon suddenly rushed out. It hit Morgana hard. This time, Morgana woke up as if from a dream and came to her senses. And that sword was slashed down at this moment. And the demon that was slashed by the sword stretched out his hand to Morgan, who was not far away. Go, quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into ashes and disappeared in the wind. Akun. Morgana reached out her hand, but could only watch the other person disappear. The power of this sword is too amazing. You know, Akun is a rare super warrior king among the demon army. But in front of this sword, he was wiped out without any resistance. My queen, please get out of here. Tai's urgent voice sounded. Angel will be able to reach Huangkan in 2 minutes, leave quickly. The ghost thing in front of him killed Akun, the third-generation super warrior, with just one sword. Even under that sword, the queen seemed to have lost her will. She didn't dodge or evade and didn't move a muscle. If he had not decisively opened the wormhole, Akun would have rushed over and pushed the queen away. I'm afraid even the queen will be chopped apart. After all, the opponent's weapon can really break the queen's 4th-generation divine body. Although the queen would not be wiped out instantly, the other party could not possibly possess such ability. But the angels are coming too. If the angel seizes the opportunity and imprisons us, it will be difficult to deal with. At the same time, on the giant gorge. Captain, that demon just now was a 3rd-generation super soldier. Lian Feng looked at the result of the detection and said in surprise, but, he was wiped out by the sword of the god named Yufeng. What? Tokeo's pupils suddenly trembled. That's the 3rd generation of super soldiers. Although it is still not as good as the divine body that can withstand nuclear weapons. But the 3rd generation of super soldiers can no longer be killed by conventional weapons. If this 3rd generation super soldier were allowed to start killing in countries other than the 5 major countries on Earth, it is not difficult to destroy a country. It can be said that this 3rd generation super soldier destroyed most of the countries on Earth. In some cases, the 3rd generation super warriors can even defeat the 1st generation divine bodies. Chief, Central Command is calling. The adjutant at the side suddenly spoke up and handed over a communication device. Central Command. Tokeo frowned slightly, then quickly took over and responded, Chief, I am Tokeo. Yes, okay, I will definitely find a way. The communication was disconnected, and Tokeo looked at the scene in front of him where 3 generations of super soldiers were wiped out by a single sword. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. Over Huangkan. I'll remember you. Morgana looked coldly at Zhang Yufeng in front of her, then turned and left without hesitation. The space is fluctuating, that means a wormhole is opening. Abu. Zhang Yufeng didn't say anything and directly controlled the incense sword to cut it down again. Pity. Morgana had already entered the wormhole and was not left behind. But there was a trace of blood on the incense sword. Obviously, the opponent was hit by this sword. What a pity. Even after using all my cards, I still couldn't stop the opponent. Zhang Yufeng sighed with regret and took back the incense sword. This is the greatest combat power he can exert now. He first used his magical power to merge with the god, and combined it with his own largest statue to gain increased combat power. Then he poured the 2 strands of incense power in his body into the incense sword. The power is fully utilized. Moreover, he exerted his full strength to display his divine power. It frightened Morgana and made it impossible for her to dodge immediately. Pity. The opponent's subordinates were loyal and sacrificed their lives to save Morgana. Morgana came to her senses and immediately opened the wormhole to escape. Zhang Yufeng even suspected that the wormhole was opened by Devil Number 1. It is worthy of being the demon civilization that has fought with the angel civilization for 10,000 years and has not yet died. He is indeed good at escaping. That demon was a third-generation super warrior, and you actually killed him. Even Morgana was chased away by you. Angel Yan, who had just arrived, looked at Zhang Yufeng in surprise. She also saw Zhang Yufeng's sword, but she didn't face it directly. I don't have deep feelings about its power. But that sword wiped out the power of 3 generations of super soldiers, and Angel Yan was still very shocked. Even if it was her, she wanted to wipe out a 3rd-generation super soldier with one blow. It's also impossible. Unless she calls upon the sacred treasure house of knowledge and conducts a trial by fire. At the beginning, Azui was killed by the judgment of fire and Sodden used a god. Zhang Yufeng turned around and looked at the 2 angels who had just arrived. Seeing her from such a close distance, she was indeed very beautiful. Mom, I actually saw an angel. Angel, that's a real angel. Damn it, my life is worth living. The devils, angels, and gods all saw it. So beautiful. Mom, I feel like I'm in love. Damn holy light, damn it, I can't see anything. As Zhang Yufeng took back his divine power and the incense sword, the people returned to normal again. And when they saw the angel appearing near Zhang Yufeng, suddenly there was a commotion again. At this moment, a very fast fighter plane appeared in the sky. As a fighter plane cut through the sky, a graceful woman jumped down. It was Leina who came in a hurry. She landed accurately on Zhang Yufeng's shoulder and curiously reached out to touch his cheek. The next moment, 2 statues appeared on its left and right and directly lifted it up. Hey hey hey! Goddess, I can't fly, please don't let me go. Looking at the ground beneath her feet, Leina looked a little panicked. Angel, don't do anything bad to Huaxia. Zhang Yufeng ignored the silly Leina beside him and warned Angel Yan and Angel Zui. As long as they don't fall into the arms of the devil, the angels won't attack them. Angel Yan smiled and responded calmly. The other party's strength is indeed qualified to talk to her like this. Zhang Yufeng nodded indifferently. He was just giving a reminder. Chapter 49. Qingfeng Temple. Zhang Yufeng returned to his altar and sat back down. It recovered and turned into a golden statue. The 2 small statues also concealed their bodies and returned to the temple in Qingshui village. And in the dormitory of Super Seminary. After the battle, the statue will naturally return to where it belongs. Where is your true self? Looking at Zhang Yufeng who had turned into a stone statue again, Leina couldn't help but ask. Since this is also a statue of a god, it must not be the real one. In mythological stories, the appearance of statues is because the deity worshipped has descended. And that god also has his own real body. Zhang Yufeng, who was in the incense state, twitched his mouth. Is he so stupid? Little girl, you are a little too naive to ask so directly. Angel Yan, who was sitting on the armchair that was moved over, couldn't help laughing out loud. How can you tell others about your true identity? The little girl god from the scorching sun in front of me is indeed simple. Stop taking advantage of your age. Leina rolled her eyes and said unhappily, don't forget, you just stood me up. Terribly sorry. Angel Yan apologized frankly and said with a smile, for us angels, nothing is more important than destroying the devil. Snort. Leina snorted softly and sat directly on the edge of the altar. If you want to argue, just leave. An indifferent voice sounded in the ears of several people. When they heard the sound and looked, they saw the young man who had appeared at some point not far away. He sat on the armchair with an indifferent expression, silently staring at the angel and goddess in front of him. You are Yufeng. Angel Yan looked at Zhang Yufeng curiously, sizing him up and down. The angel Zui and angel Moyi behind him also looked at Zhang Yufeng curiously. You know what, he's unexpectedly handsome. I am Yufeng. Zhang Yufeng nodded and said, I agreed to let you come together, not to listen to your quarrel. Killed the demon, drove away and even injured Morgana. I also met Reina and 3 beautiful angels. He planned to leave Huangkan and return to Qingfeng Temple. But Leina and Angel Yan both hoped to chat with me instantly. He brought them to Qingfeng Temple, intending to listen to what they wanted to say. As for exposing the location of Qingfeng Temple, whether it is the super seminary or the angels, it is impossible for them to attack him easily. Besides, this is just a Taoist temple. My name is Yan, and these 2 are my partners, Azui and Moyi. Angel Yan introduced himself, and then continued, we came to Earth to chase Morgana. Morgana, it's... I know the main god of the demonic civilization. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand and interrupted, you, Angel Yan, come from the angel civilization, and are the left guard of Holy Keisha. Appropriately disclose some information you know. Can increase your sense of mystery. Really? Hearing this, Angel Yan raised her eyebrows slightly. Angel Zui and Moyi looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. How do you know this? With Earth's technological level, it is impossible to know this information. Angel Yan asked with a smile, or... You are not a local super soldier, but you come from a civilization in the universe. A civilization that doesn't even have the ability to leave the Earth. How is it possible to know so much information? He even knew that he was Queen Keisha's left-wing guard. Super soldier. Zhang Yufeng shook his head, I am the god of incense and fire, the Huaxia spirit, not a super warrior like you. Holy crap, is there really a god on Earth? Reina at the side interrupted and said, with the meager resources on Earth, it is actually impossible to produce seeds. The levels of civilization are divided into pre-nuclear civilization, space civilization, and god-level civilization. Only by stepping out of the planet and heading into the universe. Only then will you have the qualifications and energy to create gods. But the Earth is now just a pre-nuclear civilization. Not even a spacefaring civilization. I am not a technological god. Zhang Yufeng shook his head and interrupted, you and the angel should have something else to say, right? Oh, yes. Reina nodded and looked at Angel Yan, tell me, what are you doing here? The Earth is suddenly exposed to the eyes of all the major forces in the universe. Angel Yan leaned back and said calmly, and we angels, feel that we must first ensure that it is in the name of justice. Oh. Reina laughed mockingly, on our sun star, there is no such word as justice. How about you explain it to me? Tex. Before Angel Chase could finish what she was saying, she was stopped by Angel Yan's eyes. Even if something like this were to be said, it shouldn't be Azui's turn to say it. Although the angel civilization is not afraid of the fiery sun civilization, the other party is the main god of the fiery sun civilization after all. Angel Yan can still tell this clearly. Upon seeing this, Angel Zui immediately shut her mouth. She was indeed a bit reckless. To be honest, I envy you for being carefree. Angel Yan said with emotion, in my 7,000 years of warrior career, I have always been worried about my own tomorrow, or their tomorrow. Snort. Reina snorted coldly and did not interrupt. She didn't understand what Angel Yan said, nor did she know what the dangers in the universe were. But what the other party said was indeed correct. She was indeed always under protection. Especially Pan Zhen's protection. The other party would never put her, the main god of the scorching sun, into danger. Even the slightest danger. The word justice was used by Holy Keisha to govern the city of angels 17,000 years ago for the orderly progress of the known universe. We have customized a very reasonable set of rules. We call it the just order. Angel Yan glanced at Zhang Yufeng and said, and a kind of depravity called ultimate fear, extreme liberalism, is defined as, evil. That's enough. Reina raised her hand and interrupted, angels like to brainwash. Don't speak so harshly. Angel Yan frowned and said, we can indeed read some of your information directly. And transmitted directly to your brain. Reina said coldly, malicious implantation. Tisk. Angel Yan shook his head helplessly, and was very unhappy with Reina's word. When has the Angel clan ever done anything like this? However, she was not here to argue with the little girl. I have studied you, the Liang civilization, and you are particular about Kuatai Junan. Angel Yan said calmly, our values are almost the same. Zhang Yufeng's eyes flickered. Being able to win is the law of nature that those who obey me will prosper and those who disobey me will perish. If you can't beat it, it's Kuatai Junan Liang, right? Zhang Yufeng didn't like the behavior of those old guys in Liang. Is that so? Reina shrugged, not agreeing with this statement. Let me be frank. At least for now, the earth deserves the protection of justice. Angel Yan did not beat around the bush and said directly, the purpose of our coming here is to ask if your super seminary needs the help of angels. I won't bother you anymore. Reina refused calmly, we can naturally solve the crisis that occurs on earth. Before coming here again, she had already reached an agreement with the Huaxia military. Is it just a clean rejection? Angel Yan was a little surprised, then confirmed, is this what you meant, or what the super seminary meant? There is no difference. Since she came here, it already proved one thing. What she said was what super seminary meant. Interesting. Angel Yan smiled and asked curiously, what do you rely on, the galactic power of the super seminary? Or is it the god of Huaxia? Have the super seminary and the god named Yufeng reached a consensus? Even if he can take down a third-generation super soldier, he can even fight Morgana. But don't forget. Angel Yan reminded, in addition to Deity, you also have to face demons. Behind the Deity and the demons, there are gods. The god of death, Karl, behind Deity was even difficult for their queen Keisha to deal with. Not to mention. And there is Morgana who has been fighting with the angels for 10,000 years. Fighting two gods at the same time, relying on the earth alone? I know, but we believe we can protect the earth. Reina said this with a serious expression and a firm tone. Unconsciously, the earth occupied an increasingly important position in her heart. After all, here are her friends, and lots of little dresses and beautiful things that she likes. And carefree, and free. After living for more than 20 years, she still had her first experience of what freedom was. Haha, whatever you want. Angel Yan shrugged and stopped insisting, I hope that you will not regret your decision today in the future. Angels also have their own pride. Since the earth insisted that it did not need the help of the justice order, there was no need for her to continue to stick to it. However, the angels will not sit idly by when the devil appears. As for Deity, let the earth deal with it itself. We're done talking. Angel Yan glanced at Zhang Yufeng and said, then, this Huaxia god is Yufeng. What about you? What's your attitude? Since the other party claims to be the god of Huaxia, his strength has reached the point where he can kill 3 generations of super soldiers with one sword. Of course, we must also respect the opinions of Huaxia's own god. Although I don't like those Denner immigrants in the super seminary, my position is consistent with what Reina just said. Zhang Yufeng said indifferently, the crisis of the earth, I and the earthlings, Huaxia people, can only solve it with our own strength. Be it a demon or a glutton. Kill as many as come. Although Zhang Yufeng's tone was calm, there was no sign of any sudden change in his expression. But the girl's intuition told them that the other party could do this. I see. Angel Yan nodded, stood up and said seriously, mercy and kindness have come to this world, and justice will also stay. Since you insist so much, then it's up to you. Afterwards, I will report to Queen Keisha. Okay. Leina nodded with satisfaction. Although there were many unexpected events, the result was still good. At least, the angels did not forcibly interfere in the affairs of the earth. The position of this Huaxia god is consistent with that of the super seminary. All are united in facing the outside world. This is also good news. After all, not only is the opponent's ability very strange, but his strength is also very strong. A very good ally. Zhang Yufeng didn't say anything more and disappeared like smoke. What a weird ability, I can't see through it at all. Angel Yan sighed, then stood up and walked out of Qingfeng Temple. Since the host has left, there is no need for me, the guest, to stay any longer. Angel Zui and Moi followed closely behind, guarding on its left and right sides. Oh my god, how did you do that? Reina exclaimed, with a curious look on her face, but she didn't respond at all. Seeing Angel Yan and his companions leave, she glanced around the huge statue curiously. I also stood up and followed him out. The sun rises in the east, and the warm sunlight shines on the earth. It also brings the beginning of a new day. This wave of showing off in public has yielded a lot of rewards. Not paying attention to Qingfeng Temple, Reina, and Angel Yan's conversation, Zhang Yufeng set his eyes on his own panel. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. 0. World, Super God World, Theocracy World, life is as worthless as grass. Level, Spirit God, 4.89%. Magic Power, Incense Magic Power, Concept Level, Divine Power, Beginner, Dream Entry, Beginner, Summoning the Gods, Beginner, Incense Magic Sword, Beginner, Merging Gods, Beginner, Minor Separation of Gods, Beginner, Calling for Rain, Beginner. Jurisdiction, Sankodani Shrine, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. Guardian, Toko, 1/3, Qing Shui Village, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. Evaluation, a small god with low incense and faith, 2 territories, and weak power. Merit Chart. Accumulation 118. Available 26. First, his cultivation level increased by more than 2 percentage points. This is all because of the increase in believers brought about by the manifestation of the Lord in public. Huangkan itself has a population of over 1,000 people. Including the crowd who came along for the fun, there were at least more than 2,000 people. In addition, many people started live streaming directly. How many viewers are there nationwide? Coupled with the publicity of Qing Shui Village, it attracted countless people to go to Qing Shui Village to burn incense and worship. The thousands of people in Huangkan alone provided Zhang Yufeng with a large amount of incense power. This does not even include the pilgrims who came because they witnessed the divine manifestation in public. The most gratifying thing is that the old village chief of Huang Village also found the old village chief of Qing Shui Village. Discuss matters related to inviting gods. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to add another territory in a few days. The 3 territories can add 30 strands of incense power to me every day. It's a pity that I didn't comprehend the magical power again. Zhang Yufeng pondered, could it be that we need to break through 5%? Shake your head and continue looking down. 014503122 Philo 11123131. Merit points are the biggest gain today. Kill 3 generations of super soldiers, merit +8. Protect more than 1,000 people in Huangkan, merit +101. The demon elite that was killed by a single sword provided 8 points of merit. Protecting the people will add 10 merit points. This will give you 18 points of merit. There are 2 more merit points. It was obtained by defeating Morgana in Qing Shui Village. The remaining points were earned by Yotsuya Kenko and his 4 companions after they killed the evil spirits and divided the profits. Add some dark blue. Zhang Yufeng waved his clothes and started cheating. Strength and teamwork are the foundation of everything. If he is strong enough, he can protect the entire earth. Who else would dare to step into the temple of one's own faith? 26 points of merit entered the body, and rich golden light enveloped oneself. When the golden light dissipated, the incense power in Zhang Yufeng's body. Finally, it was upgraded to 5 strands. Finally, there is another attacking ability. Zhang Yufeng's eyes lit up as he looked at the newly acquired magical power. Magic power, Spirit Fire Divine Punishment. The Spirit Fire Divine Punishment of the 5 elements Divine Punishment, uses one's own divine power to condense the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, which can change in 1,000 ways and burn everything. No water can extinguish it. Spiritual fire. Zhang Yufeng raised his index finger, and a blue-red flame danced on his fingertips. Without any combustible materials, the flames just leaped in the air. He pulled with his fingers, and the spiritual fire was stretched into a long strip. As the fingers jumped, the shape of destruction also kept changing. It's quite interesting. Chapter 50. This Spirit Fire Divine Punishment is a magical power to control fire. Zhang Yufeng's fingers jumped, and the spiritual fire kept changing its shape. Sometimes it is long, sometimes it stands upright, and sometimes it turns into a small fire. He can create and destroy spiritual fire out of thin air. The spiritual fire is under his control and can change its form at will. That's interesting. However, its power cannot be seen from the surface. He wanted to try out its power. However, Zhang Yufeng looked around but couldn't find a suitable target. He couldn't possibly burn down his Qingfeng temple or the Qingfeng mountain beneath his feet, right? There will always be a chance. Zhang Yufeng smiled and extinguished the spirit fire he was playing with. Then he looked outside Qingfeng temple. Reina was still talking to the 3 beautiful angels. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yufeng said in a voice transmission, "You can use intelligence to exchange permissions with the other party." Since the angels participated in the research and development, they must have the authority to activate the angel gene in Ge Xiaolun's body. Reina, who was talking to Angel Yan, was stunned and looked at Qingfeng temple behind her in surprise. Morgana has advanced to the 4th generation of divine body. Zhang Yufeng transmitted, after her body is destroyed, it will automatically reassemble. You can use this information to exchange for authority from the other party. Hearing this, Reina immediately showed a look of surprise. Has the other party actually upgraded to the 4th generation divine body? Reina nodded and revealed this information to Angel Yan. What? The 4th generation divine body? Angel Yan was startled, and nodded seriously, I understand. I will report this to Queen Keisha. I'll wait for your good news. The 3 beautiful angels flapped their wings, flew up into the sky and disappeared. Those pairs of white legs are indeed very attractive and beautiful. It's amazing that you can fly. Reina said sourly, feeling envious in her heart. Although she is the main god of the Liang civilization, she can't fly at all. The 903 she wrote is a stellar energy drive technology. To shine, to act as a light bulb. Or maybe she could just transform herself into a bomb and throw firecrackers, which is her specialty. Oh, and she can also be used as a power bank. Angel genes? They need angel hormones to activate them. Reina frowned, there is no way I would fall for this loser. At least he has to be a god to be qualified. Thinking of this, she unconsciously raised her eyes and looked towards Qingfeng temple behind her. This deity is quite to her liking. No, Reina, what are you thinking about? Reina shook her head hastily to get rid of her chaotic thoughts. This is the first time we've met, okay? How come you think of him? Thank you for this time. I'm leaving now. I'll come see you next time when I'm free. Waving towards Qingfeng temple behind her, Leina walked down the mountain with her hands in her pockets. If you can't fly, you can only walk. We can't call Dawn number 1 over, right? The problem is that there is no place to shut down the machine in Qingfeng Temple. Besides, this is Yufeng's Taoist temple. It would be a bit rude for Dongwon to fly directly over here. Huangkan. The bustling streets are now almost completely destroyed. After all, it was a battle between two gods. Although Zhang Yufeng was very restrained, the aftermath of the battle alone was enough to destroy these buildings. Although most of their hometown was destroyed, the people of Huangkan were not in a hurry to rebuild their homes. Instead, they gathered together, some contributed money, some contributed their labor. By the way, a Feng Shui master was also invited to find a Feng Shui treasure land in Huangkan. Build a temple for Zhang Yufeng. The statue, which cost a huge amount of money to build, has now been scheduled for travel. Huangkan is, after all, a large village with a population of over 1,000. Under the persuasion of the village chief, everyone donated generously and contributed their efforts. The village chief himself even took out all the money he had embezzled over the years. After all, he was greedy before. But now that I have witnessed the existence of gods with my own eyes, I suddenly remembered the saying that there is a god above your head. In addition, he encountered a life and death crisis and almost lost his life. Where would you be reluctant to part with the money? He even offered personal funds to help the villagers rebuild their homes. This move won him the support of the people. Won the support of the villagers. Old Huang, you did a good job this time. The leader from above patted village chief Huang on the shoulder and said, "Do a good job, and I will forgive you for what happened before. But, this tonic for post-disaster reconstruction. The meaning is already very clear." Village chief Huang immediately stated, "Please rest assured, I have already arranged it." "Yeah, not bad, not bad." The leader nodded and smiled with satisfaction. "I heard that your village is going to worship the immortal Yufeng, so don't neglect it. If you have any questions, you can find me directly." Zhang Yufeng's show of strength was so great that almost half of the people in Huaxia now knew about it. These officials with a keen sense of smell saw that the higher UPS had not blocked the relevant news. It even boosts traffic. I immediately understood what was going on. Don't worry. I will make sure it's done beautifully. Qing Shui Village. As the video went viral on the internet, this humble village instantly became famous. Countless people either believe it, or are half believing and half doubting, or just follow the trend. A large number of people flowed into this small village. As a result, the surrounding economy was boosted. After all, the food, accommodation and transportation for so many people are not small expenses. The Juxia City Public Security Bureau also specially dispatched some police teams to maintain order. Is this the immortal Yufeng? He Walan, dressed in police uniform, looked at Shen Puyan curiously. This time, she also came along to carry out the mission. Although I still can't see the face clearly, the figure is indeed. The male police officer beside him nodded. Come to think of it, I should thank the immortal for saving my life. You mean the last time you went on a mission with Kailan? Yes, Wei Lan, thanks to the help of immortal Yufeng, otherwise. 0145031222 Fila 1112311531. He was the police officer who went on a mission with Kailan last time. When he was on the verge of death, he saw a mysterious and ethereal figure appear. As the other party waved his hand, golden light enveloped everyone. He and everyone else were pulled back from the brink of death. This world is getting weirder and weirder. First it was the giant robot, and now even the demon queen and gods have appeared. He Walan was filled with emotion, and then seemed to remember something, wondering, come to think of it, I don't know where Kailan went afterwards. Since returning from the last mission, the other party left the Juxia City Public Security Bureau and went to a higher-level security department. As for where it went, she really doesn't know. She is He Walan. Zhang Yufeng, who was observing Qing Shui village through the statue, set his sights on the female police officer. Neat short hair and a full heart. The most important thing is that he did see the hidden super gene in the other person's body. At present, the other party has not activated the super gene in his body. Although his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, it is still within the range of ordinary people. Moreover, the other party also has some luck. Look for an opportunity to see if I can convert him into my believer. Zhang Yufeng narrowed his eyes slightly. People with good fortune will offer themselves much more than ordinary people. Light some incense, and I'll give you a chance of good fortune. Hewalan's delicate body trembled when she heard the divine sound. What's wrong? The police officer nearby asked with concern. Did you hear any noise? Hewalan frowned and asked his colleague beside him. Sound. The police officer glanced at the crowded temple and asked, It's too noisy here. What kind of noise do you mean? Hewalan frowned and looked towards the temple where the incense was burning brightly. I don't know what's going on in my mind. After hearing the message, Zhang Yufeng no longer paid attention to Hewalan. I have already taken the initiative once, so it would be too cheap to look for the other party again. What's more, his popularity has skyrocketed now. Although I am showing off my skills in front of others, I am also taking some risks. But the benefits are huge. Zhang Yufeng looked at the incense sticks that kept coming in and smiled with satisfaction. As time goes by, the heat ferments. More and more people come to Qingshui village to worship themselves. Although they are all insincere, it doesn't matter. Huaxia is not a country that easily produces fanatics. Most people just want to give it a try, since it doesn't cost any money. If it works, then worship it more. And if it doesn't work, then just don't go. As for how to make these people continue to come and worship him in the future, provide yourself with continuous incense power. Zhang Yufeng also had some plans in mind. Liang Shan. Just like the original trajectory, everyone in the Xiangbinglian was recognized by Sun Wukong. One of his clones was blown up with the cooperation of the Xiangbing company. However, Ge Xiaolun and his companions only suffered minor injuries. This combat power far exceeded Sun Wukong's inner expectations. It is a blessing for the people of Daxia to have you here today. Sun Wukong looked at this group of energetic young people and nodded with satisfaction. Hey, brother monkey is really good at talking. Ge Xiaolun touched the back of his head and smiled innocently. Xiaolun, you are really hard. Zhao Xin patted Ge Xiaolun's waist with a look of amazement. Just now, that monkey brother really hit me with a stick, and the whole mountain range was shaking. The shock wave caused by that one blow alone made it difficult for everyone to stand steadily. Even the nearest rose was blown down. A huge hole was smashed into the ground. As a result, Ge Xiaolun quickly crawled out and is almost recovered now. I didn't expect that I could be so tough. I thought falling from the 5th floor and hitting my head on the ground and being bombarded by a tank was an exaggeration. Ge Xiaolun, who looked like he had kidney deficiency, scratched his head stupidly. At the super seminary, he once fell from the 5th floor and landed on his face. Later, they even stood still and were bombed by tanks. But this was the first time that he was hit by a stick and went more than 10 meters underground. You're all very nice. Sun Wukong smiled, then looked at Lu Juang. Don't forget what you promised me. Don't worry, monkey. Lu Juang said with a serious face, I will never let down the trust of the motherland and the people. What happened just now? Why did monkey brother take Chuangzi away just now? Zhao Xin poked Ge Xiaolun who was standing beside him. It seems that Chuangzi got beaten again. His skin is bruised and his face is swollen. After the battle, Lu Juang was taken away by monkey brother. It took a while for them to come back together. It seems that the injury is more serious. Very good. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction, smiled, and then asked, Are you going to subdue demons and monsters? Yes, aliens. All the same. Sun Wukong said coldly, If you have evil thoughts in your heart, you are a demon. Title: Sun Wukong looked sideways at everyone and asked, "How are you going to fight?" "Fight hard." Hearing Qiang Gui's reply, Sun Wukong was immediately amused. "Try hard to fight, but you don't know how to fight." "I, old Sun, don't know either." Sun Wukong looked at the horizon and said slowly, "Among 1,000 worlds, there is only one world where they grow up to look like humans. Only in the human world can there be kindness and compassion. I, old Sun, must protect it for my master. This will be a catastrophe. He doesn't know how to fight either." Just like when Yungxiao Heavenly Court invaded the land of Daxia, he didn't know how to fight. Although he killed all those heavenly warriors, defeated the Yungxiao Heavenly Palace. But the old man Pan Zhen ran away, and 7 cities in Shenzhou were bombed. How innocent are the people of those 7 cities? And today, how many innocent people will die when the calamity strikes again? But won't you resist? Sun Wukong can't do it, and more people will die. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned serious, and they felt heavy inside. When faced with the unknown, people are always afraid. Even though they are super soldiers now. But not long ago, they were just a loser, a countryless farmer, and a dropout waitress wearing a bunny girl costume. A gangster who does all kinds of evil and a middle school boy who upholds the spirit of chivalry. They are still human beings now. There is fear of the unknown and fear of the possibility of death. The earth, because of the positive atmosphere. After leaving Qingfeng Temple, Angel Yan, Angel Zui, and Mo Yi flew into the sky and directly reached above the atmosphere. Angel Yan scanned the earth with a serious expression, but still found no trace of the devil. Did it leave the earth, or is it hiding too deep? Angel Yan murmured in a low voice, frowning. "Sister Yan," the angel asked, "do you need us to conduct a global patrol?" If Morgana were still on Earth, she would think this would be necessary. "Let's report the intelligence here to the Queen first." Angel Yan shook her head and then dialed Queen Keisha's number. Soon, the communication was connected. The 5.3 projection of Queen Keisha sitting on the throne appeared in front of Angel Yan and the others. "Your Majesty, the Deity from the Styx galaxy are about to invade Earth in large numbers." Angel Yan Hui reported, "and the Earth Super Seminary rejected our help." Queen Keisha nodded, "Let's respect the Super Seminary's opinion first." "Queen, Morgana's traces have been found on Earth." Angel Yan said solemnly. The other party appeared on Earth and wanted to convert Earth's native humans to supplement their demon army. Morgana has arrived on Earth. Queen Keisha restrained her relaxed expression and looked at Angel Yan with a serious face. "How many demon armies have been transformed by the other party?" "None." "She failed." "Failed?" Queen Keisha asked in surprise. Could it be that the Super Seminary stopped her? She knew that there was a Super Seminary on Earth. Angels have been to Earth since long ago. From that time on, she knew that the Super Seminary had reopened on Earth. However, that Earth was not shrouded in justice and order, and she was fighting with her sister, Morgana, for life and death. I didn't pay much attention to the existence of the Earth. Speaking of which, the planet called Earth was discovered because Angel Yan accidentally encountered the spaceship of the Styx civilization. Hear it from their mouths. Their god, the god of death. He took a fancy to the Earth in the Chiwa star system. And they were preparing to launch an attack on that Earth 1,000 years later. It was for this reason that it attracted the attention of the angel. Only then did they send out angels to chase and head to Earth to observe the situation there. What on Earth has developed into the pre-nuclear era thousands of years later. Moreover, it can also attract the attention of Karl, the god of death in the Styx galaxy at the edge of the universe. Chapter 51. Angel Star Region, on a beautiful planet. With silver hair and a slim white dress, Hexie's proud figure is perfectly displayed. At the moment, she was sitting on the lawn with a comfortable look on her face, sipping tea. And on the side, A petite little angel is making tea for it. Queen, why are you here? Seeing the figure suddenly appear, Hexi put down the teacup helplessly. Why, I can't come to your place. Keisha smiled and came over to sit beside him in a beautiful long dress. Sure. Hexi smiled and waved to the little angel beside him. Xin, you go down first. Yes. The little angel's Hickson standing by nodded sensibly, not being dissatisfied with the teacher for sending her away. Whether it is the conversation between Queen Keisha and King Tianji. It was just a conversation between sisters, and it was not appropriate for a youngster like me to stay here. After she brought Keisha a cup of tea, she turned and left. Speak, tomboy. After Hickson left, Hexi said with a smile, what do you want to see me about? Is it okay for me to come? Queen Keisha took a sip of tea and raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. Oh, I don't know you yet. Hexi laughed and said, you never come to the temple for no reason. We have been sisters for tens of thousands of years, who doesn't know who? Yes, I do have something to talk to you about. Keisha nodded, and then called Angel Yan. Yan went to Earth and found a lot of interesting things there. Oh. Hexi immediately perked up. If even Keisha could find it interesting, it must be really interesting. Yan, please repeat the information you just gave us. After the communication was connected, Queen Keisha spoke lightly. Yes. Angel Yan nodded, then repeated, the Deity army is about to invade the Earth, causing slaughter and death. On Earth, we also found traces of Morgana. Hearing this, Hexi paused. Morgana. Oh, it's Liang Bing. That guy actually escaped so far, did he run to the Kyoto star system? Yes, Morgana. Angel Yan said in a deep voice, that guy wants to transform the native humans on Earth into demons, and use them to supplement his demon army. Tisk, that's really uncomfortable to listen to. Hexi looked displeased. Angels believe that life is precious and must obey the laws of life and death. Once dead, they are dead, and they cannot be resurrected again. This goes against the order of justice and is extremely disrespectful to life. How many of her old subordinates did she convert this time? Hexi asked calmly. Not even one. Angel Yan shook her head, she failed, and even lost an elite demon. Oh. Hexi immediately became interested and asked curiously, what happened? Tell me about it. Although Morgana was seriously injured, she was still a third-generation god, the main god of the demon civilization. And the elite demons around her have the strength of third-generation super warriors after all. How did that backward little planet do it? On Earth, a being named Yufeng who is suspected to be a god appeared. Angel Yan said in a deep voice, he is very powerful. He killed Morgana's demon elite with one strike. His ability is very strange and peculiar. Angel Yan informed Hexi of all the information he had collected on Earth. Hearing this, Hexi's eyes suddenly lit up. The god that appeared on Earth is indeed very interesting. Moreover, even she was curious about the other party's many abilities and how they achieved them. The super gene system of angel civilization and the angel's divine body were developed by her. There were not many people in the entire universe who understood super genes better than her. In a place called Huangkan on Earth, Magang Cao Yufeng fought. Angel Yan continued, when we were about to arrive, the other party escaped through the wormhole. Although she was surprised that Yufeng was able to wipe out 3 generations of super soldiers. But she didn't think the other party had beaten the other party away. Instead, I thought that he left because he noticed the 3 of us approaching. Hexi understood what Angel Yan meant and glanced at Keisha. Is your apprentice too confident? Or did I underestimate that guy Liang Bing? Morgana, the guy who fought a war with Keisha for tens of thousands of years. A god from the same era as them. Are you afraid of these 3 little angels, Angel Yan? What a joke! If Morgana wanted to, it wouldn't be difficult to kill the three little guys. Don't underestimate the power of an ancient god. As for whether the angel civilization will invade in large numbers in the future, Morgana is a very poor guy now. She is so lonely that she cannot even get alone. The worst that can happen is that I can just run away. This is not the first time she has done this. Isn't this how wars have been fought for tens of thousands of years? So she felt that this matter might not be as simple as Yan thought. Keisha glared at Hexie in dissatisfaction. What's wrong with her apprentice being a little confident? Possessing absolute self-confidence, he will never give up in the face of any enemy. A qualified warrior. Yan, please continue. Yes. Angel Yan nodded and continued, I found the sunlight Reina on Earth, the galaxy power, and the No Star Wars. Sunlight Reina provided me with information about Morgana. Queen. Angel Yan paused for a moment and continued, Leina hopes to use this information in exchange for permission to activate the angel gene in Ge Xiaolun's body. Well, tell me about it. Keisha said nonchalantly, if it has some value, it's fine to give it to me. Angels are also involved in the research and development of the super gene of galactic power. At the bottom of the super gene of the galaxy power contains unused genes. 01450312 follow 1112411131. As the king of angels, Keisha naturally has the key to the back door. According to Reina, Morgana's body will automatically reunite after being cut. Angel Yan said in a deep voice, it is very similar to your sacred body. 21714. He restrained his smile and said in a deep voice, that Morgana is so poor that she has to sell her pants. The injuries she suffered in the last war between angels and demons are enough to repair her. Where do the resources and technology come from to upgrade to the 4th generation divine body? Since leaving the angel civilization, she has hardly had much time to do research. Although she was also a participant in the research and development of angel genes, possessing the technology of 3 generations of divine bodies. However, the concept of the 4th generation divine body was proposed and developed only after Morgana left civilization. How did she acquire this skill? Carl. Keisha frowned and said slowly. Here. He raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded in understanding, indeed, he is the only one who has the ability, resources, and motivation. That guy is an old bootlicker. When she was in the super seminary, she could see what the other person was thinking. He was a god from the same era as them. If he helps Liang Bing, it is not impossible for the two of them to accomplish this together. And now in the known universe, the only one who is willing to help Liang Shui is that guy, right? Queen Keisha, what should we do next? You guys just stay on Earth. Queen Keisha said calmly, stay there and observe the Earth and the situation of Yufeng. About that guy on Earth who looks like a god and appeared out of nowhere. She was also very curious. She had just mobilized the sacred treasure house of knowledge, but found that she could not find any information about Yufeng at all. It's exactly the same as the situation of the warrior named Kylan. She was suspicious. That super soldier might be related to this guy named Yufeng. Yes, King. Angel Yan nodded, hesitated for a moment and asked, what if Morgana appears again? Don't worry, I plan to go to the Chaiwa star system myself soon. Keisha said calmly, since she showed up, I can't just sit there and watch. Until then, your job is to monitor. She knew Angel Yan's character very well. If I hadn't told him the mission clearly, I'm afraid he would really charge at Liang Bing. That's definitely not good. Azui has an invincible body, and he also planted that little thing inside Angel Yan's body. But if something happens to Moi, he will really die. Angel Yan frowned, but did not question Queen Keisha's order. Yes, Queen. Angel Yan said, Reina hopes to use this information to exchange for the permission to activate the angel gene in the body of the Galaxy Force. Didn't you tell them about that simple method? Keisha took a sip of tea and asked curiously. Compared to asking for permission, it is easier to stimulate the angel's hormones, right? Yes. Angel Yan said helplessly, the current galaxy force is just a loser in the eyes of Reina and the others. To be honest. Through rough observation, she also thought so. Maybe, the other person has the potential to become a male god. But for now, Angel Yan really doesn't like it. On the contrary, it was the existence of Yufeng that aroused some interest in her. Is that so? Keisha glanced at Angel Yan and smiled, give it to them, I will give you the key later. Yes. After the call was disconnected, Keisha's eyes looked dim, and no one knew what she was thinking. This Yan is really confident. Hexie smiled, put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Keisha, are you really going to Earth? Keisha nodded, since Liang Bing has gone, I will naturally go too. Queen. Hexi said seriously, Liang Bing went to Earth because the super seminary is there, and there are time and space genes there. This super gene is the result of Liang Bing's hard work when he was in the super seminary. She will definitely find a way to get her. And Carl has obviously formed an alliance with Jing Shui. Liang Bing has now upgraded to the 4th generation divine body and returned to Earth. Hexi said in a deep voice, and the super seminary on Earth also has the hard work of our angels. The blade that cuts through the void, Shen He. Oh, now it's called the Galaxy Force. When the angel civilization and the Shen He civilization were still in their honeymoon period. This power, called the power of the Divine River, is now one of the 3 great god-making projects of the galaxy power. She, the king of Tianji, was involved in it. The power of the galaxy embodies the angel's best wishes for male angels. It is the hard work of angel civilization. Morgana, the 4th generation divine body, and the hard work of our angels, the power of the galaxy. Hexi sighed and said in a deep voice, as the angel king, you will definitely go there in person. This time, I'm afraid that what awaits you is a dragnet. And you know all this, don't you? Keisha drank her tea silently and did not respond. Do you really not need my participation this time? Hexi sighed and asked, with me here, your chances of winning are better. That won't be necessary this time. Keisha smiled and said, Yan, Azui, and your apprentice Gxin. They all have enough ability. Gxin, she is still young. Hexi asked, how does she get along with them? Although she often pitted her little apprentice against others, her concern for him was genuine. Otherwise, nor would they impart their life's work to the other person without reservation. Don't worry. Keisha smiled faintly and said, this student of yours has now become your best friend. Hexi thought for a moment and said, she is indeed a pure warrior. He. Keisha smiled and said, you are the same. Hexi shook his head, I'm old. She used to be a pure warrior and a pure scientific researcher. But now, she was really a little tired. Like Keisha, they are old and indeed tired. Keisha smiled and put her hand on his smooth shoulder, you come and take charge of Tiancheng. Hearing this, Hexi sighed inwardly. She could feel Keisha's determination and knew what she was going to do next. She stood up with a serious face, put her right hand on her chest and said, Queen, don't worry. Then I'll be ready to go. Queen Keisha stood up and turned to leave. Looking at Keisha's departing back, Hexi prayed in his heart, you must come back. I'll be waiting for you in Tiancheng. She knew what Keisha was going to do and what might happen in the future. The possible result would have a huge impact on the angel civilization that is now extremely dependent on holy Keisha. An almost devastating blow. But she couldn't stop it. As early as 10,000 years ago, she discovered some drawbacks of the just order. Justice and order are good, but over time, they will lead them to destruction. She had thought of many ways, but the most correct choice always pointed to one, the fall of holy Keisha. Only with the fall of Holy Keisha can the angel civilization be reborn. Tomboy, it turns out you already knew this a long time ago. Hexie looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. After all, he is the creator of justice and order, the king of gods. How could she, who possesses the highest wisdom, not know the drawbacks of the justice order? Should I say he is worthy of being the king of angels? Keisha has always been a king with courage. 0145031222 Phila 1112411131. Hey, it looks like this leisurely life will soon be gone. Hexie returned to the grass and picked up his favorite tea. She put her pink lips close to the teacup and took a sip of the tea. But suddenly I felt that the taste had changed. Zhang Yufeng was not aware of the dynamics of the angel star domain. Now, he rarely burned incense and bathed, and even lit a stick of incense for his own statue. Protect yourself? I'm crazy too. Zhang Yufeng shook his head and was then stunned. Jurisdiction +1. As he suddenly had the idea to burn a stick of incense to his own statue, his territory actually increased by another piece. This Qingfeng temple has now become the king of his territory. Feeling the increase brought by the jurisdiction, Zhang Yufeng was speechless for a moment. This is an unexpected surprise. I hope the good luck will continue. Zhang Yufeng smiled and didn't think any more about it. Instead, he calmed down and looked at the merit chart in his mind. As the merit value exceeded 100 points, merit PU finally had a different reaction. It lost its dullness. As the accumulated merit points exceeded 100 points, it emits a brilliant golden light, so dazzling. Zhang Yufeng, who was in charge of the merit chart, also knew a little bit. That is it. It's time to turn to the next page of the merit chart. Chapter 52. Open the merit book for me. Zhang Yufeng took a deep breath, and then opened the merit chart. There was a flash of golden light, and the second page slowly opened. Merit chart. Accumulation 18. Available 0. The strokes emerge, and the merit value appears again. However, as the second page was turned, the 100 points of merit accumulated in the past were reset to 0. There are only 18 merit points left. It is available, so it is naturally 0. Not long ago, Zhang Yufeng had just used up all his merit points. Transform it into your own strength. The strokes are still gradually emerging, and the words are gradually appearing before my eyes. Innate treasure, Human Emperor Banner. Human Emperor Banner, broken state gather heroic spirits, save evil spirits, transform merits, and cultivate oneself. What? Is this the Human Emperor Banner? Zhang Yufeng's mind moved, and a broken banner appeared in his hand. What's going on with this cuckoo emitting black gas? Is this the 10,000 souls banner? Frowning, Zhang Yufeng transferred the divine power in his body into it. In just a moment, he refined it for his own use. Wow, it turns out that this Human Emperor Banner has yin and yang. Zhang Yufeng shook the Human Emperor Banner in his hand, and its color changed to gold. In the positive state, the heroic souls can be absorbed into it, transformed into heroic spirits, and an excellent place for them to practice can be provided. Moreover, they can be sent out to fight. Even if he is killed, he can be resurrected in the Human Emperor Banner. Gathering heroic souls can transform them into heroic spirits, which possess inhuman combat power. And obey the orders of me, the master of the Human Emperor Banner. Zhang Yufeng immediately showed satisfaction. In this way, I can also form an army of heroes. An army of heroic spirits that belongs to me. Moreover, it is the kind that will never die. Even if he is killed, he can be resurrected in the Human Emperor Banner. As a god, how can you not have your own subordinates? With this Human Emperor Banner, these subordinates will come. The Human Emperor Banner in Zhang Yufeng's hand shook, and its color turned purple and black. There was even black gas coming out of it. In the cathode state, the karmic souls that one has killed can be sucked into it. It can also absorb evil spirits in the world into it, and eliminate negative energy such as karma and resentment in their bodies. The dissipated negative energy will be transformed into pure spiritual power and transmitted to the Yangji Human Emperor banner. Provide an excellent training environment for the heroes. And when their karma is completely eliminated, these evil spirits will return to normal. They were sent into the cycle of reincarnation to be liberated. Transform karma, save evil spirits, and gain merit. That is the function of the Yin-Yang Emperor banner. Unfortunately, the current human emperor consciousness is not in a broken state. But this innate treasure can repair itself as long as there is energy. Moreover, it can be split into two. Zhang Yufeng held the emperor banner with both hands and pulled it. It split into two, one golden and one purple-black human emperor banner. Although this human emperor banner cannot be used as a combat weapon now, but its function is very suitable for Zhang Yufeng today. Let's talk weapons. Now he has the incense sword, which is enough. And the more karma you eliminate, the more spiritual experiences you gain. The more evil spirits you save, the more merits you gain. The heroic spirit within the human emperor banner will become increasingly powerful. The human emperor banner will also gain feedback from it and repair itself. Zhang Yufeng pondered for a while, and then contacted the statue that could see the world. I can see the world. The dilapidated shrine has regained its second life after being taken care of by a few people. The mountain was full of cherry blossoms, rustling in the breeze. Ground. It is a silver dress covered with countless scattered cherry blossom petals. A pretty girl in a shrine maiden's costume sits cross-legged on the gate with a plaque engraved with Sankatani Shrine. Close your eyes and cultivate your mind and body. As the guardian god of this place, her cultivation speed here can be greatly improved. And every day, the Holy Lord would give her the power of incense to help her practice. If an evil spirit appears near the shrine, you can also gain merit and reward by killing it. Pity. She is the patron saint of the shrine and dares not leave it. It is also very difficult for evil spirits to appear around the shrine. As for the evil spirits sealed under the temple, Yuanzi did not dare to interfere with them at will. If the seal is broken, I'm afraid I'll be punished by the Saint Lord. She could only watch with envy as Jianzi, Ziahua, and her own disciples and grandchildren searched for evil spirits. After killing it, you will receive a reward from the Holy Lord. His strength and cultivation level increased rapidly. Fortunately, practicing here is like having divine help. I have a guaranteed salary every day, so my strength won't improve too slowly. But he was caught up by his own disciples and grand disciples. Yuanzi opened his eyes, looked at the temple and smiled. It's a great feeling to be able to breathe freely. Buzz. A strange wave of energy was heard in the temple. Yuanzi stood up suddenly with a look of joy on his face. This aura, it means the Saint Lord is coming. She jumped down immediately and arrived in front of the temple in the blink of an eye. Reach out your hand and push open the door of the temple. Inside the temple, a tall figure appeared. Sir Saint, you are here. Yuanzi knelt down respectfully and placed his forehead on the ground. Well, get up. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand, and a divine power enveloped him. Feel the warm divine power and the pleasant smell of incense. Yuanzi's body was lifted up by the divine power and she did not resist. Boom! Boom! The shrine shook once again. After Zhang Yufeng was united with the deity left the altar. The seal gradually weakened. The evil spirits sealed under this temple are already getting restless. Your Excellency the Holy Lord. Yuanzi's hands were like sharp claws, and he came to Zhang Yufeng with a helmet on his face and began to protect him. She could clearly feel that there was an astonishing black gas rushing towards the ground. Outside the temple, evil spirits have appeared. After the seal weakened, these weak evil spirits broke free from the seal first. As for the big guy deep underground, it won't be easy for him to come out in a short time. Nothing. Zhang Yufeng smiled faintly and waved his hand. A black banner emitting purple light appeared in his hand. Looking at the banner emitting black air in the hand of his own Saint Lord, Yuan's face froze. You are a god. How did he pull out a weapon that looked like something only an evil god could use? This is the human emperor banner, not the 10,000 souls banner. Zhang Yufeng explained, then walked out of the temple carrying the emperor's banner. Yuan's mouth twitched and he hurriedly followed. If there is no explanation, she won't have such wild thoughts. With this explanation, the more she looked at it, the more she felt that this thing might be the Wanhun banner in Huaxia mythology, right? Human Emperor banner? Your family's royal banner cuckoo is emitting black air, right? Oh no, the seal of the shrine has loosened again. Outside the shrine, Yotsuya Miko and Yurikawa Hana, who were just about to come to clean the shrine, suddenly changed their expressions. They felt the rising malice. Even the ground beneath my feet was shaking. Hurry, Xiahua! Yotsuya Miko looked at Yurikawa Hana, the two looked at each other, nodded, and hurriedly ran towards the shrine. With the nourishment of spiritual power, the physical strength of the two was greatly improved. When running, the speed is not slow. However, when Yurikawa started running, the style of the painting became strange and a little erotic. Jianzi, Xiahua, you are here. Looking at the lively, fat white rabbit, Zhang Yufeng raised his eyebrows slightly and greeted the two of them kindly. Hello, Lord Saint. Yotsuya Kenko responded and looked at the flag stuck in the ground that was emitting black smoke. His face suddenly changed. She saw that on the banner, there were evil spirits roaring one after another. The tattered banners fluttering in the wind looked like ghost faces. It looks extremely creepy. Oh! How terrible! Yurikawa Hua was horrified, then swung his fist at the ghost face on the banner. Looking at Yurikawa Hana who was screaming and swinging her fists. Zhang Yufeng and Yuan's mouths twitched slightly. She has blonde hair, a proud and plump figure, and her little face is wrinkled and looks scary. But that little pink fist that was swung in a circle, at such a fast speed that it even carried the wind. This strange contrast. Stop messing around, this is my human emperor banner. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand and sucked the human emperor banner into his hand. Lord Saint's human emperor banner. Lily Chuanhu looked at Zhang Yufeng in a daze and blurted out, why doesn't this human emperor banner match your picture? Zhang Yufeng's aura is gentle and handsome, full of divinity and warmth. Looking at this human emperor banner, not only was cuckoo emitting black air, but there were also a large number of ghost faces struggling on the banner. Putting these two together, the painting style is exactly the same. Xiahua, you can't be so rude. Yotsuya Miko hurriedly covered Yurikawa's red lips to stop her from continuing. Then he looked at Zhang Yufeng with an apologetic look, Sir Saint, Xiahua did not mean to offend. I am not a petty god. Zhang Yufeng smiled, and then waved the banner in his hand for a while. Suddenly the black air dissipated, emitting a faint golden light. Compared to the evil weapon just now, it now exudes the light of righteousness. Everything has yin and yang, and this human emperor banner also has yin and yang. Zhang Yufeng said calmly, don't just look at the surface of things, whether it's a demon or a ghost, there are good and bad ones. If you encounter a kind ghost, do not kill it at will. Although there are indeed many evil spirits in this world, there are also many kind souls. If you kill them at will, your merits may be deducted. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Yufeng also warned the others not to be careless. Yes, Lord Saint. Several people nodded obediently, but their eyes were still curiously looking at the human thick banner in Zhang Yufeng's hand. Since becoming Zhang Yufeng's favored ones, they have been cramming a lot of knowledge about Huaxia mythology. This human emperor banner is a rare treasure in Huaxia mythology. See you, Xiahua. From now on, don't kill those dead souls at will. Zhang Yufeng turned his hand back, and a human emperor banner with black air appeared in his hand. Then it was inserted directly into the ground. Take the evil spirits you find to the shrine and place them in this human emperor banner. Then it can dissolve the karma and resentment in its body, turning it into a pure spirit. Zhang Yufeng let go of the emperor's banner and looked at them seriously. Then we can bring them into the cycle of reincarnation and give them a chance to be reborn. After saying this, Zhang Yufeng revealed a look of compassion for the world, stood with his hands behind his back and his back to everyone. It is not the soul's fault that it turns into an evil spirit. If you kill him directly, his soul will be shattered and he won't even have the chance to be reincarnated. Most evil spirits don't commit such crimes. Hearing this, Si Gujianzi and the others immediately looked at Zhang Yushao's back with golden eyes. I feel infinite admiration in my heart. This is the real God. Even if they become evil spirits, we are still willing to give them the opportunity to be saved and enter reincarnation. Sir, you are truly a benevolent and kind God. Yuanzi's eyes flashed with enthusiasm, and he said in a sonorous and powerful voice, I, Yuanzi, will respectfully follow your teachings, have good intentions, and save the dead souls. I'm Yotsuya Maiko. I'm Yurikawa. I will respectfully follow your teachings, have good intentions, and save the souls of the dead. The two girls followed closely and made promises solemnly. If believers were divided into different levels, they must have grown up to be faithful believers by now, right? Well, I believe you. Zhang Yufeng nodded and released his magical power. In the blink of an eye, the statue returned to its original size. Then he flew towards the temple and sat down on the altar again. The human emperor banner was still stuck in the ground, with the flag fluttering in the wind. The ghost faces within the banner let out silent roars. But he was unable to break free from the shackles and could only endure the pain of cleansing his own resentment. Farewell, Master Zhenjun. The women bowed respectfully and did not stand up until the temple door was closed again. Xia Hua, you must be careful with your words in front of Master Zhenjun in the future. Yotsuya Kenko turned around and warned Yurikawa Hana. Master Zhenjun is a true god, he won't be so stingy. When Yotsuya Kenko narrowed her eyes, Yurikawa immediately stuck out her tongue and said no more. Sister Yuanzi. Yotsuya Jianzi looked at the ghost face on the human emperor banner and asked curiously, where do these evil spirits come from? With the arrival of the Saint Lord, the seal has weakened a lot. Yuanzi smiled faintly and responded, these evil spirits rushed out from the ground and were directly collected by the adults into the human emperor banner. Tisk, what bad luck! When Shiku heard Zai Mama's cry, he thought he could finally get out, but Jian Nyo's was taken away instead. It is your good fortune to be able to enter the human emperor banner. Just stay in this human emperor banner and get rid of the resentment in you. After saying that, Yotsuya Kenko waved to Yurikawa Hana and said, Xia Hua, come to work. This shrine is where the adults live, so it can't be dirty. Good. Yurikawa Hua raised her hand cleanly, feeling full of energy. I'll help, too. Yuanzi smiled slightly and helped to clean and tidy up the huge shrine. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Butterfly Kane, Sir, tomorrow is the 15th day of the lunar month. I have already prepared the altar and the statues. Busujima Psycho, me too, I'm just waiting for tomorrow, the 15th day of the first lunar month. Shi Fangchuan Icarus, me too. I'm looking forward to it. Yotsuya Maiko, we are finally going to worship Master Shinkun together. That's great. After all this time of consideration and preparation. Now this group of members have all created the statue of Zhang Yufeng. And the place for worship is also ready. Since the deity being worshipped is Huaxia, it is natural that we must follow the customs of Huaxia. They endured inner torment and waited bitterly. And today, I finally waited until after the 15th day. Tomorrow, they will all officially begin to worship the god Zhang Yufeng. Zhang Yufeng, if you worship me, you can become a god, but remember not to do anything that harms the heavens and the earth. If you kill demons and monsters, I will grant you merits, but if you do too many bad things, I will also bring down. God punishes the wise. Butterfly Kane, don't worry, Master Zhenjun. I have only one wish, which is to exterminate the man-eating ghosts and kill Guoqian Muzan. I will never hurt innocent people. Psycho Busujima, I swear here that I will never attack innocent people. Sifangchuan Icarus, don't worry, Master Zhenjun, I will definitely keep it in mind. All women know that Zhang Yufeng is a true god who embodies mercy, kindness, and compassion. If I do something bad, the gods will definitely dislike me. Chapter 53. March 15, 2014, the weather was fine. Suitable for offering sacrifices, making ice, breaking nothingness, and destroying Huan. Before daybreak, the team arranged by Huangcan to invite the gods had already set out. In this godless age, so many demons and monsters suddenly appeared. And Huangcan also needs to pray to the gods at this time. At one time, countless people rushed here, looking at the team that was inviting the gods with curiosity. Many young people are already very unfamiliar with the ritual of inviting gods. The sense of novelty came over me immediately. It attracted countless people from all over the country to come and watch. It was a huge crowd. As expected, a large number of police officers were also dispatched. Come to maintain order and avoid any danger. Even several fire brigades were called over. After all, in a ceremony to invite gods, open flames are inevitable. The newly built temple is surrounded by lush greenery. The sound of firecrackers and the strong smell of gunpowder were very strong. The team that came to invite the god carried out the carefully crafted statue and began to parade in Guangcan's territory. That is to inform the gods what the scope of Huangcan is. The group of people was huge and lively. Although Qingshui village is less popular, it is still crowded. Dozens of villagers from Qingshui village came to the temple neatly dressed on that day. I offered a stick of incense to the immortal Yufeng. After that, foreign tourists came in to burn incense to the gods. As incense sticks were lit, the scent quickly filled the entire temple. Even outside the temple, there was a strong smell of incense. Inside the temple, through the smell of incense, I looked at the blurry statue. He Walan frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Demon Destroyer World. Coco Kane rarely turned down a task and had a good night's rest. As soon as the day broke, she had already bathed and changed her clothes. At this moment, he was kneeling respectfully in front of the altar, lighting the incense in his hand. Aside, Shinobu Coco, who was also dragged to take a bath and was still yawning, looked shaky. Shinobu, come here. Coco Kane reached out and pulled the smaller Coco Shinobu to her side and knelt on the ground together. Then he gave some of the lit incense to Shinobu Coco. Sister, when did you start believing in God again? Shinobu Coco took the incense, a look of confusion on her little face. Ever since the evil ghost broke into his home and killed his parents. When their prayers to the gods were in vain, they stopped worshipping any gods. They only believe in the power they hold. All along, he has been relying on his own strength to hunt cannibals. To save others. Master Yufeng Zhenjun, 940 is a truly kind and benevolent god. Butterfly Kane said with a rare serious expression, you must worship devoutly with me. I understand, sister. It's rare to see my sister looking so serious. Shinobu Coco said no more and nodded obediently in agreement. Butterfly Kane held the incense in both hands, raised it above her head and began to recite the sacrificial words. Shinobu Coco standing by followed suit and started reciting along. Apocalypse World. In the basement of the Busujima family. This basement was expanded a lot after a period of construction. The houses nearby were also bought by Busujima Psycho with her own money. A large amount of food, water, and daily necessities were stored in the basements she built. The basement under the main house has now been transformed into a temple style. In the center is a tall statue. On the altar, there is a shrine made of fragrant wood. And inside the shrine, Busujima Saiko, dressed in a shrine maiden's outfit, carefully used her delicate hands. The statue made with great expense was placed inside. She tugged at the collar of her clothes which had slipped down at some point, covering her snow-white and delicate skin. There is also the faintly visible milky white snow. Busujima Saiko knelt on the futon with a solemn look on her face. Then he took out the incense and lit it. Busujima Saiko stared at the statue and recited the sacrificial words with a solemn expression. The slowly rising incense concealed the face of the statue. It adds a bit of mystery to it. Ironclad city world. Faced with his father's doubts, Sifang Chuan Changpu was tough for once. Successfully, a statue of the god was created. An altar was built in the room. He placed the shrine that he had asked someone to build on top and carefully placed the statue into the shrine. After getting up early, taking a bath and changing into clean clothes, Sifang Chuan Changpu. He took out the incense sticks that he had collected with great effort. No way! In this era of extreme material scarcity, this kind of incense that can be found everywhere is also very difficult to obtain. If she wasn't the eldest daughter of the Sifang family, she probably wouldn't even be able to get the incense. Sifang Chuan Changpu carefully checked the process and precautions that the group members told him. After reading it over and over again, he started to light the incense. Under the guidance of the incense, Sichuan Icarus started to recite the sacrificial words with red cheeks. "Miss, what happened to you?" Outside the room, a male warrior looked at the door with a frown. As for the other party's attempt to offer sacrifices to a certain god, he believed that his eldest daughter was possessed by evil spirits. And it is enough for the young lady to have his protection. Why does she need the protection of some so-called illusory gods? He tried to reach out and push the door open several times, but finally gave up. After all, the young lady had acquired extraordinary martial arts power without knowing when. She is no longer that delicate young lady. To be honest, the young lady no longer even needs his protection. 0145031222 Fila 1112414171 Qingfeng Temple. Zhang Yufeng sat cross-legged on a huge rock, feeling the power of incense rising rapidly in his body. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden at all. Today is the 15th. His believers were all burning incense for him in an orderly manner. As the incense is lit, believers offer their offerings. In the channel of faith, a large amount of incense power continued to come. Although the power of faith provided by one person is not much. But there are too many people. As time goes by, more and more people become Zhang Yufeng's followers. It provides it with a tiny bit of incense power. Bushima Saiko offers you incense power plus 8. Kane Koko, Shinobu Koko offers you incense power plus 17. I offer you the iris of Sifang Chuan, the power of incense plus 5. The three group members, XI, all completed their offerings to Zhang Yufeng on this day. Those statues also established a connection with Zhang Yufeng. His gaze penetrated space, passed through the world, and fell on his believers in each world. Please add bricks and tiles to my merit list. Zhang Yufeng smiled, waved his hand, and released a trace of incense power. That trace of incense power passes through the channel of faith, breaking through the barriers of the world. It accurately arrived at the world where the believers were and merged into their bodies. Groans sounded in unison in different worlds. Demonic destruction, inside the butterfly house. Koko Kane and Koko Shinobu looked at each other, both of them looking so pretty and shy. But when he noticed the changes in his body, he immediately showed joy. With the infusion of the power of incense, they could clearly feel that the energy in their bodies was gradually becoming stronger. Their strength is increasing rapidly. The energy in their bodies is in front of the power of incense that only gods can enjoy and use. The difference is more than one level. Although the power of the incense is only a trace. But for the chi in their bodies, it is as vast as the ocean. Koko Kane glanced at Koko Shinobu. Without further ado, Shinobu Koko understood what Kane Koko meant. The two of them immediately entered a state of cultivation and began to digest this gift from the gods. Apocalypse World. In the basement, Busujima Psycho, dressed in a shrine maiden's outfit, smelled the rich, pleasant scent of incense. As the power of the incense is inhaled into the nose, it enters the body. It was like being poured with ice soda in the dog days of summer. She couldn't help but let out an alluring moan. Fortunately, in this huge basement, besides the statue, she was the only one there. There is no need to worry about being heard by others. After taking a glance at the statue that seemed to have come alive, Busujima Psycho blushed and began a new round of training. Silently digest the vast ocean that surges into your body. She could clearly feel the wonderful changes taking place in her body. It can't fit at all. It's about to overflow. Miss, are you okay, miss? When Takeda outside the door heard the extremely seductive moan coming from the house, his eyes widened immediately. Then he leaned against the door with a nervous look on his face and asked loudly. Sifang Chuan Changpu in the room blushed, feeling extremely embarrassed for the sound she had just made. Just now. I told you, I'm fine. Sifang Chuan Icarus said, Josie, you don't need to guard outside the door, I'm fine. Back off. N. Josie Lakey left this place unwillingly. And the Sichuan Icarus Calamus in the house immediately began a new round of practice. The breathing method began to work, digesting the incense power in his body. The energy cultivated within the body. Under the nourishment of the power of incense, it suddenly grew as if it had taken a magic medicine. Her body, from the inside out, continued to undergo miraculous changes. I can see the world, at the foot of the shrine mountain. Hey, everyone arrived early. Yurikawa Hana and Yatsuya Maiko, who had just arrived, also saw the fortune teller and Roma. Yurikawa Hwa smiled and waved to the two of them, saying hello. You guys. Yes, 4 evil spirits were captured. Yatsuya Maiko glanced behind the two men and saw the evil spirits that were brought here. Their figures were dim, with talismans stuck on their bodies, and it looked like they had been badly beaten. Yes, old woman, my ability is limited. I can only bring 3 evil spirits today. The fortune teller seemed modest, but somewhat complacent. After all, she captured 3 evil spirits. It is not difficult to destroy evil spirits. But it took her a lot of effort to capture it and bring it here. That's amazing. Yatsuya Maiko gave a thumbs up and praised him, then slightly turned sideways, revealing the several dim figures behind him. It's also an evil spirit. A ray of bright white light bound them up one by one. There are 8. The fortune teller raised her eyebrows slightly. It really is the case that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. As the front wave, I am totally inferior to Yatsuya Maiko, the back wave. 2. The other party was someone who had established contact with the gods very early on. And the friend next to her is also gifted. Her amazing life energy is now becoming even more vigorous. In the past, she could only restore her life energy by eating food. And now, she has also cultivated her spiritual power. Childish fellows! Roma snorted arrogantly and strode up the mountain. Behind him, there were only 2 evil spirits brought by him. This kid is really the same old guy. The witch smiled and went up the mountain with her spoils. Yatsuya Maiko and Yurikawa Hana smiled and high-fived each other happily. Only then did he bring the evil spirit to the shrine. Sensing the approach of the evil spirit, the human emperor banner emitted a purple-black gas. And the number of ghost faces on the banner was increasing. Tisk, every time I see this human emperor banner with black air coming out of it, I feel so painful. The witch shook her head and threw the evil spirit in front of the human emperor banner, being sucked directly into it. What do you mean cuckoo emits black air? This is clearly Hongmeng purple air. Yotsuya Miko said seriously, it's just that the purple is too rich, so it looks a little darker. Lily Kawaka on the side held back her laughter and fed the evil spirits she brought to the human emperor banner. I understand. The fortune teller was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, as if she had finally figured something out. Yotsuya Jianzi and the others looked at each other, wondering what the other party had realized. Indeed, this is the legendary Hongmeng Purple Qi. The witch spoke with a serious face, and everyone's mouth twitched immediately. Everyone, give! In front of the temple. After waiting for everyone to feed the human emperor banner, Yuanzi took out a handful of incense and distributed it to everyone. They restrained their smiles and became solemn. They entered the temple one after another and offered sacrifices to the statue. Tisk, what a bunch of funny people! Zhang Yufeng, who witnessed all their actions, smiled, shook his head, and snapped his fingers. A faint golden light suddenly emanated from the bodies of Yotsuya Kenko and his companions. They were overjoyed when they realized the sudden increase in their spiritual power. They all looked happy and bowed respectfully towards the temple. Super God Universe, Earth Star, Huangkan. The sun is up above the branches, it is 9:15, almost noon. The team carrying the statue of Zhang Yufeng finally arrived outside the Yufeng temple. The auspicious time has arrived, please invite Yufeng Zhenjun to enter the temple. With a loud shout, the team carrying the statue of Zhang Yufeng entered the temple amid the blast of firecrackers. After passing the front hall of Jiying and arriving at the middle hall, you will reach the Yufeng temple where the statue of the god is housed. This is also the core of the entire temple. The young and strong men did not even bother to wipe the sweat from their foreheads, and carefully placed the statue into the shrine in the sun. Check that they are neatly placed. The villagers who had been waiting for a long time quickly put out the offerings of fruits and meat, and lit the incense sticks in the incense burner. The people of Huangkan knelt down in unison and spoke joyfully. Respectfully invite the God of divine glory, great blessing, abundant heaven, and great primordial being to enter the temple. Zhang Yufeng felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, but he couldn't just come out and say that he didn't like this new taboo, right? He was just a little god who had just escaped from the realm of wild god. But this is the full name that the villagers spent several days deciding on. He even specifically asked for God's will. Zhang Yufeng assured that he had done nothing to interfere with the Holy Grail. Anyway, all 3 times are holy hexagrams. We will worship Yufeng immortal with a pious heart and pray for his protection. After the gods were summoned, the most respected elder in Huangkan began to read the sacrificial words. Amid the curling smoke, this time of inviting the gods into the village finally came to an end. And Zhang Yufeng also received the prompt. All villagers in Huangkan offer sacrifices to you, territory +1. Chapter 54. The 4th piece of territory was acquired, and the minimum guaranteed amount of incense power was increased to 40 strands per day. Looking at Huangkan where thousands of people gathered, Zhang Yufeng came to the sky above Huangkan on purpose. Magic power, call for rain. Divine power is released, and magical power is revealed. The sky is clear, with blue sky and white clouds. A gust of wind suddenly blew. Above Huangkan, a white cloud began to gradually take shape. It enveloped the entire Huangkan. Look, what is that? The armed helicopter patrolling nearby immediately discovered the abnormality in the air. They looked in amazement at the white clouds that were rapidly gathering. Immediately report the incident to the headquarters. Soon, thousands of people on the ground also saw the abnormality in the sky. Is there any more monsters coming? Don't talk nonsense. This is the territory of the immortal Yufeng. What kind of monster is so bold? That's right. Besides, this is a white cloud. The monsters can't be in black to fit the style of the painting. That makes sense. The people below immediately started talking about it. Some people thought that a monster was coming, while others thought that it was the magic of nature and there was no need to make a fuss. And some of them, they believe that this is the immortals' response to Huangquan's worship of the gods. Above the Grand Canyon, high in the sky, a formation of fighter jets streaked across the sky, leaving behind beautiful tail flames. Behind the fighter formation is a large transport aircraft with a sci-fi feel. Okay, we're about to arrive at the Grand Canyon. Reina, wearing a tight leather jacket, stood up and said to everyone, today's training task is to land accurately on the deck. Among you, only Qiang Gui and Sun Wukong can fly. Sun Gokul, who was sitting alone in a row, raised his eyes slightly and looked at Reina who was speaking. Who is this female bodhisattva? Although I know that the current temporary captain of the Xiangbing company is a person from the Liang star, it's still the emperor's surname. But today, it was the first time I saw him in person. Shall I repeat it again? Reina returned to her seat and said calmly, your captain and goddess, Reina. I don't have a captain, and I don't have a goddess. Sun Wukong covered his chest and said solemnly, in my heart, there is only Buddha. Reina raised her eyebrows and asked, and then? Sun Wukong was stunned, rolled his eyes and said, then I will endure it and not bother with you. If it were before, he would have swung the stick and went up. But now, his temper has improved a lot. When considering things, I am no longer so single-minded and impulsive. After all, the last time we acted impulsively, Daxia lost 6 cities and countless civilians. I don't need to be a goddess. Reina said calmly, but I have to be the captain. I am willing to be a soldier in the Xiangbing company. Sun Wukong said seriously, but aliens cannot be my captain. He did not forget what the Huaxia officer said when he went to the Liangshan military base. If you don't join in, impose restrictions. Then the Xiangbinglian may not be Huaxia's Xiangbinglian in the future. In the future, no one knows where Leina, the Lord of the Sun, will take them. Your leader has already told me that you are the fighting Buddha, so I won't bother with you. Reina said bluntly, I am an alien, from the Sun Star, I don't shy away from it at all. If I say I love your earth, I guess you won't believe me. Although she does value the earth very much, she is a member of the fiery Sun Star after all. Everyone heard this but no one responded. Except for Cheng Yaoan, the Prince of Dinner, everyone else is from Huayuan on earth. Sun Wukong is also a Huaxia mythological figure, and he is also a Huaxia monkey. Kailan and the others did get along well with Leina in the past. But do you believe that Reina loves the earth? Sorry, they are not as naive as children anymore. Prepare to land on the giant gorge. Please ask the heroic company to prepare. The hatch is about to open. The radio sounded, interrupting everyone's conversation. Stand up. Reina stood up and ordered, prepare for landing. Buzz buzz buzz. The alarm sounded and the door of the transport plane slowly opened. A strong wind suddenly rushed into the cabin, blowing up everyone's hair. I am the light of the sun. Reina raised her hands and shouted in a very immature way, then waved, jump. Kailan, who was sitting in the front row, jumped down without any hesitation. Rui Meng Meng followed closely behind. Soon, all the members of the Xiangbing company jumped out of the plane. After leaving Dongwon, everyone immediately mobilized dark energy and began to dress themselves. Rose passed through the wormhole and landed accurately on the deck. Under the sea, a huge rock hand stretched out from the water. Cheng Yaoan caught it. Lu Juang, Ge Xiaolun, Qilin, and others also landed safely. Hey, hey, it's crooked! Zhao Xin cried out in surprise and dived into the sea. This funny guy made everyone laugh out loud. After a while, the soldiers of the Xiangbing company entered the secret laboratory inside the giant canyon. Looking at the pitch-black armor, Sun Wukong was a little dazed. Ha ha ha, everyone is here. The hatch opened, and Dokeo walked into the laboratory with 2 adjutants. I am Admiral Dokeo, the commander-in-chief of the heroic army. Except for Reina and Qiangui, everyone else was seeing him as the commander-in-chief for the first time. Gaku! Tokyo shouted and saluted Sun Wukong. Old Du! Sun Wukong smiled and returned a strange military salute, which looked a little funny. You know each other? Ji Xiaolun was confused and couldn't help but ask out loud. This is the real god of war on earth. Tokyo said with a smile, how could I not know him? He didn't expect that we were so familiar with each other. Sun Wukong said calmly. Since the establishment of the super seminary, Wukong is no longer a myth. Tokyo smiled, then called out, okay, Wukong, the Shenhe armor is yours. Sun Wukong nodded and hovered in front of the black-armored man. The next moment, the dark mist covered Sun Wukong's arms and then spread to his body. Just a moment. A set of pitch-black armor protected Sun Wukong's torso and limbs. Perhaps everyone only remembers my majesty and bad temper in myths and novels. Sun Wukong felt the Shenhe armor and said, but no one knows the truth. I didn't want to be the captain, and I didn't disobey. Sun Wukong looked at Reina and said solemnly, we are all warriors. Let's fight together and for Huaxia. Nothing is more important than this. Hearing this, everyone agreed and bought it. Although they started out as a samurai, a waiter, a middle school boy, and a gangster. But now, they are all Huaxia warriors. Commander, something unusual has happened in Huangcan. Creak, the door opened. Lian Feng, who was wearing a light red officer's uniform, spoke to Tokyo in a deep voice. What happened in Huangcan? Tokyo frowned and asked, isn't today the day when the villagers of Huang village pray to the gods? Ever since Zhang Yufeng showed his power in public, he has been paying close attention to his movements. And he naturally also kept in mind Huangcan, who was going to offer sacrifices to him. That's right. Lian Feng nodded and said, everything was going well, but suddenly a huge white cloud began to gather in the sky. The entire Huangcan is gradually being covered. We cannot detect dark energy fluctuations at all. It seems like a natural phenomenon. She has been using Dinyo number 3 to monitor Huangcan's behavior today. When she saw the gathering white clouds, she discovered it immediately. He immediately came to find Tokyo to make a decision. Let's go and have a look. Tokyo waved his hand and strode towards the command room. I'm going to. Kailan spoke and followed. Well, come together. Tokyo paused, thought for a moment, then waved his hand and said, Wukong, you come too. Soon, everyone gathered in the command room. On the huge screen in the command room, you can see a whole white cloud. The entire Huangcan has been covered. What's this? Everyone was extremely surprised and looked at each other. Look, are those raindrops? Kailan, who had very sharp eyesight, noticed the changes in the clouds at the first sight. I saw crystal-like drops of water falling under the white clouds. As soon as the words fell, the white clouds then condensed into a large number of crystal-like water droplets. They left the white clouds and fell towards the ground. Quick, check these raindrops. Tokyo ordered immediately. Yes. Inside the command room, everyone immediately took action quickly. Meanwhile, Huangcan. It's raining. A drop of rain hits his face and an old man looks up at the sky. Under the white clouds, crystal-like drops of water fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire Huangcan is covered. For a moment, everyone was looking for a place to shelter from the rain. What? Why is it raining all of a sudden when the sky is clear? Could it be that the people of Huangcan asked the gods for help, but the gods disagreed and got angry? No, that's all because of the Holy Grail. I heard that they are all holy hexagrams. The gods should agree with them. Everyone immediately started talking, and the villagers in the temple ran out and looked up at the sky. KX. The villagers looked at each other and then at the village chief. Look. Village chief Huang suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, pointing outside the temple. When everyone heard the sound and looked over, their eyes widened immediately. Under the baptism of the crystal-like raindrops, the trees, flowers, and plants are growing rapidly. Especially the ancient tree next to the temple, whose branches extended outward rapidly. In just a few moments, the ancient tree grew several times larger. The lush branches are green and luxuriant, and the trunk is also extremely strong and vigorous. The sky above the entire temple was covered by the branches of this big tree. My hand! My hand can actually move! An old man who was caught in the rain suddenly cried out in surprise. I saw that his left hand, which had been hanging naturally, actually began to move its fingers. My legs can actually feel something. A young man in a wheelchair was originally complaining about being drenched by the rain. But now, he looked at his feet with surprise. Then he pushed the wheelchair out of the shelter like crazy. He raised his hands, welcoming the baptism of the rain. More and more people have discovered the benefits of rainwater. Under this rain, the diseases in the body are rapidly disappearing. Even paralysis, numbness, and many other diseases. It is also gradually fading away. More and more people came out of the shelters and joined in the rain carnival. The flowers, plants, and trees that had grown rapidly were also swaying their branches and bodies. It's like having a carnival. This is a gift from the gods, this is a gift from the gods to us. Thank you, Immortal Yufeng, for helping me stand up again. Great, great, my illness is really cured. Immortal Yufeng, I will worship him devoutly from now on. There were several thousand people in Huangkan, and most of them were in a frenzy. If a dog is unhealthy, it can clearly feel that its body is recovering rapidly. And those who were already in good health felt as if they had taken a tonic pill. I just feel full of strength, and I am in better shape than ever before. Qing Shui Village. This rain. He Wulan walked out of the temple and looked up at the sky. I saw a white cloud covering the entire village, and crystal-like raindrops were falling. As the first village to collectively worship Zhang Yufeng, how could he favor one over the other? 0. After displaying his magical powers in Huang village, he also came to Qing Shui village to display his magical powers. At this moment, the villagers and tourists of Qing Shui village also fell into the carnival. And He Wulan also absorbed a few drops of rain. I felt excitement and desire throughout my whole body. Longing to absorb more rainwater. She saw with her own eyes that her companion's arm, which was scratched while catching a thief, was restored to its original state. We also saw the old soldier who retired from the army and came to the police station. All the shrapnel remaining in his body was forced out. Finally, I don't have to endure the pain brought by the cold weather anymore. She looked back at the temple and lit a stick of incense as if possessed by a ghost. Bow towards the temple. The command room of the giant gorge. Commander, after analysis and reports from on-site personnel, this rain has powerful healing properties. Lian Feng said in amazement. Within the range, the bodies of those caught in the rain have all received great healing effects. Several soldiers who were injured have recovered. Although the police are under much less pressure than the military, injuries are inevitable. And those old policemen all have various injuries to varying degrees. And under this heavy rain, they are recovering quickly. What? Tokyo was shocked. You actually have mastered such a large-scale healing ability. Yes. Lian Feng nodded, and then said in surprise, moreover, it is performed in more than one place. The screen changes. I saw that Qing Shui village was also experiencing the same rain at this moment. 014503122 Fila 1112511041. And in the open space of Qing Shui village, countless villagers and tourists were cheering. Lao Du, whose trick is this? Sun Wukong couldn't help but say, you must bring him closer to the heroic army. With him, many of our soldiers can save their lives. Such powerful healing power. It will be of great help in future battles with monsters. His name is Yufeng. Tokyo said in a deep voice, it is a god from Huaxia mythology, a god of incense. Oh! Sun Wukong was surprised and asked, could it be the same as me? No, the same. Tokyo shook his head, although you were also born from mythology, the other party is different. Based on the analysis of the currently known information, the other party has awakened naturally and has mastered many abilities that can only appear in mythology. In other words, you and the other party are from two completely different systems. This Sun Wukong is Mr. Wu, a scholar from the Shenhe civilization. Genes were extracted from Huaxia mythology and used to create the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. It's about creating gods through technology. But this existence called Yufeng was not created at all. He seemed to be the real god in mythology. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows slightly. If it is the awakened god in Huaxia mythology, then it will be easy to deal with. Tokyo was surprised and asked, what do you mean? Lao Du, the god in Huaxia, especially the god of incense. Sun Wukong laughed and said, they are all compassionate and kind beings. He who accepts the incense of the people, governs the land with good weather and protects the people who believe in him, is the incense god. Chapter 55. In the Huaxia mythology system, incense and gods are often an indispensable part. For example, the god of land, the god of city, etc. Or maybe Guan Yi and others. Without exception, they all have compassionate hearts and are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. While gaining the support of the people, he would also protect the health of the people under his rule. And the people's faith is incense, which is the foundation of an incense god. If the incense fades, it may even be cut off. Then this deity will also fall into a deep sleep. If he is really the incense god that I know, then he will definitely not sit idly by and watch the alien invasion. Sun Wukong said with certainty. Brother Monkey, he certainly didn't just sit there and do nothing. Kylin at the side couldn't help but say, when the Deity vanguard invaded, it was he who warned us. If the people nearby had not been evacuated in advance, I'm afraid the casualties would have been huge. The big mecha started attacking randomly after landing. It is not aimed at humans, but to create greater chaos and commotion. I guess it's to test the Earth's strength? If they really came here to kill, they wouldn't go near the airport. After all, that kind of place is far away from the city and the population is relatively small. That time, he also lent me strength and activated the super gene in my body. Kylin continued, that's why I was able to successfully kill that Dalu. And when I was on the verge of death, it was Master Zhenjun who saved me, as well as the soldiers and civilians who were injured in that battle. Hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. Really? This is indeed the incense god in my memory. He is kind, gentle and compassionate, and cannot bear to see the sufferings of the world. So, we can not only fight side by side with Monkey Brother. Ge Xiaolun was surprised and said, you can even fight with other gods in mythology. This is a great honor, isn't it? Oh my god, this is such an honor. 807. Lu Juang touched his head and said, with Monkey King and this god, isn't our earth saved? The fighting Buddha from mythology has appeared. Now even the gods have emerged. That's the omnipotent god in mythology. Still can't beat the aliens? It's really great. Yes. Everyone nodded and smiled, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Gaku. Tokyo thought for a moment and said, if you have a chance, see if you can get in touch with him. We still need to know its attitude. Also, can we do something for him? As gods in Huaxia, Sun Wukong can be said to be the most suitable Huaxia to interact with each other. You must control your temper. Tokyo couldn't help but warned, don't get angry. Don't worry, Lao Du. Sun Wukong smiled and assured, I will definitely control my temper. There is a statue of him in Qingfeng Temple. Reina interrupted and said, I talked with Angel Yan and the others at Qingfeng Temple yesterday. And Yufeng showed up at that time and stated that he would protect the earth and did not need the intervention of angels. Maybe, you can try to go there and see if you can see him. Hearing this, Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Reina. Reina snorted and turned her head away from looking at Sun Wukong. Sun Goku has a problem with Reina. She, Leina, also has a problem with this monkey. They are both Huai gods, why is there such a big difference? Look at Yufeng. There is pressure from God, but he is not hostile to me. And it's very handsome, 1,000 times more handsome than this monkey. He has a gentle temperament and his speech and manners are quite good. As he was thinking, Sui Na suddenly became distracted. Thank you. Sun Wukong's thanks brought Reina back to her senses. Oh, you still say thank you? Reina raised her eyebrows and said playfully, I thought you only knew how to lose your temper. Cut. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes and ignored the childish little girl. In the eyes of this monkey, this guy is just a little fellow whose hair has not even grown fully. Seeing Reina and Son Goku fighting, they were like two naughty children. Kailan and the others smiled and thought the scene was quite interesting. Okay, Goku, I'll leave the negotiation with this god to you. Tokyo said seriously, we are not enemies, we are just partners. Although I am from Denner, I have been on Earth for thousands of years. We, the Denner people who are still on Earth, are trustworthy. At least we are on the same page when it comes to dealing with the Deity and protecting the Earth. After Leina came back last night, she also told him about the other party's attitude. He has problems with certain people in the super seminary, so it must be these Denner survivors. I understand, Lao Du, I don't know you. Sun Wukong nodded to show that he understood. He was very familiar with this guy. Maybe I have my own little thoughts, but I am on the side of protecting the earth and the gardens. Everybody is unanimous. If the earth disappears, it will be of no benefit to Lao Du. This spiritual rain lasted for a long time. When the spiritual rain disappeared, the white clouds dispersed. Huangkan and Qing Shui village have become green villages surrounded by flowers, plants, and trees. Fresh air makes everyone feel that breathing is a kind of enjoyment. And this miracle, this spiritual rain, it is also regarded as a gift from the gods to believers. At one time, Zhang Yufeng gained a lot of devout believers. This magical power is surprisingly effective. Zhang Yufeng, who had withdrawn his magical powers, smiled. This magical power can mobilize the power of heaven and earth to make it rain. You can also mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to bring about a spiritual rain. And these raindrops, which contain spiritual power, are like holy water to mortals. Countless people's hidden diseases have been cured and their bodies have become much healthier. For a time, Zhang Yufeng gained countless devout believers, which was another unexpected surprise. Mob. Hewalan offers sacrifices to you, incense calendar +6. This spiritual rain also strengthened Hewalan's inner faith. Finally, I offered sacrifices to Zhang Yufeng and became his devout believer. I'll give you a chance. After worshipping the gods, Hewalan heard a divine voice in his ears. The next moment, she then felt a strong scent of incense floating at the tip of her nose. Hewalan sniffed instinctively and felt a coolness instantly spread throughout her body. Then a powerful force instantly burst out from her body. Her super gene was successfully activated with the intervention of Zhang Yufeng. This moment, Hewalan also successfully became a super soldier. Use this power to protect the people of Huaxia. Those who were unable to receive my gifts under the spiritual rain are all entangled in karma. The divine voice entered my ears again. Hewalan immediately bowed deeply towards the statue with a serious face. Please rest assured, I will not abuse the power you have given me. I will also take away those who are entangled in karma. Hewalan stood up and turned around with a serious expression. He strode out. But we don't have enough manpower. Yet, I'm afraid that as soon as we start, the others will run away. Should we hold off for now and transfer someone from the bureau? Although the rumors about gods were somewhat unscientific, the police who had just experienced an unscientific event did not question them. I'm just worried about alerting the enemy and having them run away. That's easy. He Walan chuckled, and then said loudly, the gods have ordered that those who have not received the gods' gifts are bad people. Catch them for me. Qing Shui village suddenly became quiet. The next moment, the villagers suddenly jumped up and pushed down those who obviously did not receive any gifts. Other tourists also took action. After all, bad guys are a minority. In the face of absolute numerical advantage, there is no power to resist. Not to mention, the people who received the gifts are now full of energy. How could these people bear it? Look, that's it. He Walan smiled proudly and raised his eyebrows at his colleagues. Several people's mouths twitched, but this was indeed reasonable. After all, something unscientific had just happened, and these people were blessed by the gods. Among them, some villagers are believers in gods. How can we not act when the gods have given orders? If it is true, it will be a good thing for everyone. And if it is false, the person who spoke will be punished by the gods. After all, there is a god above our heads. Now this is not a joke, but realistic. In Huangkan, the people and police also took action quickly. Those who had not benefited from the grace of the gods were pinned to the ground immediately. He was soon taken back to the police station in a police car to verify the information and be interrogated. This move was also passed down as a good story by many people and quickly became popular all over the internet. And soon, the Public Security Bureau also released relevant information, confirming that none of the people arrested were wrongly arrested. More or less, it's all over. This immediately made the people of Huaxia believe more in the existence of this god. Some people even swore to start with Yufeng Shangxian instead. Make sure what you say is true. Those who have something to hide can't help but look up at the sky. After all, there is a god above our heads. As a result, the country's already stable public security has improved even better. Great harvest, great harvest! Zhang Yufeng looked at the ever-increasing power of incense, and couldn't hide the smile on his face. Thousands of people in Huang village all offered incense and worship for him. The hundreds of people in Qing Shui village were no exception. They all offered themselves a helping hand. In addition, ordinary believers scattered across the country also contributed thousands of incense sticks to themselves. Huaxia already had a large population base, and Zhang Yufeng also appeared in public and performed miracles. Let more people join the worship team. In addition, there are offerings from people who move their bodies through qi. Also added some. He Walan, the super warrior, has now become a believer of Zhang Yufeng. And there are also the butterfly Kane, butterfly Shinobu, and others from the demon world. Busujima Psycho from the world of apocalypse. There is also the four-sided calamus in Taijiachan. In addition, I also have my own statues in these worlds. And with this statue, we have an anchor. You can go to these world activities at any time. The incense from these worlds can also guarantee Zhang Yufeng's safety. The more worlds you spread your beliefs to, the more anchor points you will have. Then the incense will become more prosperous. In this way, even if something goes wrong somewhere, don't let yourself fall into a deep sleep. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. But now, he has the super god world, the apocalypse world, the demon slayer world, and the iron armored city world. A total of 4 worlds of faith. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. World, Super God World, Theocracy World, Life is as worthless as grass. Level, Spirit God, 14.5%. Magic Power, Incense Magic Power, Concept Level, Divine Power, Beginner, Dream Entry, beginner, summoning god talisman, beginner, incense magic sword, beginner, merging gods, beginner, minor division of gods, beginner, calling rain, beginner, calling wind, beginner. Jurisdiction, Sanhugo Shrine, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. Guardian, Yuanzi, 1/3, Qingshui Village, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. Huang Village, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. Evaluation, a wandering god with few followers, 4 territories, but no godly position or divinity. Nearly 8,000 strands of incense power. Finally my strength has reached a new level. Zhang Yufeng was very happy and delighted. It is not in vain that he can show his holiness in front of people and perform miracles. After planning again and again, today is the 15th day. Finally, we have received a huge harvest of the power of faith. The power of these more than 8,000 strands of incense condensed into 8 strands. It also increased my progress from being stuck at around 6% to 14.5%. Moreover, he once again realized a magical power. Minor magical power, calling the wind, mobilize the natural forces within a certain range and condense them into wind. It can carry people and things, and can also destroy the world. The power and range depend on the caster's cultivation. Call the wind and summon the rain, both magical powers are in hand. Zhang Yufeng smiled faintly, these two magical powers can complement each other. The rain fell, the wind howled, and the ordinary combination of wind and rain was powerful. Not to mention the magical powers he displayed. And the fact that he would be able to call the wind and rain in the future was consistent with the impression that the Huaxia people had of gods. What kind of god is he if he can't even call the wind and rain? And the evaluation given by True Self finally became slightly different. He is no longer a minor god with little worship and weak power. Instead, it is a wandering deity without priesthood and divinity. How can I obtain this priesthood and godhood? Zhang Yufeng pondered for a while, but still had no clue. Generally speaking, this priesthood is conferred by the heavenly court. Most of the godheads are born naturally. There is no so-called heaven in this world now, only the sky heaven under the scorching sun. It has nothing to do with the heaven in the Hawaii mythology. And the godhead? He was not born. At least not yet. Perhaps, as my incense becomes more prosperous, it will accumulate to the level of 10 steps. Even if this priesthood and godhood exist, it's hard to say for sure. Zhang Yufeng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Everything that should be there will be there. There's no use getting anxious. And at this moment, there is also some new news in the Wanja Mutual Aid chat group. Ding! The Mutual Aid chat group of all worlds has completed mutual aid and met the conditions for inviting new members. Ding! Inviting new members to join the Wanja Mutual Aid chat group. Ding! Smiling Denise joins the Mutual Aid chat group. Ding! Brother Ding joins the Wanja Mutual Aid chat group. Ding! The Corpse Princess Contracted Monk joins the chat group. The addition of 3 new members to the chat group immediately made it lively. These are all worlds where you can gain merit. Zhang Yufeng's eyes lit up, it was like a pillow was given to him when he was sleepy. The world where Smiling Denise lives is a world full of demons. In that world, demons eat people. Demons are lurking in the human world, and humans are completely helpless against them, so they turn to demon hunters for help. The demon hunter is a slender woman with silver eyes carrying a giant sword. There is demon blood mixed in their bodies, so they can be considered half human and half demon. Because they carry huge swords on their backs, people call them big swords. As for Brother Ding, if my guess is correct, it must be the world where there are endless cursed spirits. Compared to the world where Yatsuya Michael lives, the cursed spirits in that world are much more terrifying. And the last new member, Zhang Yufeng, also had some impression. It should be a world where there are corpses similar to zombies, but much weaker than zombies. But you can gain merit. Chapter 56. Hey, are there any new members joining the chat group? Demon World Slayer, Butterfly House. Butterfly Kane, who had just digested the gift from the gods, slowly opened her eyes. He noticed the increase in the energy in his body and his strength. She was so happy in her heart. This gave her a chance to fulfill her long-cherished wish. Maybe kill Gui Wuqian Wuzan and end the chance of the cannibal ghost. Right now, in the body of the god you believe in. He glanced at his sister who was still digesting the smell of incense. Butterfly Kane smiled gently and looked towards the mutual aid chat group of all worlds. I also discovered that there were 3 people who had just joined the chat group. Butterfly Kane, welcome newcomers. If you need anything, just tell me and I will do my best to help. Yatsuya Maiko, welcome newcomers. Kane is still as gentle as ever. The first mutual assistance among everyone in the chat group was initiated by Kane Koko. That's exactly why. In the end, everyone got along very well and traded with each other many times. Call it a deal. In fact, it is to help other group members. Busujima Psycho, what a weird taste. Everyone should just use their own names, then we will know how to address each other. These strange nicknames are exactly the same as when they first joined the group. No way. Is this just the evil taste of the gods? Zhang Yufeng is the owner of the chat group and possesses powerful divine powers. Busujima Psycho automatically assumed that he was the one who created this mutual aid chat group for all worlds. Sifangchuan Icarus, welcome newcomers. Hello everyone. The world of spells. The girl was wearing a long skirt, her legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she had short orange hair and a frown on her face. Could it be that I have been cursed by some cursed spirit? She was a little surprised when a panel popped up in front of her that others couldn't see. This is a strange scene. For a moment she wondered if she had fallen into some horrible illusion. Or maybe it was some kind of curse. But looking at the subtitles that pop up one after another, it doesn't look like some so-called illusion. It is not a spell cast by a cursed spirit. What kind of curse can connect different worlds? Moreover, there is actually a god in this chat group? 22. Even if it's the legendary special grade, it can't be done, right? Kojisaki Nobara frowned, but still responded to other members of the Bankai chat group. In the Great Sword World, in a village. The girl smiled and killed the man-eating demon with one sword. He glanced at the nearby villagers who showed no sign of gratitude after being rescued, but instead had a look of fear on their faces. She didn't react at all. She was used to it. After all, as half human and half demon, if they cannot control the demonic energy in their bodies, it will become a lost demon. Massacre of humans. Smiling Denise paused as she left the village, causing the villagers to be stunned. Fortunately, the girl quickly walked out of the village again and disappeared from everyone's sight. The mutual aid chat group is interesting. The world of Corpse Princess. Ah! With a scream, the body of a creature that looked neither human nor inhuman was cut into pieces. A girl with an amazing chest appeared and slowly stood up. Liwa, you're amazing. At the side, a petite girl smiled and praised loudly. Hee, Saki, you are still the best at assisting. The girl chuckled and shook off the blood stains on the claw in her hand. Hey! The girl was stunned and looked in front of her with a strange expression. What's wrong, Liwa? Tianlei Izayagi tilted her head in confusion and looked at where her contractor was looking. There was nothing there, and no other corpses appeared. I seem to have encountered something very strange. Huang Shen Liwa pointed sideways and asked, Satsuki, can you see this light blue panel? Tianlei Izayagi looked at it carefully and connected the joints. What the hell is this? Communicating with all worlds, being able to connect across worlds, is this really not a prank? Aragami Rika frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask a question in this mutual assistance chat group. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Kojisaki Nobara, isn't this some kind of curse? Yatsuya Maiko, curse? Curse spirit? It looks like the world the new member is in is also very dangerous. Koko Kane, it was the same reaction as mine at first. I thought it was the blood vampire magic of the cannibals from my own world. Busujima Psycho, the other two are probably from an extraordinary world, right? Kojisaki Nobara, a different world? In your world there are cursed spirits called cannibals? Or some other kind of monsters? Butterfly Kane, this is the cannibal ghost in my world picture. That was the photo she took before she killed the cannibal. It just came in handy right now. Yatsuya Maiko, this is an evil spirit picture. Yatsuya Maiko at the shrine took a photo of the Emperor's banner and the evil spirits lining up to feed it. Uploaded the chat group. Busujima Psycho, with this style of painting, aren't you afraid that the new members will think you are a heretic? There were countless hideous faces on the human Emperor banner that was emitting black smoke. Over there, several evil spirits could be seen looking at the people and vehicles with horror. 0145031225 Philo 1112511391. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem like a righteous instrument or behavior. Yatsuya Maiko, this is the human Emperor banner. It is used to convert the resentment and karma of these evil spirits so that they can be sent to reincarnation. This is a great merit. Sifangchuan Icarus, I'm so envious. Master Yufeng really dotes on you so much that he can even give you a divine weapon like this. Butterfly Kane, envy +1. Busujima Psycho, envy +1. Kojisaki Nobara, human Emperor banner? Entering the cycle of reincarnation? What the hell is going on? If you take them apart individually, she recognizes all these words. But when combined together, why does it look so confusing? Aragami Rika, is the world you live in dangerous? Picture this kind of ghost thing exists in my world. Denise, it's really unfortunate. Picture in my world, there is such a demon-eating area. Busujima Psycho, I'm so envious. Yatsuya Maiko, hey? Psycho sister, there's something wrong with you. Shifangchuan Ayam, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Sister Psycho, there's something wrong with you. Butterfly Kane, Psycho, the world you live in is the only safe world right now. Why do you envy us? There's something wrong with you. As soon as Busujima Psycho said this, several people immediately smiled. This guy, the world he's in is the only safe world right now. Oops, exposed. Busujima Psycho smiled awkwardly, wondering how she could have accidentally said what she really thought. When she saw the so-called corpse that had been cut open. There are also cannibals and evil spirits. There are also the corpses of the so-called demons that were killed. Her body did feel hot. She inexplicably envied them in this world. How lucky I am to be able to personally experience the process of killing these demons and monsters. That must be very exciting and fun. Why hasn't the corpse crisis come yet? Feeling the increasingly powerful energy in her body, Busujima Psycho couldn't help but feel excited. Although this is immoral and wrong. After all, the outbreak of the corpse crisis means that a large number of humans will die. She really endured so much hardship and suffering. Kojisaki Nobara, the world this friend lives in is actually safe. Shifangchuan Icarus, it's safe for now. Aragami Rika, for now. Psycho Busujima, Master Shinkun has informed me that the world I live in will be in a corpse crisis. The entire world will be in a corpse crisis. Countless humans will become corpses. 1. Denise, Master, Sir? Who is that? Kojisaki Nobara, is it the group leader? His level is actually a spiritual god. Aragami Rika, do gods really exist? Yatsuya Maiko, of course, Yufeng Zhenjun is a true god. Butterfly Kane, that's right, you are indeed a god, with a very powerful divine calendar. Sifang Chuan Changpu, today is the 15th day of the lunar month. We have just offered sacrifices to Master Zhenjun. Now our strength has been greatly improved. Psychobu Sujima, Saint Lord Yufeng is my only faith in this life. As people who have experienced it personally and received gifts from the gods. Naturally, I became a loyal follower of Zhang Yufeng. A bunch of fanatics. Looking at the information on the panel, Kujisaki Nobara frowned slightly. But when she looked at the group leader's true self, her brows furrowed even deeper. Their level is all ordinary. However, the level of this group leader is that of a spiritual god. Is it possible for a person to be called a god? Really, there is a god. Huang Shenlua looked at the conspicuous word spirit god and seemed a little dazed. She was born into the Guanjun sect. Guanjianzong has a mysterious magic that can turn the corpses of women who still have attachment to the human world into corpse princesses with thoughts, feelings, and the ability to walk. The corpse princess's abilities are several times stronger than those of ordinary people, and she is also immortal. They must make a contract with the monks of Guanjun sect to kill other zombies that are wreaking havoc on the world. As long as you kill 108 bodies, you can fulfill the covenant and ascend to heaven. But she had never seen a corpse princess kill 108 corpses without dying. Not to mention being promoted to heaven. But now, there is a true god in this chat group. If it is a god, then does it have a chance to exterminate the corpses of this world? When I think of the tragedies caused by the corpses I have witnessed. Huang Shenlua frowned and was unhappy. If she could exterminate all the corpses and hordes in this world, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. God. Denise, with a big sword on her back and a smile on her face, fell into deep thought. Kill all the demons in this world. If it were a real god, it would be possible to do that, right? She had been a demon hunter for a long, long time, and she had lost count of the demons that had died at her hands. In her heart, she had actually lost interest in exterminating the demon group. Inside Qingfeng Temple. Looking at the chat group that was chatting enthusiastically, Zhang Yufeng. No interruption. He was thinking about how to make the new members become his favored ones. If it succeeds, the speed at which I gain merit points will be much faster. Since Yotsuya Kenko caught the evil spirit, he could gain merit. Then those monsters in these worlds will definitely receive merits after they are killed. Although there is no clue yet. But he thought the time would come soon. Shaking his head, Zhang Yufeng calmed down and started practicing day after day. Although each time of practice, the power of incense is only increased a little bit. But how can we waste our time when we have nothing to do? Mosquito legs are also meat. Weilan, welcome to join us. Super Seminary. Looking at the familiar figure, Kylan smiled. When Zhang Yufeng activated the super gene in her body, Denosan quickly noticed her abnormality. He Weilan also had a very smooth journey. Joined the super seminary. According to the original trajectory, she should have joined the Xiangbing company in the second batch. But with the intervention of Zhang Yufeng, she activated the super gene in her body ahead of time. Naturally, he also joined the super seminary in advance. Kylan, you are here too. He Weilan was delighted to see her good friend again. When she first came to this strange environment, she felt a little nervous. But the moment I saw Kylan, she felt much calmer. I didn't expect you to become a super soldier too. Kylan sighed, I thought we wouldn't see each other for a long time. Since coming to this super seminary, she has been immersed in training almost every day. Only on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month will people take time to worship the statue of Zhang Yufeng. Make a serious offering and 123 worship. Haha, let's continue to fight side by side in the future. He Weilan pounded his chest and spoke proudly. It. Kylan nodded and said with a smile, come on, since you just arrived, let me take you to get familiar with the environment here. Okay. He Weilan nodded happily, and the two of them walked together and strolled in the super seminary. After getting familiar with the environment, Kailan took him back to her dormitory. "Is this a statue of Yufeng Zhenjun?" Entering Kailan's dormitory, Hewalan saw the statue of the deity at a glance. She hurried forward and took a closer look. It was indeed the huge statue of Lord Yufeng. "Do you know him?" Kailan looked at Hewalan in surprise. The other person has a wild temperament, just like a boy. She only believes in her fists and is a complete atheist. "Actually." Hewalan hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "My strength was given to me by Master Zhenjun." She recounted the story of how she went on a mission and heard the divine voice. I thought Kailan would not believe it or even question it. "B. You too." TB. The police's intuition allowed her to grasp the key point instantly. "I almost died on that mission that day." Kailan touched her chest and explained, "It was Master Yufeng who saved me and lent me powerful strength. That's why I have to wait for a few aliens that can't be killed even with a single cannon." He was beaten to death. Hearing this, Hewalan was shocked. "Is it the mission on Airport Road?" "That's right." Kailan nodded, "It was Master Zhenjun who gave me a new life, and it was also Master Zhenjun who gave me the district." "What a coincidence, me too." Hewalan said happily, "I didn't expect that we sisters would all receive the grace of the Holy Lord. I feel so powerful now." She clenched her fists and could feel the tremendous power in her body. "The super gene in my body is a legacy of the Shenhe civilization." Kailan asked curiously, "Weilan, what about yours? Is it Shenhe gene too?" "It seems so." Hewalan said uncertainly, "It seems to be something like the Shenhe assaulter super gene or something." She seemed to have heard the man in black say that. But she didn't care too much about it, and she couldn't remember it for a moment. "That's it. You are also the heir of Shenhe's super gene." Kailan smiled and said, "We are sisters now, we are real sisters. We have inherited the super genes of Shenhe civilization. She is a sniper from the Shenhe civilization. And Hewalan should be the super gene inheritor of the assaulter of Shenhe civilization. Master Zhenjun, it seems that you prefer the super genes of Shenhe civilization. As a person favored by God, I am the super gene inheritor of the Shenhe civilization. And Hewalan, another heir of the super gene. Weilan, now that you are here, please burn some incense for Master Zhenjun." Chapter 57. The training of the Xiangbing Company is still proceeding in an orderly manner. Outside the giant canyon, in the vast ocean, you can see dark figures swimming quickly. On the giant canyon, Kailan held a sniper rifle and shot out fast-moving objects one after another. Exploded with precision. And in the air, a warrior wearing black armor and with dark wings on his back was flying crookedly in the air. 12. There was a loud bang. On the deck, Cheng Yaoan was activating his abilities. The sea surface began to boil, and finally a rock hand with fingers pointing up emerged from the water. Lord Xin. After releasing his ability, Cheng Yaoan waved towards the frigate far away. A little bit of cold light arrives first. A faint sound was heard, and then a dark shadow flashed by. Bang! The rock palm was destroyed, and Zhao Xian, with his pigtails, stood up proudly. "Is it okay?" Hee. Zhao Xian looked at Cheng Yaoan proudly and pointed at himself. "Yeah, not bad." Cheng Yaoan cooperated and gave a thumbs up. Puff! Izzy! Dark shadows jumped out of the water and landed on the deck. "Oh my god, swimming 50,000 meters freestyle in the ocean is too torturous." Lu Juang spat out the sea water he accidentally drank, and the wolf's cheeks became a ball. "Really salty? Brother, you swim so fast." Rui Meng, a girl with silver hair, spoke up. Both she and Lu Juang are people with little education. In addition, in this Xiangbing company, he also received a lot of care from Lu Juang. She then recognized him as her elder brother and became friendly with him. Humph! The dregs of society. Lan, who had side bangs and a pair of big iron fists, snorted coldly. When she was still a police officer, she had many conflicts with Lu Juang, a gangster. He made many mistakes, caused trouble many times, and injured others. But the other party was always protected by the mysterious man in black and avoided legal sanctions. Because of this matter, Lan has been holding a grudge. Result: when she arrived at the so-called higher-level department, she discovered that Lu Juang was also there. "Big sister, I have really changed my ways," Lu Juang said helplessly. "You should calm down after you beat me up yesterday." As he spoke, he couldn't help but touch his waist. Yesterday, Lan also came to the Juxia. As a result, after seeing him, I wanted to beat him up without saying anything. He was in the wrong to begin with, so he didn't fight back. As a result, the old man's waist was almost broken by Lan's sandbag-sized fist. Fortunately, Kailan appeared in time and stopped the furious Lan. Snort! Lan snorted coldly and said, "If you hadn't only injured Shengen and didn't kill him, I'm not just going to beat you up." Shengen is her colleague, who was beaten by Lu Juang and sent to the hospital during a conflict. Fortunately, the injury was not particularly serious. After being hospitalized for a period of time, he was discharged smoothly and returned to work. And I also received a considerable subsidy as compensation. It has improved their lives a lot. If not for this, she would probably have beaten this scumbag to death. How can that be possible? Lu Juang smiled awkwardly on his fierce face. "I just messed up a little, sometimes I couldn't control the strength well. But I'm not stupid." Although there have always been people who cover up his mistakes, he has not been punished by law. But he would not do something as suicidal as beating a police officer to a disability. He just went astray because he had no parental education and no school education. But his nature is not bad. This can be seen from the changes in Lu Juang in the later period. "If I find out later that you have betrayed your country and your people..." Lan clenched his iron fist and snorted coldly. "Rest assured," Lu Juang immediately said seriously, "I, Lu Juang, swore to Monkey Brother. I will never betray my motherland or my people." Being able to have the opportunity to serve the motherland, he, a gangster, felt extremely honored. He looked down upon those officials. But he has an innate respect for soldiers. "Chuangzi, you have realized this? That's great." Zhao Xin patted Lu Juang on the shoulder with a look of admiration. Although he has some middle school chivalry, his awareness is not as high as Lu Juang's current one. Hey! Lu Juang's face turned red, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his fierce face. "It does seem somewhat interesting." "Oh my god!" A cry of surprise was heard in the air. Then a black shadow was seen falling straight down and hitting the deck. "It would be nice to have wings, but let's forget about it." Zhao Xin's mouth twitched, and he said in fear, "With my small physique, I can't bear to keep falling like this." Not long ago, an angel named Yan appeared in the super seminary. Gave Reina the key. After that, Ge Xiaolun opened a pair of pitch-black wings. Possessed the ability to fly. He became the only man in the team who had wings and could soar into the sky. When Zhao Xin and the others started, they were so greedy that their mouths were watering. But as Ge Xiaolun conducted test flights again and again, the planes crashed again and again. The huge holes that were created one after another showed how difficult it was. No one wants these wings now anyway. After all, only Ge Xiaolun could withstand such a fall. As for the others, they would probably be dead after falling a few times. "No problem, let's just fight on the ground." Lu Juang nodded in agreement. Now he didn't envy Ge Xiaolun at all for having wings and being able to fly. "By the way, where's Monkey?" He looked around but did not see Sun Wukong. "I don't know, I haven't seen him for a few days. Cheng Yaoan shook his head. Where is the goddess, where is goddess Reina? Zhao Xin wondered, she didn't show up today either. I wonder where she went. Early in the morning, I saw her ascending into the sky in a flying vehicle. Ji Xiaolun pointed to the sky and said, I greeted her but she ignored me, as if she was very anxious. Did something happen? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. What are you guessing about? Just train hard. Qiang Gui said coldly, the enemy is about to invade. If you don't shed sweat now, you will shed blood and tears later. Oh, okay. Ji Xiaolun smiled innocently and flapped his wings to fly into the air. His ability to withstand blows has been almost trained. The most urgent task is to master the wings behind you as soon as possible. In this way, you can have higher mobility. It can also play a greater role on the battlefield. Disperse, continue training. Zhao Xin waved his hands, half crouched, and then suddenly jumped up. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and landed steadily on the deck of a nearby frigate. Then continue to advance. The entire giant canyon fleet is his springboard. Used to train your own ability to advance and speed, as well as to control your own distance management. At the beginning, he was always soaked. Now, at least you won't fall into the sea so easily. Let's go, I'll take you to swim 50,000 meters freestyle in the ocean. Lu Juang shouted and jumped directly into the dark sea. Rui Meng, Wu Ji, He Walan and others followed closely behind. It transformed into a sea dragon, quickly breaking through the waves and swimming towards the distance. Running 50,000 meters on the ground can no longer tap their potential. And being in this 50,000 meter ocean with huge resistance can better squeeze out the power of the super genes in their bodies. Frigate No. 03, continue launching flying objects, training continues. Kailan contacted a frigate in the distance through the Shenhe channel. Then he took a step back with his right foot, held the sniper rifle and started shooting. Qiang Gui glanced at Kailan and sighed inwardly, this physical strength is no worse than the super gene for close combat. There is no need to mitigate the enormous impact of a sniper rifle shot by other means. Simply relying on the strength of the upper body can effectively absorb the impact. Even every shot was very smooth. There was absolutely no way she could do that. Qingfeng Temple. Zhang Yufeng finished his practice and slowly opened his eyes. The power of incense in the body did not change much. It just adds a little bit of the power of incense. Something is better than nothing. Collect the daily minimum first. Zhang Yufeng's mind moved, and all the territories under his command provided 10 strands of incense power. Flowed into his body. Huangkan, Sanhugu Shrine, Qingshui Village, and the Taoist Temple under my feet. There are 4 territories in total, providing a total of 40 strands of incense power. It's full of happiness, but it's a pity that the territory is not so small. Zhang Yufeng smiled, then showed a look of regret. If you want to obtain a territory, you need the whole village to offer you worship. For example, Qingshui Village and Huang Village are both because the whole village worships them. He built a temple for himself and invited the statue of the god to enter. Only then did he turn it into his own territory because he provided a daily guarantee. The Sankatani Shrine is a self-contained entity, with his statue sitting in it, dominating the entire shrine. It is also counted as a jurisdiction. As for the Qingfeng Temple, it is probably because I am the only abbot of the temple now. Since the temple master recognizes the statue, it can naturally be regarded as a whole offering to himself. Although I have many followers now, they are all scattered across the land of Wenhuaxia. Zhang Yufeng shook his head helplessly, it's still too scattered and doesn't meet the activation conditions of the jurisdiction. And many believers are not even willing to worship a statue of him. This kind of person can only be regarded as a general believer, unable to provide himself with continuous incense power. My main source of incense. They are still the villagers from Qingshui village and Huang village. As well as Kailan, there are also Jianzi, Kanei, Psycho, Ayam, Ziahua, Shenpo, and Roma in the chat group. On the 1st and 15th day of every lunar month, they would burn incense and worship themselves earnestly. Make a steady contribution. Hey! Sun Wukong has been away from the giant gorge for several days. Reina left too. Zhang Yufeng constantly connects his own deity statues and the talisman to obtain the recorded information. Whether it is a statue of a deity or a talisman, they can all serve as Zhang Yufeng's vision and record what's happening around him. This also makes it convenient for Zhang Yufeng to check at any time, so as not to miss anything. And through the summoning talisman that he had planted in Kailan's body, he also learned about the disappearance of Gaku and Reina. It looks like Sun Wukong has gone to the fiery sun star again. Zhang Yufeng smiled but didn't take it too seriously. Anyway, with Sun Wukong's strength, he wouldn't be suppressed by Liang. And Reina also rushed over. Although there will be some twists and turns, there will not be too big a conflict. No need to pay too much attention. Finally, an evil spirit has been cleansed of its resentment and can enter reincarnation. Zhang Yufeng suddenly had an idea, and then he showed joy. The human emperor banner in his hand just delivered good news. He immediately connected with the statue of the world where Yotsuya Maiko was, and looked at the human emperor banner stuck in the ground. There are more and more ferocious faces on the human emperor banner. That was the result of the hard work of Shigu Jianzi and others in recent days. At this moment, the ghost face on the human emperor banner completely calmed down. Exudes a peaceful atmosphere. All its fierceness and resentment have been dissipated by the human emperor banner. Mutual assistance chat group of all worlds. Zhang Yufeng, see you, come to the shrine. Yotsuya Maiko, has Master Shinjun arrived? I'll be there right away. Butterfly Kanei, Master Shinkun, is there something wrong? Busujima Psycho, Shenjun is so busy, something must have happened, so he came to Maiko's world. Kujisaki Nobara, can you descend into a different world? Shi Fangchuan Icarus, wow, I'm so envious of Jianzi, I'm favored. Butterfly Kanei, envy +1. Busujima Psycho, envy +1. Denisa. Huang Shen Liwa, what terrible thing happened? The group leader came to Jianzi's world. Is there any benefit? Otherwise, why are these people so envious? Butterfly Kanei, the four of us entered this chat group together. At the beginning, I was the strongest. Sifang Chuan Icarus, now, the fourth one is the most powerful one. Psycho Busujima, I'm so jealous. Why hasn't the corpse crisis happened yet? Busujima Psycho was really waiting impatiently. Although he has awakened his yin-yang eyes, he is a weakling in combat. Now he relies on the evil spirits in his own world to capture them. Now her strength has become the strongest among them. And not long ago, on the 15th, she, Kanei, and Ayam worshipped and enshrined the deity together. Ayam and Kanei have now successfully started their cheating lives. They, knows Zhao, cannibal ghost in Kanei's world can get a lot of merit rewards every time it is killed. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. And Cabane in the world where Ayam is. After killing it, you can also get the reward from the gods. And what about her? I can only watch with envy as these three people start their cheating life. She could only watch helplessly, practicing hard to become stronger. 0145031222 Fila 1112515541. Butterfly Kanei, Psycho is very talented, and her training progress is very fast. Shi Fangchuan Ayam, Sister Psycho is indeed a genius. Busujima Psycho, wow! I'm so jealous of your life. The world of spells. Kanei killed the monster called the cannibal in her world. Ayam killed the monster called Cabane in her world. See you kill the monster called evil spirit in your world. After killing the monsters in their native world, they all gained so-called merits and accelerated their own cultivation. Kujisaki Nobara frowned slightly and looked at the little cursed spirit that she had just nailed to death. Then can I also gain merit by killing cursed spirits? To make myself stronger faster. Who wouldn't like to have more powerful strength? But I want to get the reward from the gods. You must first offer sacrifices to it and become the other party's favored one. Number. Kujisaki Nobara fell into deep thought, somewhat hesitant. The world of Corpse Princess. Seiji, do you think we should also worship this great god? Huang Shenlua frowned and looked at her companion beside her. Well, let's just observe and observe. Tianlai Seiji thought for a moment and said, there's no harm in being more stable. Chapter 58. I can see the world, Sankatani Shrine. Upon receiving the news, Yotsuya Miko rushed to the shrine without stopping. Today, she has tremendous spiritual power, and her physical body has also been greatly improved with the nourishment of spiritual power. This run is not ordinary fast. Soon, she arrived at the foot of the shrine and then rushed towards the shrine on the top of the mountain. In front of the temple, Dao Tingba's figure appeared again. Aside. Tuko, dressed in a shrine maiden's costume, stood respectfully aside. It is different from the previous time when Zhang Yufeng merged with the gods. Now, even if Zhang Yufeng used his magical powers to combine and leave the seal, a lot of the evil spirits sealed underground were also divided up. After all, those who run fast have now been stuffed into the human emperor banner. With Yuanzi, the guardian deity of the shrine, here, these ordinary evil spirits are no match at all. Not to mention, Yuanzi also has local bonuses, and his power is endless. Master Zhenjun. Sigu saw Zi happily step forward and bow respectfully to Zhang Yufeng. Here I come. Zhang Yufeng said calmly, this human emperor banner washed away the resentment of an evil spirit. Now, we can send it into reincarnation and be reborn again. Upon hearing this, Sigu Jianzi immediately understood. She knew that something would happen when the gods summoned her. But this time, it's a good thing. Master Zhenjun, can you tell us about sending evil spirits into reincarnation? Yotsuya Miko asked. I'm going to start a live broadcast so that everyone can watch it. Zhang Yufeng nodded, yes. There is nothing secretive about sending evil spirits into reincarnation. Of course it can be told. As for the live broadcast, he used the human emperor banner to liberate evil spirits into reincarnation. There is nothing wrong with this. And there is no harm in doing this. It is very likely that several newcomers will come to take a look and see for themselves whether they are gods. And if you can see it with your own eyes, it is much more direct than hearing group members bragging about themselves. To promote their hearts to dedicate themselves. I think it will be helpful. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Yotsuya Miko, Master Zhenjun has washed away the resentment of an evil spirit, and is now preparing to send it back into reincarnation. Busujima Psycho, entering the cycle of reincarnation? I've never seen this before, come on. Butterfly Kane, in my world, it is said that if you are killed by a cannibal ghost while killing ghosts, you can go to heaven. And those cannibal ghosts can only go to hell after death, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. I also want to see the Master Zhenjun send evil spirits into reincarnation. Sifangchuan Icarus, see you, I want to see you. Aragami Rika, are you serious? I want to see it too. Denise, entering the cycle of reincarnation, 310. Is there really reincarnation? Can one really be reborn again? Denise, who was walking alone in the mountains, paused and her expression changed slightly. Real? Does such a thing as reincarnation exist? What if a half-human, half-demon like me died? Will it be hell and torture, or will it be possible to be reborn in the samsara? As for going to heaven, she had never dreamed of such a thing. If she could choose, she would like to give birth to a safe world. Spend the rest of your life happily. Yotsuya Maiko, I have obtained the consent of the true Lord, and I will start the live broadcast now. Everyone can come and watch. Yotani Maiko opens the live broadcast room. Kane Koko joins the live broadcast room. Bukujima Saiko joins the live broadcast room. Sifang Chuan Changpu joins the live broadcast room. Without any hesitation, they joined the live broadcast room. Kujisaki, Nobara, and the other two carefully read the rules of the live broadcast room. In the form of projection, I can see the world where you are. You're not going there in person. Kujisaki Nobara raised her eyebrows slightly and chose to join the live broadcast room. She knew about the live broadcast room, but she didn't expect that this chat group would keep up with the times. And he was actually able to appear directly in Jianzi's world through projection. It's magical. It looks like there won't be any danger. Huang Shenlua hesitated for a moment and joined the live broadcast room. Denise looked around and saw no trace of demons or humans. Only then did he join the live broadcast room. You can see the world, Sankatani Shrine. K. The air vibrated, and figures appeared one after another near the temple. Greetings, Master Zhenjun. When Butterfly Chain and the others saw Zhang Yufeng again, they immediately knelt down and bowed. Well, get up. When Zhang Yufeng's cold voice sounded, they immediately stood up and stood aside respectfully. At this moment, three figures appeared nearby again. A woman wearing silver armor, with blonde hair and a proud figure. A short-haired girl wearing a long skirt and her feet wrapped in black stockings. There was also a girl with an amazing heart and a golden claw on her right hand. They were Denise, Nobara Kujisaki, and Rika Aragami. Is this the Lord God? Huang Shenlua looked at Zhang Yufeng curiously and sensed a faint sense of pressure coming. It is so mysterious and ethereal, as if it will be blown away by the wind in the next moment. Aloof, indifferent, clearly right in front of me, yet it seems as if there are countless worlds between us. Denise frowned slightly. Moreover, I actually felt the fear of the demon blood in my body. It's obviously just a projection. I clearly just took a glance. But the demon blood in his body was actually trembling in fear. Is this the power of the gods? What a terrible pressure! Such a sense of oppression. Nobara Kujisaki was shocked. This is much more terrifying than the pressure brought by any cursed spirit he has ever encountered. Even the cursed power in his body seemed to have solidified in these 10 moments. Zhang Yufeng ignored these newcomers and focused his attention on his human emperor banner. Dissipate resentment, cross reincarnation, and gather merit. I don't know how much merit I can get by sending evil spirits into reincarnation. Zhang Yufeng is very much looking forward to this. He waved his hand, and the human emperor banner that was inserted into the ground suddenly emitted a fierce golden light. Then it shot into the sky. The next moment, boom! The originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy and thunder roared. The next moment, 2 jets of black air emerged from the dark cloud, constantly condensing and spinning. It's like something is about to be born. Zhang Yufeng looked at the dark clouds calmly, feeling a little surprised. He actually sensed an astonishing negative energy gathering in the dark clouds. Isn't it reincarnation? Why is the painting so dark? Yotsuya Maiko suddenly felt a creepy feeling and couldn't help but lean towards Zhang Yufeng. And Koko Kane and the others also frowned slightly. Even though they were just projections, they could sense a terrifying yet strange aura emanating from them. Buzz! An invisible wave of air shook, and a pitch-black gate that seemed to pierce the sky condensed under the dark clouds. On the gate, there were 7 large characters written, Hell Gate of Hell. It's actually the Gate of Hell. Zhang Yufeng was shocked. He didn't expect that this Emperor banner could actually summon the Gate of Hell. Send it into reincarnation, and you can send it directly. It can also be used at full power and full time. Zhang Yufeng wanted to give everyone a little shock, so of course all the special effects were turned on. Unexpectedly, This human emperor banner can actually summon the gate of hell. This is the gate of hell. The gate of hell in the Huaxia myth. When Yotsuya saw the others, he immediately recognized the origin of the door. I was suddenly deeply shocked. I never thought that today I would be lucky enough to see the legendary gate of hell. The cursed power in my body just disappeared. Kujisaki Nobara's expression suddenly changed drastically. At the moment of the ghost gate, she could not feel the curse power in her body. And Denise's face changed instantly. The demonic blood in her body completely died out the moment she emerged from the gates of hell. At this moment, she actually realized for the first time what it means to be a complete human being. The fading of the demon bloodline power also made her realize what it means to be weak. So, pure-blooded humans are so weak, right? Denise looked at her hands and sighed, no wonder I can only wail and wait for death in front of the demon. Just at this moment, a dim-looking ghost was sent out from the human emperor banner. All the resentment in it has been washed away, and only peace remains. Thank you, God. Thank you. The dead soul knelt down and kowtowed to Zhang Yufeng, thanking him for his great kindness. Go, and don't become an evil spirit in your next life. Zhang Yufeng nodded, waved his clothes, and used his magical power, calling the wind. The force of nature gathered and turned into a gentle breeze to lift up the souls of the dead. This wind is under the control of Zhang Yufei, CCBD. The dead soul was sent directly to the sky and arrived at the gate of hell. At the gate of hell, the dead soul turned around and bowed to Zhang Yufeng again with gratitude. This is the last moment of hell. As the dead souls left, the ghost gate turned into a black air and dissipated. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated, and the sun once again cast its light on the shrine. Phew, that's so scary. Yotsuya Maiko patted his fairly large chest and breathed a sigh of relief. The situation of the others was not much better, their solemn expressions now relaxed a lot. This gate of hell is so scary. Butterfly Chini couldn't help but say, I almost thought I was going to be crushed to pieces. She almost thought she was going to meet her parents who had passed away many years ago. Master Zhenjun's breath is still the best, it makes people feel comfortable. Yotsuya Kenko chuckled and took a deep breath. Like a pervert. As she got closer to Zhang Yufeng, she could only smell the pleasant aroma of incense surrounding her nose. Inhale into the abdomen. I just feel warm, gentle, and comfortable. Ghost Gate is the place where the dead live. It is normal for you to feel uncomfortable. Zhang Yufeng showed a gentle smile, then waved his hand and a golden light shone out. Jianzi, from now on, you should catch the evil spirits and convert them. As the golden light entered his body, Yotsuya Kenko's aura soared like a rocket. Feeling the liquid-like spiritual power in his body, Yotsuya Kenko's face suddenly showed joy. Don't worry, Master Zhenjun, Xiahua and I will definitely work hard. Yotsuya Maiko clenched her little pink fist and assured happily. Jianzi is cheating again. Shi Fangchuan Icarus looked at Yotsuya Maiko with envy. This cultivation speed is like riding a rocket. I have practiced for 10 years to have the strength I have now. But within a month, you have improved from a weakling to your current amazing strength. Butterfly Kane was also a little envious. She was originally the strongest in the group, but now she's completely overtaken by Yotsuya. I'm so envious, so envious, so envious. The look of envy on Busujima Saiko's beautiful face was almost overflowing. She also wants to kill the body, she also wants to get the reward from the gods. Hiss! He's become so strong in less than a month. Kujisaki Nobara took a deep breath and couldn't help revealing a look of envy. She suddenly understood Koko Kane a little. She had also practiced for a long time and experienced many hardships. This is how we have the strength we have today. But Yotsuya Maiko's amazing aura had obviously surpassed him. And this was accomplished in less than a month. Is this what it feels like to hug your thighs? At this moment, Nobara Kujisaki also wanted to make progress. As my believer, you will be rewarded for slaying demons and monsters. Zhang Yufeng said calmly, if you work harder, your cultivation will also improve greatly, so there is no need to be envious. Yes, the real Lord is great. Butterfly Kane said softly, I will eradicate all the cannibal ghosts and protect the people's well-being. Me too. Shi Fengchuan Ayam said with a serious face, I will definitely work hard to destroy those cabane. Busujima Psycho opened her mouth but said nothing in the end. Envy had torn her apart. There is a sunny road right in front of me, but there are no monsters to kill. It hurts so much. Mission accomplished, Zhang Yufeng did not stop there. He took a look at the evil spirits and monsters that were sealed and curled up in a ball underground. He then withdrew his magical powers. Hey! Huang Shenlua suddenly widened her eyes, stretched out her finger and didn't know what to say for a moment. Denise glanced sideways in confusion, then her eyes widened. Kujisaki Nobara was no exception. The three of them were so shocked that they didn't know how to speak. I saw that the deity had shrunk into a statue. Then it floated into the temple and landed back on the altar. This is the divine power of the Lord God. That was just the statue of the Lord God descending. Seeing the newcomer's jaw dropping in shock, Yotsuya Maiko explained with a snicker. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. They thought that this was the real God. I didn't expect it to be just a statue. The mere presence of the deity can bring about such a terrible sense of oppression. If it was the real body, how amazing would it be? The three of them talked to Yotsuya Maiko and the others with complicated expressions, then hurriedly left the live broadcast room. They need to calm down and digest what they saw and heard today. Sister Psycho, don't be discouraged. Yotsuya Maiko looked at the depressed Busujima Psycho and said to comfort her, the outbreak of corpses will be a global crisis. By then, you will definitely be unable to get enough merits. Qingfeng Temple. After removing his magical power, Zhang Yufeng opened his eyes and smiled. Save the dead souls and send them to reincarnation, merit points +8. Killing an evil spirit directly only brings a little merit. But if you use up your resentment and send it into reincarnation, it can be multiplied 8-fold. Even though it takes a little while, it's totally worth it. After all this time, it's time to make some progress. Zhang Yufeng's mind moved, and he invested all his accumulated merits into cultivation. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18/. Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world you are in, Super God World, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, Spirit God, 20.75%. Magic Power, Incense Magic Power, Concept Level, Divine Power, Beginner, Enter Dreams, Beginner, Summon the Gods, Beginner, Incense Magic Sword, Beginner, Merge the Gods, Beginner, Divide the Gods into small parts, Beginner, Call for Rain, Beginner, Spiritual Fire Divine Punishment, Beginner, Call the Wind, Beginner, Ride the Fog, Beginner. Jurisdiction, Sanha Valley Shrine, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. Guardian, Yuanzi, 1/1, Qing Shui Village, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. Huang Village, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. Qingfeng Mountain, provides 10 strands of incense power every day. Evaluation, a wandering god with few followers, 4 territories, but no godly position or divinity. Merit chart. Accumulation 4/6. Available 0. All the merits accumulated during these days have been used up. His cultivation level was raised to over 20, and he also obtained the secret skills of the sect. Chapter 59. The video of Zhang Yufeng's divine appearance in public is still spreading. More and more people joined the ranks of its believers. Especially those who are suffering from illness or even disability. They spent all their wealth, but still could not buy back their limbs or their health. But Zhang Yufeng has the ability to condense spiritual rain with one hand to wash away the pain and disability of mortals. Let them see hope. When one is desperate, one will try any possible means, not to mention that there is a real-life example right in front of one's eyes. As time goes by, the scope of dissemination becomes wider and wider. Naturally, Zhang Yufeng's followers increased in number. Not only does he have a guaranteed income every day, but he also has new believers to offer him sacrifices to. Some went directly to Qingshui village or Huang village to burn incense for Zhang Yufeng. And Zhang Yufeng was not stingy either. He used his magical powers to remove all his injuries and gave him a new life. To be honest, Zhang Yufeng also thought about not curing the disease all at once. They deliberately left it hanging so that their raised and souled friends could burn incense for them. But is that what a true god does? Maybe it's his nature, or maybe it's the duty of the gods. He can never do such a thing. However, those people who are entangled in karma, Zhang Yufeng after reaping the power of the incense they offer. The police were directly notified to arrest him. Good deeds will be rewarded with good, and evil deeds will be punished with evil. How can I ignore good and evil for the sake of incense? For a while, the value of the saying "there is a God above your head" is constantly increasing. In addition to the continuous influx of incense power, Zhang Yufeng's several gods did not slack off either. Except for Busujima Psycho, who could only envy him so much that her back teeth were broken. Besides hoping that the corpse crisis will come soon. Kane, Jianzi, the fortune teller, Roma, Xiahua, and Icarus. They are all very diligent in slaying demons and eliminating evil. Continuously earning merit points for Zhang Yufeng. Today, Zhang Yufeng's cultivation increased again, reaching 20%. And once again unlocked new magical powers. Minor supernatural power, driving the mist, mobilize the natural power within an area and condense white mist to block vision and resist attacks as if it were a physical entity. The size and power of the range depends on the caster's skill level. Zhang Yufeng raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "This magical power is not bad. It can be regarded as my first defensive magical power, right? Although I don't know how strong its defense is, I don't think it will be that bad. And since he is a god, how can he travel without the company of clouds and mist? Although I still lack the ability to fly in the clouds, this ability to ride on the mist is enough. The divine power can make the enemy fearful and can also increase the pressure in the hearts of believers. Enter the dream and let yourself experience some things that are inconvenient for you to directly face. By invoking the divine talisman, one's divine favored ones can also gain extraordinary powers, and will not perish in the face of life and death crises. And the incense sword allowed me to master a powerful killing force, which made a great contribution to repelling Morgana. Combining the spirits can greatly increase my strength, while dividing the spirits can allow me to protect the territory at the same time without being overwhelmed. This rain-calling skill is suitable for performing miracles and can make a significant contribution to increasing the number of believers." Zhang Yufeng carefully reviewed the magical powers or secret techniques he currently possessed. They all have significant effects, and there are no useless magical powers. It is precisely because of these magical powers one after another that he was able to gain so many believers so quickly. Only appropriate miracles and manifestations can increase the number of believers. It can also increase the depth of believers' faith in themselves. Zhang Yufeng fell into deep thought, wondering if he would have another chance to show his prowess in front of others. The divine manifestation in front of the last wave of people has brought him an astonishing number of followers. Also gained a lot of incense power. Let me test my new magical power first. The spirit fire divine punishment cannot be tested and must be used on the enemy. But this riding of mist is not a means of attack. When I arrived outside the Taoist temple, I looked at the villages and ant-like figures on the ground. Zhang Yufeng made hand gestures and performed his magical power, driving the mist. The power of nature was mobilized and began to gather towards Qingfeng Mountain. In the blink of an eye, white mist continued to gather on Qingfeng Mountain, and eventually enveloped Qingfeng Mountain. Zhang Yufeng mobilized the white mist and condensed a wall of white mist in front of him. Then he reached out and poked it. Oh! It feels like a cement wall. Zhang Yufeng raised his eyebrows slightly, then flicked his finger towards the white fog wall. Unfortunately, under this war power, a finger-sized hole was pierced through the white fog wall. Roughly speaking, even a sniper rifle would have a hard time penetrating it. And if you want to blow them all up, you'll probably need a missile with a large yield to have any hope. Zhang Yufeng made a rough estimate and showed a satisfied look. After all, I have only just begun to master this magical power. As proficiency increases, the power it can exert will increase. You can also get promoted. The command room of the giant gorge. Commander, the breeze suddenly condensed a large amount of Baiyu. Lianfeng suddenly frowned, and quickly reported, Dinyo number 3 is now unable to see any situation on Qingfeng Mountain. Ever since I learned that Zhang Yufeng had a Taoist temple in Qingfeng Mountain, Denner 3 began to observe Qingfeng Mountain. But there has been no gain. How could she know that Zhang Yufeng had been in a state of incense body for a long time? It will not be observed by Denner 3 at all. What? Tokyo frowned and looked at the screen in front of him, and could only see thick white fog covering the entire Qingfeng Mountain. Even Denner 3 can't penetrate the cover of this white fog. Tokyo was confused and a little bit unbelievable. With the capability of the Denner 3 satellite, it can detect even inside the room. But right now. But it was blocked by the white fog. Commander, even with full computing power, we cannot completely penetrate this white fog. Lianfeng shook his head and said helplessly, this white fog is almost as thick as Yushi's military wall. It can only penetrate a few centimeters and then it can't penetrate any further. All that could be seen on the screen was endless white fog. It is impossible to see the changes under the white fog. Has our Denner technology fallen so far behind? Tokyo sat back in his chair dejectedly. Since Denner was bombed, much of the original technology has been lost. After more than 1,000 years of research and development, it has been superimposed with the Earth's own technology. Finally it returned to its original level. But he hit a wall in front of both angels and demons. Now, even this suspected local god of Huaxia mythology can suppress Nord technology. Even though we have been monitoring for such a long time, we still haven't found any trace of the other party. Now, even Qingfeng Mountain is not visible. Lianfeng opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything, revealing a decadent look. After all, the recent series of setbacks did make her feel a little tired. Forget it, let's allocate the computing power of Denner 3 to the laboratory. It seems that this true Lord Yufeng has already discovered our observations. They have waited until now to cover up Qingfeng Mountain, which shows that they are kind. Tokyo shook his head and said, from now on, you don't have to waste computing power and energy to observe Master Wenwei Yushao. Yes. Lianfeng nodded and started to work quickly. Looking at the dimming screen, Tokyo sighed. He turned and walked out of the command room, leaning against the metal wall and lighting a cigarette. The thin smoke that slowly rose obscured his face and made it blurry. Zhang Yufeng didn't know that his magical power made Tokyo feel complicated and frustrated. But even if I knew, I wouldn't care. He waved his hands and dissipated his magical powers. But the condensed white mist still naturally surrounds Qingfeng Mountain. Although it was not as solid as before, it did not dissipate directly. The palace in the clouds has some of the meaning of the residence of gods in myths and legends. Zhang Yufeng smiled and ignored the condensed white mist. Instead, he turned his gaze to the All Worlds Mutual Aid chat group. Oh? Busujima Psycho has finally faced the corpse crisis. Zhang Yufeng raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. The outbreak of the corpse crisis is also a great benefit to me. After all, the dead bodies were everywhere. In contrast, Kanei can only look for cannibals at night. seeing Ziahua and the others searching everywhere. It's not like Icarus ventured far out. The difficulty of killing a body by Busujima Psycho, and the number of bodies that can be killed. They are much lower and have many advantages. I just don't know what will happen after these inhuman and ghost things are killed. How much merit can be gained? Zhang Yufeng showed an expectant look, silently watching the Wanja Mutual Aid chat group. Apocalypse World. Busujima Psycho panted slightly, her plump breasts rising and falling with her breathing. She had just finished a period of intensive sword training, which consumed a lot of her energy. Then she put the wooden sword aside, sat cross-legged on the ground and adjusted her breathing rhythm. Start to recover the consumed physical strength. And at this moment, at the gate of the college, a man in a suit was BG on the iron door with a dull look in his eyes. Such a strange scene soon attracted the physical education teacher and several other teachers. Hey, what are you doing? The PE teacher shouted in displeasure, stop what you are doing, this is school. But the man in the suit didn't respond at all, and continued to bang his body against the iron door with a dull look in his eyes. Make a harsh sound. Who are you? The graceful young lady, Teacher Lin, propped up her glasses and said displeasedly, don't mess around, this is a school. Forget it, Mr. Linear, leave it to me. The muscular athlete interrupted Mr. Lin's thoughts of continuing. This is an opportunity to show off in front of a beautiful young woman. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, he would fantasize about Teacher Niao Lin snatching him and holding him down. Rolling up his sleeves, the physical education teacher reached his hand directly through the gap in the iron gate. He grabbed the man in the suit by the collar and pulled him hard. Bang! The man in the suit slammed hard against the iron door, making a loud noise. Wait, Mr. Teshima. Teacher Lin said worriedly, don't use excessive violence. Teshima is planning to show off. Teacher, suddenly there was a scream. It was the man in the suit who bit his thick arm hard. How is it possible? This injury is so small. The three of them looked at Teacher Teshima in disbelief as he escaped from the tiger's mouth, wailed in pain, and then soon stopped moving. The next moment, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. That's great, Mr. Teshima, you. Teacher Lin secretly rejoiced and approached with concern. The next moment. Ah! I saw Mr. Teshima suddenly jump up and grab the mountain that he had imagined countless times. Then take a big bite. Soon, the peaceful campus was broken. Screams, cries, wails, and the unconscious groans of the dead. A strange symphony began to bloom in the academy. Finally, it started. When Busujima Psycho heard the sound, she didn't feel the slightest bit of fear or terror. Instead, he showed a somewhat crazy smile. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. Tear. The door of the club was pushed open, and Busujima Psycho walked out of the club holding a wooden sword. Looking at the dead body that popped out, he showed a morbid smile. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Yatsuya Maiko, Psycho Sister finally waited until the corpse crisis broke out. Kujisaki Nobara, this kind of crisis, there's nothing to be happy about. This is a global crisis. Living in a peaceful and stable world, why would she be so impatient to see the corpse crisis break out? 00. Butterfly Kane, this crisis that is bound to break out is not something Psycho can resist. Why not seize the opportunity to quickly become stronger? Shi Fangchuan Icarus, indeed, if we kill the corpse, we will surely be able to obtain the merits and virtues of the true Lord, and Sister Psycho will also usher in a life of cheating. Busujima Psycho, it's so exciting. Aragami Rika, Seiko, how come, if you don't know me, I would think you are a heretic. You actually find it exciting to face the crisis of the dead. To be honest, she couldn't quite understand the other person's train of thought. Denise, it seems that he is an enthusiastic fighter. I hope we can learn from each other if we have the chance. Yatsuya Maiko, we can't compete with each other. You are rated extraordinary. Butterfly Kane, Denisa must be very powerful. Kujisaki Nobara, we are all mortal, only Denise is extraordinary, and the group leader is a god, we are the ones holding them back. Zhang Yufeng, Dinesha has half demon blood, she is not an ordinary person. Yatsuya Maiko, isn't Sister Denise a demon killer? Doesn't she have demon blood herself? Kujisaki Nobara, it's an old tradition. We sorcerers also have cursed power in our bodies, the same as those cursed spirits. Denise, you know me. Butterfly Kane, God knows each and every one of us and can even see our future. Shi Fangchuan Ayam, Sister Psycho knew that the corpse crisis would break out a long time ago. This was a tip from the gods, and now it has indeed broken out. Denise, can you see the future? Aragami Rika. The few people who joined the group later took a deep breath. Being able to establish such a magical chat group allows them from different worlds to communicate without barriers. 0145031222 Fila 11126131. You can even see their future. This is truly a great god. Yatsuya Maiko, sprinkle some water, can you believe that I was just an ordinary person not long ago, but now I can split bricks with one hand and even punch through a concrete wall without any damage. Butterfly Kane, Psycho, I want to see what the dead bodies in your world look like. Is it convenient to start a live broadcast? College Corridor. Busujima Psycho, who was crazy about killing, glanced at the chat group and directly opened the live broadcast room. Kane Butterfly joins the live broadcast room. Yotani Maiko joins the live broadcast room. Sifang Chuan Changpu joins the live broadcast room. Kujizaki Nobara joins the live broadcast room. One after another, figures that only Busujima Psycho could see appeared in the corridor. Deaf. As soon as he opened his eyes, Sifang Chuanchong took a breath of cold air. The corridor was littered with minced meat and blood. And there are the corpses that died in the explosion. Their faces were ashen, and they looked as if they had been dead for a long time. Psycho is killing like crazy. Coco Kane was naturally well informed, and her lips twitched slightly at this moment. Although cannibals also eat humans, it is nothing compared to this place where you can see minced meat, the smell of blood, and the white and yellow liquid flowing everywhere. Well, these monsters called corpses seem to have pretty good arm strength. Denise still smiled and commented, but, after all, it is a human transformation, it is still so fragile. Chapter 60. The peaceful campus life was disrupted. The screams came one after another, continuously. The cleaned corridor was now covered with minced meat and blood. The corpses with white and yellow fluids flowing out and heads blown off were spread out in a mess on the corridor. Denisa has such a good attitude. Yatsuya Kenko's mouth twitched slightly and he looked away. When they saw this scene that looked like hell on earth, their faces turned grim. But Denise didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he moved closer to the corpse that had been shot in the head and began to observe and analyze it carefully. Those with demon blood in their bodies are indeed different. Let's go to the infirmary first. Busujima Psycho ignored Denise and the others. She shook off the blood on the wooden sword in her hand and strode towards the infirmary. In such doomsday, it would be great to have a doctor with you. If she meets someone worth saving, she will help. In the face of doomsday crisis, human nature will be exposed. And at this time, I rescued them and brought them to worship Master Yufeng. I think the difficulty will be much smaller. Busujima Psycho smiled and casually killed the approaching corpses. At the same time, I started planning in my mind. She is that kind of woman, once something is decided, it will not change. And it is precisely this kind of people whose faith will become more and more firm. She even saw from the crisis of the dead bodies a way to spread her faith for the gods she believed in. There is nothing better than times of chaos and doomsday to spread faith. Can you gain merit by killing such a weak corpse? Denise stood up and looked at Busujima Psycho's back with her eyes slightly narrowed. As she continued to kill, more and more bodies died in her hands. And just now, a golden light fell from the sky and landed into Busujima Psycho's body. And as that golden light entered the body, Denise clearly saw that the other party's 880 aura rose. And these dead bodies looked weak and pitiful in her eyes. She only needs one sword to kill all the dead bodies in the corridor. Is this merit? Such a sacred aura. Huang Shenlua blinked, feeling a little envious. I didn't expect that the legendary merit actually exists. Unfortunately, the contracted monks in his world could not gain merit even if they killed many troublemakers. If you can gain merit, how could we allow those corpses and the horde to run rampant like this? Witnessing the virtue entering his body with his own eyes, his own strength is enhanced. Moreover, after the upgrade, the breathing becomes stable and the consumed physical strength is also replenished. Her face looks very rosy and full of energy. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like the improvement was achieved through some sorcery. Moreover, the merit and aura of that which descended were sacred and unpredictable. It is not what one might have guessed, it is a means for the evil god to nourish his blood and food. Denise, Nobara Kujisaki, and Rika Aragami were all tempted. No way. They want to improve too. The teaching building and staff offices are connected together. After passing through the corridor full of dead bodies, Busujima Psycho successfully arrived at the faculty building. There was no unexpected fall here. Everywhere you look, there are infected corpses. There were also survivors who were caught by the corpses and started to be eaten. Anyone bitten will be transformed into these dead bodies. After Busujima Psycho killed the corpse casually, she looked quietly at her classmate's bloody body. The man struggled to stretch out his hand, but soon died. But soon, she stood up shakily. But at this moment, she is no longer a living person, but a corpse wreaking havoc in this academy. Puff! The wooden sword swept across, and the dull blade easily cut across his neck. Cut off its head directly. If it were an ordinary wooden sword, it would naturally not be able to achieve this level. But Qi has already been born in Busujima Psycho's body. With the blessing of Qi, the wooden sword is like a divine weapon. It is extremely sharp. This virus called corpse spreads too fast. Butterfly Chini looked around and couldn't help but exclaimed, no wonder it has become a global crisis. As long as you are injured, you will be transformed into a dead body. Ordinary humans, even with the help of weapons, can destroy a small number of corpses. But it is difficult to guarantee that you will not get hurt along the way. And the efficiency of this conversion is very fast. Fortunately, in the world I live in, it is not easy to transform a cannibal. BW. Coco Kane showed a hint of relief. Cannibals are much more powerful than these so-called dead bodies. Unless you use the sun blade to chop off its head. Otherwise, the opponent will recover quickly. Even those powerful man-eating ghosts, such as the upper-rank ghosts of the 12 demon moons. That's a powerful being that won't die immediately even if its head is chopped off. In the past 1,000 years, I don't know how many pillars died at the hands of these upper-rank demons. If it were a cannibal ghost, it would spread like these corpses. That would be a catastrophic disaster for the humans in their own world. F. Zhang Yufeng's figure appeared here at some point. He was still as ethereal and mysterious as ever, his face always looking like there was a layer of mist. His face couldn't be seen clearly at all. Hey, Master Zhenjun! Seeing that it was Zhang Yufeng who arrived, Butterfly Chain and the others hurriedly saluted respectfully. Master Zhenjun, you just... Butterfly Chini hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, can cannibal ghosts spread as quickly as these corpses? Ordinary cannibals only have the instinct to eat. Zhang Yufeng shook his head and explained, they can't turn humans into cannibals. They can only eat humans. Hearing this, Butterfly Chini breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. If it is a cannibal ghost, it can be the same as a dead body. It spread so quickly and so powerfully. Why are the Demon Slayer Corps still killing demons? They might as well just commit suicide. There's no way to save this world. B. Kane Koko, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt nervous again. Rest assured. Zhang Yufeng smiled gently, although Gui Wujian Wuzan, the Ghost King you mentioned, has the ability to do this. But he's such a coward, and he doesn't have much brains. This kind of thing is very unlikely to happen. The corners of Kane Koko's mouth twitched slightly, and for a moment she didn't know whether to be thankful or what expression she should have. Although the cannibal can't do that. But Kibutsu no Musen has the ability to do it. Although the other party has no brains and is very timid, but what if? If the other party gets wise one day, what will the Demon Slayer Corps use to fight? The cemetery of the Demon Slayer Corps is now spread all over the mountain. If Kibutsuji Wuzen figured it out, he would transform humans into cannibal ghosts on a large scale. Then, I'm afraid that this is the real catastrophe that has come. Relax, Kane. Yotsuya Jianza came over to comfort him. Master Zhenjun is here. We are the gods' favored ones, and we are blessed by the gods. If any Ghost King dares to jump out, I can crush him to death with just one finger. Hearing this, Butterfly Kane nodded slightly. Indeed. Now I also have a big thigh to hug. And as long as you kill the cannibal ghost, you will receive rewards from the gods and gain merit. The chi cultivated by oneself can also surge as merit enters the body. Just give yourself some more time to develop. I'm afraid I can deal with the so-called Ghost King. Do more good deeds, and the prison will protect you. Zhang Yufeng said this lightly and said no more. If he took action, he was confident that he could kill the Ghost King. But this is a world where you can reap merits. The gods favor the believers. But this does not mean that the gods will eliminate all dangers. Letting believers become flowers in a greenhouse is not conducive to the spread of faith. It may even cause the loss of existing believers. Please rest assured, Master Zhenjun. Butterfly Kanahi smiled softly, her eyes full of determination. During the conversation, Saiko Ujima had already arrived outside the infirmary. Through the window, she looked at the blonde doctor in the infirmary. At this moment, the other party was carefully bandaging an injured classmate. Even though the other person's wounds were bloody, she was not afraid at all. Instead, he bandaged it gently and diligently. Next to him, there was a man adjusting his lens and breathing heavily. There was even a little sweat on his forehead. There was a scratch on his arm. Although it had been bandaged, one could still see the black blood seeping out quickly. Crack! The door was suddenly pushed open and a knife was slashed down. Whereas Shizuka Marikawa blinked and stared blankly at the wooden sword in front of her. Then he moved his gaze and saw the student beside him who had opened his bloody mouth at some point. Squat down! Busujima Saiko reminded them coldly, and Kechwin Shizuka hurriedly and obediently squatted down with her head in her hands. Boom! The wooden sword swept across, and a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Because the power is too strong and it is in a small space. It even brought up a huge airflow, lifting up Shizuka Marikawa's dress and the pharmacy on the table. Puff! Black blood spilled onto the wall, and the student who slowly stood up fell down again. What on earth just happened? I just took a nap. Shizuka Marikawa looked back and glanced at the classmate who was shot in the head by Saiko Busujima. She was just a little tired, so she lay down and rested for a while. How did it appear? A dead body from a weird movie that only weird people would watch. Now is not the time to talk about this. Busujima Saiko said coldly, Dr. Marikawa, take all the medicines you can take away immediately. I'll take you out of here. Although she prepared a lot of food, water, and a large amount of daily necessities. But medicines and doctors are indispensable in the doomsday. Although this school Dr. Ju Chuan is a bit naive, he also has a heavy workload. But his medical skills are not bad, he is a familiar and trustworthy person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to rescue him. Good. Shizuka Marikawa nodded and immediately opened the medicine cabinet to take out the medicine. Then on Poison Island, under Psycho's protection, he left the infirmary safely. There is not much change from the original trajectory. Busujima Psycho, Takagi Saya, and Miyamoto Rei with cockroach hairstyle met on the school bus. Although this academy is indeed a good place to spawn monsters, it lacks a lot of things. Busujima Psycho was preparing to return to the base she had prepared long ago. Then, with the base as the center, hunt these corpses to gain merit. Keep getting stronger. Qingfeng Temple. After taking some time to take a look at the world where Busujima Psycho was, Zhang Yufeng left the live broadcast room. He calmed his mind and looked at the merit spectrum factory in his mind. Merit chart. Accumulation 50. Available 2.7. A dead body, but only 0.1 merit is gained after killing it. Zhang Yufeng felt a little regretful. But when he thought about the strength and number of these corpses, he felt relieved. Being so weak, naturally there won't be much merit. What's more, this is a global crisis. Billions of people, most of them will become dead bodies in this crisis. Even a dead body only has 0.1 merit value. That is also a very considerable source of income. And a doomsday world, a world of moral collapse. It is very suitable for spreading one's own beliefs and expanding one's own believers. It depends on whether Busujima Psycho can realize this point next. Bring more believers to yourself. Next, continue to refine the divine summoning talisman. Zhang Yufeng gathered his mind and mobilized the incense energy in his body. Start to refine new summoning talismans. So far, he has refined a total of 4 sets of summoning talismans. They put it into the bodies of Yotsuya Miko, Kylan, Yurikawa Hana, and Toko respectively. They can activate the divine summoning talismans in their bodies at any time to obtain their own divine blessings. And now, Kane, Psycho Busujima and Ayami Hagawa have also become his believers. It is also time to refine a few more summoning talismans. It was given to them as a reward for their hard work in slaying demons and eliminating evil. 703. Kane will definitely encounter Doma in the near future. Zhang Yufeng danced with his hands, sighing inwardly. Although Kane's strength has greatly increased recently, the opponent's ability completely restrains Kane. Doma, the second of the 12 demon moons, is an ice demon. Doma's blood is highly poisonous. He freezes his blood and turns it into ice crystal powder, which he then spreads with a fan. When the ice crystals are inhaled into the opponent's lungs, they can make it difficult for the opponent to breathe and cause necrosis of the alveoli. Although Kane had accumulated merits, the chi in her body was enhanced. But the breathing method she relied on was just restrained by Doma's ability. The lungs are attacked and breathing becomes difficult. Naturally, it is difficult to maintain the enhancement brought by the breathing method. After the refining is completed, I will find an opportunity to grant Chani the divine summoning scroll. If such a gentle believer dies, I will be heartbroken. 4.9. With the divine talisman, Butterfly Kane can pray for divine power to be bestowed upon herself. Mortals cannot bear their own divine power. But Butterfly Chani is okay. With divine power, he will naturally be able to defeat Doma. If I really can't win, I can always use the divine talisman to summon the gods. As for the other believers, Zhang Yufeng thought about it and shook his head slightly. Giving away things at random is not a wise choice. After all, only when believers have made contributions can they be rewarded. Zhang Yufeng looked up at the sky, his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and see beyond the earth. Sun Wukong should be back soon, and he will probably come to see me. The Deity Vanguard flagship will also arrive on Earth soon. It was just an appetizer before. Then, the real disaster came. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand, and a human emperor banner emitting golden light appeared in his hand. There are now more than 10 evil spirits being fed inside the Yinjiren Huang banner. While dissipating the resentment in them, the human emperor banner, which had not yet reached its peak, transformed into spiritual energy. Compared to the internal space that was lacking in spiritual energy at the beginning. At this moment, a faint spiritual energy was also emanating from the internal space of the human emperor banner. Although it is still faint, it will surely become a paradise in the future. There is a lot of activity inside the Yinjiren Huang banner now. Zhang Yufeng smiled and said, the time has almost come for this Yang Emperor banner to receive the heroic spirit. And the Tianhe battle is my chance to collect heroes and expand my subordinates. The time is coming, and all we have to do now is wait. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand and put away the Emperor's banner, not thinking any more. Instead, he concentrated on mobilizing the incense power in his body to outline and refine the invocation scroll. Whenever you gain merit, only then did he take the time to share 1/10 of his merits with Jianzi and the others. Chapter 61. The 1st and 15th day of every month is the time when Zhang Yufeng can absorb the incense and offerings from the world. And today, it's the first day of the new year. Early in the morning, Qingshui village and Huangkan, the two places where gods are invited to worship Zhang Yufeng. It was packed with people. In front of the Qingshui village temple, the old village chief stood at the front, looking energetic and wearing clean new clothes. Behind him are several respected elders. Since Zhang Yufeng bestowed his gift last time, these old men have all suffered from injuries to varying degrees. The current condition is also very good. They all look a lot younger. Behind these old people are all the villagers in the village. Even those who worked away from home were called back on this day to worship and offer sacrifices. This person is a true god who has appeared before humans. Who dares to stop people from returning to their hometown to worship the gods? Naturally, it was a green light all the way and the vacation was approved easily. From all the villagers of Qingshui village, please bless the coming year with good weather and good harvests. The old village chief bowed down and prayed devoutly. From all the villagers of Qingshui village, please bless the villagers with good health. The voices of several respected elders kneeling behind the village chief were also extremely pious. From all the villagers of Qingshui village, please bless the village with everything going well. The middle-aged men, women, and children behind the old man bowed and asked in unison. Burn incense. The old village chief shouted loudly in a frail manner. Everyone immediately lit the 3 incense sticks in their hands. I am worshipping Master Yufeng. The old village chief held up 3 incense sticks and bowed, followed by everyone else. The thin smoke rose up, filling the temple with clouds and mist. It was as if there was a god sitting high in the sky, enjoying the villagers' incense. The villagers of Qingshui village completed the process and offered tens of thousands of tributes. Only then did the gate of the temple open, allowing other pilgrims who had heard the news to come in and burn incense. In Huangkan, the same process as Qingshui village is repeated. But the scale is much larger than that of Qingshui village. The number of believers who came here because of the news or who had received blessings was much greater than that of Qingshui village. In the dormitory of Super Seminary, Kailan and Hewalan also took special leave so that they could come back to offer sacrifices to Zhang Yufeng. After learning about this, Tokyo did not stop it, but gave the Xiangbing company a day off. It's not the same thing to always train so tensely. Only by relaxing in moderation can you achieve more growth. Is this the statue of the gods? Ge Xiaolun looked left and right, and said in surprise, Hey, you know what? This statue really looks different from the others. Although I can't tell what it is. But he could clearly feel that this statue was very different from the other statues. It's different, but I can't tell how. Zhao Xin on the side nodded in agreement, but couldn't tell the difference. Shen Yun. What? Everyone looked at Qiang Gui with confusion. This statue contains divine charm. Qiang Gui said solemnly, I didn't take a close look at it before, but now that I have a closer look, this statue does have some charm. Although it is a dead object, it seems to have a soul. Oh, yes, yes, Shen Yun. Ji Xiaolun nodded in agreement. Qiang Gui is still very cultured. Don't talk. Kailan glanced at a few people coldly, somewhat displeased. I'm here to worship the statue, not for them to watch a show. Not to mention they are still making a lot of noise here, what's the point? Ji Xiaolun and others immediately covered their mouths and dared not speak. After all, this girl Kailan is very ruthless when she strikes. Although he is a sniper, his physical fitness is also very strong. Although his strength cannot catch up with theirs, his sensitivity is terrifying. His whole body seemed to be a weapon, and he could perform any action. In close combat, he is also very experienced. They are completely suppressing these so-called no-Star War gods and the galactic history. Seeing that everyone had finally quieted down, Kailan looked back with satisfaction. Where can you see the slightest displeasure or frost on his face? Some of them just had solemn expressions on their faces and lit the incense with a serious look. He took Yuelan and bowed 3 times to the statue. Demon World Slayer, Butterfly House. Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu, as well as the little lowly Kaneo and several little lowly nurses. At this moment, they all held the incense in their hands with a serious look on their faces. Bow once, twice, and 3 times to the statue in front of you. I bowed 3 times in total. During the last worship, they all received blessings from the gods. If there are benefits, how can I not think about my good sisters? On this day of worship, Coco Kane directly brought along the little Lolita that she had bought not long ago. Now her name is Luoluo Kanahu. There are also 4 little Lolita guards from Chuya, Aoi Kanzaki, Bingqing Shi, Sumire Nakahara, and Nao Takata, who are there to protect the king. Although I was confused as to why I should worship this god I had never heard of. But whatever the big sister tells you to do, you just do it. They followed Butterfly Kane obediently and knelt down and bowed 3 times to the statue, imitating her. Then they lined up and inserted the incense sticks in their hands into the incense burner. What is this? It smells good. Nao Takata sniffed and inhaled the incense surrounding her nose. The other little girls were not surprised at all and repeated the same action. Thank you, Master Zhenjun, for your gift. Butterfly Kane's face lit up with joy, and then she bowed down to the statue. She also smelled the fragrance surrounding her nose, and naturally knew that it was a gift from the gods. And the gods were not stingy at all and gave gifts to all of them. So comfortable. What a strange feeling. It's so warm. Several little girls cried out in surprise, with smiles in their eyes. Kaneo Lua tilted her head slightly and blinked. This is the statue of Yufeng Zhenjun, a truly benevolent and kind god. After getting up, Butterfly Kane explained, that scent is a gift from the gods. From now on the 1st and 15th day of every month, you must offer sincere sacrifices and worship. Although there is no need for these little Lolas to go out and fight. Near the butterfly house, wisteria flowers, which are feared by cannibals, are blooming. The cannibals would never come near the butterfly house. But the gift of the gods can also make their physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people. Even if more sacrifices and offerings are made in the future, Qi may be born, and there will be an impressive combat history. There is definitely no harm in it. Yes. The 4 little ones happily raised their hands and agreed. They also noticed good changes in their bodies. And Big Sister won't harm them. Just do whatever Big Sister tells you to do. Suhuluo Kanahu on the side was still a little dazed. But there seemed to be a faint glimmer of light in those eyes. Ironclad City World. I'm sorry, Master Zhenjun, no one believes me and comes to worship you. In the Sifang family, in the boudoir of Sifang Chuan Changpu. A young girl knelt down and bowed 3 times to the statue she was worshipping, then lit a stick of incense. He muttered to himself with a frustrated look on his face. She also mobilized everyone well, hoping that everyone would come and believe in the gods. But no one believed her. Even though her strength has greatly increased now, she even has the ability to go out and hunt cabane. However, the survivors in Xianjinyi still refused to release supplies to build a temple for Zhang Yufeng. Enshrine this statue inside. They even took out the statue of the god and placed it in the square for everyone to worship and offer sacrifices. Also rejected. For them, living every day is already very tiring and hard. Naturally, no one wants to waste time playing house with the master's eldest daughter. That's right. It's just playing house. Father, why don't you believe me? Sifang Chuan Icarus lowered his eyes in frustration. I'm sorry, Lord God, I can't even find a believer for you. True Lord Yufeng really existed, and he indeed gave her a path to heaven. I really gained strength. The Yin family should have clearly seen this. But why? Why doesn't anyone believe in themselves? Icarus, don't be depressed. A divine sound entered my ears, it was the voice of true Lord Yufeng. Adults have always been paying attention to themselves. If you have a connection with me, you will naturally become my believer. There is no need to force it. What you should do now is to improve your own strength as quickly as possible. I saw, a great disaster is about to befall Xianjinyi. It is purgatory. There will be corpses everywhere. Work hard, Chang Pu, for yourself, for your family, and for all of Xianjinyi. The divine sound gradually weakened, but Sifang Icarus was already terrified. Since Master Zhenjun said that there will be a crisis, then it will definitely happen. At this point, the world where Busujima Psycho lives has ushered in a corpse crisis. It can be seen that the prediction is true. No, Calamus. Sifang Chuan Changpu suddenly stood up, with a firm face. Master Zhenjun is right, now is not the time to be depressed. You must work hard to hunt more cabane and gain more merit to improve your strength. You must protect everyone. Even Master Yufeng came to encourage him and even told him that a disaster was about to happen. How could I fail the kindness of the gods? Pick up the steam bow and the sun blade given to him by Kane. The iris of Sichuan province has lost its childish and depressed look. On her beautiful face without any makeup, there is only determination. You can see the world, at the foot of the shrine. The witch and Roma greeted Yotsuya Maiko who had just arrived with a smile. We are all believers of Lord Zhenjun. And Yotsuya Maiko is the one who brings them opportunities. Although they always compete secretly, their relationship is getting better and better. This little boy. The witch glanced at the little lowly following behind Yotsuya Maiko with confusion, and then looked at Yotsuya Maiko. She asked again, who is this? She. Yotsuya Maiko smiled and said, Nimido Yulia, she can also see evil spirits, but she can only see small evil spirits like the old man. When he was trying to catch the evil spirit again, he was seen by a little lowly named Yulia Nimido. Afterwards, the other party was amazed by her beauty. I want to learn from her how to exorcise evil spirits. How can Yotsuya Maiko teach Christians? Younger brother? She was just simply cheating. Although she had good talent, she quickly mastered the breathing technique. But the reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because he had found a big boss and started a life of cheating. As for the disciples? Sorry, no. However, the first day of the new year is coming. After much consideration, Yotsuya Maiko decided to bring it to the shrine. Let's worship and offer sacrifices to Master Yufeng together. It was also a consensus between her and Kane and the others to increase the number of believers for Lord Zhenjun. But Sakura is such a weird place. The number of cults is frighteningly large, and the believers have long been divided up. As for those non-believers, it is naturally not so easy to be converted into believers. Yeah, I see. It's getting late, let's hurry up the mountain to pay our respects to Master Zhenjun. The witch nodded, and walked towards the shrine with the evil spirit she had captured. Come with me. Yotsuya Kenko waved her hand and led the evil spirit towards the shrine. Yulia looked at the evil spirit being led with horror. Although she can see evil spirits due to her weak spiritual power, they are all weak and harmless. If it was a little stronger, she could only see an outline, or even nothing at all. And just now, she saw several silhouettes behind them. These guys actually caught the evil spirits and came here. Masters, they are all masters. After the shock, Yulia's eyes suddenly lit up. I finally found an organization. Apocalypse World. After leading a few people out of the academy, Busujima Saiko brought them to the base she had prepared. After, she accompanied Saya Takagi and others and went out to search for their relatives. Some survivors were rescued as well. But today, she washed herself early and changed into clean clothes. He brought everyone to the basement. 903 at? This basement looks like a temple. I've been to the shrine before, and the layout is indeed very similar. Everyone was talking and discussing in low voices. They were all very curious, what did Busujima Saiko bring them down for? And when they learned that Busujima Saiko asked them to worship the statue together, everyone looked at each other in surprise. This place is protected by my god. If you worship and offer sacrifices to my god, you will receive blessings. Busujima Saiko turned sideways and looked coldly at the rescued survivors. As for Marikawa Shizuka, Miyamoto Rei, and others, they had known about this for a long time. They got along well and all agreed to worship Master Yufeng. This Saiko, he actually used both coercion and inducement. Through the statue, Zhang Yufeng also saw the situation on Busujima Saiko's side. He suddenly burst into laughter. But how could I not like this kind of person favored by God? Don't worry about whether the believers are pious or not, you just need to worship. If the quality doesn't work, then quantity will make up for it. Besides, as time goes by, his divine power becomes apparent. This group of pan-believers will naturally become pious. After all, he is a real god, not a fraud. It's so cool. It's so cool. Feeling the endless power of the incense, Zhang Yufeng was delighted. The influx of incense power continued until late at night before it finally stopped. And today is the great day to enshrine true Lord Yufeng. The temples in Qingshui village and Huang village are open until midnight and then close. Tourists who stayed here also settled down in Qingshui village or Huang village. The villagers greeted us with smiles and were happy in their hearts. Today, I actually got more than 20,000 points of incense power. Good. Feeling the more than 40 strands of incense power surging in his body, Director Yu, who had just used his magical power to cast the spiritual rain, had a garden in his palm. Dark blue, add some more. Strike while the iron is hot, Zhang Yufeng directly put all the merits into his body. Shrouded in golden light. The power of incense in the divine body surged once again. Name, Zhang Yufeng. God's lifespan, 18 / Identity, Group Leader / Incense God. The world you are in, Super God World, a world of divine authority, where life is worthless. Level, Spirit God, 66.66%. Magic Power, Incense Magic Power, Concept Level, Divine Power, Entry Level, Dream Entry, Entry Level, Summoning God Talisman, Entry Level, Incense Magic Sword, Entry Level, Combining Gods, Entry Level, Small Points. God, Entry, Call Rain, Entry, Spirit Fire Divine Punishment, Entry, Call the Wind, Entry, Ride the Mist, Entry, Bless the Divine Scroll, Entry. Jurisdiction, Sanudani Shrine, Guardian Deity, Toko, 1/1, Qingshui Village, Huang Village, Qingfeng Mountain. Evaluation, a wandering god with few followers, 4 territories, and no priesthood or divinity. Merit Chart. Accumulation 8-9. Available 0. Chapter 62. With more people favored by the gods, the efficiency of obtaining merits has also increased a lot. It took a long time to accumulate merit points to 100. But now, it is about to reach 100 points again. Everyone is working very hard. Kane Koko, Aya Myohogawa, and Saiko Busujima are considered the main forces in gaining merit points these days. It's not that Yotsuya Mieko and the others were slacking off. But now the techniques of catching evil spirits have become more sophisticated. If an evil spirit is found, it will be captured and brought directly to the shrine and fed to the human emperor banner, instead of killing him directly like before. After all, it takes a long time to feed the human emperor banner and dissipate the resentment. But the harvest is much greater than before. And save the evil spirits so that they can return to reincarnation. It is also something that makes them feel very fulfilled and they enjoy doing it. Once we are done with this, I can use this opportunity to grant a few people the divine invocation talisman. Zhang Yufeng smiled and glanced at the summoning talisman that had been refined long ago. The gods have worked so hard, how can I, as a god, not express my gratitude? It's time, we can't delay any longer. It would be bad if Kane Koko met Doma in the middle of the journey and was killed by him. Although he can also use the human emperor banner to absorb his soul into the human emperor banner and transform it into a heroic spirit. But if you can avoid death, it's better not to die. After making up his mind, Zhang Yu turned his attention back to his own panel. His cultivation level has increased to 66.66%, and he has once again comprehended a magical secret technique. Mystical powers, blessing divine scroll, bless the believers, allowing them to reach the first level of transcendence. If the believers are already transcendent, their strength will be increased to a certain extent, depending on the caster's cultivation level. Oh! I can actually reach the top in one step. Zhang Yufeng looked surprised and somewhat shocked. This magical secret method can actually allow believers to directly achieve extraordinary results. Although it is only the first level, it can be said to be a step to heaven. Now, in this mutual assistance chat group of all realms, only Denise is extraordinary. Even Kujisaki Nobara is now just an ordinary person. But he can bless his believers, allowing them to directly possess true extraordinary combat power. This is of great benefit for forming your own group of believers and warriors. We can't let Zhang Yufeng do everything by himself, right? As a god, how can he not have powerful believers under his command? Now, the first level extraordinary is enough. Zhang Yufeng smiled. What's more, as my proficiency in magical powers increases, the effect will be even better. Maybe in the future. It is not impossible that he can directly bless mortal believers to become immortals and gods. Everything in the fairy tales may be possible in the future. Has Sun Wukong returned to Earth? Zhang Yufeng came back to his senses and looked outside Qingfeng Mountain. In the air, I saw Sun Wukong, dressed in black armor, flying towards me. This white fog is so strange, even I can't see through it. Sun Wukong stopped outside the white fog and looked towards Qingfeng Mountain in confusion. This white mist looks like it will dissipate with a breeze. But in reality it is very solid, as thick as a mountain of fog. Suddenly, a passage appeared in the white fog. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was not afraid. Dive into the passage in the white fog. Soon, a Taoist temple that looked like the residence of gods appeared before our eyes. And inside the Taoist temple, a young man exuding a mysterious aura was looking at him silently. After Sun Wukong landed, his brows frowned slightly. He felt a lot of pressure from the other party. His instinct told him that the other party was dangerous. You resemble him, but you are not him. Looking at the Monkey King in front of him, Zhang Yufeng spoke slowly. Oh! Sun Wukong responded, you must be talking about me in the myth, right? I'm not exactly him. He is not shy about this. He himself was aware of this, and he was indeed not the Monkey King in the myth. He does not have many of the abilities that his opponent possesses in mythology. That. Zhang Yufeng gestured with his hand, and the white mist transformed into tables and chairs in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded and sat on the white mist chair. He touched here and looked there with a curious look on his face, but he couldn't figure out how it was done. Please. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand, and two small white clouds appeared above the teacups in front of them. Spiritual rain began to fall. In the blink of an eye, both cups were filled with spiritual water. Tisk tisk, what kind of magical power is this? Sun Wukong was amazed and poked the little white cloud out of curiosity. It's just a trifle, not worth mentioning. Zhang Yufeng smiled and raised his glass. Interesting, interesting. Sun Wukong smiled and raised his glass in response to Zhang Yufeng. The tea feels extremely refreshing when it enters your stomach. This spiritual rain can cure diseases and restore health to mortals. And for Sun Wukong, it can also replenish the energy he consumes. It can even heal the super genes that have just been damaged in the body. Thank you very much. Sun Wukong bowed to Zhang Yufeng and thanked him. After drinking this cup of tea, he regained all the strength from the injuries he sustained on Tiandao Star not long ago and the consumption of his energy crystals. They were all swept away and restored to their heyday. The other party obviously noticed that something was wrong with him, so he came to help. Although you are not the Sun Wukong I know, you are also Huaxia's fighting Buddha and Huaxia's god of war. For so many years, you have been protecting this land of Daxia. Zhang Yufeng smiled faintly, you are qualified to enjoy this cup. Haha, that's too good. Sun Wukong smiled, then sighed, speaking of protection, I feel so sorry for the city and the people that were destroyed. That was the pain in his heart, and he would think of it often. But if we had not done so at the beginning, I am afraid that it would not only be the people of the 7 cities who would be affected. But this earth has been renamed Liang. 014503122 Phila 1112712141. And the people on earth will probably become slaves of the Fiery Sun clan. It's not your fault. Zhang Yufeng said calmly, if you hadn't killed all the enemy troops by yourself and forced them to retreat. I'm afraid this earth has long been renamed Liang. He didn't think that what Sun Wukong did was wrong. When the enemy attacks, should we retreat? In Huaxia's dictionary, there is no such thing as surrender. This is the biggest difference between Huaxia and other countries. Before traveling to this world, the earth where I was not peaceful either. The fighting among the desert countries was very intense and lively. He still remembers the analysis and strategies of domestic bloggers on the desert country. The analysis is very well reasoned, taking into account the terrain, weapons, and equipment. When the final result came out, all the bloggers were left in a state of confusion. They considered end possibilities, but they never considered surrender. As a result, the other party just surrendered without even putting up a decent resistance. In the South Daxia Sea back then, Huaxia never thought of surrendering. You don't need to suffer, and you don't need to care about what Dokeo said. Zhang Yufeng said calmly, how could aliens know the determination of our Huaxia? You are not acting impulsively, but only in this way can Huaxia have a way out. Hearing this, Wukong looked pleased. All along, Lao Du has been saying that he shouldn't act impulsively. But I didn't expect that this person named Yufeng would recognize me so much. Huaxia, there are only men who die standing. Zhang Yufeng said in a deep voice, there is no such thing as a surrendered man. It can be said that Dokeo is a murderer and a heartbreaker, and all the good things are bought by him. If Sun Wukong had not killed Yungziao Tianting with his stick and all of Pan Zhen's men, how could it be that only the people of 7 cities died? How could it have the current prosperity and population of over 1 billion? In the end, he scolded Sun Wukong for acting impulsively, which was not right. It's ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong suddenly burst into laughter, and all the depression in his heart disappeared. I didn't expect that it was me, old son, who was thinking about it. For so many years, I still haven't figured out the reason. Zhang Yufeng smiled. It was good to see the inner dilemma of Sun Wukong. Although the opponent is Mr. Wu, a scholar from the Shenhe civilization, he awakened Sun Wukong using a super gene retrieved from mythology. But he recognizes his identity as Sun Wukong and also recognizes Huaxia. And we have been protecting Huaxia. Then he also recognizes the existence of Sun Wukong. Tell me, why did I come here? After Sun Wukong calmed down, Zhang Yufeng asked calmly. I, old son, originally wanted to come and see whether you are a human, a demon, or a true god. Sun Wukong laughed and said, now. How? Nature is a god, an orthodox Huaxia god. Sun Wukong said seriously, you will only protect Huaxia and will not hurt Huaxia. Zhang Yufeng recognized Sun Wukong. And he, Sun Wukong, also recognized Zhang Yufeng, the Huaxia god. Whether it is from the posture and conversation, or from the aura and ability. They are not demons, but gods in legends. I'm honored. Zhang Yufeng smiled and continued, I also hope that you will only be the Sun Wukong of Huaxia. I won't become the Monkey King of Denner. BW. Zhang Yufeng's expression instantly turned cold, and his voice seemed to carry a chill from 1,000 years ago. The next moment, a majestic power descended, filling the entire Qingfeng mountain. Even Sun Wukong felt as if he was suppressed at this moment. Even moving a finger is extremely difficult. This divine power came and went quickly. Feeling his body relax, Sun Wukong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It's terrible, it's really terrible. Sun Wukong was surprised, and then assured, don't worry, I am only Huaxia fighting Buddha, what Danyo, I am just an acquaintance. He was not angry at the other party's intimidation. After all, I did get closer to that guy Lao Du. He was pleased to see how powerful Zhang Yufeng was. With the other party's appearance, he is more confident in protecting Huaxia. That's good. Zhang Yufeng nodded and smiled. It's getting late, so I'm leaving first. Sun Wukong stood up and patted his black armor, I'll come to have tea with you when I have time. Before you leave, won't you light a stick of incense? Zhang Yufeng blurted out. Burning incense? That's not a bad idea. Sun Wukong nodded, then asked in confusion, but what does Maluo mean? I don't understand. Well, this is a niche name for Sun Wukong, don't worry about it. Zhang Yufeng smiled and waved. 3 incense sticks floated in front of Sun Wukong. I see. Sun Wukong nodded, without asking any further questions, and reached out to take the incense. He is a monkey, not a human, and he does not have the complicated thoughts and ideas of humans. I'm too lazy to find out. Zhang Yufeng waved his sleeves again, and a breeze lifted up Sun Wukong. It was delivered to the statue in the main temple. Although the wind is gentle, I, old son, can also feel the terror contained in it. It's terrible. It's really terrible. Sun Wukong shook his head, sure enough, you are the real god in Huaxia mythology. When they first met, he had already witnessed the magical powers displayed by the other party. These are all things that only exist in mythology. It's not so-called technology. It is the real divine power. Please. Zhang Yufeng smiled and nodded slightly. Sun Wukong lit the incense in his hand, shook it, and inserted it into the incense burner with one hand. Super God Sun Wukong worships you, the power of incense plus 1000. The last time I burned incense, I got 1000 points of incense power. Zhang Yufeng's eyes lit up, thinking of someone whose strength was comparable to that of Sun Wukong. There are even main gods of those civilizations who can defeat Sun Wukong, as well as those powerful third-generation gods. If you collect them all, you can burn incense for yourself twice a month. Isn't it taking off? Soon, a great disaster will befall the land of Daxia. I will give you a blessing, hoping to heal the damage done to the land of Daxia. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand, and a divine blessing scroll floated into Sun Wukong's body. The next moment, an invisible air wave shook instantly. The white fog surrounding Qingfeng Mountain was almost blown away by this gust of wind. A large-scale energy influx has been detected, and the automatic repair process has been initiated. Repairing, the super gene engine is being repaired. The damaged module of the dark plane is being repaired. After a long time. The moment the blessing talisman entered his body, Wukong fell into the trap of his own dark dimension. When he opened his eyes again, a flash of golden light appeared. The dark plane he possessed had always been in a damaged state. But on Earth, there is simply no energy for him to repair the dark plane. And no one taught him how to use his dark dimension. Otherwise, his strength is more than the third generation of divine beast body. But now, his damaged dark plane has been greatly repaired. I can feel, okay, my strength has increased by 30%. Sun Wukong looked at Zhang Yufeng and said in amazement, I really can't imagine what your true strength is. Zhang Yufeng smiled, and then turned into smoke and disappeared. 014503122 Fila 1112711241. After taking a deep look at the statue in the main hall, Sun Wukong turned and left. Let's go. Sun Wukong jumped off the cliff, fell down, then flew into the sky and left Qingfeng Temple. Zhang Yufeng, who had entered the state of incense god, silently watched his departing back. Wukong, I finally contacted you. As soon as he left Qingfeng Temple, Sun Wukong received a communication from Tokyo. As soon as Sun Wukong entered Qingfeng Temple, the other party was in a state of being unable to communicate. This made Tokyo very anxious, but he could only wait anxiously. Fortunately, communications have finally been restored. Wukong, have you seen that Yufeng, Zhenjun? Yes, I saw it. Sun Wukong nodded and looked at the Qingfeng mountain surrounded by white mist behind him. It's scary, very scary. Even you find it scary? Tokyo was stunned and a little surprised. Sun Wukong was a fearless person, and he was not afraid at all even when Pan Zhen came. Why are you scared now? Yes, it's terrible. Sun Wukong nodded, then smiled and said, but this is a good thing. With him here, Daxia will be safe. Well, yet. Tokyo was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and agreed, with you and that Master Yufeng, I can sleep peacefully. Recently, I've been smoking packs of cigarettes. I'm worried. Haha, thank you for your hard work. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and said, okay, Lao Du, it's getting late, go to bed early. I, old son, am going to see my master. Go to Liangshan and stand in front of your master's tombstone. Well, go ahead. Tokyo nodded and hung up the call. Walking out of the command room, he leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. The slowly rising smoke obscured his complex face. Chapter 63. Demon Destroyer World. Today was a rare day without any missions, and so far, no trace of cannibals had been found in the area under my charge. Butterfly Kane went to bed early and fell asleep. Sudden. She opened her eyes blearily. I found myself in a place surrounded by clouds and fog. Where is this place? Butterfly Kane's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Aren't I resting in the butterfly house? Don't panic. A familiar voice sounded in my ears, and a familiar figure appeared in front of me. Master Zhenjun. Butterfly Chenewi's eyes lit up, and then she knelt down respectfully and said, Greetings to Master Yufeng, what do you want from me? Your kindness and your efforts in recent days have comforted me. Zhang Yufeng said calmly, Today, I come to help you practice. Help me practice? Butterfly Kane was stunned for a moment, then said shyly, Could it be, that kind of practice. Not long ago, Yotsuya Miko showed her some movies that helped me practice. What did you just say? After injecting a newly refined blessing talisman into the body of Butterfly Kane, Zhang Yufeng looked at Butterfly Kane in confusion. He didn't listen to what the other party just said. He just focused on sending the blessing talisman into the body of Butterfly Kane. Butterfly Kane blushed immediately and shook her head quickly. She felt the chi surging in her body and immediately realized that she had been thinking in the wrong direction. Fortunately, the gods did not hear clearly. Otherwise, she really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I will also give you this divine summoning talisman. After Butterfly Kane completes her transformation and achieves extraordinary success, Zhang Yufeng attacked again and injected a divine talisman into his body. Thank you, true Lord Yufeng, for the power. I will definitely take Shinobu with me, and we will all continue to worship you forever. Feeling a completely different power. There is also a talisman planted in the body that emits a bright white color and contains the aura of the true Lord. Butterfly Kane knelt down and bowed even more respectfully. The power I had in the past is so ridiculous in front of myself now. And this is just the power bestowed by the gods. And that bright white talisman. But the talisman that can borrow the power of the gods. At that time, Yotsuya Miko was able to fight back and forth with that terrible evil spirit. It is through the use of the divine scroll that the divine power of the gods is borrowed. And ask for the grant of the divine talisman. It means that I have gained the attention of the gods. Finally I am qualified to connect with the gods and borrow their power. As a believer in God, one can 327 receive the blessings and attention of God. There was even a breath of the gods left in his body. This made Kane Koko, a believer, tremble with excitement. Use the power I give you well. Don't go astray, do more good deeds, and slay demons and monsters. The sound gradually faded away until it disappeared. Only then did Butterfly Kane look up and stand up. Zhang Yufeng's figure had long since disappeared, and the surrounding clouds and mist had also completely dissipated. I am still in my own boudoir. Sister, what's wrong with you? The door was pushed open, and Butterfly Shinobu rubbed her blurry eyes and asked with concern. The gods came just now and gave me even more powerful strength. Butterfly Kane smiled softly and spoke in a gentle voice. It was difficult to conceal his excitement in his words. Has the god come? The tiny Koko Shinobu looked around but saw no trace of the gods. The master has left. All right. Shinobu Koko looked back with some regret at Koko Kane. Then he twitched his lips and pointed at her collar. Sister, are you trying to seduce the Lord God? Why would you say that? Butterfly Kane tilted her head slightly and lowered her head in some confusion. The next moment, screams rang out. How could this happen? How could this happen? Kane Koko blushed and hurriedly straightened her collar which had slipped down. That angle. My Lord God, you won't see everything, right? Sister, you often talk about the gods, so it's okay even if you are seen naked. Koko Shinobu frowned and asked curiously, do you hate the gods? Don't talk nonsense. Butterfly Kane immediately said anxiously, how could I hate the gods? The power she has today is all a gift from the gods. Is she the kind of person who is so heartless and ruthless? If the Lord God likes it, I will. Koko Kane's face froze, and looking at Koko Shinobu who had a playful look on her face, she immediately realized that she had been fooled. She immediately smiled softly, but she gave off a frightening aura. I'm going to bed. Shinobu Koko quickly turned around and was about to run, but found that her sister had come behind her without her knowing. You must be kidding, how is that possible? Butterfly Shinobu shuddered and looked at her sister in disbelief. Obviously, we all practice martial arts, but you are now practicing Taoism? Although she is indeed weaker than her sister, she is not so weak that she cannot even see her sister's trace. And And what's going on with this almost instantaneous speed? Sister, I was wrong. In the end, Kane Koko didn't do anything to Shinobu Koko, after all, she was her own sister. Shinobu Koko rubbed her swollen butt and didn't want to talk. Da-da-da. There were footsteps in the dark basement. A girl wearing a light nightgown, or even sexy nightgown. 014503122 follow 1112714131 came to the basement. Looking at the tall figure that still radiates light even in the darkness surrounding it. Busujima Psycho quickly stepped forward, knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. Master Genjun, what orders do you have for coming here? She was sleeping, but suddenly woke up. The call of the gods came to my ears. She immediately rushed to the basement to meet the descending gods. I see your efforts. Zhang Yufeng turned around and flicked his fingers. A divine talisman emitting golden light merged into Busujima Psycho's body. The next moment, an invisible air wave exploded instantly. A sense of pressure also slowly emerged. That is the pressure between the extraordinary and the ordinary. But in front of the god Zhang Yufeng, it was just a breeze blowing on his face. Is this extraordinary? Feeling a completely different power coming from her body, Busujima Psycho was pleasantly surprised. Thank you for the reward. Busujima Psycho will definitely not let you down. Busujima Psycho bowed again, her attitude becoming even more respectful. Just by waving your hands, you can gain extraordinary power. Such terrifying divine power made her inner faith even more devout. You did a great job, and I'm very happy. Zhang Yufeng smiled warmly, I will give you this divine talisman as well. A bright white divine talisman floated out and penetrated into Busujima Psycho's body. It is my honor as Busujima Psycho. Feeling the divine aura coming from the sacred talisman in her body, Yudao Psycho showed a look of ecstasy. Finally, the aura of the god has been injected into my body. Speaking of piety, she can be said to be Zhang Yufeng's most devout believer now. The other party is such a woman. Zhang Yufeng had no doubt at all. Now he asked her to stand naked in front of him, and she did as he asked obediently. It is difficult for such people to believe in gods. But once you begin to believe, you will be extremely devout. My statue carries a trace of my divine power. Those dead bodies dare not approach it. Zhang Yufeng said this lightly and then disappeared. And the statue returned to the altar. Psycho, it's clear. Busujima Psycho bowed to the statue with a look of shame on her face, then stood up and strode out of the basement. Before, his strength was low, and there were horrible corpses all around him. But now he has extraordinary powers and the guidance of the gods. How could I allow the statue of the great god to remain in this underground place? Hey, Psycho, why are you in the basement so late at night? Shizuka Marikawa, who had just come out of the bathroom, asked in confusion. Suddenly, she came up to Busujima Psycho in surprise. Psycho, your skin has become whiter, softer, and smoother. In the darkness, there even seems to be light. Marikawa Shizuka said as she rubbed her exposed skin. Wow, it's so tender and elastic. Looking at Marikawa Shizuka who seemed like a nympho, Busujima Psycho slapped away her hand that was touching her without leaving a trace. The Lord God has just summoned me and granted me even more powerful strength. Psycho Busujima said with a serious face, Shizuka, it's time for us to level out a piece of land and start building a shrine. How can we allow the statue of the great god who is as majestic as the sun to stay in the dark underground? Before, our strength did not allow it. But now, she felt that she was terribly strong. And this base that he built now has thousands of survivors. It is not difficult to build a shrine. Building a shrine. Marikawa Shizuka raised her hands and cheered, okay, I agree. We are all favored by the gods, and we must build a magnificent shrine for the gods. Shrine. The door opened and a blonde girl poked her head out, what shrine? What are you doing so late at night? In the stairwell, the girl with glasses leaned against the wall and said unhappily, we still need to stay healthy so that we can hunt more corpses tomorrow. The gods just came, and Saiko's skin has improved. Marikawa Shizuka smiled innocently and said, Saiko just said that she was going to build a temple for the gods. After the construction is completed, the statue of the deity will be brought out. That's true. Takagi Saya quickly came to Saiko and said, what did you do with the god? Could it be that? She glanced at Busujima Saiko's body and gave a meaningful smile. The other person was wearing sexy pajamas, and sweat was stained on the clothes. This caused the already thin pajamas to stick tightly to the other person's alluring body. And there was that strange blush on her face. Saiko, did you do any strenuous exercise? Miyamoto Rei moved and said, it's all wet. Unfortunately, no. Have. Saiko Busujima said with regret, the gods didn't ask me to sacrifice myself to serve them, they just gave me a reward. I have now transformed into a supernatural being and possess even greater power. As she spoke, Busujima Saiko pressed against the wall. The white jade palm passed through the wall. You have such a strong aura of the gods. Gao Cheng Saya sniffed and asked suspiciously, did you really not do anything? I would like to have the opportunity to serve the gods. Busujima Saiko said regretfully, as for the breath of the gods. Saya, you have a very sensitive nose. In addition to granting me extraordinary powers, the god also injected a divine talisman into my body. In Sakura, believers of the gods are supposed to give everything for the gods. Not to mention, Busujima Saiko sees herself as Zhang Yufeng's Miko. The priestess is the private property of the gods and can do whatever she wants with them. Hey! Marikawa Shizuka exclaimed, it was Saiko who said before that we could borrow the spirit Samakaman. You can even pray for the gods to come. After being reminded, the girls also remembered the information Saiko had revealed before. He immediately looked at Busujima Saiko in surprise. Yes, that one. Busujima Saiko nodded with a smile, feeling happy. Oh, I'm so envious. Shizuka Marikawa immediately showed her envy, she also wanted to take a step further with the god. Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya also looked envious at this moment. That's a real, living god. They are also the gods they believe in. One can receive the blessings of the gods and even pray to establish contact with them. That's a great honor. Ironclad City World. Zhang Yufeng looked through the statue and saw the sleeping Icarus Calamus. Her current strength can be said to be at the bottom of the chat group. But it is not easy to show up at the Jinyi. And the location of Xian Jinyi is also quite far away from the Cabane group. Every time she goes out to hunt Cabane, she has to take huge risks and hardships. If you are not careful, you may even fall into the encirclement of Cabane. Eventually she died. It is conceivable that the other party can go out and hunt Cabane all the time. It depends on how much risk you take and how much energy and pressure you consume. Magic power, unite the gods. Zhang Yufeng made some hand gestures and immediately disappeared into the body of the statue. Inside the boudoir, the statue opened its eyes, took a step forward, and transformed into Zhang Yufeng. Before Zhang Yufeng could wake him up, Sifangchuan Icarus Calamus woke up. God, Lord! Seeing that it was Zhang Yufeng who came, Sifangchuan Changpu immediately stood up and knelt down to kowtow, greetings to Master Yufeng. Well, get up. Zhang Yufeng nodded and stroked gently with his big hand. Sifangchuan Changpu stopped bowing, but still knelt on the ground facing Zhang Yufeng. Your efforts and hardships are all seen by my eyes. I came here today to give you a chance. After saying that, Zhang Yufeng pointed. The blessing talisman flew out and merged into the body of Sifangchuan Icarus. In just a moment, Sifangchuan Icarus completed the transformation from mortal to extraordinary. This power. Sifangchuan Changpu was overjoyed and bowed again. Thank you for your gift, Master Zhenjun. Changpu will definitely not let you down. The amazing power in her body made her very excited. With such great power, she finally doesn't have to worry every time she goes out. She felt that her strength had increased more than 100 times. This divine talisman is also granted to you by the shrine. Zhang Yufeng said calmly, a great disaster is about to happen. I hope you won't let me down. The white and bright talisman for summoning gods also flew out and penetrated into the body of Sifangchuan Calamus. Feeling the breath of the deity on the talisman, Sifangchuan Icarus bowed again. Please rest assured, Lord God. Icarus will not let your efforts go to waste. Zhang Yufeng smiled and glanced in a certain direction of Xian Jinjian. Then disappeared. After a while, Sifangchuan Icarus finally raised his head and stood up. Feeling the summoning talisman being injected into her body, her face was filled with joy. Being received and promoted by the gods means that you have been appreciated by the gods. And the aura of the great gods contained in the talisman for summoning gods. It made her feel that the distance between herself and the other person was shortened a little. And just at this moment, outside Xianjin Post Station, an armored city was driving quickly on the runway. And on that armored city, a large number of cabane were lying on its solid exterior. The inside was now turned into a sea of blood. There was blood everywhere and cabane wandering around. Obviously, this is a list of June cities that have been captured by cabane. At this moment, it is still moving forward at high speed. Chapter 64. The World of the Iron Fortress. As the world was driven by the waves of the Industrial Revolution and transitioned from the early modern era to the modern era, immortal monsters suddenly appeared. It is covered in a steel membrane and will not perish unless its heart is destroyed. People bitten by it seem to be resurrected after death and begin to attack humans. These monsters, later called cabane, proliferated explosively and covered the entire world. In order to fight against the threat of cabane, the people of Sakura Island built castles called posts in various places. They were trapped in it, trying every possible way to survive. The only vehicles that could travel between the post stations were armored steam locomotives, commonly known as junchange, and the post stations were able to ensure their livelihood by integrating their respective products. And the Golden Post Station is prominent. It is a post station that makes its living from heavy industries such as iron making and steam engines. Most of the junchange that cruise around the cherry blossoms are produced and maintained in Xianjinyi. Therefore, people go in and out of junchange at Xianjinyi very frequently. At the checkpoint, the warriors of the Shifang family guarded the place day and night. You can open the checkpoint at any time to welcome the upcoming June city. Is there another junchange coming? A samurai from Shifangchuan noticed the June castle approaching in the distance and immediately ordered the checkpoints to be lowered. The heavy checkpoint was slowly lowered and connected to the disconnected track. If the checkpoint is not lowered, junchange will not be able to enter Xianjinyi. If you don't brake in time, you may even fall off the cliff. In order to defend against cabane, the track was built at an altitude of 100 meters. Outside the level is a cliff hundreds of meters high. If they fall down, even if they stay in June City, there will definitely be heavy casualties. Pull up the level, quick! The warriors on the watchtower saw cabane lying outside the June castle. He immediately shouted anxiously. What? The warriors below looked out with confusion. At this time, June City was not far from the checkpoint. The bright light finally allowed him to see the large number of cabane lying on the junchange. He quickly operated and wanted to close the level. Just turn the level off. This June City is unable to cross a distance of dozens of meters and hit the wall of the Xianjin district. They will only fall towards the cliff, and these cabane will perish together with junchange. But unfortunately, it was too late. The checkpoint had just been halfway opened when the high-speed junchange slammed into it. Boom! Most of the junchange was forced into Xianjin's diaphragm. Flames flew everywhere and the fire started blazing. And in the midst of the fire and ruins, one cabane after another slowly stood up. What happened? What happened? The people who were still sleeping were awakened by the violent explosion. They went out to check, but saw countless cabane with hideous faces, roaring like a demon. It's Cabane. Cabane has captured Xianjin Station. Help, help me, I don't want to die. In an instant, the quiet Xianjin Station became noisy. Those cabane were like evil spirits, and their speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. One by one, the warriors of the Shifu family were dragged into the darkness by Cabanela and eaten. There was a strong smell of blood, as well as painful wails and chewing sounds. What happened? How could the solid Xianjinyi be breached? Sifangchuan Icarus, who had just received a gift from the gods, was so excited that he could hardly sleep. Sensitively heard the noise coming from outside. Xianjin Post House was originally a post station where people from Junchanj frequently entered and exited. When she heard the noise coming from the Kazunori, she didn't pay much attention or think much about it. But the explosion and roar that followed made her face change drastically. He walked lightly to the rooftop and looked at the sudden destruction. Sifang Chuan Changpu frowned. Is that the direction of the checkpoint? It's the cabane brought in by Junchanj. As smart as she was, she immediately understood what was going on. After achieving extraordinary success, her eyesight is also very good. She saw a large number of cabane crawling out from behind the raging fire. The city wall was destroyed, and cabane outside the city was attracted by the loud noise. Now, passing through the gap, crawling into the Xianjin post house. At this moment, the city is in chaos and cabane is wreaking havoc in the city. Although a large number of warriors were brave, they did not retreat. But they are no match for these inhuman cabane. They dragged them into the darkness one by one and began to chew them. Mutual Assistance Chat Group of All Worlds. Major Events work. The Xianjin station where Shifangchuan Ayam is located was breached by cabane, and a large number of creatures are losing their lives. Kojisaki Nobara, what? The city was breached? Ayam, are you okay? Cursed spirits prefer shade and will hardly come out in the sun during the day. As a sorcerer, he would naturally choose to kill the cursed spirits at night. This also led to her underworld routine, and she was also the first to discover unusual movements in the chat group. Denise, it's a pity that I can't go to your world to help you. Hang in there, Icarus. At least we can have a chat. If I die, I will be sad too. Huang Shen Liwa, why can't we just help each other through transactions in this mutual aid chat group? Why can't we just go over and help? Psychobu Sujima, Ayam, if you can't do anything, then please ask for help from the True Lord. The True Lord can descend to the statue to help you. The four-sided Sichuan calamus was also dedicated to Zhang Yufeng. Also a follower of Zhang Yufeng. If you really encounter a life and death crisis, I believe there is a chance if you pray for his help. Ding! Trigger the mutual assistance task of group members, unlock the crossing and points functions. Mission requirements: help Shifangchuan Icarus, protect Xianjin Station, the degree of destruction must not exceed 30%, and eliminate all invading cabane. Task reward: 1000 points per person. Number of people on the mission: unlimited. Note: accepting the mission will allow you to temporarily travel to the Iron Armor City world. During the travel, no harm can be caused to each other among group members. Yatsuya Maiko, hey, I actually unlocked a new function. Psychobu Sujima, Master Shin-kun, please be merciful. Butterfly Kane, Master Shin-kun, be merciful. Yatsuya Maiko, Master Shin-jun, be merciful. Obviously, they all believed that Zhang Yufeng heard their demands. He deliberately used his divine power to unlock new functions. With the time travel function, you can naturally go to other worlds to better help group members. Denise, when we got to the world where Icarus was, we were unable to harm other group members? That was really thoughtful. Kojisaki Nobara, it is indeed very thoughtful and kind. Aragami Rika, I'm here to help, Ayam. Yatsuya Maiko, I'm coming too. Busujima Saiko, count me in. Butterfly Chini, I'm here too. All of a sudden, group members chose to accept the task. What's new? Zhang Yufeng, who had just finished his work, was stunned and looked at the chat group. Seeing that it was another word of praise, he shook his head helplessly. Obviously, this is to enable new features and specify some details. Take it as your own kindness. However, he did not explain too much, but looked at the introduction of new features. There's nothing to worry about with Icarus. I have just bestowed upon her extraordinary powers, and there is also my statue in charge. Psycho and the others all have extraordinary powers. At this moment, they all joined the mission and went to the world where Icarus was to help. Cabane is indeed not something that can be killed by ordinary people. He is not as weak as a corpse. But how could they fight against so many extraordinary people? Rely on what? On quantity? In the face of absolute strength, numbers will only make the strong happier. Travel, a temporary function. After activating the mission, you can accept the mission and travel to the world of group members. This doesn't have much effect on me. Zhang Yufeng shook his head and looked at another functional integral. Using 1000 points can increase your cultivation by 10%. This function really caught Zhang Yufeng's attention. But unfortunately, there is currently no channel to earn points. The only way to earn points is to accept tasks. If I go there, it will be a direct dimensionality reduction attack. Besides, doesn't this mean that I need points too? Unless Cabane is strong enough for me to take action. Zhang Yufeng thought about it for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he accepted the task. The next moment, he directly activated the statue in the Calamus world. The spirituality of the statue is actually a part of him. If the statue represents me, doesn't that mean I am also participating in the mission? Well, I'm so clever. This is 10% of the cultivation level, and it is in an international world that ignores realms. Even if you are a god, you can still improve your progress by 10%. The stronger you are, the greater the effect of this score. How could he let the opportunity to become stronger slip away from his hands? Ironclad city, round golden walls. One after another, dark wormholes opened up, and beautiful figures walked out. It was Jianzi and others who came to help Ayam. You all have become extraordinary as well. As soon as they met, Yatsuya Maiko noticed the extraordinariness of Kane and the others. Not long ago, the gods and heavenly beings blessed me. Let yourself successfully become an extraordinary person. Unexpectedly, Psycho and the others also became extraordinary. Butterfly Kane was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly and said, "It seems that everyone has been blessed by Master Zhenjun. A transcendent being blessed and transformed by the same divine spirit." There was even a faint sense of connection between them. Icarus is also extraordinary. Busujima Psycho smiled faintly and said, "It seems that we are too concerned." She had a deep understanding of the extraordinary power. These Cabane just look a little more ferocious and move a little faster. But what about being able to compare with the extraordinary? This joke is too big. No wonder, the mission requires us to protect the Xianjin station, not to destroy more than 30% of it, and to kill all the Cabane. Instead of protecting Calamus. Yatsuya Maiko shrugged and said, "It turns out that Ayam alone has the ability to destroy these Cabane." While Jianzi and the others were talking, Kojisaki Nobara and Aragami Rika were already numb. Clearly not long ago, weren't we all at this level? How come these guys suddenly became extraordinary overnight? This beaver. This is cheating. Interesting. Denise looked at the others deeply. She was also somewhat surprised by the fact that these few people had achieved extraordinary things. But fortunately, her strength is still enough to overwhelm them. I am still the number one in the chat group. Protect the young lady. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and a warrior suddenly jumped out with a long sword in his hand. He stood in front of Icarus and everyone who had just arrived to support him. Ha! Everyone was stunned. What did this person mean? Don't delay any longer. Denise slowly drew her sword. If you fail to complete the mission, you won't get any points. 1000 points can directly increase your cultivation by 10%. Just come and help, and you can get 1000 points. And these 1000 points can improve your cultivation by 10%. She won't allow anyone to hinder the completion of the mission. That's right. Huang Shenlua shook the claws of her hands and said, if this person dares to hinder us, then we should kill him. That being said, she had no intention of killing. I agree. Kujisaki Nobara nodded and took out her loving hammer and nails. Get out of the way. Sifang Chuan Changpu's face was cold, and he said in a cold voice, Zhi Leiki, I order you to get out of the way and don't hinder my friends. Hearing this, the warrior stiffened and stepped aside. The mission is important, let each person be responsible for one direction. Coco Kane slowly drew her sword and suggested, protect the people here and guard Xianjin Station. Leave these cabane to me. As soon as Denise finished her words, her figure appeared dozens of meters away. She began to speed up and speed up. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as if several Denises appeared on the battlefield. That was the afterimage left by the opponent's excessive speed. Puff! Puff! The cabane that looked ferocious and cruel suddenly had their entire bodies split into two pieces. Blood spurted out like a fountain. But cabane is a being whose heart won't die if it's not damaged. Even if they were split in two, they still dragged their broken bodies and slowly stood up. Cabane must break the steel-wrapped heart to kill it completely. Sifangchuan Icarus hurriedly spoke up to remind him. Does it have to penetrate the heart? Denise nodded and held out the sword in her hand. The solid defense was easily penetrated, and the heart hidden in the steel was also destroyed by a sword. Cabane finally died completely, losing his life. I'm afraid this task is a bit difficult. Yatsuya Michael looked around and said, there are too many cabane, and the Xianjin station is too big. Although it is a post station, it is actually a big city. Although they are extraordinary, they are not cabane to the point where they can quickly destroy an entire city. Buzz! Suddenly, an astonishing divine power enveloped the entire Xianjin Sutra. Cabane, who was running fast, seemed to be stuck in a quagmire in an instant. It's Master Zhenjun. Yatsuya Michael and the others had witnessed Zhang Yufeng's divine power many times. As a devout believer, there is no fear. Instead, I was secretly happy. What a terrible pressure! Denise's figure was once again visible to the naked eye, and her afterimages completely disappeared. Under the divine power, it was difficult for her to maintain her lightning-fast speed. Master Zhenjun, suppress the cabane so that they can no longer attack living people and destroy the Xianjin station. Yatsuya Michael shouted loudly, now, kill them! Clang! The sound of swords being drawn continued to be heard as Yatsuya Michael, Kane, Psycho, and Ayam waved their long swords. Easily kill one cabane after another. Flower-breathing type 5 fruitless peony. Coco Kana shouted softly and launched several sharp slashes at the cabane gathered in front of her, attacking them like the petals of a peony flower. Boom! The petals bloomed along with cabane's blood, and even the ground was shattered in an instant. There are more than 10 cabane here, but not even a complete limb can be found. The sword skills displayed by the extraordinary have extremely terrible destructive power. 1. At this moment, everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. The young warrior also widened his eyes at this moment. Especially when seeing Sifangchuan Icarus also using a move that could destroy an entire building. Suddenly I began to doubt whether I was dreaming.